Warm sunlight streamed through the windows of a modest yet elegant home, casting golden rays onto a sleeping figure. The light filtered through half-closed eyelids, nudging its owner awake. Liu Feng squinted against the brightness, groaning softly as he stirred. He attempted to sit up but immediately felt a dull ache in his right arm. Turning his head, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Nestled against him, her fingers lightly intertwined with his, was a breathtaking beauty. Her long scarlet hair shimmered like molten rose gold under the sunlight, cascading over the pillow in soft waves. Her delicate features, sculpted with almost inhuman precision, seemed as though they belonged to a celestial being. Her fair skin, as smooth as polished jade, glowed in the morning light. This ethereal woman, his wife, was none other than Wanda Maximoff, the legendary Scarlet Witch from the Marvel Universe. Today marked their first wedding anniversary. Wanda remained peacefully asleep, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. A faint, alluring scent lingered around her, intoxicating yet familiar. Even after so many nights together, Liu Feng found her presence just as mesmerizing as the first time they had met. He gently brushed a few stray strands of hair from her face before leaning in to press a soft kiss on her forehead. "Good morning, my love. Time to wake up, the sun is practically cooking me alive." Wanda stirred slightly but showed no real intention of moving. Instead, she buried her face deeper into the pillow, her body shifting in a way that was both seductive and endearingly lazy. Like a spoiled feline, she curled up, her soft murmur laced with sleepy defiance. Liu Feng chuckled at her antics before slipping out of bed to wash up. 3 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and by now, he had fully adapted to life here. In fact, he had almost forgotten that Wanda was originally a fictional character from the Marvel movies. But every moment spent with her, every touch, every whispered word, was real. She was real. As he freshened up, his mind wandered to the larger world beyond their home. Despite years in this universe, he had yet to encounter any of the other Marvel superheroes. He kept close tabs on Stark Industries and Hammer Technologies, monitoring their developments for signs of the inevitable shift. Based on the current timeline, Tony Stark was still a reckless billionaire playboy, a few years away from becoming Iron Man. Bruce Banner had yet to be exposed to gamma radiation and was likely still engrossed in research. Peter Parker was probably struggling through high school, blissfully unaware of his future as Spider-Man. Captain America and the Winter Soldier remained frozen in time, untouched by the modern world. The Avengers did not yet exist. Thor, still in Asgard, was indulging in royal feasts and reckless revelry, years away from proving his worthiness for Mjolnir. Carol Danvers, better known as Captain Marvel, was somewhere in deep space, far removed from earthly affairs. As for Black Widow and Hawkeye, they were likely executing covert missions for S.H.I.E.L.D., moving in the shadows. At this point, the only superhero in his life was Wanda. As for Vision, well, JRVIS hadn't even become sentient yet. If Vision wasn't born, then as far as Liu Feng was concerned, Wanda was his and his alone. Standing in front of the TV, he exhaled a breath of satisfaction. A teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. "If waking up early made you rich, you'd be a billionaire by now, you little rascal." Liu Feng turned to see Wanda leaning against the doorway, still half asleep. She wore a silky red lace nightgown that draped elegantly over her figure, leaving little to the imagination. Under the morning light, she looked almost otherworldly, like a goddess descending from a dream. "Have you eaten?" she asked with a playful smirk. "Or on such a special day, do you need me to cook for you?" Liu Feng grinned and strode toward her. "Breakfast can wait. I'd much rather have you first." Wanda arched an eyebrow. "They call you the New York Sun, but I think energetic little tiger is more fitting." "They can call me whatever they want," Liu Feng murmured, pulling her into his arms. "But this side of me? That belongs to you alone." After their morning rendezvous, Liu Feng changed into a sleek, tailored suit. The fabric clung perfectly to his toned frame, emphasizing his powerful presence. Standing tall, he looked every bit like a living statue of a god, imposing, elegant, and authoritative. This was the Liu Feng the world knew. The light of New York. A figure of justice and judgment. With a final glance in the mirror, he headed to the New York Police Department. As soon as he entered the station, a grizzled detective spotted him and immediately straightened up in excitement. "Good morning, Officer Liu. Wishing you a great day ahead." Liu Feng smiled and patted the old detective's back. "Good morning, John. No need for formalities." But John shook his head earnestly. "No, sir. You deserve it. If not for you, we wouldn't even know how to repay what you've done for this city. Our respect is the least we can offer." Liu Feng's lips curled into a humble smile. "It's all part of the job.
Nothing more.
With great power comes great responsibility, right? John's eyes gleamed with admiration. What a noble philosophy.
Officer Liu, we understand.
We'll continue working hard. Whispers spread through the station as officers exchanged odd glances. Oh my God, is that really him? The legendary Light of New York? The man who single-handedly slashed the crime rate by 50% in a single year, murmured a young recruit. A veteran officer chuckled and clapped him on the back. You'll get used to it, kid. Officer Liu never ceases to amaze us. He's the kind of guy who makes you believe in miracles. Just being in his presence makes me feel safe, another officer sighed. He really does shine like the sun.
A female officer smirked.
And let's not forget that face and that body. A walking Greek god in a suit. I heard his father is Chinese, someone whispered. That explains his unique aura. It's something American men just don't have. A mischievous voice added, maybe we should test his Chinese kung fu in bed. Liu Feng rolled his eyes at their antics, suppressing a chuckle. Another day had begun, and New York's guardian was ready to serve. Liu Feng possessed an acute sense of hearing, allowing him to catch even the faintest whispers as if they were spoken directly into his ears. Compliments like these were nothing new, he heard them almost daily. Upon entering the police station, Liu Feng headed straight to his office. Police Chief Jack, who had been sternly reprimanding a rookie officer, immediately switched expressions the moment he spotted Liu Feng.
Ah, look who it is.
My dear friend Liu Feng, the hero, the beacon of hope in New York. Jack's transformation was as swift as a Sichuan opera performer's face change, making the new officers in the room gape in astonishment. However, at the mere mention of Liu Feng's name, recognition dawned on their faces. In the entire police department, no, in all of New York, who hadn't heard of this Superman-like existence? The title Light of New York was not something granted to just anyone. Once the attention shifted to Liu Feng, Jack turned back to the officers, his expression hardening once more. If you forget what I just said, I swear I'll personally boot your sorry asses out of here with my size 42 shoes. Now get lost. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison before hurriedly exiting the room. Liu Feng casually sat down, prompting Jack to stand immediately, a reaction so ingrained it seemed almost involuntary. He didn't need to say a word, his mere presence commanded respect. With his chin resting on his hands, Liu Feng got straight to the point. Jack, explain to me, why was the person I arrested yesterday released? Jack's expression shifted rapidly, from panic to evasion, then finally to resignation. His every subtle movement did not escape Liu Feng's sharp gaze. Liu Feng, I know you're upset, but this wasn't my decision.
I had no choice.
Then whose decision was it? Liu Feng's voice dropped to a low, threatening tone. Jack sighed, his voice almost a whisper. It came from higher up. Orders from above, I had to comply.
Liu Feng's expression darkened. Orders from above?
What kind of bullshit excuse is that?
His voice grew sharper.
I don't care who issued that order. That woman killed someone right in front of me. I arrested her myself, and I won't allow anyone to let her walk free without my permission.
He leaned in, eyes cold.
Are you listening, Jack? No one gets away with this.
No one.
Jack swallowed nervously, his previously authoritative demeanor now completely subdued.
I understand.
I promise I'll handle it, and I'll leave everything to you. Liu Feng finally eased back, a smirk playing at his lips. That's more like it. Good old Jack. With that, he strode out of the office. The moment Liu Feng left, however, Jack's expression darkened. Pulling out his phone, he dialed a number and spoke in a hushed voice. He's involved now. We can't do anything, our only option is to shut down X-23 for now.
The super lottery system.
Back in his office, Liu Feng barely had time to sit down before a translucent text box appeared in his mind. You haven't used today's lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? This was his gold finger, the super lottery system, a daily lottery draw that could grant anything from real-world objects to supernatural abilities. Liu Feng's rise in this world was due to a stroke of fortune exactly 1 year ago when he had drawn the Superman bloodline.
Yes, that Superman.
Super speed, flight, bulletproof durability, the godlike powerhouse from DC Comics. The potential of Superman's physique was limitless, an endless gold mine waiting to be excavated. Even after a year, Liu Feng had yet to tap into its full potential. As long as I continue mastering Superman's power, no one in the Marvel Universe will be my match. However, it seemed that luck had abandoned him after that miraculous draw. Since then, his lottery results had been lackluster at best, yielding items like Hulk's torn pants and Thor's drinking jug. Today's draw was no exception.
Congratulations.
You have received Black Widow's bathwater. Liu Feng's eye twitched. What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Drink it.
With a sigh, he dismissed the notification. He had long grown numb to these absurd rewards. Right now, his focus was on something far more important, learning to wield Superman's strength to its fullest.
A mysterious case.
Shifting his attention to the files before him, Liu Feng's eyes landed on a particular name. Laura Kinney, age 21. He repeated the name, a slow smirk forming on his lips. If it were anyone else, they might overlook you. To the untrained eye, Laura Kinney was just another ordinary name. Most people wouldn't bat an eye. After all, Laura was a common enough name, even the protagonist of Tomb Raider shared it.
But Liu Feng knew better.
Having watched every Marvel movie, including the X-Men series, he recognized her immediately.
X-23.
The ruthless, genetically engineered clone of Wolverine. The ultimate weapon designed for mass slaughter. Now she was sitting in a cell at the police station. Liu Feng's gaze darkened. And Jack wants to let her go. There was something deeper at play here. There's definitely something fishy going on. His sharp gaze flickered toward Jack's office. So, the police chief isn't as clean as he seems.
Interesting.
But Jack wasn't his main concern right now. Liu Feng turned his attention back to Laura's file. He tapped his fingers against the desk in thought before finally standing up. Looks like it's time for a little chat. Confrontation in the interrogation room. With a firm push, Liu Feng swung open the door to the interrogation room and stepped inside. Laura Kinney sat motionless at the table, staring blankly ahead. She didn't react to his entrance. Not a single twitch, not a single blink.
Liu Feng was unsurprised.
He had seen this behavior before. In Logan, Laura had exhibited the same eerie stillness when encountering strangers. If she had greeted him with a cheerful smile and friendly small talk, that would have been surprising. Closing the door behind him, Liu Feng leaned against the wall and studied her. "Well then, X-23," he murmured. "Let's see what you have to say."
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Are you hungry? I brought you something to eat. Liu Feng put the hamburger on Laura's table, but the little wolf girl remained indifferent as if she was blind. Her eyes were already sharp, and she looked silent at the moment, as if those red-brown eyes were about to shoot out two sharp knives at any time. Just sitting down was terrifying. But this kind of eyesight is not born, but acquired by practice. It is not something that can be practiced by sitting at home every day, but while fleeing. Hey, you should understand English, right? Laura was still indifferent, as if she was deaf. If her eyes were not still struggling, Liu Feng would have thought she was asleep. It's really a troublesome child. Liu Feng pretended to be helpless. I can't help you like this. Those guys will come to this place eventually. Finally, Liu Feng's strong concentration allowed him to capture the micro-expression of little wolf girl Laura, and she was shaken. Yes, she is in urgent need of help, and Liu Feng knows this very well, which is one of the reasons why Liu Feng came to talk to her. You have encountered difficulties, right? After all, your ability to kill like that doesn't belong to the category of ordinary people. No matter what is lacking in life, enemies will never be lacking anyway. Liu Feng began to persuade Laura deeply, and you are in a very bad situation at the moment. Let's not talk about the original enemy, just talk about the present. What will happen if your secret is accidentally discovered? There will be countless people who want to send you to be studied and dissected all the time. Believe me, their enthusiasm will be higher than cooking food. After all, knives can be hidden in the knuckles and toes, and the super self-healing ability should be something that can make many people feel jealous. Including my chief of police. He's not a nice guy. Would you like to be someone else's guinea pig? Or choose to tell me everything and let me help you? Liu Feng successfully attracted little wolf girl's attention. Laura raised her head and looked into Liu Feng's eyes, as if she wanted to hear Liu Feng confirm and guarantee the authenticity of this sentence. Yes, you heard me right. I have ability to help you, provided you trust me. Laura glanced at the camera again. It means that what they are talking about now may be monitored by others, which is no different from being sent for research. Don't worry, I've turned off the camera. No one will be able to hear our conversation. Believe me, I have the ability to do it. The little wolf girl expressed doubts without saying a word, while Liu Feng shrugged. Otherwise, you can also pay attention. The red dot on the camera has disappeared. With your identity, you should often escape, so you should know better than me what the cameras in the police station are like. Now Liu Feng finally convinced the little wolf girl Laura. She sat in a more comfortable position and looked up at Liu Feng. How can I believe that you will really help me? Liu Feng waved his hand. You believe me, but you may be arrested. If you don't believe me, you will be arrested 100%. Do you think you still have a choice? Besides, if I really wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't have the chance to sit here and chat with me face to face. But I won't. Do you know why? Because I am the light of New York. Liu Feng was smiling, very sunny. The word righteousness seemed to be born for Liu Feng. No decent person would reject such Liu Feng. I have indeed heard about your reputation, and I have also seen your ability. Little wolf girl finally let go of her guard. Perhaps, you can really help me. Liu Feng slightly listened to the little wolf girl's secret. Regarding these things, Laura really hid them very deeply, because it was related to her fate with mutant. Liu Feng also listened quietly without disturbing her. An hour later, Liu Feng finished talking with the little wolf girl Laura. He sat in the office, quietly thinking about what the little wolf girl said and everything about his first acquaintance with her, and began to dig deeper for other things hidden under it. It turned out that the little wolf girl Laura was hunted down by the military before. It is said to be chasing and killing, but in fact it is to capture her alive, but it may be captured and researched in an inhumane way. The reason for the hunt is simple, because Laura is a mutant. Such things also appear in the X-Men series of movies, and what they express is this kind of connotation. Human beings are afraid of creatures stronger than themselves, so they will start wars. Their rhetoric and purpose are all excuses. It's just that it has become more serious now, Liu Feng secretly thought. However, hypocritical human beings, while expelling super ability people, will rack their brains to obtain their abilities from super ability people. They are both cowardly and greedy. Before there were mutants such as the X-Men to maintain the order and balance between humans and mutants, but in this timeline, the X-Men have long since disappeared. People like the X-Men are dead. Even the well-known undead Wolverine died under the military when Laura was a child, and Phoenix ran to a certain place with a Phoenix Force without knowing it. Humans vented. As for the little wolf girl, as Wolverine's heir, she naturally became the target of the military just like other man-made mutants, and has been chasing and killing her for 10 years. As long as these little mutants are dead, then, mutant can truly disappear into the world. Definitely, the premise is that it will be used for research by them before death. Some died during the research, and Laura was the last of this group of little mutants. With the quickness and vigilance of a wolf, she escaped for many years and killed many people. Although most of them were enemies, some of them were ordinary people who were implicated by her and died. For her, the concept of good and evil is not so clear. This is what she said to Liu Feng herself, and Liu Feng also has reason to believe that it is true if she can say such a thing lightly. In short, Laura has been hunted down by the military until 2 days ago. The scale of the military was beyond her understanding, and it was the time she was most likely to be caught. Instead of being treated as a guinea pig, Laura chose to fight to the death, but she was no match for 4 hands. And at this moment, Liu Feng with a Superman physique as strong as a god appeared. Liu Feng recognized little wolf girl's adamantium claws, and knowing her identity, faced her being hunted down by the military. He naturally stood by her side without any hesitation and rescued her. After all, looking at the entire Marvel and X-Men world, only her daughter Laura can use adamantium as a claw, except for Wolverine Logan, who self-heals as strong as a monster. But even putting this aside, considering the circumstances at the time, the frenzied expression on the military's face when hunting and killing the little wolf girl was enough for Liu Feng to be sentenced to death. When the military becomes like a ghost, it loses its meaning of existence. He did the same, and killing the military that was chasing Laura was as easy as crushing a group of ants. At that time, Laura was watching Liu Feng's arrival. In her eyes, Liu Feng's every move is like an angel and a god. This is the second man in Laura's life besides her old father Wolverine Logan who makes her feel safe. No wonder she didn't resist when I arrested her. I thought that based on her personality, she would quarrel with me for a long time. It turned out that she had a crush on me since then, and the part of the interrogation room was just her disguise. Liu Feng nodded thoughtfully. It has been 3 or 4 days since that incident. As for the reason of the military who knew that Laura had come to New York, but could not enter New York with a big fanfare to snatch her after the incident that day, Liu Feng can know without guessing. They dare not. But any reasonable person would make such a decision, because now New York City has become Liu Feng's world. 3 years ago, Liu Feng had been recognized by the entire New York City, including the existence of the leadership class. All the people in New York were grateful to Liu Feng, and made a rule that unless an inevitable war broke out in New York City of the United States, New York could only be managed by Liu Feng alone. This is a customary agreement. In other words, New York at this moment is dominated by Liu Feng alone, and the Light of New York is also the King of New York. So no matter who it is, as long as they come to New York, and Liu Feng doesn't dislike him and doesn't mean to expel him from New York, it is equivalent to being awarded a gold medal to avoid death. Any force must not wantonly come here to make troubles and rob people, even murderers. This is the same thought of everyone. New York is Liu Feng's sanctuary. He lets in whoever he wants, and if he doesn't want to let in, no one dares to enter. Even creatures who think on their toes can understand that the army, whose mind is chasing and killing Laura the wolf girl, is not welcome by Liu Feng, the Light of New York. That's why Liu Feng brought the little wolf girl Laura back to the New York police station, firstly to inquire about the X-Men, and secondly to protect Laura's safety. And the military will never give up. After all, little wolf girl is too important to them. That's the bloodline cloned from Wolverine Logan's gene, who wouldn't be confused. The military will definitely try every means to kill Laura, or lure Laura out. If it's the latter, it will definitely need. Liu Feng looked in the direction of the director's office. It all makes sense now. Jack tried his best to let Laura go, the little wolf girl, because he had been bought by the military. As long as Laura is released and leaves New York City, the girl will lose the protection of Liu Feng, the king of New York. If the military succeeds, Laura will be tortured to death after being caught. My dear Director Jack, how much money was paid to you to betray me, so that you can even feel disgusted by the position of director? What Liu Feng hated most in his life was betrayal, but Director Jack is just a small person and he is not in a hurry to deal with it. What interests Liu Feng more is the military. Although in the final analysis, Laura, the little wolf girl, is not a good person despite the filter of the X-Men. This little girl is emotionally unstable and has a violent personality. When she gets into disputes with others, she will kill as soon as she wants. She is not ambiguous at all, and has completely lost the concept of good and evil. However, no matter what, she came to New York, and came to Liu Feng, the place where the light of New York was, so it was up to Liu Feng himself to decide what to do with her. After hearing about my deeds, those reckless military dare to extend their hands to New York, and they don't take me seriously at all. Liu Feng sneered. If you think about it at a deeper level, the military is just a flag, and it is commanded by others. So, to touch my domain so recklessly, someone must be playing tricks. Things are not that simple, but they are starting to get interesting. I really want to see what kind of monster is the guy hiding behind and leading everything. Liu Feng took out his mobile phone and made a call without haste. After connecting, before Liu Feng could speak, a very attentive voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Jack. Feng, what's wrong? Liu Feng raised his lips and responded, now, you can let Laura Kinney go. Oh, really? I mean, why did you suddenly make such a decision? I know I shouldn't ask, but more than an hour ago. It's nothing, I have a new idea. I think I should trust your judgment. After all, you are my most inseparable buddy, aren't you? Oh, yes. I swear to Jesus, I will be extremely loyal to you. I love you, my brother, as I love my parents. The other side of the phone responded. Okay, let's do this, let Laura Kinney go, not just let go of the police station, but get her out of New York, as far away as possible. Turning off the phone, Liu Feng rested his chin with both hands. No matter what guy is hiding behind, if you want to play, I will play with you. But, don't let me not have enough fun. On the other side of the edge of New York, in a certain base, a group of people in black stood in the darkness, like the human bodies of lonely ghosts. Among them, a leader-like figure standing among the crowd reached into his clothes and took out a phone to answer it. Are you sure? After chatting for a few minutes, the leader hung up the phone, turned to look at the crowd behind him, and said loudly, the wolf has come out of its lair. Everyone, gather your energy and prepare for action. This time, we must capture her. Everyone must remember that it is alive. As night fell, Liu Feng left the office. It was his off-duty time. When he left the gate of the police station, he paused intentionally or unintentionally, did nothing, just stood with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then walked away from the New York police station as if nothing happened. At the same time, on a tall building 1 mile away, the sniper scope of a sniper rifle kept locking on Liu Feng's figure, but its purpose was not to shoot him, but just to use the effect of the telescope. No force shot and killed Liu Feng easily. After observing Liu Feng's every move, the high-rise black shadow dialed the phone. Director Jack is right. Liu Feng, the light of New York, is off work. What should we do now? According to the original plan, wait for X-23 to be released and capture her. The other end of the dialogue responded. But are we really going into New York to rob people? I'm afraid. Idiot, are you thinking of apple pie? The caller was scolded. The person on the other end of the phone has a tough attitude. Now is the most relaxing moment for New York light Liu Feng, and it is also our best opportunity. You don't have to wait for X-23 to leave New York City. As long as you leave the police station, it's time to act. As long as you act fast enough. Remember, everyone has to work hard. Even if there is no New York light, we must not underestimate X-23. Don't forget how the previous people died. There is no other way but to insist. Understood. This time we will definitely get rid of the shame. And all of this was captured by Liu Feng, who has super hearing. He didn't show any emotion on the surface, but continued to walk home. It's time to explain to you what is in our Chinese proverb. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind, you guys the other side. Laura, a wolf girl in a gray hoodie, stepped through the gates of the NYPD. Just an hour after she talked with Liu Feng, Laura got the message that she could leave. The others were at a loss as to why Liu Feng refused to let the little wolf girl show up an hour ago, and then let her go inexplicably an hour later. But Laura has already learned about Liu Feng's thoughts. All of this was within Liu Feng's plan. What Liu Feng expressed was simply to put a long line to catch a big fish, and Laura at this moment was the bait. Thinking of this, she murmured to herself, it's dead anyway. I can only believe that that guy really has the ability to help me. Anyway, I am still experiencing the same escape as before. The worst situation is to be arrested and studied. It doesn't make much difference whether Liu Feng helps or not. As Liu Feng said, Laura had no choice. The man known as the Light of New York may really be the only one who can help her. Who else but him? Even the X-Men are gone. Is there anyone in this world who can save people like themselves? Are there any superheroes? If there is, it is Liu Feng. He may be New York's last hero. Laura walks under the night of New York in the United States. To her, high-rise buildings are no different from jungles, except that they are made of reinforced concrete, and humans are more greedy than beast, and no one is more greedy than Laura. Understand this. She put on her hood and lowered her head as she walked through the crowd, quietly scanning passers-by with her sharp eyes, ordinary people, otaku, office workers. This is not Laura's super ability, but a skill acquired in the day after tomorrow. She can know a person's occupation and personality by observing his appearance, especially those in the military. During the years of fleeing, Laura has known the behavior of the military that specializes in capturing the X-Men. Just by standing, just by passing a glance, Laura can detect the identity information of the other party, just like the ability like a scanner. In previous escapes, she had successfully escaped by relying on such skills. Although most of the time, the head is cut off with one claw, but such a skill is still very useful, and it can prevent Laura from putting too much energy on it, such as now. 3 people, no, 5. Among the fingers of the right hand, only the index finger and the inner side of the thumb have calluses. The palms of the hands are rough, but the back of the hand is not. They can't help looking at me. Looking at the size, they are charging. Laura immediately got the information. On the other hand, the mercenary disguised as an ordinary person, X-23 is still under surveillance. This is the busiest sidewalk in New York. It will be difficult for us to attack unless, wait. X-23 suddenly ran? She realized our existence already. The 5 soldiers received the order to pursue, and the 5 followed Laura one after another, but they felt more and more wrong during the pursuit. Because she didn't go to a crowded place, but chose a dark alley? This is simply not the best place for prey to choose, could it be? As soon as the military came to a conclusion, his abdomen was penetrated by 2 steel claws in an instant, and Laura immediately pulled it violently, and his stomach ruptured by itself. The other mercenaries realized all this and hurriedly drew their guns, but it was too late. Laura turned into the Phantom of the Night, spun around, and harvested a head with the steel claws of both hands using extraordinary movements. In just an instant, 5 people fell into the pool of blood. Laura looked at the corpse and said coldly, "If you want to kill me, you have to show some skills." She turned around and was just about to leave here without looking back, but unexpectedly, there was a whoosh, a bird-like sound came, and the next moment, she was shot in the neck. Fack. Laura was not stupid, she knew there was a sniper without even thinking about it. And what the sniper shoots is not a bullet, but a sedative needle, but this is more terrifying than a bullet. Laura inherited the self-healing ability from her father Logan, able to heal the wounds caused by bullets. But sedatives won't work. Once this thing happens, her end will be slaughtered. Successful shot X-23, repeat, successful shot X-23. She has already produced antibodies in her body, and the dose of 1 injection is not enough. Take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack. Keep shooting. The wolf slaughter team blocked the exit. The commander is still giving orders, revealing a skilled business ability in his words. Just 1 shot of tranquilizer will make Laura lose half of her strength, which is already a fatal situation. Laura's consciousness has begun to blur, and she can only vaguely notice that outside, a group of mercenaries are waiting for her with guns, like a tiger with its mouth open, and she is a fat lamb. But Laura is not the kind of person who will bow her head like fate. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, she will never give up. She pulled out the sedative needle from her neck and yelled, "You bastards! I'm going to drag you to death." Whoosh! It was another sedative shot, but this time, Laura, who had been prepared for a long time, managed to dodge with the sharpness of a wolf. Then, she opened her hands suddenly, and in her mind was the most classic signature move of Wolverine's father. She opened her forearms vertically to both sides, and adamantium claws appeared with a slap, entering the fighting state. Then he rushed to the mercenaries outside. "Put on real bullets and shoot. Quick." The first person locked by Laura asked his partner to shoot in panic, and the gunfire rushed out of the gun like a ghost, with the purpose of devouring Laura. But at how can the speed of Laura of the moment fall into the category of ordinary people? 2 meters away, Laura was still in danger. By the time Laura was within 7 steps, the blade of the guillotine had been polished to a shiny finish for them. Fack. Hurry up. Puff. The main artery on the neck was cut off directly, and the huge amount of blood donation was like a fountain, dyeing the red moonlight and Laura's face. The military in the mere human domain can't capture Laura's figure at all. At this moment, she is a god of death. The battle broke out, attracting countless people to watch, and the news was overwhelming. It's just that this group of people was well disguised, and the United States people didn't know their identities at all. On Laura's side, because only her claws are injected with adamantium, Laura's agility is faster than her father Wolverine Logan. She turned into a wolf that can only hunt, and used blood donations to nourish her adamantium claws. However, it is precisely because of the adamantium in her body that she has a fatal weakness, that is, she cannot be as indestructible as Wolverine. Wolverine's adamantium covers the whole body, bullets can't penetrate, but Laura can't. The military knows this well. So, seeing her go crazy, he had no choice but to put on real bullets to disable her on the premise of saving his life. The rate of fire of real ammunition is faster than that of the tranquilizer needle. As long as the barrage is large enough, no matter how fast Laura is, she will never be able to avoid such an attack. Countless gunshots rang out, bullets rained down, and Laura's right arm was pierced just like that. Although it can still self-healing, it will lose control in a short time. The military saw that it was useful, but another series of bullets pierced Laura's left arm. Now, Laura, who can no longer fight with her left and right hands, is reduced to a useless person in the eyes of the military. Quick! Someone go up and maim him with an electric shock baton. One of the mercenaries approached Laura tremblingly. Suddenly, Laura hits a high kick. Pfft! The adamantium claw growing from the toe pierced a mercenary's neck. Laura was laughing like crazy. Now she didn't care if she got away. Now she was thinking about killing a few more of these sons of bitches before she died. Quick! Smash all limbs and capture her. Remember not to beat her to death. The leaders in the military are still obsessed with Laura's ability. Laura suddenly finds it ridiculous. It's not only these people who are laughing, but also this society. Okay, it's time to go. Hurry up. The leader hadn't finished commanding yet. Suddenly, with a bang, gunshots came from nowhere, and a mercenary beside him was headshot. Plasma splashed all over the leader's face. Fuck. Someone is standing on Laura's side, and he is a guy with excellent marksmanship. The leader was so frightened at this moment that he bent down hurriedly and began to look for who was shooting. The man with the gun obviously didn't intend to give him time to think. Bang bang bang, bang bang. No matter how the mercenaries escaped, no matter what kind of cover they found, it was just like the laws of nature. As long as there was a gunshot from afar, someone would be headshot and fell down. This is completely like opening and hanging general marksmanship. Seeing this scene, the leader who was hiding aside not only thought of a terrifying character in his mind, but murmured to himself, the perfect marksmanship. There is only one person in the United States who can do it, the man who is called the Light of New York, Liu Feng. Fuck you, Jack. Didn't you fucking say that Liu Feng has come home from get off work to have sex with his lover, and he doesn't know about it? What's going on now? How come your favorite New York light is back? The leader slapped Director Jack directly. I don't know anything about it. Jack covered his face, unable to express his pain, but he really didn't understand anything in his little head. The leader was distraught, but at a loss, because he not only couldn't find Liu Feng's location, but also couldn't find a reason for Liu Feng to stop attacking him, and his powerful mercenaries were falling down one by one. It's like a plague. Laura saw it too. At the moment when he was about to faint, his hostile army fell down one after another like dominoes. No matter how red-eyed and exhausted Laura was, she could fully understand the situation at the moment. Someone is on my side, and that person is. Thank you. Liu Feng appeared in front of Laura, carrying a sniper rifle. If it's later, you won't be here. It's better to come early than to come early. Anyway, you can self-heal, and let you kill a few more mercenaries to vent your anger. Liu Feng put down the sniper rifle and replaced it with 2 Desert Eagle pistols. As soon as Liu Feng finished speaking, the leader of the army got a loudspeaker and shouted at Liu Feng, "Liu Feng, stop immediately. You don't even know what kind of mistake you made? You can't beat us? This is to provoke the upper body." Before the leader could finish speaking, he just heard the sound of gunshots, and he fell directly into a pool of blood, with an obvious blood hole on his head. This time, he immediately stunned everyone present, including Jack beside him. Director, just slumped on the ground. From the very first sentence I said, I already wanted you to die. Liu Feng sneered disdainfully. It is absolutely impossible for the military of the United States to serve the people of the United States. The military of the United States only serves the capital. Liu Feng knows this very well. The remaining mercenaries still wanted to resist, but Liu Feng would not give them a chance. He raised his 2 guns and released the gunfire, still shooting one by one without any deviation. The people who don't know what kind of strength they are facing should be you. It was chaotic. The shops on the street no longer had any complete glass, and even the buildings were crumbling. Broken bones and internal organs were scattered on the ground like household garbage, and the crackling sound of the fire burning building materials continued. Such a scene can easily remind people that 2 huge teams are engaged in a small-scale war, and the losses of both sides are astonishingly large, forming a situation where both sides suffer. But that's not the case at all. One of them may be a well-trained mercenary team, but on the other side, there are only 2 people, and one of them has been seriously injured. In other words, all the firepower on that side was released by one person. What caused all this? The man who carried a giant sniper rifle and had a European-American bone appearance and an Asian appearance, the man known as the Light of New York, Liu Feng. He looked at the hostile man and raised his pistol. I don't know what kind of strength you are facing, it should be you. Boom! Gunshots sounded. The picture froze at this point, and Liu Feng's figure was frozen on the big screen with the aura of a god descending from the earth. At this moment, the audience watching the big screen exhaled in unison. When watching the video, their chests seemed to be weighed down by heavy stones, and their breathing was difficult. That guy, Liu Feng, is simply a killer. One of the 7 people sitting around a round table said slowly. This is a dark room on the other side of New York. A group of people are sitting around a huge amounts of round table, just like King Arthur's round table knights in Western legends. The only difference is that they used combat uniforms instead of armor. What was playing on the big screen was the scene of Liu Feng carrying a giant sniper rifle and shooting the mercenaries one by one. This is an extremely weird ability. No matter how the mercenaries dodge or find cover, the bullets in his gun will always headshot the locked enemy, as if the bullets fired by him are equipped with automatic navigation devices at the moment they are released. Such marksmanship, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Among the 7 people, a heavy voice came out. This voice has an old breath, like a big tree that has grown for hundreds of years. The upper part is crumbling, as if it is about to fall, but the roots of the lower part are firmly grasping the soil under the ground. How many troops are left now? A man who looked younger responded after thinking for a moment, General Boyd Holbrook. The elite troops we sent originally had 200 people, but now, there are less than 100 left, and the leader of the team has also passed away. Fell in a pool of blood. The middle-aged white-haired man named Boyd, after hearing this, his face became cold and his fists could not help clenching. Then he took out his mobile phone, entered a series of numbers, and after a few seconds of beeping, a voice came over there. This is the White House of the United States. I am General Boyd Holbrook, who was in charge of solving the mutant. Boyd communicated with the characters over there on the phone with a heavy voice. At the end of his words, he said, troubleshoot as soon as possible. All this, because my people are being killed by Liu Feng. Speaking of this, Boyd paused for a while, and then spit out a word from his mouth, massacre. After finishing speaking, the phone was hung up by the person over there. Back here in New York, Jack, the chief of the New York Police Department, received information from the mercenaries that everything would be settled. But facing such a scene, he couldn't be happy. It's a scene like hell. Gunfire and blades tear the air, leaving trails of smoke and flames. As soon as the blood splashed out, it was shocked back by the impact of the bullet from the other side again. The blood stained the ground, like a massacre in a zombie game. Jack hadn't even recovered from the scene in front of him. After all, before Liu Feng in his eyes was still kept in the dark. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng knew everything. He is someone who has seen Liu Feng's capabilities. Now, I really provoked the devil. That guy is a killer? As long as the headshot is enough to kill with one hit. Liu Feng, who thought the sniper rifle was loaded too slowly, muttered to himself, and then continued to slaughter with double guns firing continuously. The enemy had seen Liu Feng's marksmanship before, and the shot was absolutely perfect, so they had to find a way to use tactics to circumvent it, but they were still indifferent. Because no matter how they dodge, every bullet Liu Feng shoots will accurately penetrate the heads of the people around him. The frightening thing is that even if they run in circles, the moment Liu Feng pulls the trigger of his pistol, with a flexible wrist movement, the bullets he shoots will shoot out in a strange arc. Yes, that's right, it's a bullet that can bend. Jesus, how is this possible? What kind of monster are we fighting against? Didn't the leader give an order? Wouldn't there be rescue? Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? If people don't come, our elite troops will be wiped out. The mercenaries were not idiots who wouldn't fight back when they were beaten. The bullets in their hands also tried to pour towards Liu Feng. However, Liu Feng, a man like a monster, is not only superb in marksmanship, but also extremely flexible in body skills. All the bullets shot at him, either dodging their heads or turning around and squatting down. Even when he was motionless, the bullets shot at him passed by him as if they were destined to miss. Just by Liu Feng's glance, you can tell. When Liu Feng was dodging the attack, the bullets in his own guns were not idle. On the way of dodging, he could always grasp the timing of pulling the trigger of the pistol. He moved flexibly and shot accurately at the same time. Like a firestorm on the battlefield. This series of performances can no longer be described as proficient. Even the little wolf girl Laura, who was in the same camp as Liu Feng, was shocked. How did you do it? This is simply impossible to reach the scope of human beings. Liu Feng shrugged and said casually, the world is so big that there are no wonders. You can be a mutant with steel claws, who can self-heal when you are shot by a hail of bullets. My bullets can bend. What's so strange? Liu Feng chose not to answer. Because this is the special ability that Liu Feng got through the super lottery system one day. Bucket of gun. There are 4 known types, including quick gunfighting, gunfighting alpha, gunfighting beta, and gunfighting gamma. Quick gunfighting, characterized by speed, with a quick draw of the gun. The high-speed shooting strikes and suppresses the enemy first, and at the same time, the master will rush to the enemy at high speed with the help of firepower, and start a mixed battle of half-shooting and half-fighting with the enemy. Gunfighting Art Alpha, its characteristic is fire suppression. Use your own judgment to judge the enemy's movement, and then use your own steps and positions to avoid the enemy's attack, and use the gun in your hand to effectively shoot and attack the enemy all possible directions of action. At the same time, on the premise of ensuring these as much as possible, according to the prejudgment, carry out preemptive strikes against the enemies who are about to attack themselves. The gunfighting technique Beta, its characteristic is strange. Its users are good at melee combat, integrate the use of firearms into the fighting, and suddenly fire a cold gun when the enemy is unexpected. One of the masters is also good at concealing guns, and the guns he uses are hidden on his body. No one knows where his guns are hidden when he is not shooting. Gunfighting Gamma, its characteristic is sniping. Ultra-long distance strikes are its biggest feature, and the masters are also good at controlling the trajectory of fired bullets to achieve the goal of precise and efficient strikes. And Liu Feng himself showed it clearly. He knows all the above 4 gunfighting techniques. That's why Liu Feng didn't show his Superman physique in front of the world, but he can enjoy the great appreciation of his New York lights. Only relying on the gunfighting technique, without anything else, you can become a god of death. By the way, when talking to Little Wolf Girl, none of the bullets fired by the mercenaries with their backs to Liu Feng touched even a single inch of Liu Feng's clothes or hair. He dodged the bullets as easily as if he was drinking water, or the kind that drinks a few liters in one go without panting. Okay, now it's my turn again. Liu Feng turned around and re-entered the combat mode. Every bullet fired by the pistol would not be wasted. When the bullets ran out, he casually took out the magazine from the bag prepared in advance and replaced it. Only at this time, the mercenaries can breathe a little bit, and they don't have to die continuously, but it's only temporary, because after the magazine is changed, Liu Feng will turn into a killing god again. After killing more than 40 people in a row, the phone in Liu Feng's pocket rang. But he didn't seem to hear it, and the movements of his hands didn't stop at all. Just like a child who has lost himself in playing games, no external factors can stop his playing time. He's ignoring the phone call. He's crazy right now. This guy is an out-and-out devil. The soldier over there constantly shouted these desperate words. As for Liu Feng, he didn't pay attention to these people, and the gun in his hand never stopped. Just like that, she shot and killed 10 people again. The little wolf girl Laura couldn't bear it anymore, and said, "Your phone has never been stopped. If you don't answer it, you will lose it." "I am annoyed by the ringing," Liu Feng said with a smile. "I definitely have to pick it up. I just want to have more fun. After all, it's been a long time since I played so heartily. Moreover, I don't need to guess who is calling and what his purpose is." Liu Feng's words are not groundless, because his mobile phone is specially made. He can call anyone he wants, but he won't be called by anyone, except for 2 designated people, one who always ruins his playtime. The other is his wife Wanda. According to the current situation, the chances of it being Wanda are slim. That can only be the one who will disappoint Liu Feng, and Liu Feng can't do too much to him. So Liu Feng finally stopped firing the pistol and got through the phone. As soon as it was connected, there was a roar from the phone, "You fucking stop me." If it were someone else who yelled at Liu Feng like that, he might have already disappeared, let alone the red-eyed Liu Feng. It's like kicking a lion in the middle of a hunt, with the kick in the ass. But when he heard the voice on the phone, Liu Feng smiled instead of anger. "Isn't this the voice of my old buddy Arthur? Why did you call me abnormally today? Could it be that he wants to invite me to Washington, D.C. for a drink again? Liu Feng, don't ask me what you know. Every time you fucking leave this kind of mess to me, waiting for me to wipe your ass for you. What's more hateful is that you still don't answer my phone." The yelling on the phone continued. Liu Feng still had a playful smile on his face. "Oh, I was busy just now. Although it's not a big deal, it's just that I had 2 hands with a group of children. How can such a trivial matter deserve the chief of the Washington Police Department to call in person? Children? That's from the military. You wiped out their 200th elite troops by yourself. It's no wonder they don't settle accounts with me, but you're still glib. Are you my boss? If they don't look for you, who will they look for?" Liu Feng was still smiling. It really pissed me off. The other party's anger was like a girlfriend acting like a baby to Liu Feng's ears. After all, this is not the first time Liu Feng has done this. What he has done, I am afraid the fingers of both hands cannot count. The man who called was Liu Feng's boss, Arthur. He is also the chief of the Washington Police Department. Apart from his status as a subordinate, he and Liu Feng also have a very good relationship with each other in private. That's why Arthur couldn't scold Liu Feng like an ordinary subordinate. As I said just now, this is not the first time Liu Feng has made trouble. So there was an agreement between the two that Liu Feng's number would only be called to Liu Feng under Arthur's enforceable order. This means that powerful forces have intervened. And if such a large force is dispatched to settle the situation, it must be Liu Feng's big shot to hold the power. And when this happened, Liu Feng couldn't make it difficult for Arthur, so as long as the phone was connected, Liu Feng had to stop what he was doing. In the end, Arthur could only ask Liu Feng, in short, don't kill military personnel now, get out of there immediately. Also, don't shoot at people when you leave. Okay, I got it. Anyway, Liu Feng glanced at the dozen or so mercenaries who were still alive, and shrugged. They were also killed to the point that there are not many left. Arthur on the other end of the phone wanted to say something, but Liu Feng had already hung up the phone. Throw away the pistol, and then help the little wolf girl Laura, whose injuries are almost healed. The game is over. I believe you have enjoyed enough. Let's go. What kind of ability do you have? In Laura's eyes, even if Liu Feng did such a horrible thing today, she would subconsciously think that this will never be Liu Feng's limit. He is like a super creature with unlimited potential. Liu Feng didn't answer directly. A man should maintain a sense of mystery, shouldn't he? That's the end of the military business. Just like Liu Feng's boss and old buddy Arthur, all the people in the police station were mobilized to wipe Liu Feng's massacre tonight. Some cleaned up the scene, some transported the corpses away, some compensated the owners of the damaged shops, and some dealt with news reports. Now is the information age. Liu Feng has done such a big thing. If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, its influence will expand even more. The police department is quite proficient in these businesses. As for the elite troops slaughtered by Liu Feng, only a dozen or so people remained. Maybe the boss took them away through Arthur's arrangement, but it didn't matter to Liu Feng. They are just flags, and they can't set off any stormy waves. And Liu Feng himself has already mastered gunfighting skills. Gunfighting skills may not be useful to superheroes like Avengers, but it is too easy to deal with mercenaries. Liu Feng crossed his arms and watched the police station clean up the mess. The cell phone in his pocket rang suddenly, and it was still Liu Feng's cell phone that only the 2 designated people could call. Arthur has called just now, so this time, even elementary school students can figure out the problem of subtracting 1 from 2, it's his wife Wanda's phone number. As the saying goes, what is your attitude when you meet someone? Liu Feng saw that it was his wife's number, and before he answered the phone, he had already squeezed out a smile. Hi, my beauty. After answering the phone, his tone became extremely gentle, as if every word in every sentence was carefully selected. Yes, there is a small incident at the police station, and I may not be able to go back until later. Yeah, I'm also very irritable. I'm sorry I can't be with you, dear. By the way, have you had dinner? How about I bring something back to eat later? Okay, I love you too, Mua. Liu Feng looked like a nympho girl when talking to Wanda. The little wolf girl Laura, who was watching all this, couldn't believe her eyes. Liu Feng, who was still treating the military like an ant and taking lives like nothing just now, is actually more tired than the apple pie he ate a few days ago. This is not a little bit of contrast. Regarding this, she couldn't help complaining. You have Chinese blood, so you can change your face in Sichuan opera, right? Liu Feng couldn't laugh or cry, and said, although I don't know where you learned about Chinese culture, I always feel that you are hurting me. Don't doubt it, I'm just hurting you. Laura said bluntly. You don't understand. Be fierce to your enemies and loving to your wives. This is a fine tradition in China. Liu Feng looked a little proud. You, a kid who has never been in a relationship, must not be able to understand this. How about I introduce you to someone in the police station? In the New York Police Department, there are no strong men who can completely control you, but there are a lot of young men. Are you interested? Liu Feng asked jokingly, and the little wolf girl responded with a blank stare. The little wolf girl said so. Liu Feng also lost the fun and stopped teasing her. The 2 returned to Liu Feng's office together, and then 2 police officers escorted Jack, the NYPD chief, into the room. It is somewhat ironic that the chief of the police station, who at least had superficial power in the police station in the past, is now being detained by a police officer who is not sure how many levels lower. Not to mention that he betrayed Liu Feng. Now he really has no face. If it wasn't for the shackles that locked his hands, Jack would have dug a hole with his bare hands, stuffed himself in and buried him. Liu Feng looked at him, unexpectedly not angry. Maybe it was just after chatting with his wife, he was in a happy mood, and Director Jack's betrayal was seen through by Liu Feng from the very beginning. Therefore, Liu Feng just looked at Jack meaningfully, and asked gently, then, my dear New York Commissioner, what happened to make you, who has always been jealous and unselfish in front of me, betray the whole of New York? Jack was silent for a while, and then slowly said, I thought of a lot of excuses to excuse myself, but after seeing you, I couldn't say anything. I'll tell you the truth, there's no particular reason, it's just that, they're paying a lot of money that I won't be able to earn in my many years as police chief. So, yes, as you said, I betrayed New York. I have no complaints about how I should be punished, and I will let you deal with it. I don't know if it was an acting explosion, but Director Jack had a correct attitude. After speaking, he looked at Liu Feng with extremely sincere eyes, as if he wanted Liu Feng to see his repentance. It's a pity that Liu Feng doesn't like this. He doesn't care whether it's true or not, because he has his own rules for doing things. So Liu Feng said slowly, traitors will not be forgiven by others. You betrayed New York. Although you haven't killed anyone, you still have to suffer. So go retire to the Mississippi Delta. There's no one there who can pay you to betray New York a second time, and it's fine to stay. Okay. Jack was taken out. At the last moment, Jack still had this attitude, which at least proved that he didn't act. But as I said just now, Liu Feng doesn't care if he's acting or not. After solving Jack's business, it's Laura the little wolf girl. Liu Feng turned to look at her, and said, you should also know your crime, right? Although you fled after being hunted down by the military, you have killed a lot of ordinary people along the way. There are too many people to count. You still have to accept the judgment of the law. Laura was the first to ask, so I'm going to stay in prison first, right? I didn't expect you to have a decent attitude. That's right, you have to go to prison to wait for the sentence. If I find out that you ran away after making a fuss, I will definitely catch you back with my own hands. Liu Feng said seriously. Little wolf girl Laura did not refute either. After all, where is staying for her? In the prison, at least someone will give him food, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to see the sun tomorrow morning, or waking up to find that his body is full of scientific research pipelines. As long as there is this cheap-looking man who is called the Light of New York, the NYPD is probably the safest place in the world. As for the judgment or something, Laura, who has experienced the storm, will not have any fear. After the wolf girl left, Liu Feng's stomach suddenly gurgled. No matter how strong he was, he still needed to eat. Presumably he had been busy all day and didn't eat much. It seems that there is a new restaurant nearby, which is quite good. Just as he was about to go home, Liu Feng was going to a nearby restaurant to buy some pizzas for Wanda. In the evening, there were not many people in the pizzeria. Liu Feng went to the front desk to order 2 large portions of barbecue pizza, but when he spoke, the other party didn't respond. Liu Feng thought it was because the front desk's ears were not good, and repeated again, is it because my English is not up to standard? Dude, 2 large barbecue pizzas, put more cheese. You are. Instead of answering Liu Feng's question, the other party jumped up and down in excitement, covered his mouth with his hand, and faltered when he spoke. You are Liu Feng, the light of New York, right? The boy who looked 15 or 16 years old asked excitedly. Liu Feng smiled wryly and nodded. It's really you? God? You actually come to this bad meal? Oh no, I shouldn't say that the restaurant I work in is a bad restaurant, although it is really terrible, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I actually such a coincidence, so lucky to meet you. The boy's behavior completely made Liu Feng laugh. Yeah, it's really a coincidence. There was something in Liu Feng's words, because he had already recognized the boy. This kid is a good neighbor in New York who is full of praise from men, women, and children. Nice to meet you, too, Peter. Oh, you, why? I don't seem to have said my name yet. In order to explain why he knew, Liu Feng pointed to Peter's clothes. It says on the work card, Peter Parker, right? If I didn't misspell it. So that's the case. Ha ha ha, let me just say, how could the famous New York light Liu Feng know such an unknown person like me? Hey, I don't allow you to look down on yourself. Children are always eager to be recognized, so Liu Feng patted Peter on the shoulder, giving encouragement as a senior. You are no different from me, Liu Feng said seriously. But you're a hero, and I'm just a nobody. You have to believe in yourself. One day you can become someone like me. Even a hero who is more famous and useful than me. Superhero. Superhero? Me? Really? Definitely true. Silly boy, you are Spider-Man. As the superhero in the history of American comics who can't compete with DC Batman on the popularity list, no one in the entire Marvel universe is more famous than you, Liu Feng said secretly. In fact, no matter how powerful a superhero is, it has human nature in the final analysis. While it has advantages, it also has disadvantages, and it is even weirder than ordinary people. For example, Iron Man Tony Stark, who was a playboy billionaire before becoming a superhero, naturally has a more paranoid and conceited personality. In particular, he is still a genius with attainments in the field of science and technology, and he tastes hurtful words, which is why the story of Iron Man 2 unfolds. Liu Feng also knew some other guys. For example, the 7 weird heroes in Black Robe Pickets, the fake Aquaman Deep Sea will masturbate to the new hero, the fake Superman Homelander is a giant baby without weaning, guy. Although this drama is not a superhero drama in the traditional sense, the heroes in it are more flesh and blood than superheroes in the traditional sense. Every hero has flaws. Liu Feng himself actually has some shortcomings, such as, he's horny, and nipples and asses are more likely to make him succumb than anything in the world. As long as I let him bathe in the sea of women, I will forget about all righteousness and injustice, and saving New York is just a matter of interest. But he wouldn't say that to Peter, but try to encourage Peter. It is true that not everyone can be a good hero. Courage, kindness, and justice are the most important. I believe you can do it, because I have seen such good qualities from you. But you have to discipline yourself with the highest standards, because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Peter Parker listened carefully, especially the last sentence. Finally, Liu Feng concluded, so, promise me that if you become a hero one day, you will be the greatest hero in the world, okay? Peter was very excited. I see, Mr. Liu Feng. Liu Feng became Peter Parker's superhero guide by accident. Even the most classic Spider-Man line with greater ability comes greater responsibility was uttered by Liu Feng before Peter's undead Ben uncle. After picking up the pizza, Peter asked Liu Feng for his autograph before leaving. In order to be unique, Liu Feng wrote in Chinese, and when he handed it over to Peter, he could see the glitter of gold in his eyes. Maybe this will lead Peter Parker to arouse his interest in learning Chinese. Spider-Man who can speak Chinese, well, it's interesting to think about it. After a busy day, Liu Feng finally returned home. As soon as she sat on the sofa, her buttocks were still warm. Wanda jumped up and got into Liu Feng's arms. Liu Feng smiled and hugged her and kissed her passionately. Why is it so late tonight? You're not at home watching a movie with me. I'm bored, Wanda said in an arrogant tone, and nodded Liu Feng's nose. There are a lot of cases today. The police station can't do it without me, so I have to work overtime for a while. After all, I am the light of New York. Can't just take the title and not do business. I also brought you your favorite barbecue pizza. Today's barbecue is almost ready. I also specially reminded the clerk to add more cheese, which is your favorite flavor. Wanda smiled and picked up the pizza, jumping happily like a child. She is the most easily satisfied woman, and also the woman who loves Liu Feng deeply. This is not too bad. I am hungry, let's go eat. Liu Feng nodded and held Wanda's hand for dinner. After eating, Liu Feng and Wanda went back to the sofa in front of the TV. Wanda was lying on Liu Feng's lap. The two watched the movie that Liu Feng owed Wanda. The two finished the movie in front of the TV. Wanda slowly said to Liu Feng, by the way, honey, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. Business trip? Which job? Art director. Yes, you always can't remember my job. Wanda pretended to be angry, and Liu Feng responded with a wry smile, that's because you change jobs too often. If you do one job full-time and do it well, you might become a rich woman, and I'll be your little boy. I'm looking forward to this day. Slick tongue. Wanda said so, but her expression did not show any dissatisfaction. This business trip, I will be away for more than half a month, and I will not see me for a while. Half a month? Such a long time. Liu Feng half closed his eyes, then I'm going to feed you tonight. The next day, in a military base far away from New York, there is still a dim room, and there are still 7 leaders sitting around a round table. Although there was no scene on the screen that resembled the arrival of the Lord of Hell, the heaviness on the faces of everyone present was no less than that of the previous incident. The reason is very simple. Last time we were only discussing how to prevent the devil from killing people, but now it is even more serious, discussing how to get rid of this devil. The latter is more than 1 or 2 times more difficult than the former. Just imagine how to get rid of a guy who is difficult to stop. Use your own military power to encircle and suppress him again? But last time, even the elite troops that I spent a lot of time and energy on cultivating were wiped out, and then I spent a lot of troops to encircle and suppress this guy with 1 enemy and 100? The battle damage is absolutely astonishing? So forget it? Definitely not. Liu Feng alone can make the entire military restless and fearful. Ignoring this matter, how can we inspire the army in the future? And what if Liu Feng, the light of New York, appears halfway through other military operations? This guy is a killer. This time it is a sniper rifle. Next time I don't know what kind of gun it is. Seeing everyone meditating in distress, no one made a suggestion. It's not that there is no way to deal with it, but I'm just thinking about how to deal with it to minimize the cost. The white-haired General Boyd Holbrook, who was sitting at the head of the round table, tentatively broke the immersion. So, have you guys figured out how to deal with it? General Boyd's words were like a reminder, and anyone who couldn't answer them might be punished. Then Major Wilson, the second in command among the 7 members of the round table, said slowly, "Currently, there is no optimal solution. The ones that cost less will not work, and the ones that cost more will outweigh the gains. I can only say that Liu Feng, the light of New York, is too unfathomable." Boyd heard this and said, "How can it be unfathomable? Isn't he just proficient in some firearms? No matter how many firearms a person knows, and no matter how superb his killing skills are, he can't escape the category of human beings. Humans will have shortcomings. He showed his ability in firearms, but this guy's real strength must be more than that. This is what his eyes told me." The second in command slowly analyzed. "In the video last night, what I saw was a male lion molesting ants with its tail. He has unlimited potential, and we must not judge his own combat effectiveness based on the tip of the iceberg he has shown so far. Although the second in command, Major Wilson, was the enemy, he shouldn't praise the enemy in front of his own people. But regarding these, the people present did not have the slightest objection, because the people present were not blind, and all of these people were battle-tested fighters. After years of polishing, they have already learned that they can tell whether a soldier is a good candidate just by looking at the soldier's eyes. After witnessing the massacre of Liu Feng last time through video, yes, they are not blind, everyone is like common sense, and they all gave this guy the recognition of the king of soldiers, even if he is an enemy. Such a guy. It's the best time to remove him before he grows up, otherwise we can only spend more energy on him." Wilson fell into silence, obviously not knowing how to answer. "It's only for us, so the loss on our side will be too great." General Boyd nodded, indicating that Major Wilson did not need to continue talking, and then supported his chin with both hands, and said slowly, 3 years ago, I noticed this young man. He is brave and good at fighting, just like Lu Buletin, the god of war in ancient Chinese books. But at that time, I put all my energy on mutant and ignored Liu Feng. In the face of the powerful mutant and the lack of manpower, I even arranged for someone to throw an olive branch to him and ask him to become one of us." Boyd recalled the situation back then, saying word by word, "But this guy doesn't like the conditions we offer at all. Whether it's a 4-digit number or a 5-digit number, Liu Feng's response will always be only one word, no. We should have sent someone to kill him in the first place. If we could really kill him, it should have been our best chance 3 years ago." General Boyd regretted. "But back then, I spent too much time, money, and energy on mutant. We watched Liu Feng step by step become the so-called light of New York." The third person in the round table said indignantly, "We let him grow up, which is equivalent to watching him become the light of New York, but this guy doesn't want to give us any face. From his point of view, for a mutants 23 whom he has never met, he alone added a few guns to give our elite troops." When he said this, he realized that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly changed his words. "In short, no matter how difficult it is to remove him, we must deal with this unsightly guy in time. Otherwise, today he clashed with us because he got acquainted with X-23, what about next time? X-24? X-25? It's just because of his interest. Don't we want to play with her until we die?" Boyd nodded, expressing approval. "That's right. He must be killed, and arrangements must be made. If we spend too much money, let other forces do it. If you don't do it yourself and need someone else to do it, I think of a way." Major Wilson responded. Boyd said, "Just say it, don't worry about it." After receiving permission, Major Wilson nodded and responded, "Assassin's Guild, Continental Hotel. This is the largest assassin organization in the United States. Don't dare to say anything else. Killing people, they are professionals. We can put a reward on him and let all the killers in the world help us hunt him down. In this way, we can get rid of Liu Feng without wasting time and effort." The Continental Hotel. General Boyd nodded thoughtfully. "It's not too bad. First of all, the Continental Hotel is not a simple hotel name. Behind it, there is a huge assassin guild operating. The hotel is responsible for issuing the reward order and the amount of the reward. In the Assassin's Guild, the assassins who accept the task can check in at the Continental Hotel. Moreover, everyone who stays must abide by the rules, that is, killing must not occur in the Continental Hotel, so the Continental Hotel is also a shelter for killers. In other words, this so-called New York Continental Hotel is an entire hotel where only killers stay. All the customers inside are slaughter kings with countless blood donations on their hands. They are well trained and don't talk about feelings, only money. Even if he is a veteran assassin who has worked in the Assassin's Guild for decades, even if he knows everyone in the entire guild. As long as he is sent a reward order by the Continental Hotel and the amount is high enough, then I'm sorry, no one in the Union will chase you down. The most frightening thing, there is a terrible power behind the Continental Hotel. It is connected to gangster forces in various countries around the world. It's like a network that connects gangsters around the world and becomes a gangster association named after the Continental Hotel. However, the Continental Hotel is, in the final analysis, an organization of illegal killers. Their power is relative to ordinary people. In this Marvel world, there are countless powerful organizations. As long as the time passes a few years later, from the birth of Iron Man Tony Stark, this kind of killer organization is useless, even less useful than Captain America's rival HYDRA. Only now, the Continental Hotel is indeed the best choice for the military. Boyd immediately took the case and decided, okay, call the Continental Hotel to offer a reward. Wilson, you can arrange it, and the amount of the reward is $500,000. Understood, General. Major Wilson saluted General Boyd and stopped the job. After the meeting, Wilson made a phone call. Before Wilson could speak, the other end of the phone said, "This is the Continental Hotel." Major Wilson got straight to the point. "I am Major Wilson, and I belong to the Mutant Research Unit. Today, I need to outsource someone to the Continental Hotel. Please provide your identity information and the amount of the reward." Major Wilson told the other party verbatim what they had learned about Liu Feng after hearing the other party's words. The other end of the phone was silent again, and after a few minutes, they responded. "The transaction is completed. Please confirm the order. Reward target, Liu Feng. Current job, New York Police Department. Reward amount, $500,000. Effective time, effective immediately. Confirmation is correct." After Major Wilson confirmed, before hanging up the phone, there was a last sentence. "The order is confirmed successfully. The bounty has started to be generated, and it will be released immediately. When the bounty task is accepted by the killer, the Union will call again notify you. Please pay attention. This is the Continental Hotel." After receiving the order, a woman wearing a short white shirt, a black skirt, curly hair, glasses, and tattoos all over her body, including her fingers, ended the call. Then, stepping on her black high heels, she walked slowly into an archive room where countless folders were stored. He began to look for Liu Feng's archives from the file racks on the wall and in the rows of drawers with codes written on them. In the classification and screening, he was found in a short while. Opening Liu Feng's file, the records in the Continental Hotel were originally extremely detailed, so detailed that the target knew how many times he had been in love and what jobs he had done. But when it comes to Liu Feng, there are only a few pages in the file. Liu Feng, male, works in the police station, known as the Light of New York, a Chinese-American mixed race, and raised a pastoral dog. Even the bounty handler who wrote down the poor people who were rewarded with his hands in countless suns and moons, like a judge who decides life and death, couldn't help but be surprised. This mixed-race man named Liu Feng, how can he have so little background? But this is not what the handler cares about. All she has to do is put Liu Feng's name on the reward list. So, she skillfully turned on the computer, entered Liu Feng's identity information, and finally, pressed the enter key. The computer instantly displayed, "The bounty has been issued and is being sent successfully." For a split second, it was like a sudden solar eclipse. In the last second, people in the United States were still doing their own things, playing, working, and lingering with their partners. But just the second after the reward was successfully released. Diddy, it seems that this text message rings all over the world at this moment. At least 1 out of 10 people in New York has received this message. They turned on their mobile phones at the same time, lowered their heads to check the information, and when they read the information, they all showed the same dignified expression as if they were carved out of a mold. Then I get back into life mode and get back into what I'm doing. A man in a black suit with a beard and a homeless hairstyle also received the message. He also agreed to show a dignified expression when reading the message. He looked at the man's message and read the last sentence, "Dog lovers. John, what's wrong?" His girlfriend appeared at the door. "It's nothing. I received a message from my previous job. They may have forgotten that I'm retired." John Wick turned off his phone and straightened his tie. "Having retired and still texting you habitually? It seems that you really did your job well before." The girlfriend hugged John's neck, leaned forward, and kissed his face. So, not very powerful." John Wick stroked his girlfriend's hair and replied casually, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. But how could his girlfriend know that the man in front of him who was all eyes on him was a man who was once a member of the Assassin's Guild, and he was frightened just by hearing his name. Daredevil John Wick, the targets he killed could form a small town. He is proficient in firearms, and can even turn everything around him into a weapon, as long as he has the idea of killing someone. The most terrifying record was killing 3 people with a pencil. If it's something you're not interested in, forget it. Hurry up, let's go. My friend Sarah's wedding is going to be late. The girlfriend took John Wick's hand and left the house. The bounty has been released successfully, because the amount of the bounty is not too high. Therefore, many people will weigh again and again before making a judgment on whether to accept the task, except for John Wick. Now John Wick doesn't care if there is any money in the reward, because he has already retired for his girlfriend, and he still opens the text message subconsciously. He was concerned about whether the man who was offered a reward by the union would affect his and his girlfriend's daily life in the future. Also, Liu Feng has raised dogs, and John Wick is an old dog lover. However, although John Wick did not accept it, the union has no shortage of killers who will accept the task. Sure enough, less than 20 minutes after the reward was announced, Major Wilson, who was still at the military base, received a call from the Continental Hotel Killers Union. Still a female voice. The reward you posted has already been accepted. We will solve your burden as soon as possible. We will call you for the follow-up situation. I wish you a happy life and less enemies. Is this the work efficiency of the killer union? After closing the phone, Wilson couldn't help muttering to himself, but that was all his appreciation. The United States, New York, Liu Feng's home. It's been 6 days since Wanda's business trip today. Liu Feng is alone in his home, and he still doesn't know about the bounty offered to him. He didn't wear any clothes, just wearing shorts, on his balcony, wearing earphones, listening to music, basking in the sun, living a very leisurely life. Sunshine, music, beautiful scenery, nothing more than heaven and earth. While listening to the music, a translucent text box suddenly popped up in Liu Feng's mind. Today's lottery chance has not been used. Do you want to start the lottery draw? Draw a lottery. Liu Feng chose without hesitation, but there was no excitement in his heart, because this was something he would do every day for the past 6 days, and he was beginning to feel bored. The most important thing is that in terms of lottery, Liu Feng's face is very dark, very dark. The lottery draw is successful. You have won. Want broken bing bing. With a blank expression on his face, Liu Feng stretched out his hand to grab today's prize from midair, folded it in half, and licked it. Liu Feng is indeed boring, and he doesn't have much hope of reporting. Checking in every day to draw a lottery, just like drinking water to go to the toilet, has become a routine for him. Although the act of drawing a lottery should give the person an extremely stimulating psychology, after all, he doesn't know what he will get. As I said before, the super lottery system bound by Liu Feng can draw lottery every day, and the prizes range from real objects to abilities. Maybe pull out a Thanos glove for yourself one day, and it's possible to kill half the world with a snap of your fingers. But Liu Feng is really a non-chief physique. The 6 days of smoking are all useless things. Prizes like his well-hidden Superman physique, and the almighty gun-fighting technique that was brought to the extreme to win him the title of Light of New York. None at all. 365 days a year, 3 years in a row and 1,000 times in a row, the number of times of breaking the magic rank is very few, and the rest are all trash. Liu Feng has already become numb. It's like the Coca-Cola he got yesterday. At least it's not expired, and it can be used to drink. The day before yesterday, he got a toe cramp for 2 minutes, which completely stunned him. The Superman Constitution is probably the best reward in the system. Liu Feng sighed while sucking Wong crushed ice. After all, he is DC's own son, the first superhero in the history of American comics, and the spiritual pillar of the United States. The upper limit of strength in the comics is also ridiculously high. It's just my Superman physique, and I still need to slowly improve my comprehensive ability by basking in the sun. This is why Liu Feng often comes to bask in the sun. After all, Superman's super ability is because the red sun in Superman's original planet exploded. After coming to the Earth, he got the strengthening after being exposed to the brilliance of the real sun. This is why Superman will not die if he is thrown into the sun, but will become stronger. Your burning is not as fast as his upgrade. Although the upgrade is very fast and easy, the upper limit of the Superman bug is really too high. This is equivalent to playing a 900 level game character. If you farm monsters a day to get a third of the experience bar, it will take at least a few months or even a few years. Fortunately, basking in the sun is not a costly thing, and it's good to bask in the sun every day. And thanks to the Superman physique, Liu Feng's figure became very good once he got it. Liu Feng stayed in the sun for a long time before changing into clothes and heading to the police station. Good morning, Officer Liu. There are still all kinds of greetings along the way, and Liu Feng, who is the Light of New York, naturally responded with a smile and said hello. By the way, since the last incident, nothing earth-shattering has happened in the police station, and even rape and murder cases are decreasing. The only cases that the police station solves all day long are theft, family disputes, cats and dogs missing and other negligible small cases, which are really not even interesting. Liu Feng would often give it to the new police officers to practice their skills, and he usually would not do it himself if it was not a big deal. Because of this, Liu Feng also taught them a Chinese proverb: how can you kill a chicken with a bull's knife? Whether they understand it or not is their own business. Anyway, Liu Feng likes to fish. There is also the matter of the chief. Since the Trader Jack was dropped by Liu Feng to the most remote state of the United States, the General Administration has also sent a new director named Jax. The new director, Jax, is a black boy, tall and thin, honest-looking, and very serious in his work. He belongs to the state of a top student after graduation and work. He also respected Liu Feng very much. Obviously he had heard a lot about Liu Feng's deeds before coming here. After all, he is the light of New York, how could everyone not know about it? Liu Feng also tried to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. He is now, even when he goes out to buy pizza, he can happen to be recognized by the part-time Spider-Man Peter Parker. In the original world, the only ones who can enjoy these are the little fresh meat cuts who play embarrassingly on the screen. Fortunately, in the United States of this world, people admire more powerful people. In short, there should be no problem in the police station at present. Satisfied with this, Liu Feng walked straight into the office and sat down on a chair. He wanted to look up any special cases recently, but found nothing. At this time, Liu Feng thought of Laura's case. Liu Feng directly called his subordinates over. After a while, a little man came over. "Good morning, Brother Liu, is there anything I can do?" This is Liu Feng's capable policeman, Chen Long. Because he is of mixed race like Liu Feng, so he has extra care for this man who has the same Chinese blood as himself. Chen Long has always lived up to him, he is very serious in his work, and he is the best underling under Liu Feng. I heard that his parents named him Chen Long in order to pay tribute to Jackie Chan, the glory of the Chinese. For this reason, Liu Feng also wants him to be his right-hand man. And now, Liu Feng needs to ask him about that day. "Do you remember the case 6 days ago? The woman I arrested for murder, Laura Kinney?" Liu Feng asked. "I asked you to handle it. How is the progress?" He remembered that he was the one who asked this subordinate to deal with this matter, so he called him over specially. Chen Long did have an impression, and responded to Liu Feng, "Yes, I sent someone to send it in. Check the records to confirm." "Okay." A few minutes later, he came back and said solemnly, "Brother Liu, something went wrong. Laura Kinney was not taken to prison, and she was taken away that day." Liu Feng's face changed when he heard this. "Have someone taken him away?" "Well, that's what the record says." "I see." Liu Feng regained his composure, and waved his hand to let the policeman leave. Chen Long wanted to say something more, but he knew Liu Feng's character well, so he left. Liu Feng picked up his mobile phone and made a call deftly. "I'm Liu Feng. I don't need to talk about the polite words. Let me ask you, why didn't Laura Kinney go to jail 6 days ago?" It was Jax on the other end of the phone. As the new director, he was at a loss as to what Liu Feng said about Laura Kinney, but he still respected Liu Feng and did some research. After the investigation, he responded, "It is true that he did not go to prison, but was taken away. Let's see who transferred it." Liu Feng had a tough attitude. Although Jax didn't know who this woman was, and he didn't know why Liu Feng went to such lengths to find this information, but he obediently followed suit and got the result. It was found out. Liu Feng asked, "Who is it? What organization?" Jax replied, "Washington Police Department Headquarters." "Are you sure?" Liu Feng frowned. "It's the General Administration." Jax responded, "That's written in the transfer order, and it's also stamped with the General Administration's seal. There will be no mistakes." "I see, you continue to do things." Liu Feng hung up Jax's phone, and made another call, which was Liu Feng's direct supervisor, Washington Police Chief Arthur's personal phone. "Liu Feng? What's wrong?" Arthur asked. Liu Feng asked, "Did you know that the Washington General Administration took Laura Kinney away?" "Laura Kinney? That's the woman you wanted to send her to prison after you messed up?" Arthur asked, and Liu Feng answered patiently that he was right. It also added, "My original intention was to let her stay in prison with peace of mind, but it turned out not to be like this. And this incident shows that it is related to the Washington General Administration." "I never gave such an order," Arthur said decisively. Liu Feng responded seriously, "Because I found out that the transfer order came from the Washington General Bureau, so I think you should know about it." "No, I'm at a loss for that," Arthur responded. "Okay, I understand." Liu Feng immediately hung up the phone and sat alone in the office, thinking about all this. Someone took the little wolf girl Laura away privately, and they were able to do this kind of thing under Liu Feng's nose, using the order of the General Administration. In the whole of New York, no, in the whole of the United States, there are only a few organizations that can do these things, and it is ability's extremely terrifying organization, and it is targeting Liu Feng. Soon, the new director Jax called back. Liu Feng answered, and Jax responded. "Liu Feng, regarding the matter of Laura Kinney, we checked the surveillance and found that although the transfer order was from the General Administration, in the video surveillance, the person who took Laura away was not someone from the General Administration. Sure enough, there is a force doing things." Fortunately, Liu Feng understands all the plot trends of the Marvel Universe, including all parties. If it was just those few forces, Liu Feng could count them all with his fingers. So he said, "Call out the video and send it to me, and I will review it myself." Okay. After a while, Liu Feng's special mobile phone received a video. Liu Feng has seen people from the General Administration, those in the surveillance video are obviously not. And when the crooked strike landed on the ground, there really appeared a figure holding a bow and arrow that Liu Feng was very familiar with. Hawkeye. Liu Feng recognized him right away, but now, one of the members of the Avengers. He obviously hasn't earned the title of Hawkeye yet. In other words, at this point in time, he still doesn't know what organization he belongs to. Liu Feng rested his chin with his hands. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly became sharp. He muttered to himself, as if talking to the enemy, "Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or HYDRA, if you dare to break ground in Taisui, you will give me the price. I do not know how long it has been." Laura regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and found herself sitting on a chair, her hands and feet were locked by chains, and she was surrounded by a closed environment made of glass. Although she is in a closed environment, she can see what people outside are doing, but she completely isolates herself from the outside world. It's just that the situation outside the glass room is not much better. Looking around, there are countless people in white coats, medicine bottles, and scientific research equipment. They keep their heads down and work like a robot, but they don't know how many people will be killed by the scientific research results in their hands in the future. As a mutant, Laura, who was born and raised in this environment, subconsciously felt sick. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a bald head walked over slowly, approached Laura slowly, then opened the door of the glass prison and walked in. The bald head looked at Laura with his hands behind his back. "Hi, Miss Laura, I'm Baron Strucker, welcome to the HYDRA organization. Or do you prefer to be called you, X-23? Strack asked with half-closed eyes. Laura stared coldly at Strack's lack of response, and he continued, "Yes, we've done a lot of homework for you, we know a lot about you, and you're very interesting." Strucker said, his eyes seemed to be shining. "Look at you, adamantium claws, powerful self-healing ability, wolf-like agility and ferocity, excellent killing ability. You are simply your father Wolverine Logan, the perfect successor. The 22 clones before you all failed, only you, the 23rd, only you have perfectly inherited Logan's super ability? You also know why, right?" Strucker asked Laura something in his words. Laura didn't say a word, expressing that she didn't want to respond, and Strack continued, "The DNA of Dr. Sarah, who was in charge of your experiment back then, is also all over your body. You have as much in common with Sarah as you do with Logan. So, you are the biological daughter of Dr. Sarah Kinney and Wolverine Logan." Laura was silent, obviously knowing about this a long time ago. Baron Strucker raised his head like a madman and raised his hands high. "Perfect Wolverine's genes? How amazing? How amazing." Laura looked at Strack coldly. "You brought me here, who is about to go to prison, to praise me in front of me, right?" Strack also understood what the little wolf girl meant. He came to Laura with a smile and stroked her heroic face. "Oh, yes, we do have a purpose." Because the little wolf girl's hands and feet were locked, she couldn't cause damage to Strucker, so he could be more presumptuous. "For a talent like you, we will invite you to join us." "Join you?" Laura said disdainfully. "A theater actor leads a group of guys in white coats, living in a dark laboratory all day long. Sorry, I'm no longer a 10-year-old girl who loves to play house games." Laura directly rejected Baron Strucker. "Do you think you have a choice?" Baron Strucker's expression changed suddenly. "Just imagine, we have the ability to bring you here from the New York Police Department. Even if you escape today, we also have the ability to prevent you from seeing the sun tomorrow." The so-called organization will only exaggerate. Even Liu Feng dare not confront him face to face. They will only make small moves behind the scenes. What's the point? Laura's attitude remained the same. "Liu Feng? That policeman called the Light of New York? Do you think we HYDRA are afraid of such a small person?" Strack smiled exaggeratedly. Laura responded, "A man who can carry a sniper rifle and beat the crap out of the military troops chasing me is at least more deterrent than your bald head. Laura Kinney, your vision is still too narrow? You don't understand current affairs, and you don't know how to choose stronger allies and forces." Strack still carried his hands on his back. "Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Forget about that brat Liu Feng. Compared to our HYDRA organization, he is an ant. So, let me ask the last question, would you like to be one of us?" Strucker does final thought work to Laura. After pondering, Laura said, "You guys really look like idiots." Strack's smile froze on his face, and then he withdrew his hands. Looking at Laura with cold eyes, "Unfortunately, if you can't be friends, you can only be enemies. We have to let you taste the pain first." After saying this, Baron Strucker turned his head and waved his hands before leaving the glass cell. Afterwards, the entire translucent cell was filled with red light, and the sound of the machine running began to echo in the glass cell. Immediately afterwards, on the chair where Laura was sitting, a few pairs of tentacles-like mechanical arms suddenly appeared, but the arms were not hands, but needles. Countless needles slammed into Laura's skin. The potion inside had been injected into Laura's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pain filled Laura's body, and her mind became confused. Immediately afterwards, the chair made a crackling electric current, and the next moment, the electric current suddenly entered Laura's body, and she wailed heart-piercingly. The United States, New York, inside the police station. The only useful clue in the whole video is Hawkeye. If you find him, you will find the little wolf girl. Now Liu Feng has to use his trump card, the Superman physique. As I said before, the upper limit of the Superman's physique that Liu Feng drew was ridiculously high, but he had to bask in the sun all day to upgrade and become stronger. And according to the growth of these years, Liu Feng's current level can already reach the level of Superman in the Bronze Age in DC Comics. Not to mention other things, just hearing and eyesight. Now Liu Feng can center on the New York Police Department and perceive everything in New York that is almost 1/3 of the file size. Inside a small house in suburban New York, Clinton was awakened by the sun. He stretched his waist and habitually stretched out his arms to the left, but felt lonely. It seems that the wife has woken up. Clinton thought he was waking up late, but he glanced at the alarm clock next to the bed, but couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that it's not me who is abnormal. After walking out the door, The first thing I heard was the sound of cartoons playing in the living room. My sharp eyes caught my daughter in front of the sofa, and then I heard the sound of frying meat coming from the kitchen. Clinton walked into the kitchen, wrapped his hands around the waist of his wife who was cooking, and couldn't help saying, "Mrs. Barton, you don't have to get up early in the morning to cook, do you? This is the standard time for housewives to wake up. You always leave early and return late. How can you understand?" His wife spoke without looking back, with a hint of complaint in her tone. "I understand that I've been busy with work recently, and I don't have much time to spend with you, mother and daughter." Clinton put his hands on his wife's shoulders and turned her to face him. "I promise you, I will be with you mother and daughter all the time in the past few days, and nothing about work will disturb the time of our family of 3. Okay, I believe you." The wife wrapped her arms around Clinton's neck, kissed his face, and then the two embraced. When Clinton was hugging his wife, his gaze happened to be looking at the lawn outside the window. His powerful eyesight instantly caught a figure. "Wife, continue cooking." Clinton let go of his wife's hands, and instructed, "No matter what happens later, don't leave this house." "What's wrong?" The wife was a little puzzled. Clinton responded, "A guest came to visit. It should be for me." Clinton went to the living room and kissed his daughter's forehead, then put on his coat and walked out the door. Liu Feng had already been waiting outside the lawn for a long time. "You are quite slow. You work in the New York Police Department, the beloved light of New York, Liu Feng, right?" Clinton looked at Liu Feng with some doubts. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Clinton Francis Barton, let me ask you, did you carry out a mission a few days ago?" Liu Feng asked. "The one about Laura Kinney." "Laura Kinney." Clinton thought for a while, then responded, "Sorry, this is classified, no comment." "I don't care if it's classified or not." Liu Feng looked calm. "I am a New York policeman, and you are suspected of impersonating someone from the General Bureau and taking my prisoner away. You have to tell me where he is." "Impossible. The procedures for the transfer order we obtained are legal." "It's not legal on my side." Liu Feng took out a file. "Do you need to take a closer look?" Clinton, who has excellent eyesight, can easily see the things above. He really didn't need to read it, because his organization just imitated the stamping, and it really didn't have the approval of the general administration. "I belong to." Before Clinton finished speaking, Liu Feng interrupted directly, "I don't ask what you belong to, I just ask where my prisoner is." Clinton didn't respond. Liu Feng continued, "Don't tell me, right? Your wife and daughter are inside, right? You don't want to see them get into trouble, right?" Referring to his family, Clinton's eyes became sharp. "Are you threatening me with my wife and daughter?" Liu Feng looked indifferent. "So what if I threaten you? I am an official police officer of the New York Police Department. What about you? Illegal organization or a shady organization? And do you know who you took away?" Liu Feng spoke to Clinton in a condescending manner. "That's the one I promised to keep. I don't care what you and the people behind you are capable of. If you offend me, I will make you pay the price." His eyes seemed to burst into flames at any moment, and the sense of oppression was constantly released from him, like an angry dragon in Western mythology. For a moment, Clinton was silent. Liu Feng continued, "Silence is useless. You are suspected of impersonating the police station and using the power of the police station. What you committed is a national security crime. As a policeman, I have the right to arrest you." Liu Feng clapped his hands and gave orders to the police officers who had been waiting for a long time. S.H.I.D.L.D base. Nick Fury is sitting in the office, with piles of documents on the table, and his hands never leave the computer mouse and keyboard. The things on the display are the files sent to him by agents below level 7 in SHIELD roughly. There are 2 to 3 digits, and they are also the daily affairs of SHIELD. Among them, each email records a different case. Although it is carefully written by the agent, the content in it is really complicated and needs to be screened in the vast text. Fortunately, Nick is used to this kind of work intensity. Even though he only has one eye, it does not prevent him from filtering unimportant information in the computer. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Director Nick, this is Natasha Romanoff." Nick stopped what he was doing, rubbed his only remaining eye, and said, "Come in." After obtaining permission, the door was opened, and a woman in a black combat uniform, with slender legs, a protruding figure, and curly red hair walked in with a document. "You look serious. What happened?" Nick Fury asked. "Something happened to Clinton, and it's the NYPD." Natasha Romanoff stepped forward to place on the table the papers about Clinton being taken away by the NYPD. Natasha Romanoff and Clinton are very good friends. Nick knows this, and she will show such a dignified expression when something happened to Clinton. Seeing this, Nick Fury picked up the document brought by Natasha Romanoff from the table and read it. After learning the seriousness of the matter, he frowned instantly. "It's because of something like this. Why are you acting so surprised?" Natasha Romanoff pointed to a place on the document and asked. "They said that Clinton was arrested because he pretended to be the headquarters and transferred the criminals from the New York Police Department. Wasn't it your order?" "I have not issued such an order. The events of the last few days have almost bored me to death. How can I have time to reach out to New York to catch a criminal?" But the New York Police Department has evidence, showing that Clinton did transfer the prisoners of the New York Police Department with a transfer order that did not belong to the stamp stamped by the Washington General Bureau. "I see, I didn't issue the order, but forging seals is indeed something S.H.I.D.L.D can do," Nick responded unhurriedly. Natasha Romanoff then guessed, if the order was not from you, and it was from us, then there is an insider in SHIELD. Nick narrowed his eyes, then put his hands back in front of the computer, deciding to check Clinton's mission records for the past week. After checking, it was found that 6 days ago, Clinton did receive an order from SHIELD. The content is to transfer a woman named Laura Kinney to the New York Police Department with a transfer order from the Washington General Bureau. The so-called transfer order is indeed stamped with a fake S.H.I.E.L.D seal, but the person who gave the order was indeed not Nick, it was an agent named Grand Ward with a level of 7. Nick Fury remembered this guy's appearance. He was a young man with a fairly sunny appearance, and Nick didn't expect that the problem would come from him. Seeing this, Nick frowned. It seems that there is really a ghost in SHIELD. Hastily said, send someone to arrest this Grant Ward, and wait for me to interrogate him personally. There is no need to send anyone else. Clinton is my good friend, the guy who framed him. Let me capture him myself. Natasha Romanoff immediately said, he can't escape. Then leave it to you. Nick Fury stood up from his office chair, put on his favorite black coat, and prepared to go out. As for me, I have to go to New York to settle this matter. NYPD. Clinton had been in the interrogation room for 3 hours. During this time, no one came to interrogate him, or to announce to him that things were cleared up and that he was now free to go. He felt a little impatient in his heart, but he couldn't help it. He could only stay like this until Liu Feng, the light of New York who brought him here, didn't give any orders. On the other hand, Liu Feng in the office, he seemed very calm, even making tea leisurely. Chen Long, who was more anxious than him beside him, had repeatedly boiled water and made tea for him for 3 hours, but Liu Feng never left the office except to go to the bathroom. Tai Guanyin, a famous Chinese tea, is very good, try it. Liu Feng asked Chen Long lightly, then picked up the teacup, blowing the heat gently, and then slowly drank it in his mouth. Chen Long shook his head, expressing his refusal, and then asked curiously, Brother Liu, we have arrested that guy named Clinton pretending to be the general administration for so long, why didn't we go to interrogate him? No rush. Liu Feng put down the teacup, still in an unhurried state. The people behind him haven't moved yet, we just have to wait. The person behind. Liu Feng's answer made Chen Long even more confused. What kind of person is behind Clinton? Liu Feng sneered, a group of people who can't make waves. S.H.I.E.L.D base, in an agent office. Grant Ward, who was in charge of giving Clinton the command of the general administration, was packing up his things at the moment, and by the way, copied some valuable secret information into a USB flash drive to take away. While Grant was packing up, his computer suddenly flickered as if it had been hacked, and then a video image appeared on the display. In the video, is a man wearing a black suit and a black crow hood. Grant saw the other party and asked, Code 7? Why are you making a video call to me at this time? My mission has been completed and I am about to run away. In the video, the man in black whom Grant called Code 7 shook his head and responded lightly, your identity has been exposed, and Nick Fury is sending people to hunt you down. I know, so I'm getting ready to run. Everything is arranged, Grant said. Okay. The man in black nodded and continued to ask, where is your destination? Florida, the plane in 3 hours, private jet, the flight can't be found out. Very well, then pack up your things and leave as soon as possible, so as not to get caught. The man in black reached out to turn off the video, but stopped at the last moment and said, HYDRA hail. HYDRA hail, Grant Ward echoed. The man in black turned off the video and took off his hood, revealing the curly brown hair anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D would recognize. This man is Nick Fury's second in command, Alexander Pierce, who is Nick's most trusted. Then he made a call with his mobile phone, and after connecting, he said unhurriedly, his destination is Florida, and he will be killed when he lands. Got it. The person on the other end of the phone replied. After hanging up the phone, Pierce, the man in black who was troubled by these trifles, stretched out his hand to rub his temples, and couldn't help complaining, this guy, Strack, doesn't do things rigorously at all, he always makes me wipe his ass. NYPD, Liu Feng is still drinking tea, he looks as leisurely as if he is on vacation, not a police officer who has just arrested a suspect. At this time, police officer Chen Long came in, and the door was still closed, and said, Brother Liu, there is someone looking for you outside the door. It is a black man with a blindfold. Liu Feng seemed to know who it was, and nodded without looking back, let him in. Chen Long spread the word, and Nick Fury just stepped into Liu Feng's office. It wasn't until Nick entered the office that Liu Feng turned the office chair to face Director Nick. Nick Fury found that Liu Feng didn't feel any disturbance after seeing him. Not to mention anything else, just his own blindfold. The first thing others see should be surprise or curiosity. But Liu Feng didn't, as if he knew all about his background. Nick half closed his eyes, walked forward, sat opposite Liu Feng, and said, Hello, Liu Feng. Liu Feng nodded, and also poured a cup of tea for Nick. Just tell me, you want to take Clinton away? That's right, everything was a misunderstanding. Liu Feng raised his hand and interrupted him. There is nothing to say, Clinton Barton. It has been confirmed on our side that he was transferred away with a forged general administration stamp. Although he didn't know, maybe he was framed or something, but this is indeed a crime. As a people's policeman, it's not too much for him to sit in prison, right? I think we still have room for negotiation. Nick's expression remained unchanged. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth slightly raised. Okay, what do you want to talk about? You get the information you want, and I'll take him away. You're dreaming? Liu Feng leaned forward slightly, staring at Nick Fury sharply. First, he did break the law. Liu Feng looked at Nick and raised a finger. Liu Feng's eyes were as sharp as a sword, and then he raised his second finger, saying, "Second, he broke my promise. In my territory, bring the woman I promised to protect her to me. You still want me to let him go if you don't know if he is dead or alive?" Nick was suddenly passive. His original intention was to tell Liu Feng S.H.I.D.L.D. the truth about the inner ghost in exchange for Clinton's freedom. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng directly raised the bargaining chip. He meant to make Nick pay enough. You're good at negotiating. Nick, who is used to strong winds and waves, naturally won't be frightened by Liu Feng's sudden eruption of deterrence. He closed his eyes and said calmly, "But I have to take him away." Nick then rested his chin on his hand and continued, "Now you should be more eager to find the woman you promised to protect her. Although I don't know where she is, I can tell you where our S.H.I.D.L.D. base is." Nick gave the first condition. "Because the insider is in the base, and I have already found out his identity, I can tell you the same." This is the second condition Nick gave. Nick said, "2 compensations offset 2 mistakes, I think it's fair. So you should also be sincere." "No." Liu Feng looked into Nick's eyes, and said with a firm attitude, "Clinton must go to jail with me, there is no negotiation. Negotiations are not like that." Nick lowered his voice, "Do you want me to tell you the information you need first, but I don't even have the right to take people away? What about your concession?" Liu Feng said word by word, "If you tell the location of S.H.I.D.L.D.'s base and the content of the insider, his sentence can be reduced. If the information is correct, Clinton only needs to serve 1 year in prison." Nick and Liu Feng looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Nick loses and responds, "You win." Nick Fury knew very well that Liu Feng was now in a rage, and an angry person could not negotiate with others. He had to appease Liu Feng's rage before he could fight for Clinton. "I can give you the address and the information of the ghost. After I find him, I don't care what to do with him. I don't interfere with the follow-up matters. You can find your woman yourself." Liu Feng didn't talk to Nick, but called Chen Long over. "Treat this guest, treat him to drink Taiguanyin, and let him leave on his own whenever he wants to leave." After leaving these words, Liu Feng got into his car, started in 5th gear, and drove in the direction of the S.H.I.D.L.D. base that Nick Fury mentioned. The speed of the car is very fast. No matter how good the driving skills are, no one can say that he can gallop on this kind of track without accidents, but this is not a problem for Liu Feng, who owns supervision. In fact, Liu Feng can directly use the flight ability in Superman's physique to reach the S.H.I.D.L.D. base at the speed of sound, but he doesn't want to do this, otherwise his ability will be exposed. So he had no choice but to put ability on the transportation of normal human beings. The current Liu Feng has maximized his vision and hearing in his Superman physique. On the other hand, Grant Ward, whose identity has been exposed, has already packed his things. Leaving S.H.I.D.L.D., traveling to the airport, boarding the plane, everything is designed to be perfect, no one will find his trace. The moment Grant boarded the plane, he was free. But he ignored one person, the man who valued reputation more than life, Liu Feng. He has captured everything with supervision. His eyes turned cold in an instant, and he muttered to himself, "No one can escape unscathed after offending me, even if you run to Tianya Cape, you can't escape." Liu Feng controlled the steering wheel with his left hand, and took out his special mobile phone made for him from the mobile phone with his right hand. Select the authority, turn to the bottom, and open the highest authority. Select the satellite mode, skillfully input the 9-digit number in the pop-up password lock, and then a text is displayed on the phone. "The ultimate satellite God's Eye, at your service." Liu Feng first extended his vision to the information on the screen in the cockpit of Ward's private jet. Knowing the flight track and longitude and latitude coordinates of the private jet, he quickly operated the phone with his fingers and entered all the information he got. The next moment, there was a beep from Liu Feng's mobile phone, and a real-time surveillance video was sent to Liu Feng's mobile phone, just like a camera outside a private jet. The real-time coordinates of the plane are displayed on the mobile phone, and based on the flight trajectory, he has 3 possible destinations. The probability of Florida reached 97%. Liu Feng did not hesitate to use this authority. The principle is that Liu Feng directly mobilized a huge amounts of satellites to follow up on this private jet in real time. Yes, use satellites to keep an eye on it. Suddenly, Liu Feng's cell phone rang, and Liu Feng answered the phone while getting in the car. As I said before, this is a special cell phone, and there are only 2 people who can make this call. And Liu Feng had just used such a thing, so it was self-evident who the other party was. After the call was connected, Arthur on the other end yelled, "Liu Feng, are you crazy? You actually have the permission to use the Eye of God." Liu Feng continued to drive without responding, while Arthur couldn't help complaining, "I always make a scene out of interest. You are happy. Have you ever thought about my feelings? Other times it might be out of interest, but not this time." Liu Feng finally spoke. Before Arthur could respond, Liu Feng continued, "Laura Kinney, the woman I rescued 6 days ago, I promised him that I would protect her safety. I made a promise." Arthur had time to respond, but chose to remain silent. Because Liu Feng mentioned the word promise. He knew Liu Feng's character well. I also understand how important commitment is to Liu Feng. Now I just need to find that bastard, find him and ask Laura's whereabouts, then find Laura, give her a shelter, and fulfill my promise. Liu Feng, who was driving, had a tough attitude. After a long time, Arthur's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I see. Arthur knew that Liu Feng's personality was like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten acquainted with Liu Feng either. After Liu Feng hung up the phone, he slammed on the accelerator to accelerate the car. The roar of the engine, like the restlessness in his blood, roared one after another. Florida. Grant Ward was not in a good mood. Because a few days ago, Baron Strucker, the boss of the HYDRA organization, arranged for Grant to go to the New York Police Department to find a woman named Laura Kinney and bring it to him. Grant felt that such a trivial matter was not worth letting himself go. So they hacked the computer of Director Nick Fury, forged a stamp of the Washington General Administration, and made a transfer order. Later, as SHIELD Director Nick Fury, he arranged for a young man named Clinton Barton to get things done. Everything was supposed to be seamless. Who knew that Clinton Barton, a powerful agent of S.H.I.D., could be locked up by an ordinary NYPD officer? Even more outrageous. Just because an agent of Clinton was arrested, he was able to make trouble with the director Nick Fury, which exposed Grant's identity and had to run away. Although the escape route was prepared in advance, it is a bit uncomfortable to suddenly leave the S.H.I.D. base where you can eat and drink spicy food. Grant left the airport with his luggage on his back. However, as soon as he got off the airport, Grant noticed that something was wrong with the people around him. As HYDRA's undercover agent in S.H.I.D., Grant naturally has a certain anti-detection ability. Not to mention that he is currently on the run, and his nerves are already highly tense. In this state, he quickly noticed that there were fragments of men in black suits with black sunglasses around him, and their eyes glanced at him from time to time. At other times, it may be that I am too sensitive, but definitely not in special times. There is only one answer that can explain this, and his whereabouts have been exposed. But how could it be exposed? I obviously have anyone? Son of a bitch. Grant Ward suddenly remembered that he had indeed told someone his destination. The man in black called Code 7 who spoke to him in the name of HYDRA. The man in black is also a member of HYDRA, that is to say, Grant has been abandoned by HYDRA. They want to kill Grant before they get caught by S.H.I.D. Grant didn't expect such a thing to happen. He cursed, and without a word, he carried his bag and ran to a place where there were few people. Now he can do nothing but run away. The agents who were assigned to deal with Grant immediately realized that Grant had discovered their identities when they saw this scene. Grant walked through the woods in the suburbs. Behind him, countless men in black shot themselves, and the bullets flew over constantly, passing by Grant every time. Some bullets pierced Grant's bag, and the dollars inside flew out, but the men in black still didn't stop chasing them. They only wanted Grant to die. Grant fled in the direction of the safe house, where any weapon could be found. As long as he reaches there, it is equivalent to returning to his exclusive camp. As long as you go back to the safe house, no matter what happens, you can solve it easily. Unexpectedly, a bullet suddenly hit Grant's calf, causing him to lose his escape ability, staggered and collapsed to the ground. Now is the time to flee. The adrenaline secreted by his body makes him fight against the pain. He drags his legs, and the cold feeling keeps coming. As a result, the second shot hit Grant's right foot, and now Grant completely lost his escape ability. At this time, the footsteps behind Grant were no longer hurried, and the people in black seemed to have stopped chasing, and just followed behind him slowly. These beasts are playing with themselves. One of the men in black walked up to him, holding a silencer gun to his forehead, and looked at Grant with dilated pupils with a stern expression. HYDRA hail. Son of a bitch. With a bang, the gunshot rang out. But it didn't come from the gunshots of pistols, but from sniper rifles. It was not Grant who was headshot, but the man in black holding a silencer gun. Is there anyone else here? The other men in black were shocked. They didn't expect that Grant would have a helper. The commander among the men in black hurriedly shouted, "Find the enemy, quick." As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the head of the commander in black exploded, splashing blood all over the floor. A gun is sure to hit? How can there be such a shooting technique? The remaining people in black looked around with their guns, trying to find the enemy, but they were often headshot before they had time. The last man in black finally saw the direction of the enemy, a man of some Asian descent carrying a sniper rifle. If the man in black pays attention to current affairs, he will know that he is known as the sharpshooter, the light of New York, Liu Feng. Immediately afterwards, the bullets from the sniper rifle took away his last light. Grant witnessed all of this, and he couldn't be happy at all after being rescued, because he knew that a character with such marksmanship was not here to save him. Grant Ward. Liu Feng carried a sniper rifle and walked step by step in front of Grant, who was injured in his calf. "I'm here to make you pay the price." 2 hours ago, at the S.H.I.D. base, Natasha Romanoff, who was about to capture Grant Ward, looked at the empty office with a blank face and clenched her fists. Immediately, she turned on her cell phone and called Nick Fury. "I'm late, Grant has left S.H.I.D., and I don't have any way to find out his escape path." Nick Fury's voice slowly came from the phone. "It doesn't matter, let him go." "Why? Natasha Romanoff was very puzzled. After all, Nick was also a person who refused to admit defeat, and said, if we don't find this ghost, we won't be able to find out the ghost of S.H.I.E.L.D. This matter is no longer under our control. It can't be the case. Grant is the one who put Clinton in jail, and we should make him pay the price. Natasha Romanoff still couldn't swallow this breath after all. Nick Fury said slowly, don't get me wrong. Although I said that this matter is out of our control, the man who chased Grant was no less angry than us. The man after Grant. Natasha Romanoff repeated. Nick said, that man who is as angry as a volcano will make him suffer. Now, what? A miserable scream echoed through the woods in the suburbs of Florida. This was the scream from Grant Ward, and it was naturally Liu Feng who caused all this. Although he saved Grant Ward's life, it was not out of kindness, but to let the beast obediently tell Liu Feng what he wanted to know. So after Liu Feng killed the men in black who were chasing Grant, he shot Grant in the leg with a pistol, and began to question him. Laura Kinney, where is it? Grant Ward wailed a few times, resisting the pain and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Bang bang bang. 3 more shots hit the other leg, and Grant wailed, but still refused to speak. Naturally, Liu Feng would not stop there. Liu Feng squatted down, pulled out a tactical dagger from his tactical boots, and pointed it at Grant's hand. Before Grant could react, Liu Feng directly stabbed him down. This time, Grant's palm was pierced and his hand was useless. A piercing pain ran through Grant's brain. Where is the woman who was taken 6 days ago, Laura Kinney? Liu Feng pressed Grant's palm with one hand, grabbed the dagger with the other hand, and pulled it towards his wrist constantly. Grant's palm was directly pulled by Liu Feng and divided into 2 bloody halves with the middle finger as the middle boundary. I said. Stop. Finally, the pain overcame the reason, and Grant gave up. Liu Feng's hand came off the handle, and he didn't help him pull out the dagger. He said coldly, say. Enduring the pain, Grant Ward said, I don't know where Laura Kinney was imprisoned by our people, but I still remember where they asked me to send him. They took me to the ECU chemical plant. It's an old abandoned factory in the upstate of New York. I swear in the name of God, I'm not lying. His oath was useless to Liu Feng. Liu Feng looked at him expressionlessly. But when Grant was speaking just now, Liu Feng activated the supervision brought by the Superman physique reward obtained in the lottery, and one of the skills is clairvoyance. The clairvoyance allows Liu Feng to see Grant's heartbeat. When a person lies on the verge of death in order to survive, the heartbeat will beat faster than normal. But there was no change in Grant Ward's heartbeat just now, which proves that he did not lie and the information was absolutely true. Grant hurriedly begged, I told you everything? Please, take me to treatment. I'm going to die. You're a policeman, right? You won't die without help, right? I said it before. Liu Feng raised his pistol and pointed at the wide-eyed Grant. I want you to pay the price. After speaking, Liu Feng pulled the trigger without looking at it. With a bang, Grant was shot in the head without even leaving a last word. ECU chemical plant. Liu Feng constantly recited what Grant said, the destination where Laura was sent there. Then he left the woods, got in the car, ignited the ignition, started in 5th gear, and sped again at the limit of the vehicle. No human being dares to drive like this, but the supervision brought by Superman is different from the hearing Liu Feng. Just like a professional in a racing rally, because the human brain cannot divide the work, a driver is needed to control the car, and a navigator is needed to control the distance between the car and the track, which is equivalent to one limb and one it is the brain, the combination of the two. Liu Feng, on the other hand, combines the two into one, both the brain and the limbs, with a Superman physique. But no matter how strong the ability is, the ability possessed by Liu Feng at this moment still cannot surpass the perverted level of Superman in the Silver Age who is racing against time. He still has limitations, he can only play to the best state that human beings can achieve, and he cannot do things that will change his fate. So, when Liu Feng came to the ECU chemical plant that Grant mentioned before his death, he scanned it with supervision and found that the building was empty. Nobody but Grant wasn't lying. In other words, it wasn't that he wasn't here, but that he had escaped. Always one step slow at the critical moment, Liu Feng was really angry this time. He has had countless battles in his life. The enemy is also strong and weak, but Liu Feng can always beat the crap out of the opponent. Unexpectedly, the opponent this time is a waste who can only run away. Don't dare to confront them head-on, they are often the guys who get the information in advance and run away. Liu Feng clenched his fists tightly, and with Superman's heat vision, he seemed to burst out lasers from his eyes at any time. HYDRA, you guys really pissed me off this time. Yes, Liu Feng, who knows everything about the Marvel Universe, definitely knows that the enemy is the HYDRA organization. He also knows that most of HYDRA is undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D, and that they are the evil villains, the enemies of the superhero, who have known it all along. But for a long time, what they did had nothing to do with Liu Feng, and they were all in a state of not violating the river. Liu Feng himself definitely didn't bother to eradicate such an organization. But this time, the group of HYDRA challenged Liu Feng's bottom line again and again. They play their game has nothing to do with Liu Feng. Can he run on Liu Feng's head and act like a demon? Arresting people in front of Liu Feng, and always hoodwinking Liu Feng before getting close to the target? You like to strategize, don't you? Good at giving orders one step at a time, right? I will let you know who is offending. Liu Feng was already furious, this was the most terrifying state in his life. The HYDRA organization, everyone, will have to pay. Liu Feng took out his mobile phone and entered Director Arthur's number. After a few seconds, Arthur answered the phone and asked, Liu Feng, you're calling at this time. Could it be that your matter hasn't been resolved yet? What do you need me to do for you? Equipment or manpower? No need. Liu Feng lowered his voice, I just need to talk to one person. Arthur asked, the person who needs me to transfer? What is the identity and what is the name? Former director of S.H.I.D.L.D, Alexander Pierce. S.H.I.D.L.D base, in Pierce's office. Pierce, who had just called Strack an hour ago to move base immediately, was rubbing his temples and thinking about wiping that idiot Strack's ass. At this time, the phone in the office rang. Pierce glanced at the number, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. He subconsciously thought it was someone from HYDRA, so he answered it. Who? Pierce asked tentatively. HYDRA hail, Chief Pierce. Who would have thought that the joking tone on the other end of the phone gave Pierce a big blow? Pierce's face darkened, and he lowered his voice and asked, Who are you? You know who I am. Don't you think you have me in the palm of your hand? Liu Feng on the other end of the phone had a disdainful tone, as if condescending. Pierce understood in an instant that the caller was the guy known as the Light of New York, Liu Feng. But he still pretended to be stupid. I don't know what you are talking about. You may have made a wrong call, or misunderstood something. I don't have time to play dumb with you. I just want to ask, where is my man, Laura Kinney? You only have 2 minutes to answer me. Liu Feng asked. Sorry, I'm not an organization here to find someone. If you want to find someone, I suggest you call 119 for help. Pierce still pretended to be stupid. Don't tell? Nick Fury is still worrying about finding the ghost right now, right? Do you believe that I can expose you and the other snake heads? Liu Feng said coldly. Pierce fell silent on the other end of the line. 1 minute left. Liu Feng started the timer. Pierce remained silent. 40 seconds. Liu Feng reminded, the technology is so advanced now, the speed of sending text messages should be faster than the speed of you escaping S.H.I.D.L.D. 20 seconds. Liu Feng's tone changed, tinged with ferocity. 10, 9, 8. Stop. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Although I really don't know what you're talking about. But I heard you just said that it was Laura Kinney, and I just checked the records and found that Laura Kinney was transferred from the ECU chemical plant to an abandoned building outside New York. Address? Liu Feng asked. Southern Texas. Hearing the name, Liu Feng immediately drove to the destination. Before hanging up the phone, he left a sentence, if I arrive and disappear, you will see what an angry monster is. Texas. Before Liu Feng found the ECU chemical plant in upstate New York, the little wolf girl Laura was bound to the new base by Baron Strucker who received the news. Originally, Strack didn't take that guy Liu Feng seriously, but no matter how confident he was, he couldn't stand up to his boss, Pierce. Pierce warned Strack. You must never take risks with Laura Kinney, a precious experimental subject. If you don't have a direct conflict with Liu Feng, you won't have a conflict. So Strack had to follow suit and transfer X-23, who was Laura Kinney, but in essence he still looked down on the little guy like Liu Feng. The base is not in New York this time, but in Texas. It is very easy for Strack to transfer. Their bases are all over the United States, even in countries other than the United States. HYDRA's people are very organized, so it is easy to transfer. The choice here was also strongly demanded by Pierce, asking him to move to the safest base. On the surface, this is an ordinary abandoned building. In fact, it is a fully armed ultimate barrier. Speaking of attack, rockets, armor-piercing shells, and automatic machine guns mounted on the walls are waiting. As far as guarding, the gate is made of titanium alloy, and landmines are regularly buried around the base. The only tunnel that can enter the inside of the base is also equipped with deadly laser infrared rays. Not to mention people, even if a bird enters by mistake, it is impossible to survive. Even if Liu Feng could find it here, he would never even be able to get in through the door. Not to mention trying to break out from HYDRA's top agents and rescue him. In the eyes of Baron Strucker, this is the most perfect barrier in the world. Liu Feng is an ordinary police officer. At most he has a little bit of marksmanship. A guy who has been overly deified. Even if he finds this place, it is definitely wishful thinking to break through this absolute barrier. The weapon has been upgraded successfully, and it can be used at any time. As if adding wings to a tiger, an agent told Strack the good news that the equipment upgrade was successful. Strack nodded, all put into use. As the HYDRA members hustle and bustle, Baron Strucker watches as Laura Kinney, who has been tortured and passed out, is put into a new cage box. This is a closed space specially made by Sterix men. It is also made of titanium alloy and equipped with a gravity system. People imprisoned in it, no matter how good their physical fitness is, will become exhausted and unable to use their strength. But that guy named Liu Feng was able to chase us into our base for this X-23. It seems that you have great value. Standing outside the box, Strack looked at Laura and muttered to himself. Although it's a pity to lose the base, fortunately, with the new Wolverine, Laura Kinney, I can get more research results. Rumble rumble? Suddenly, the entire base shook violently. Then there was a burst of huge amounts of sound from outside the base, like a sonic boom. Everyone in the base panicked. The panic is not loud. It's that they can't tell what kind of sound it is. It is neither a missile nor a tank, but it brings a strong shock. Strack felt a little moved. If something goes wrong at this time, Could it be Liu Feng? Whether it's him or not, I will make the intruder come and go. Strack grabbed a heavily armed member and said in a deep voice, take a few people to see what's going on, and kill all the intruders. Yes, Baron Strucker. The agent nodded, and then summoned several other people to go outside the base with him. There are more than a dozen agents in the team. The entrance to the base is a dark tunnel, and the agents are constantly walking forward with submachine guns and night vision goggles. Originally, the tunnel was pitch black, but the agents have night vision glasses, so it should be that they are in the light and the enemy is in the dark. However, in the process of moving forward, all the agents felt the same fear. Like moths that keep approaching the flame, obviously thinking about something that is beneficial to him, but when he gets closer to the goal, he feels the burning of the goal. This is a powerful biological force field, also known as the absolute field, enough to make the agents' bodies issue a strong warning. Don't go any further. Otherwise, life will be over. But it was too late when they realized all this. Boom! The tunnel next to the agent burst open. Gravel splashed, and a tall and mighty figure appeared in the dark tunnel hole. The agents looked together. In night vision mode, you can see that person clearly. Superman? This is the confusion of the agents after seeing the figure, but what they see is not some superhero role-playing. Because the man is floating in the air, and he has a strong figure outlined by tights, like a real Superman, like a god. Shoot, shoot, shoot. One of the agents was the first to realize the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly directed everyone to pour fire, but obviously, he hadn't fully realized the seriousness. Bang bang bang! Countless bullets were fired at the god floating in midair, but what was frightening was that all the bullets were clearly crushed the moment they touched the surface of his body, including the red and blue uniform. Flatten and fall to the ground? Bullets can't go through him? Really the indestructible Superman. How the hell is that possible? The agents obviously couldn't accept the fact in front of them. Because this is completely beyond their worldview? The superhero in the comics is floating in front of my eyes at this moment. No one can accept the impact of this scene. The agents' brains froze in an instant, and the only thing they could do was to constantly pour the bullets in their hands at that person, as if this would expand their chances of survival. But it was still indifferent. As long as Liu Feng uses this ace ability, puts on the Superman uniform, and activates the Superman mode, it goes without saying he is a god. In the hail of bullets, Liu Feng's body with a strong deterrent just moved slowly in midair, slowly approaching the agents. He let the agents use all their strengths and remained indifferent, but slowly approached them, feeling the extreme fear of the enemy in front of the real him. It's like a hungry lion slowly approaching the sheep. The sheep try to resist, but what are the horns to the lion? One of the agents had a nervous breakdown as Liu Feng expected, and fled without looking back after throwing away the gun. This was indeed the smartest decision he had ever made in his life. The other slow-moving agents also followed suit after seeing it. As long as they are individuals, they can understand all this. Do you want to try to attack the shield that cannot be broken no matter what? Liu Feng watched them run away with their heads in their arms, the corners of their mouths raised. His body leaned forward slightly, and then, floating in midair, he produced an acceleration, and the flight speed exceeded the speed of sound in an instant, and suddenly sprinted towards the fleeing soldiers. Its sense of oppression is like a humanoid missile falling from the sky. It was a sonic boom again, one loud bang after another. Liu Feng directly collided with his body, and the agents were all bloody and turned into fleshy residue. It turned out that the loud noise just now was the sonic boom produced by Liu Feng flight's speed exceeding the speed of sound. Tesla also felt it. This is a fucking attack. But what kind of weapon can make such a sound? Soon, Tesla got the answer. The big screen in the middle of the base is the monitoring at the entrance of the base. In the dark tunnel, a figure flashed out like a screen flashing. It was a perfect figure in a red and blue tights with huge amounts of S on its chest, but its head was an ordinary human with eyes. The fuck is this? Superman from Hero Comics? Strack wondered. Yes, Strack didn't recognize this person as Liu Feng at all, because the glasses he wears are Superman glasses given by the system. Just like the effect in the Superman film and television works, as long as anyone wears glasses, this person is a different person in the eyes of other people, and no one can recognize it. Strack doesn't recognize who it is, just that it's an idiot who plays Superman most of the night, but even so, he knows it's not easy to mess with. Superman Liu Feng slowly approached the door, and then, as if visiting someone's home, he stretched out his right hand, protruding out his middle knuckles, and knocked 3 times on the giant door made of titanium alloy. Boom! At the first sound, the huge amounts of vibration seemed to be hit by a train traveling at 400 kilometers per hour. Boom! The second sound increased the intensity. This time it was not a train, but more like the feeling of everyone sitting on a ship being swept away by a 10th level typhoon. The whole base is shaking. Boom! At the third sound, countless gigantic cracks appeared on the titanium alloy gate, from the center of the beating to the edge of the gate. Strack's eyes widened. He panicked. He didn't have time to think about the scientific nature of things at all, and he didn't have time to think about why the content in the comics was moved to reality. He can only try his best to fight against this Superman who doesn't know the truth. Try your best to resist Superman? So he hurriedly ordered, set up the door with a 20-level defense. Level 20 defense, this is a form that will only be activated when a natural disaster occurs. What kind of concept is this? Even if an earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic eruption occur at the same time, the gate of the base will never be breached. Following Strucker's order, a red alarm echoed in the base, and the gates outside the base fell one after another. One represents 2 levels, that is to say, there are 10 giant titanium alloy gates. But this was not over yet. Countless machine gun systems appeared from all directions outside the base, forming a circle around Liu Feng at the gate, and then opened fire. Strack in the base watched Liu Feng on the screen being shot by countless machine guns. However, why is there no blood in the state of being shot by machine guns? Superman has a body of steel that is harder than bullets. Could this guy also? Before Strack could finish speaking, he saw the man on the screen, not only not dead, not bleeding, not being decomposed, but also slightly raise your right fist. The next moment, with an acceleration, Liu Feng punched it away. Speed is quality. Under the sonic boom, the machine gun shatters. The consecutive combined punches that followed not only shattered the machine gun, but even the monitor was directly broken by him. Destroy with bare hands. The screen flashed, and Strucker lost Liu Feng's information. Then, bang. There was a crackling sound. Strucker already sensed that something was wrong. Boom. There was another violent crash and crack. It's the same as the impact, just 3 times. If I had to say the difference, it would be that the shock this time was the combination of the 3 times just now. Yes, that was Liu Feng knocking on the door. Knocking on the door is just an appetizer. What Liu Feng is playing now is the real highlight. Seriously, punch it out. The titanium alloy giant door shattered directly, leaving only slag. Boom boom boom. Liu Feng didn't slow down flight's speed, nor did he stop the movements in his hands. The violent collision made the world tremble. 1 punch, 1 door, 9 punches, 9 smashes. He kicked open the last door. Boom. The gravel turned from the shattered giant gate flew directly into the base, causing everyone to panic. Strack, who was on the inside of the base, panicked even more, because Liu Feng had already come to the outside of the base. There are not so many doors separating the inside and outside of the base. What does this mean? It means that he has come to the living room, so he almost entered your room and stabbed you. Shoot, shoot, let's all fucking fire. Strucker shouted hysterically. He believed that there was always a weapon that could pierce him. The outermost agents in the base heard the instructions, and everyone started to follow them. The firepower is pouring. The agents here are all elite level, although they can't shoot with a 100% error tolerance rate like Liu Feng, but they are definitely outstanding in terms of firearms proficiency and killing. Bang 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 bang. What echoed in the base were all kinds of artillery fire, and every blow hit Liu Feng's Achilles heel, or the Achilles heel of normal people. The firearms used by the agents are also different. Machine guns, pistols, submachine guns, sniper guns, machine guns, everything. But anyway, the result is the same, nothing useful. Chest, abdomen, lower body, head, this man's whole body. There is no place that can be pierced by bullets. A sense of despair gradually flooded everyone's hearts. Strucker commanded, use armor-piercing bullets. Armor-piercing bullets can crush even a fucking tank. I don't believe I can't kill him. Strack also delusional to obtain the last hope of survival. But Liu Feng proved that, not to mention armor-piercing projectiles, even rockets launched by him will be caught by him and then crushed to explode. The flames produced by the rockets spread around Liu Feng, said to be flames that could devour everything, but to Liu Feng it was just a wisp of dust, blowing through without taking anything away. Impossible. Impossible? How could such a thing happen? At this moment Liu Feng is in Superman form, and Superman is the god on Earth. Facing the artillery fire, Liu Feng continued to float forward. He looked down at the crowd of mortals below, and said, it's useless. To others, what Liu Feng said was like the whisper of a demon in the depths of hell, condemning everyone present to death. I will make you, all of you, pay the price. Liu Feng directly accelerates flight. Sonic boom punch. A large hole was directly shaken out of the hit area. But he hasn't stopped yet, with acceleration and various combination punches again, like a never-ending engine. Strack sat slumped on the ground, his eyes widened. He witnessed all of this, the slaughter of mortals by gods. Then, looking at him, he came to the titanium alloy door on the inside. At the moment Liu Feng is only a door away from Starek. Liu Feng still kicked the door down. Strack still refused to admit defeat, and suddenly pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, huge amounts of explosions swallowed Liu Feng. This time the explosion was comparable to a small nuclear bomb explosion. Strack himself has to hide in the prison where Laura Kinney is held, so as not to be affected. Because Laura Kinney's prison is made of just the right material to withstand it. The small nuclear bomb of the new research should be able to kill. Strack muttered to himself, doubts already appearing in his tone. This is what HYDRA used to destroy an entire city. If he and Laura hadn't each had their own extremely safe protection, there would probably be no survivors in this entire base. Available in this case. Liu Feng, still floating in the air. Even true nuclear bombs can't kill Superman. Can small nuclear bombs help? Fuck you. How is this possible? Looking down at Strack, Liu Feng flew to Laura's prison door, grabbed it with both hands, and pulled it left and right, like pulling a package, tearing the titanium alloy door into a human-shaped crack. He came to Strack's side, and the oppressive feeling instantly made him sit down. Liu Feng squatted down, looked at him, and said, dizziness is normal, it will be very fast. As Liu Feng spoke, he put his hand on top of the trembling Strucker's head. His palm, this is the most terrifying weapon in the world. Ah. Strack finally yelled heart-piercingly and fearfully, and then Liu Feng exerted a little force in his hand, and the result was self-evident, the plasma burst. A few minutes later, Laura woke up in the box. Just after waking up, Laura found that the firmly locked door in the box she was in had become distorted, and there were blood and flesh residues all over the ground. Still in doubt, Laura saw a figure with huge amounts of appearing. Liu Feng looked at him and smiled kindly. Hello, Laura. Liu Feng wears Superman glasses that can hide his identity, so Laura can't recognize him. Laura's sharp claws grew out of her palm with a bang. Although the prison made her unable to exert strength, she still looked at Liu Feng vigilantly. Who are you? An American comics fan who plays Superman? Laura asked. Liu Feng raised his mouth slightly, and said, It doesn't matter what my identity is, what is important is that I was sent by Liu Feng, and he has been looking for you. Laura still had some doubts in her eyes, until she saw the scenery outside the door. Through the door, corpses were strewn all over the field, and blood flowed into rivers. Regardless of whether it's Liu Feng's person or not, at least this guy really came here after killing everyone in HYDRA, so he shouldn't hurt himself. And one thing is very important. This guy, like Liu Feng, gave people a strong sense of oppression. Let's go. If you don't trust me, just follow me. If you find something wrong, you can escape at any time. Liu Feng knew the character of Little Wolf Girl very well, so after leaving such a sentence, she left without looking back. Laura was stunned for a moment. This guy, how come he speaks the same as Liu Feng? After getting out of the cage prison, Laura was surprised to find that the outside of the prison had been bombed full of pits and corpses. The inside and outside of the prison were like two completely different worlds. Scared? Liu Feng asked. Laura shrugged. I've been killing people for as long as I can remember. So, the two people who were used to seeing casualties walked through the corpses and left here. And the moment they left, on the floor, a camera outside the explosion range of the small nuclear bomb glowed red and turned to Liu Feng. At the same time, in a deserted base, a freeze-frame image of Liu Feng and Little Wolf Girl appeared on a super screen. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene appeared. On the screen that no one was operating, the screen suddenly flashed spontaneously, and then letters appeared one after another in the center of the screen, and finally, two words were formed, Superman, interesting. The next day, the location of the abandoned building was still there, but it was no longer the best base for the protection measures organized by HYDRA in the past. Instead, it was razed to the ground. The investigators of HYDRA, under the leadership of Pierce, conducted a large-scale search of the surrounding area for instruments or scientific research results that could be used. The results were disappointing. The building above the base has collapsed due to the underground fighting, and the so-called underground base has long since been penetrated. There are crater weapons destroyed by bombs and corpses piled up like garbage everywhere, and they constantly emit a disgusting bloody smell. Looking at the pile of corpses, none of them are intact, and it is not bad if there are those who can retain their complete appearance. Don't even think about the limbs being intact. In some corpses, the upper body was still lying on the ground, but the lower body appeared in the pit 2 meters away. Everything cannot help but make people think, what kind of weapon can cause such casualties? It's not like nothing has survived here either. For example, the cage that was designed to hold Little Wolf Girl X-23 is still standing there unmoved. It was on the cage that even a small nuclear bomb could not destroy it. There appeared 2 human-shaped cracks that were torn apart by unknown weapons, which was a bit of a drama. Liu Feng, did the ability really cause all this? Pierce couldn't help but mutter to himself. To be honest, when the HYDRA agent who was chasing and killing Grant Ward was destroyed, Pierce knew that Grant had been found by Liu Feng first. And according to Grant's character, as long as Liu Feng tortured him a little, that guy would tell everything. So he called ahead of time to inform Strack, that sloppy idiot, to move the base and not risk the Little Wolf Girl Laura Kinney. As a result, as soon as he finished playing with his front foot, he received a call from Liu Feng on his back foot. Ability contacted Pierce, and knew Pierce's identity as the leader of HYDRA. He even threatened to undercover other members of the HYDRA organization in SHIELD. At this time, Pierce had already begun to have a little wariness about him. After Liu Feng began to press for the address of the new base, Pierce waited over and over again and said, because the new base is equipped with the best defense measures and weapons in the entire United States. Not to mention Liu Feng alone, even if he called all the people from the New York Police Department, there would be no return. But after telling Liu Feng the address, Pierce could no longer contact Strack. That's why Pierce called someone over to check the situation here. Boss. An agent came to Pierce holding a tablet and a pair of Bluetooth headsets with a microphone, and said, "It's Dr. Zola." Pierce took the computer and Bluetooth headset. The screen is weird, like a black screen. But the moment Pierce put on the earphones and got the computer, the screen suddenly typed one letter after another to form a sentence. The content is, Superman, Liu Feng's ally. You mean, apart from Liu Feng, the one who destroyed our base was a Superman from Hero comic. Pierce felt like an idiot when he said that. Pierce knew that Zola wouldn't joke with himself at this moment, but he couldn't help but wonder after hearing this about the comic book character. Sure enough, after Pierce asked a question, the tablet in his hand flickered, and then a video appeared. The content of the video records that a man is wearing a cape, a red and blue uniform, and a huge amounts of S is depicted on his chest. Floating in midair with glasses, he looks like a Superman guy. Facing all kinds of artillery fire, it hit the inside of the base. This Superman went through all the trials and tribulations, reaping lives like cutting straw. Then he came to Strack, put his hand on Strack's head, and finally squeezed it hard. A character and ability that only exist in comics, how could it be? It wasn't just Superman from the comics that Pierce was horrified about. More importantly, this Superman is quite different from the setting of Guangming Weian in the comics. This is a Superman who can kill people, and this is the scariest thing? In the comics, aliens with moral constraints become the superhero that everyone loves, but what if such a setting is removed and then put into reality? Just thinking about it makes me creepy. After the video finished playing, a sentence appeared on the tablet: "We have provoked an enemy that cannot be provoked." I am not talking about Superman, but the police officer named Liu Feng. Pierce responded flatly, "So, tell me, what decision do you have?" The starting point is still not Superman, but Liu Feng. Dr. Zola slowly typed his response on the screen. No matter how powerful his super friend is, as long as Liu Feng is killed, everything will be solved. What about his super friend? Pierce asked. This buggy guy razed our base to the ground without any injuries. Who knows what his friend will do when he dies? I read DC Comics before I put my consciousness on the internet. So I know as well as anyone in the world who has read the comics that Superman has weaknesses. Dr. Zola continued. In short, when Superman appears in the real world, other things naturally exist. Like Superman's deadliest weakness, kryptonite. I can help you locate locations on the Earth where kryptonite has appeared or is most likely to appear through the internet around the world. It is your task to find it. All in all, my plan is to find kryptonite first to prepare for the confrontation with Superman, and during this time I can get rid of the policeman named Liu Feng. Pierce pondered for a moment. It is easy to make a plan, but if you want to implement it, you have to prepare a lot of things in combination with realistic factors. After making various choices, Pierce nodded and said, "Then do as you said." Pierce turned around, called a higher-level HYDRA member to give instructions, and asked him to pass on the message to the lower-level agents. From this moment on, all the agents stop their work and start to search for kryptonite and assassinate Liu Feng as their mission. The mission code name is Chow Chow. Inside SHIELD, Nick Director Nick Fury is holding undercover Grant Ward's autopsy report. The cause of wounds and death was a gunshot wound, and the cause of fatality was a gunshot wound to the head. In addition, the bodies of other people appeared in the woods of Florida at that time. After checking the files, it was found that these people were all well-trained killer agents. Director Nick definitely understands that this is the inner ghost Grant Ward who was mercilessly abandoned by his organization after the incident, and arranged for someone to assassinate him. Unexpectedly, a third party, Liu Feng, came out. This kid can really hit the target. Nick Fury couldn't help but praised Liu Feng. No one has ever been able to truly interpret the adjective of 100 shots and 100 hits, because there will be errors in every attack, and once a mistake is made, it is absolutely impossible to hit 100 shots and 100 hits. Liu Feng, this kid, may be the first real hot hit in history. This can be easily seen from the autopsy report. Except for the ghost Grant, all of the bodies had only one muzzle and were fatally wounded. Even the accuracy of his marksmanship is so exaggerated that the radius and depth of wounds on different people are the same at that part. In other words, even if there is an error in the distance controlled by Liu Feng's each shot, it will never deviate to the extent that the naked eye can see it. What kind of terrible marksmanship is this? Even given a non-moving target, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find more than 5 people who could do it. Not to mention, Liu Feng killed people who could run away and move. Grant's boy's body had too many wounds, and he might have been wounded by the killer arranged by his organization before he was killed by Liu Feng. Maybe he kept his mouth shut for a while and asked Liu Feng to torture him to extract a confession before killing him. Natasha Romanoff, who was standing opposite Nick, couldn't help but said, "Although the ghost is dead, Clinton has to go to jail for a year because of this. I still can't swallow this breath. I know how you feel, but we shouldn't take our anger out on Liu Feng. After all, in a sense, the problem with the whole thing is ours, SHIELD. Don't worry, Clinton won't go to jail for nothing." His appearance woke me up. Nick Fury turned the office chair and looked at the busy agents outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Squinting his eyes, he said coldly, "Tell me, how many ghosts are there in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha Romanoff followed his gaze, then fell silent for a moment, but still shook her head and said, "To be honest, I don't have the ability to tell." Nick Fury put his hands on his chin, and said slowly, "Only you and Clinton are the people I trust the most. Now that Clinton is in prison, you are the only one I trust the most. I doubt even." Nick looked into Natasha Romanoff's eyes and said seriously, "The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by the ghost. How can I help you?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "It's time for cleaning." Nick sat up straight again and said, "My plan is, NYPD. Beep beep beep." Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, was watching American TV dramas in the office, but was suddenly interrupted by the ringtone of his mobile phone. After seeing the caller's number, Liu Feng was not in a rush, but picked it up slowly. "Hi, do you want to order takeaway?" Liu Feng joked after answering the phone. Arthur on the other end of the phone said solemnly, "Don't make trouble, I have something serious to ask you." "You ask, hurry up, I'm watching a TV series, and I saw the part about having sex, and you called me right away." Liu Feng complained a little bit about his dissatisfaction. If I waste more time, I won't be sure whether who will chat with you later, think with my upper body or my lower body. Upon seeing this, Arthur cut straight to the point. That day, about Superman. Yes. Liu Feng replied. Is that what you're going to explain to me? Arthur couldn't help but rant. Didn't you already know that man is Superman? What else do you need me to tell you? Talking about his Man of Steel? Super flight, supervision and heat vision? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a DC comic and read it back? Or should I buy a copy for you? Liu Feng answered casually. Arthur on the other end of the phone really wanted to fly over and give Liu Feng a headache. No matter how I say it, I am also the boss. Even if this guy doesn't have respect, he should take himself seriously. But he still suppressed his anger and said as calmly as possible, I'm definitely not asking this shit. I'm wondering, why does Superman, who only exists in the comics, appear in the real world? Arthur went on to add, and, what is your relationship with him? How much can you make him do? If he gets angry, do you have the ability to limit him like that? You want to ask too many questions. Liu Feng yawned. Brother, do you know what kind of character we're talking about? According to the manga, that guy can use the earth as a dumbbell as long as he gets angry and exerts his limit. Arthur couldn't help raising his voice. We are nothing but ants to him. If we don't know his details, not only the people of the United States, but people all over the world will live in fear of position. Okay. Although he still felt casual, Liu Feng finally spoke, which made Arthur heave a sigh of relief. The Superman you're talking about is my friend, and that's all I'll tell you. Did you not understand what I just told you? Arthur asked. Yes, I understand, but I've said it all. He is a good friend of mine. Unless he wants to tell me the questions you want to ask, I have no way of knowing them. Liu Feng explained. Really don't know anything else. Arthur repeated. Definitely, Superman and I are just friends. He is also relatively low-key. He likes to wear glasses to hide in the crowd. Sometimes I can't tell the difference. Then how can you convince him like this to help you deal with the enemy? Arthur asked. I told you, we're friends. Liu Feng took Arthur's question calmly. I couldn't find Laura Kinney that day. I was so angry that I called my super friend. I owed someone a favor for this. I'll have to treat him to a drink next time. As if guessing Arthur's next question, Liu Feng spoke before him. Don't even think about asking him to help you solve the battle through me. He doesn't like to get involved in the military. On weekdays, my hobbies are helping to pick up kittens that ran up trees and so on. Arthur on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and said, You really don't reveal any useful information to me. Liu Feng expressed helplessness. It's just that I don't know much. After all, I am just a small person, otherwise I would have saved the world with my super friends. Knowing that he couldn't learn anything useful from Liu Feng, Arthur had no choice but to hang up the phone. Before that, he mentioned a few words. You must not cause trouble for me again these days. There is an old saying in Huaxia that people don't offend me and I don't offend others. I will give you an in-depth analysis of the meaning of this sentence some other day. Hearing Liu Feng's response, Arthur, who knew that this guy would not make him feel at peace, only hung up the phone after gracefully leaving a sentence of fake to make fun of himself. Liu Feng ended the call and didn't continue to watch the American TV series, because the little wolf girl Laura had already come to his office. This little girl always had a stern face. She couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad, but Liu Feng asked with a smile, How is your body recovering? The little wolf girl just looked very cold, and she didn't have a low EQ in the face of Liu Feng's concern. She just shrugged and responded, I didn't suffer much injury at first. But I'm still quite curious. You said before that they arrested you to recruit you into their HYDRA organization? Then why didn't you join? Liu Feng asked. Laura was stunned for a while, and then replied, I don't want to go in. What reason do you want? The HYDRA organization has great influence and good treatment. If you join them, you don't have to suffer from the military's pursuit, and you don't have to lose anything. Liu Feng continued to ask. I don't like staying in such a classy place. I love freedom more. Laura replied lukewarmly. So you are willing to be tortured by them rather than join their organization? That's not enough reason. Liu Feng looked at her with interest. You and I are in the same camp, so after joining HYDRA, you must be killed if you know it. I can't do this kind of thing. Laura said. Little wolf girl, don't you fall in love with me. Let me explain first. I already have a wife, and your immature figure is no match for my wife Wanda. Liu Feng joked. The HYDRA organization is interested in my killing ability. Laura ignored Liu Feng's slick tongue and said, I didn't choose to betray you because I, like you, take commitment very seriously. Before we were arrested, we made a promise. I won't kill people. You promised me safety. This is a customary agreement between us. I am not a person who breaks promises, so I ignored them. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows. What if I can't save you from HYDRA, and can't fulfill our promise? I'm sure you'll do it. Laura shrugged, and responded, I admit that I was a gambler, but I won completely, because the goddess of fate will always favor my side. Liu Feng was silent for a while, and said, I did not meet your expectations, because I failed to stop the HYDRA people from taking you away. This may be the first time in my life, Liu Feng, that I have broken my promise. Without waiting for Laura to respond, Liu Feng continued, So, from now on, I will give you your freedom, and you don't have to go to prison anymore. Laura repeatedly confirmed what Liu Feng said. Are you willing to give me back my freedom? That means you are willing to let me, a killing machine, wander around in society? Are you sure? I have nothing to worry about. Giving you freedom is not a matter of 1 or 2 sentences. But I don't mean to let you kill Aang. In New York, you still have to abide by the law. Liu Feng responded, as long as you don't break the law, I will not interfere in your life anymore. Laura was silent for a while, and asked, do you have such great rights? Definitely, I know a lot of people, so it's okay to let someone go. Liu Feng smiled slightly and said, isn't the super friend who rescued you my good brother? It happened that Liu Feng mentioned about Superman, and Laura originally wanted to ask him some questions, so she asked directly, that guy, is he really Superman from the comics? I can't tell you where he came from. Liu Feng said, what you can know is that he is not the Superman you remember, but the degree of fatality is the same. If I don't want to say, I won't ask too much. Laura stopped the topic in a timely manner. However, there are so many shining points on you that it is hard to describe. I really can't guess you may be the most mysterious person I have ever seen in my life. I'm tired of hearing compliments. People in the police station praise me all the time, and I'm not missing you, so there's no need to join in. Liu Feng waved his hand and said, now you are free. Laura ended the conversation with Liu Feng and left Liu Feng's office. Liu Feng was also afraid that it would be difficult for her to live without USD in New York, and she might start doing illegal activities after a long time without money, so she arranged for a friend to find him a job. After all, Liu Feng is the light of New York, loved by everyone in New York. Isn't it as simple as asking someone to do something like drinking water and eating? I just don't know how this poor little boy who grew up in the laboratory will start his new life after returning to normal human society. Liu Feng Nanan said. That's the end of Liu Feng's concern for Laura. As I said before, Liu Feng is not a person with a full sense of justice, and everything he did for Laura was due to the promise he made. The difference between the two is that his starting point is not others, but himself. If he wants to, he can re-enter the Superman form and slaughter New York City, and no one will be able to stop him, just like Homelander in the Black Robe Picket team. The difference from Homelander is that Liu Feng hangs more than Homelander. But he didn't want to massacre New York City, because Liu Feng wouldn't find it fun, and the people of New York living in dire straits should be thankful for this. When it's time to get off work, Liu Feng, who has been busy all day, can go home. Welcome home, honey. As soon as she opened the door, Wanda, who had been on a business trip for several days, suddenly jumped out from behind the door, wrapped her arms around Liu Feng's neck, and gave Liu Feng a scent on his face. Liu Feng subconsciously wanted to capture the opponent, but after seeing Wanda's appearance, he hurriedly withdrew his strength and hugged her in the way of a princess. It turned out to be my little beauty. Hey, take it easy, little tiger. Wanda, who was held in Liu Feng's arms, nodded Liu Feng's nose with a smirk, and said, I haven't eaten yet, so you're so energetic. I've been busy all day, and I'm exhausted. But just seeing you, my energy becomes full, and... Liu Feng smiled and looked up and down Wanda's clothes. To tell the truth to my husband, your reporter outfit of white shirt, black skirt, and black-rimmed glasses is not willing to change when you get home. Is it your trick to enrich your married life? Wanda arched her nose and smiled charmingly. So, does it work? Excellent effect. Liu Feng was agitated and threw Wanda on the sofa. Hearing the excitement in Wanda's scream, Liu Feng started to undo his belt. Hey, little tiger, dinner. Wanda said with a smile. Eat afterwards. Incarnation of Beast, Liu Feng ate up Wanda, who had been away for several days, and both of them were extremely satisfied. The next few days will be the loving cohabitation of Liu Feng and his wife Wanda. As for how affectionate? Anyway, 1/3 of the time every day is spent in bed. Liu Feng originally had the physique of Superman. Superman not only has a body of steel, but also has physical strength that is unmatched by ordinary people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many races with the Flash, who has the Speed Force, in DC Comics. Wanda couldn't accept Liu Feng's oppression at first. But this kind of thing just keeps getting more and more addictive. Over time, Wanda also began to adapt to Liu Feng's rhythm, experiencing the thrill of Superman's girlfriend Louise in the DC Comics. The happiness of the couple's life also made Liu Feng happy during working hours, and he just dealt with unimportant things for a few days. Until one day, Liu Feng, who was walking on the road and was about to get home from get off work in the New York Police Department, suddenly felt something when he passed the sidewalk and turned his head suddenly. The moment Liu Feng turned his head, under the traffic light not far away, a man in a sweater wearing a black peaked cap hurriedly turned his back to Liu Feng. Seeing this, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up. Dare to lay the abacus on me. Liu Feng is a policeman who has spent many years in the troubled city of New York, and his anti-detection ability can be said to be the best among police officers. A small stalker, Liu Feng could detect his direction even with his eyes closed. On the side of the stalker, because Liu Feng suspected him once, he had to hide for a while. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head again, Liu Fengran had disappeared. See me. The stalker couldn't help but doubt. Liu Feng is a guy who was offered a reward of $500,000 by the Continental Hotel. He must not let this fat piece of his mouth disappear. The assassin looked around, trying to find Liu Feng's figure in the crowd with his excellent eyesight. But what he didn't know was that he had entered Liu Feng's quasi-heart. The next second, bang! The gunshot rang out, and the assassin was shot in the head and fell down. Killed. Passers-by panicked when they saw this scene. Liu Feng slowly blew away the mist from the muzzle, and emerged from the crowd. Then he used the pager to call Chen Long, his underling, to appease the frightened melon eaters. Don't worry, everyone, this is the police doing business. Liu Feng came to the corpse, flipped the back of the belt, and sure enough, there was a suppressed pistol pinned to it. Combining the pistol with his attire, it can be concluded that this is the standard equipment for assassins. My god, it's Liu Feng, the light of New York. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Liu Feng's appearance. Great gift Yeti, I didn't expect to see your real person in New York in my lifetime. Liu Feng uncle, can you sign me? I'll take it back to school to show off to my classmates. Mr. Liu Feng, my son was rescued by you, please accept my humble thanks. The scene became even more chaotic. But that's exactly what Liu Feng wanted. Liu Feng is like a star, as long as he can do it live, he will satisfy all fans one by one. When the younger brother Chen Long sent a group of police officers to the scene to deal with the corpse and the crime scene, everyone was surprised to find that Liu Feng himself had disappeared at some point. Liu Feng was walking on a remote path, thinking to himself, if someone dares to assassinate me, then there must be more than one, and I can't stay in public places. If there was more than one assassin, and they were going to let a few of them die first, and then reap the benefits, then Liu Feng would become a living target for them if he stayed there. In fact, Liu Feng already has Superman's body of steel, even if he directly catches the opponent's bullet. The damage caused may not be as painful as being bitten by mosquitoes in my previous life. But Liu Feng didn't want to expose his Superman ability to everyone's eyes. That's why he didn't tell Arthur and Little Wolf Girl that he was Superman. Otherwise, it will definitely cause panic and unnecessary trouble. I have to use ordinary methods to solve all this. Liu Feng thought to himself. As he was walking, someone bumped Liu Feng's shoulder suddenly. He is a body of steel that can't even be penetrated by bullets, and he is absolutely motionless when he is hit by someone. Instead, the other party fell backwards under the influence of Liu Feng's counterforce. Liu Feng subconsciously stretched out his hand and embraced the person who bumped into him. It was a tall beauty with a graceful figure in black tights. Hugged by Liu Feng, who has a face carved out by a knife like a Barbie doll. Obviously a little embarrassed, but he still joked with Liu Feng with a smile on his face. Oh, thank you, sir, otherwise I would have almost met my dead husband. You're welcome, a gentleman like you will feel bad when a beauty like you falls to the ground. Liu Feng lifted the corner of his mouth and straightened her up. When she was straightened, the woman's protruding figure was clearly visible. She seemed to be about the same height as Liu Feng. Western women are naturally towering and scary. Thank you, no one has praised me for a long time, at least you are the first in the past 6 months. Ha ha ha, my name is Victoria, how about you? The woman stretched out her hand to Liu Feng. Liu Feng felt the other party's charming eyes, and the purpose was self-evident. Liu Feng also smiled back and stretched out his hand. My name is Liu Feng. My god, really? Are you Liu Feng? Victoria covered her mouth and said, I've heard of you. What did they call you? New York Light? Right. It's just that they are too mythical. I am just an ordinary policeman. Liu Feng waved his hand. There are many people who only say the essence and ignore my inner self. Then, can I have a look inside you? Victoria teased suddenly. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised, and he met Victoria's gaze. Why not? After 10 o'clock. Victoria home. The two went from the door to the living room to the bedroom, and finally jumped onto the bed. Just when Liu Feng was about to make the next step, Victoria took the time to reach out her hand. Her hand touched a hairpin on the bedside. In the next moment, he stabbed Liu Feng in the back of the head violently, snapped. The hairpin didn't hit Liu Feng, but was held by him. Liu Feng looked at Victoria with a wicked smile. Victoria obviously didn't come back to her senses. She was being pinned on the bed by Liu Feng, unable to move. She couldn't help but ask, you, why? Liu Feng shrugged and said, your purpose is too strong, and anyone with a little better judgment can guess it. If there is another time, please pay attention to this point. You knew my purpose from the beginning. Victoria asked. That's right. Liu Feng nodded indifferently. Victoria continued to ask, but since you know that my purpose is to kill you, why do you still come here with me? You have been acting with me. Liu Feng put his head close to Victoria's face. The distance between the two was no more than 5 centimeters. Liu Feng said, because, I want to have some fun. Victoria's eyes showed horror. This guy, could it be that he wants to make a fake show for real? Don't bluff me, you are a wife, you won't do something like this. Don't get me wrong. Before Victoria finished speaking, she was interrupted by Liu Feng, who continued, you don't think I'm a very infatuated person, do you? I've got a showdown, you just look so appetizing to me. Victoria thought to herself, that's right. After one night. After getting dressed, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Victoria's head. All movements were smooth. Victoria, who was still in a state of collapse, was immediately taken aback when she saw this scene. Wait a minute, I can still. Boom! Liu Feng didn't wait for the silly woman to finish her sentence, and pulled the trigger without even looking at it, and the flying bullet just shot Victoria's head. Liu Feng skillfully wrapped the sheet around Victoria's body, then sat on the bed and sighed. Woman, it will only affect the speed at which I shoot. A few minutes later, Liu Feng changed into his own clothes and left Victoria's house. Then he called his boss Arthur, and after a few beeps, a voice came from the other end of the phone. You guy, I really want to answer your call. How can you say that? I'm also your subordinate after all. Liu Feng laughed. It's not a good thing if you call. I'm on vacation in Hawaii now. If you have anything to do, ask your super friend to solve it. Arthur said on the other end of the phone. Although Superman is my good friend, I can't always ask him to help me because of these trivial things. Can you use a kitchen knife to do your nails? What kind of weird metaphor are you talking about? Arthur was defeated, and said, forget it. Just think I owe you, kid. Tell me, what trouble is this time? I suspect that I'm wanted. Liu Feng said. What did you say? Wanted. Arthur raised his voice when he heard the sensitive words. Definitely not wanted at the national level, but the private kind, like, killers. Liu Feng calmly said, at least, there are 2 killers that I have solved today. Hearing Liu Feng's description, Arthur also put away his joke, and asked, so you need me to help you find out what force wanted you? That's right, I just don't know if you're free while you're still on vacation. Liu Feng joked. If you don't have time, you will be forced to be free? Wait, I'll send someone to investigate, and I'll tell you the answer later. Arthur hangs up just like that. Liu Feng set off for the police station. After sitting in the office for a while, he received a text message from Arthur, and Liu Feng clicked on the text message. The content of the text message is, your guess is correct, you are wanted, and I have faxed you the other party's power and arrest warrant. Liu Feng walked to the fax machine and took out 2 A4 papers that were ejected from the fax machine. One of them is a description of an organization, and the other is a wanted warrant full of words and Liu Feng's face. Liu Feng read both of them. I actually got a wanted warrant for me. Liu Feng looked at the scant description of himself on the wanted notice, and a photo taken 3 years ago. As for why Liu Feng's description is so scarce, naturally, it was because Liu Feng had asked Arthur to modify his personal files so that they presented irrelevant information. That's why those killers have very little information about themselves. It turned out that the problem was not with them, but that their organization didn't give much information at all. Liu Feng then turned his attention to another piece of paper, which was the information of the forces. The words huge amounts of appear first. The Continental Hotel, and the photos and background of their building came later. Liu Feng didn't even bother to read those descriptions, and he didn't need to read them at all. Continental Hotel. Liu Feng said the name silently, with the corners of his mouth raised. As an action movie lover in his previous life, he definitely knew that he had seen all of them. The name comes from the name of the killer guild in the movie series Need to Kill. In the movie, they are really like the High Court of God. The killers under it are omnipotent, their business ability is amazingly proficient, and they feel full of oppression. But in this Marvel world, they're really nothing. Compared with other villains in the Marvel world, the Continental Hotel is like a child's playhouse, and it can't set off any bloody storms. And the Continental Hotel dared to target him, Liu Feng. Thinking of this, Liu Feng half closed his eyes, and slowly said, since you guys have the guts to issue a warrant for me, I have to give you some color. Continental Hotel, inside the Killers Guild. Is this the case? Among the several tattooed girls who were working, one of them was puzzled by the information displayed on the computer screen. What's wrong? Another girl came over and read the red letters that appeared on her screen. Rewarded person, New York policeman, Liu Feng, received the reward twice or more. It's hard to kill, isn't this a normal thing? Otherwise, no one would invite the Continental Hotel to offer a reward for him. The blonde shrugged. The brown-haired girl responded, but the 2 who took over the mission are the top killers who are as famous as the retired John Wick. It is the John who is called the Night Devil. It doesn't matter. If the bounty fails and the bounty is rejected, just keep posting it. Unless the boss Winston orders the bounty to be lifted. The blonde girl turned back to continue working after she finished speaking. The brunette did the same, hitting repost on the rejected bounty. At the same time, a middle-aged man in high-end pajamas who was resting in the presidential suite of the Continental Hotel suddenly received a text message. The content of the text message is that a reward order failed after being accepted by the killer for the 2nd time, and now it has been issued for the 3rd time. Seeing this message, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. After so many years, there is actually a target that needs a 3rd action at the Continental Hotel. I don't know if we messed with the wrong guy, or if the new batch of killers are too weak. If only John hadn't retired, he'd love a job like this. The middle-aged man turned off his phone after reading the message, and he didn't bother to take care of the rest. Anyway, the objects that cannot be erased after the 3rd reward will be regarded as key targets. A threshold is required to accept the task, so that all the killers who go to solve it will be professionally skilled. But just when the middle-aged man was about to lie comfortably on the sofa and take a nap, a call came to his mobile phone. The middle-aged man took a look. The caller was directly named the number of the lobby manager. Generally, he would not receive a call from the lobby manager. But the middle-aged man still picked it up and said, "It's me, Winston. Winston, we have a very special guest." Although the man on the other end of the phone spoke very correct English, he could still spit out a distinct black accent. A special guest. Winston narrowed his eyes slightly, but he still answered proficiently. Someone who is not on the right track? A cop? Or a foreign gangster? If it's a gang in Russia or Italy, I'll call someone to deal with it. Other places will solve it directly by force. If it's a police report. No, not at all. Before Winston could finish speaking, the lobby manager interrupted him, but he didn't say the answer, but fell into silence again, as if it was a bit difficult to say. Winston tilted his head, feeling something was wrong, and asked, "What is it?" He's not a gangster or a cop, he's Superman. The lobby manager replied slowly, emphasizing the pronunciation of the last name. Since when was there such a childish gang boss? Winston asked in confusion. It's not a nickname or a mob boss, it's Superman. The lobby manager replied repeatedly. He has a strong figure, wears a red and blue uniform, and has huge amounts of S painted on his chest. This guy has come to the front desk. Would you like to hear what you're saying? Winston was amused, and replied directly with a more emphatic tone. This kind of American comics fanatic who came out of nowhere, I'm afraid it would be too casual to kill him directly. Just drag him to an unoccupied corner, kill him, and throw him into the sewer. Do you need me to plan for you? Before Winston was about to turn off the phone, the lobby manager on the other end added, I'm afraid this guy is not just an ordinary American comics fan, because he flew over. Winston stopped hanging up the phone. What the hell are you talking about? I just watched him come down from the sky 10 meters away. The lobby manager paused for a moment. He said that he will see the person in charge within 10 minutes. Otherwise, Winston asked. He's going to bloodbath the lobby, just like kicking the man who slapped him crippled. The lobby manager tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. Winston was silent for a few seconds, and replied, I'll be there in 2 minutes. In the lobby, Liu Feng was wearing a red and blue Superman uniform and a pair of Superman's special black-rimmed glasses, making him look like an ordinary passerby. He was already surrounded by countless killers. Their hands were in their pockets, but no one did anything. Everyone just looked at him vigilantly. The reason was that there were already 7 or 8 assassins lying under his feet. Without exception, all of these people were killed by Liu Feng in one blow, and some of them died due to collateral injuries. As well-trained killers, they can also shoot directly. But there is another reason, that is, the Continental Hotel has a rule. All killers are not allowed to kill when they check in. This is a rule that has existed for many years to avoid disputes, unless it is attacked by others, for self-protection, or the hotel owner personally ordered the release. They were restricted from killing Liu Feng. Liu Feng himself didn't have so many rules. Looking at the clock, he walked slowly to the lobby manager, with the corners of his mouth raised, and said, 10 minutes are up. Sir, please don't worry, our boss has already agreed. The black lobby manager wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Liu Feng reaching out his hand. The lobby manager's expression sank. You mean, you have no right to live? The moment Liu Feng finished speaking, the first gunshot sounded from nowhere, and the trajectory of the bullet was the back of Liu Feng's head. He didn't need to dodge at first, but suddenly realized that the trajectory of the bullet was very special, so he tilted his head, and a bullet penetrated the arm of the lobby manager. The shooter was stunned. He was a fast shooter known as the Western Cowboy in the Continental Hotel. His gun speed was faster than anyone else, but he didn't expect that Liu Feng could even dodge this. Definitely, it didn't take long for him to be dazed. Liu Feng came to the so-called Western Cowboy in one figure, and slapped him flying 2 or 3 meters away. Then he walked over and slapped him in the face, directly slapped him, the floor was cracked, and said, in the next life, don't interrupt the adults talking. The people in the lobby ran away in panic, and one of them shot again, and this time he was shot, and it was Liu Feng's head. Seeing this scene, everyone cheered. As everyone knows, Liu Feng was beaten on purpose. When everyone saw that the fired bullet bounced off Liu Feng's skin and fell flat on the ground, they finally recovered. This thing is not afraid of bullets. Put on a better weapon. Liu Feng looked around and said, otherwise, I will beat them all to death. As soon as the voice fell, the sonic boom started again. Liu Feng's figure flashed suddenly and then disappeared in place. When he reappeared with a strong wind, he kicked and broke 3 unlucky people. Who in the lobby could accept this scene? The brave ones put on powerful equipment and shot at Liu Feng, while the timid killers who wanted to take over the mission fled everywhere. But it's useless. Regarding this point, the HYDRA organization showed them with their lives a few days ago. Countless bullets hit Liu Feng's body and were either crushed or rebounded. For Liu Feng, the armor-piercing bullets couldn't even pierce his skin, and the grenades couldn't even curl his hair. All the things that burst out were like fireworks in the night sky. The bullets can't even pierce it. How is it possible? The killer couldn't believe it. This guy is a real Superman. Countless bullets were shot at Liu Feng's fatal part, but it was useless. On the contrary, whoever shot Liu Feng first was found out, and that person's death was absolutely tragic. Is it okay if you don't hit Liu Feng? No, Liu Feng who wanted to escape would not let him go. Just smash a wall and throw it at the door, and block the door with a bang. No one can get out. I'm sorry, I said it. You all have to die, there's no need to discuss it. Liu Feng floated in the air and looked down on all living beings. This guy? This is trying to kill them all. Even if you think about it, you can't guess that Liu Feng, who is wearing a Superman uniform, will do such a thing. This approach is very different from the bright and stalwart superhero in their impression. Blocking the gate is only Liu Feng's first step. The next step is the moment of mass killing. As I said before, Liu Feng has no sense of justice at all, and the distinction between good and evil depends entirely on his thoughts. In addition, the people who can stay in this hotel have more or less blood on their hands, and they are all desperados with dozens of lives on their backs. No matter how glamorous the outside looks, it is just a bunch of scum that is useless to the world. Liu Feng just wiped the blood away. It can also be regarded as a curve to save the country. This is how Liu Feng started his own killing moment. flight speed beyond the speed of sound, plus the strength to smash tanks at will. Not to mention killing them with fists at their deadly parts. Even if they just punched them with their bodies, these killers would be smashed into flesh in an instant. Blood flowed like a river, and when Liu Feng was floating in the air, 6 rockets flew out continuously in an instant. The sound of bang 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 vibrated, hitting Liu Feng's body, and the flames crazily engulfed the air. The lobby was completely engulfed in flames, and the air suddenly became quiet. Looking at this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, that guy should have no hair left. After Winston on the second floor noticed that Superman Liu Feng hadn't moved, he stretched out his hand to signal his subordinates to put down the bazooka in their hands. As the boss, Winston stepped forward. Seeing this horrific scene, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Is this fucking Superman possessed by a demon? It's a good thing he's dead. Otherwise, the moment Winston had this thought, there was a sound of freezing in the air. Immediately afterwards, it became cold all around. How the hell is it so cold? One of the killers couldn't help shivering. Wait, the place where the heat is absorbed seems, in that flame. Everyone just watched helplessly as a blue-white freezing point appeared at the center of the flames that crazily devoured Liu Feng, and then spread around until it devoured all the flames. The flames were slowly swallowed by ice, and the frozen ice formed a throne in midair. Liu Feng sat on the ice throne with his arms folded, and he was still constantly blowing cold air from his mouth. Not only that, ice continued to extend, freezing all the buildings in the lobby. The killers realized that something was wrong and fled one after another. Those who were slow would be frozen and turned into blue and white statues. The entire lobby was shrouded in cold. Only Winston and a few of his subordinates were left. This is one of Superman's special abilities, freezing breath. As the name suggests, it produces cold air through breathing, and when it is in a better state, it can reach the legendary absolute zero. Liu Feng could have used this move, because the rockets could do nothing to him at all. Even 7 consecutive shots would be the same, not even tickling. But Liu Feng didn't use freezing breath, not for any reason, just to show this group of people the difference in strength between himself and them, how far apart they are. Winston finally noticed the gap between the two sides. He walked to the edge of the second floor, tried to make his voice sound calmer, and said, "Here, Mr. Superman. My name is Winston, and I think we need to talk." Seeing the John Wick series of movies, Winston Liu Feng, the owner of the Killer Guild Continental Hotel, raised his lips and said, "I know who you are, and I came here just to find you." What Liu Feng meant was like, "I originally wanted to chat with you, but after waiting for too long, I had to kill all the people around me who didn't like me before making a decision." Winston shrugged and said, "It seems that this friend is very angry. Is there anything I can do for you?" Winston came to signal for the waiter to bring over 2 glasses of tequila, and he took 1 cup himself, while on the other side he even directed the waiter to climb up the ice stand to give it to Liu Feng. Liu Feng stretched out his hand to refuse, saying, "There's no need to drink, let's get to the point. I want you to solve a reward order. The object is called Liu Feng. Take care of his affairs. I don't want his name to appear on the reward order again. Otherwise, your Continental Hotel can only become history. Understand what I mean?" Liu Feng. Winston thought for a while, and then said, "I remembered, it was the assassination target who was rejected after 2 failed assassinations, right? I have an impression of him. I was still paying attention to this interesting guy just now. Unfortunately, it was just now that we offered him a reward again." Winston drained the tequila in his hand and spread his hands. Liu Feng frowned, stepped on his foot, and with a bang, the ice cube under his feet shattered. Liu Feng exerted force in the surrounding direction again, and the spikes made by the ice cube directly penetrated the people around Winston. Now there are only 2 living people left, Winston and Liu Feng. After killing a few people by chance, Liu Feng looked at Winston and said, "After seeing my abilities, how dare you show such an attitude? Here, Mr. Superman." Winston straightened his tie, and said, "Our Continental Hotel is open for business, and you will embarrass us by doing this." Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and asked with interest, "So?" As soon as the words were finished, Winston drank the wine in his hand, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the next moment, the figure suddenly disappeared. Winston exploded at an unimaginable speed in an instant, even surpassing the scope of human beings. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was like teleportation, but in the eyes of Liu Feng, he was just a primary school student running 50 meters. Liu Feng leaned slightly to avoid the attack of Winston, who suddenly appeared behind him. The attack was not with a weapon, but with claws. Vampire? Liu Feng guessed Winston's identity. On Winston's side, Liu Feng was just surprised that Liu Feng was able to capture his own figure. In the next instant, Liu Feng kicked him sideways and knocked him into the wall, causing a sonic boom in the air. "You think you can challenge me because you are a vampire? Are you qualified?" Liu Feng looked at Winston condescendingly. Winston, who was kicked into the wall, pulled out his hand, and suddenly, a geometric figure similar to a magic circle appeared in his hand. Then a burst of purple magic energy appeared in his hands like a thunderbolt, and in the next moment, it bombarded Superman Liu Feng with a bang. The speed of the magic energy was very fast, and it hit Liu Feng violently. The strong and continuously condensed magic just swallowed Liu Feng's whole body. It worked. Winston was secretly delighted. Winston is not an idiot. Although he is a blood clan, after seeing that Liu Feng can withstand even rockets, he also understands the strength of the opponent. He dared to fight Liu Feng because of this trump card, magic. It is common sense that the magic resistance of Superman in the comics is 0, so he is betting that if Superman is really the same as in the comics, he who knows magic will win. Now it looks like he bet. Just as Winston's idea appeared, Liu Feng in midair suddenly stretched out his hands, and then compressed the human-sized magic energy to only the palm file size like squeezing dough. Just this Winston was already confused, not to mention Liu Feng. The world threw this ball in Winston's direction like a basketball in the next moment. Winston flashed suddenly, but the compressed magical energy seemed to be more powerful, directly blasting a wall open. Who the hell said magic could kill Superman? Who's going to tell him which comic this monster that plays magic like a basketball comes from? Now Winston can't wait to go through and tear the comic author into pieces. But it was too late, because now he was about to be torn to pieces by Superman Liu Feng, who came to him in an instant. Liu Feng just put his feet on his head and exerted a little force, and this immortal vampire immediately experienced the feeling of dying. You're lucky, because I need a messenger, so I won't kill you. Liu Feng lifted his foot away from Winston's head. But just when Winston breathed a sigh of relief, with a click, his right arm was broken. It's not a fracture, it's a break. Blood flowed all over the ground, and Winston kept whining. This is punishment. Liu Feng knelt down and looked at Winston. Save your humble life to go back and report the letter, and repeat what I just said to your bosses. If I remember correctly, the organization above you is called the golf table, right? If I can still see Liu Feng's reward tomorrow, I will kill you to the end no matter if your boss is a vampire or a demon. After speaking, Liu Feng kicked Winston, who wanted to get up. Winston, who was humiliated to the extreme, not only didn't dare to fight back, he didn't even dare to twist his body, for fear that Liu Feng would kick him down again. It wasn't until Liu Feng's voice was lost in the air that Winston dared to look up and look around. He was the only one left in the dilapidated hotel environment. In a European medieval-style building, 8 men and women in strange costumes gathered around a round table. Their eyes were all red. Several of them are vampires who have lived for thousands of years, and each of them has the black magic to control the wind and rain, but at the moment everyone has a look of embarrassment on their faces. This is the only time they have been summoned by the Queen for a full meeting in the past few thousand years. The golf table controls the killers and gangsters all over the world, relying on their subordinates to continue killing and making money, and established the Continental Hotel, the greatest killer union in the history of the United States. Over the past century, some people have tried to offend this organization, but none of them have succeeded. But now the golf table has to worry about a single person. Superman? Isn't this a cartoon character used to coax children? When do we need to be afraid of such a small character? A white-haired baron among the 8 said. You're always so reckless, Dracula. A woman responded, eyes full of contempt. That guy named Superman slaughtered all the living people in the Continental Hotel by himself, and even broke Winston's arm. Do you think such a guy is only a little bit more powerful than ordinary people? And listen carefully to Winston's report. This Superman's strength, defense, and speed are all related to the comics, but the shortcomings in the comics are the same. The younger one said. Thus, our knowledge of this Superman is negligible. Dracula crossed his legs and said arrogantly, Winston can't beat him because he's good. Let me kill him directly. Besides, the reward order was withdrawn just for a stronger guy. Wouldn't the honor built by our Continental Hotel over the years be wiped out? These are all old monsters, paranoid and rigid, and soon they are quarreling with each other, and each can have a bunch of good things to say. Stop. At the critical moment, a magnetic woman's voice came from the door, breaking the hustle and bustle. Everyone followed the sound to look, and what they saw was a top-notch alluring woman with a protruding figure, wearing a deep V-red dress and a pair of red high heels, walking with a twisted left and right. Not to mention the face, high nose bridge, big eyes, flaming red lips, standard goblin appearance. She walked coldly in her high heels, and her crisp voice echoed in the room. When the 8 people saw this coquettish beauty, they immediately knelt down like a medieval European knight saluting to the Queen, and said respectfully, Welcome Lilith, my Queen. Lilith ignored them at first, until she came to her seat and sat down, then waved her hand to signal everyone to get down. After everyone leveled off, Lilith took a look at Dracula first, and said, It's not your turn to be the boss when I'm not around, do you understand? Definitely understand, my Queen, you will always have the final say here. The white-haired Dracula responded with a smile, not knowing what the smile meant. Lilith looked at the crowd again and said, I've heard all your suggestions just now, but no matter how much you say, it's just a suggestion. I'm Lilith, the person in charge of the golf table, and the Queen of Blood Clan. I'm in charge of everything related to the Continental Hotel and the associated gang forces. I have the final say. Has the Queen made a decision? Winston asked. When this Mr. Superman started to kill, I had already seen it through magic and started to analyze it. I summoned you just for an opinion. So what is the Queen's decision? Baron Dracula asked. Dracula is actually the person who knows Lilith best. He knows that the Queen's personality is more aggressive than his. This Superman must be killed by Lilith's order, and he is already secretly delighted. But Lilith backed down abnormally for the first time in her life. I don't intend to take the risk of confronting him, so I agree to his request to solve the matter of his friend Liu Feng, and give another $50 million. Dracula nodded pretending to understand, and asked casually, then he killed these people. It doesn't matter if there are fewer human deaths, regardless of this. Doesn't the queen think we can't kill that guy? Dracula asked. It's possible to fight, but it's not necessary. Lilith's face suddenly darkened. Because this is the most powerful guy we've seen in millennia. The Continental Hotel has finally come to this day. It can't be used to take risks with this oppressive monster. It's best to solve it with money and other things. Lilith looked at the crowd. Only killing can make us live forever. Everything other than immortality is trivial. Ensuring the killing between people is the most important thing. In the end, Lilith had to vote. Everyone looked at me and looked at you, and they agreed unanimously. As for the warlike Dracula, that's another story. Lilith arranged for people to clean up the corpses and blood in the hotel, and then covered up the incident of Superman's disturbance through contacts. In this way, the Continental Hotel was restored to its original state. The next day, a cool Maybach arrived at Liu Feng's house. The car door opened, and a woman with short hair and a tattoo on the left side of her neck, who looked heroic, was holding 2 suitcases and glanced at the door. That guy named Liu Feng lives in such a place, the woman muttered to herself. Dracula in the car took a look, then turned his gaze back, and warned the woman in black, "You don't need to ask, it's your task to hand over the money to Liu Feng. She definitely despises Liu Feng. She has nothing to do with being wanted. She will only let her good friend Superman solve it, and in her eyes as a judge, she is just a waste. As a judge whose job is to handle cases that the Continental Hotel can't directly intervene in, she doesn't want to come and send money to this trash at all, but this is what the above said, and she can't help it. Remember, have a good attitude, try to meet his needs, and we will reimburse you." After speaking, Dracula let the driver drive and left here. Without saying a word, the judge tidied up his collar, walked forward, and rang the doorbell when he arrived at the door of Liu Feng's house. "The door is unlocked." Liu Feng's voice came from inside. The judge squinted, turned the doorknob with his elbow, opened the door, and saw Liu Feng watching a movie on the sofa in the living room. This was the first time the judge had seen the real Liu Feng, a macho man with a very heroic appearance. His eyes showed a bit of Asian temperament, which was more pleasing to the eye than the information. But what Liu Feng is watching at the moment makes the judge, who is disgusted with the love between men and women, frown. Yes, Liu Feng is watching a love action movie, and he is enjoying it. Liu Feng turned to look at the judge, looked her up and down with the corners of his mouth raised, and saw that the judge was uncomfortable, like a prey locked by a hunter. The judge had no choice but to take the lead and said, "Mr. Liu Feng, I am a subordinate of the golf table of the Continental Hotel. I am here to apologize to you on behalf of the Continental Hotel. It is 50 million. I hope you accept it." "Turn around," Liu Feng said suddenly. The judge was stunned, looked at Liu Feng in disbelief and asked, "What did you say?" Liu Feng repeated impatiently, "Turn around in place and show me." The inexplicable reason made the judge puzzled, but he still walked around obediently. Although he didn't know the reason, he felt vaguely ashamed. Later, Liu Feng nodded with the corner of his mouth raised, and said, "You have a good figure." The judge blushed and hurriedly said, "Mr. Liu Feng, I hope we can." Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Feng suddenly left her seat and came to the judge in 2 or 3 steps. The judge subconsciously pushed back and hit the door panel with a bang. Liu Feng slowly approached the judge's face, and said, "I almost died at the hands of the killers sent by your Continental Hotel. 50 million yuan is not enough to make an apology." The judge constantly leaned his head back and responded, "I don't care about the amount of compensation, but I can apply for you and my superior." "No need." Liu Feng's hand touched the judge's waist and abdomen. The woman's abdomen was as slender as a willow branch, making one feel the desire to unleash brute force on her. $50 million, plus you, it's just right. 2 hours later. The judge didn't know when she started looking at the ceiling and rolling her eyes. It wasn't until Liu Feng patted her face to indicate that it was over, that she came back to her senses and hugged her clothes. Liu Feng was sitting like Yasuo in the League of Legends at the moment, lit an afterthought cigarette, and turned to look at the interrogator. "What? Not enough? Stay and finish dinner before continuing." The judge didn't return to Liu Feng, he simply put on his clothes, crumpled them into a ball and put them inside the coat, then left here without looking back. After leaving the door, the judge found that there were many missed calls from the same person displayed on her mobile phone, so she called back. It was Dracula on the phone, and he asked, "How did it take so long? How did it turn out?" Liu Feng accepted the compensation, and by the way, I took some time to help him do things. The judge replied, and she naturally would not mention her having sex with Liu Feng to Winston. Dracula only told her to come back quickly without saying anything. The judge scratched his body, obviously a little bit more to say. She fell into a daze for no reason, and she came back to her senses after a while, and then left Liu Feng's house in a hurry. Maybe she, led by Liu Feng, will open the door to a new world in the future. After the judge left, Liu Feng, who took a few puffs of the cigarette after the incident, stuffed the cigarette butt into the ashtray to extinguish it, and then muttered to himself, "Boyd Haubla, the military that specializes in hunting down mutant." Liu Feng has long understood who offered a reward to the Continental Hotel, and his principle of dealing with affairs is to retaliate with revenge and resentment. "Since you dare to offer me a reward, you have to give it to me and pay the price." Inside the HYDRA organization base, a scene like a sci-fi movie was playing on a big screen. A man wearing blue intersecting clothes with a huge S painted on his chest in the shape of a Superman was killing all directions. Countless bullets were shot at him, without exception. The bullets were all crushed and fell to the ground, while Superman smashed the enemy into flesh with sonic flight and punches. It's not over yet. Some of the enemies wanted to escape, but Superman still didn't let them go. He directly tore down a wall to block the gate, and then stepped forward one by one to penetrate the enemy's flesh with his fist. Seeing this scene, the high-level executives present couldn't help but gasp. It's not like they haven't seen bloody scenes before, but what this Superman did was really in contrast to the comics. The footage continues until it shows Superman being bombarded by 6 of Winston's rockets, which the Hydra members present definitely know is of no use to the Superman. But they didn't expect that Superman, who was engulfed by flames, didn't continue to kill the enemy with his fists, but started to use freezing breath, freezing the entire lobby and all the people inside into ice sculptures. The video freezes at this scene, and there is a sound like typing on the big screen, each word forming a sentence. The cold air will monitor the erosion, and I will not be able to know the information after that. After watching the video, Pierce put his hands on his chin and was silent for a while. One of the senior executives of the HYDRA organization next to him said, "Look, this Superman's ability is really exactly the same as in the comics, and he is not someone we can provoke." Another executive said with a look of disdain, "What comic Superman? We are not children anymore, and still believe in the stuff in the comics? Let me say, this is a mutant. It's better to believe what you have than to believe what you don't have." The former high-ranking officer took the case and confronted the latter. Even if he is a mutant, he is also an existence with super strength, super speed, super defense, and the ability to freeze people into ice cubes by breathing. A true Omega mutant. The two of them quarreled more and more intensely, and other high-level executives also chose which side to stand on. Enough. Pierce stopped in a deep voice. "Zola, what do you think?" Dr. Zola is the AI that has transferred consciousness into the computer. His analysis ability is the strongest among all the people present. Zola can easily analyze the pros and cons of a matter. Hearing this, Dr. Zola began to analyze, and countless data were presented on the big screen. Everyone can't understand the arrangement of data, but they can understand individual words such as strength and battle damage. Finally, a sentence appeared on the screen. "The odds of winning and losing are half and half, but the loss is too great." After Dr. Zola's analysis, everyone wanted to argue again, but Pierce scolded them to be quiet. In the end, Pierce stood up as the leader and made the final decision. "Since we will never have any intersection with this guy again, let's not provoke him again." But the leader, one of the executives, wanted to say something more, but Pierce extended his hand and refused to say that the meeting was over. Before the meeting ended, Pierce had to add another sentence. "Not just this Superman, that Liu Feng and the New York Police Department, none of you are allowed to provoke, otherwise, you will bear the consequences, and the HYDRA organization will not help you." Inside a military base outside of New York, General Boyd is reading the latest news from the United States, which can help him understand current events. He has not had free time to read newspapers for a long time, so he has been quiet for a few days. 10 days ago, there was a guy named Liu Feng, who came out when they were about to get the new mutant X-23, and killed his elite troops to the bottom. Now, not only is General Boyd's elite troops gone, but Liu Feng has rescued X-23, who had been arresting him for many days, and he slapped Boyd resoundingly. "Fortunately, I arranged for Major Wells to send Liu Feng's name to the Continental Hotel's reward order, and let the professional killer help him solve this trouble. Now it seems that this guy Liu Feng may have died on the street, but he is still quite puzzled why the newspaper didn't report the news that he, the Light of New York, was killed. It stands to reason that Liu Feng's reputation is so resounding, his death should cause disturbances." At this time, General Boyd's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was the Continental Hotel. It was only then that he remembered that when Major Wilson asked the Continental Hotel to arrange a killer, General Boyd's phone number was filled in as the recipient. This means that after the target sees that Liu Feng has been dealt with, the Continental Hotel will call him to notify him. General Boyd suddenly realized that he was not dead before, so he must be dead now. Boyd answered the phone, but before he could speak, the other end of the phone spoke first. "Is that General Boyd? We are the reward order processing office of the Continental Hotel, about the reward you released about Mr. Liu Feng more than 10 days ago." When the other party said this, Boyd was already secretly happy, ready to hear the next good news. In the end, the other party unexpectedly said, "I'm sorry, we failed." Boyd frowned and asked, "What does it mean to fail?" Boyd couldn't understand the logic. After the bounty was accepted, the killer who took the task failed, so it's okay to post it until someone completes it? What is bounty failure? Boyd thought he could get an explanation from the Continental Hotel, but unexpectedly the woman on the other end of the phone did not answer her question. "We are extremely sorry for this reward. Your reward amount has been returned to your account. Please pay attention to check it. In the future, please reduce your cooperation with our mainland hotel to avoid dissatisfaction. Thank you for your understanding. Goodbye." "You don't think you should explain to me?" Before Boyd finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Just when he was in a daze and wanted to call Major Wilson, who was in charge of the matter, over to inquire about something, his room was suddenly pushed away with a bang. A group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushed in with guns in hand. Seeing this, Boyd raised his hand, but was tied up by the soldiers. He struggled and asked, "Who are you?" General Boyd Halbrew, you have been found guilty of endangering national security, and we are ordered to arrest you. One of the soldiers with a relatively high rank stepped forward to answer General Boyd's question. Arrest me. Boyd's eyes widened, obviously unable to accept this fact. Let me go? You have no right to arrest me. Where is your boss? Call out. The leader of the other army shrugged and said, take it away. Boyd still wanted to fight back, but was unmoved because the entire base was taken away. A month later, the NYPD. Liu Feng was sitting in the office with a smug face, listening to his boss Arthur conveying to him the information that the military had been dealt with. Liu Feng said that to make them pay the price, naturally they must use all their strength. So, after getting out of the Continental Hotel, Liu Feng, who learned the identity of the reward offerer of the Continental Hotel, didn't stop. He directly made a phone call to report, and cooperated with his boss Arthur's authority to get rid of the other party. As for Arthur, originally he didn't want Liu Feng to conflict with the military, because he was worried that the military would punish Liu Feng first. But he didn't expect that now Liu Feng had mastered the military's black material, so he could use the conviction as an excuse to take them away. In fact, besides Arthur, Liu Feng also used another layer of his own relationship to suppress the military. We should have arrested about 1/3 of the people by now, and we will get rid of all those people in a short time, Arthur said. But I really didn't expect you kid to get their handle. There is an old saying in China that says to plan for a rainy day, and I can teach you someday. Liu Feng responded with a smile. At this time, Chen Long, Liu Feng's exclusive cow and horse brother, came to the door. He held a phone in one hand, knocked on the door panel with the other hand to get Liu Feng's attention, handed it to him, and said, Brother Feng, someone is looking for you. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and after saying goodbye to Arthur on the other end of the phone, he took the phone from Chen Long. Holding the phone and before speaking, Liu Feng glanced at it, and saw that the number displayed on the phone was very familiar to Liu Feng, so he also remembered these numbers. Liu Feng's vigilant expression suddenly softened, and he answered, My naturally beautiful and charming mother, why did you suddenly call your precious son? Hearing the conversation between Liu Feng and the woman on the phone, Chen Long immediately understood why Liu Feng expressed such a gentle tone during the conversation. Who doesn't know that Liu Feng, the famous New York light in New York, is a perfect man who loves his wife and mother. No matter how bad and manic his attitude and emotions are towards the prisoner, as long as these two women call, Liu Feng can immediately transform into the most docile little sheep in the world. On Liu Feng's side, after hearing Liu Feng's words, the mother on the other end of the phone said softly, Is there anyone else by your side? We need to talk alone. After the adoptive mother said this, Liu Feng realized that Chen Long was by his side, and it was not suitable for him to chat with his mother in private. After waving his hand to signal Chen Long to leave, Liu Feng said, There is no one now. What's the matter, Mom? Have you encountered any difficulties in Washington? Someone is doing something under the red cross you manage in front of you, Elena Stack. Liu Feng asked with concern. How is it possible? Who is your mother and I? The adoptive mother Elena on the other end of the phone said in a joking tone, Without me, the military would not be so easily suppressed. Yes, thank you Mom in advance. Liu Feng also responded jokingly, but you will call at this time, should there be something. It took Liu Feng a full month to get rid of the military, but as soon as he got rid of him, his adoptive mother called him. As soon as the two are connected with each other, the answer will come out. The reason for the call is the military, right? Did they implicate you and the Cross Society? Threatening or smashing the field? At this point, Liu Feng's eyes became more fierce. If you dare to touch your adoptive mother, those people in the military don't want to live anymore. It is said that the family is not as good as the disaster. They bullied Liu Feng's adoptive mother this time. After Liu Feng hung up the phone, he turned into a Superman to find the military and started to kill. But his adoptive mother Elena said, What do you think of your mother and me? Just rely on them? Mess with me and the Cross Society, just our relatives are enough for them to bear. The adoptive mother continued, The military did not come to the Red Cross to make trouble in person. Not only did they not act arrogantly, they also came to me in a low voice, begging me to come to you. Pleading. Liu Feng regained his composure, and at the same time asked doubtfully, Why did they come to you to beg for mercy? Could it be that you had some contact with them? Elena replied, Yes, the Red Cross has cooperated with the military many times before. In fact, the previous relationship was pretty good. I even knew their general, Boyd Halbrew. Elena told Liu Feng the ins and outs in this way, We are quite familiar with each other, and I suppressed them for a long time because of your precious son, which made us a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Liu Feng also understood the cause and effect of the matter, but couldn't help scolding, Those guys don't dare to confront me, but they really know how to solve the problem in this way. Those guys were really smart, knowing that they couldn't beat Liu Feng in a face-to-face confrontation, so they used their relationship with Liu Feng's adoptive mother to play emotional cards with Liu Feng. Although Liu Feng has only been in this world for 3 years, and this adoptive mother has no blood relationship with him, Liu Feng sees her kindness to him. Over time, Liu Feng regarded Elena Stark as his own mother, and cared for her meticulously. If a dragon has a Nilina, he will die if he touches it, and Irene is Liu Feng's Nilina. It's just that Elena's ability doesn't need to worry Liu Feng. After all, her surname is Stark. That's right, it's Iron Man Stark. And Liu Feng's adoptive mother Elena happened to be Howard Stark's younger sister and Iron Man Tony's aunt. Now she is also the president of the Washington Cross, and her power and status are also very high. Few people in the United States dare to touch her. Mom knows your style of doing things, and understands that you have your own reasons for doing things. Elena said, but this matter, my mother thinks it's better for you to keep it private, so you don't need to make everyone secretly hate. It's all about the world, you should understand. After Elena finished speaking, Liu Feng thought for a few seconds, and then said to Elena in a gentle tone, okay, you are my mother. I have listened to you the most since I was a child. Even if I destroy the world it's not a problem, let alone this trivial matter. But, Liu Feng changed his pen again, with a strong tone, and said, I can let this matter go for your sake, Mom, but they really pissed me off before. Since they don't want to be retaliated by me, they have to make compensation to me. I knew you were going to say that. The adoptive mother Elena on the other end of the phone agreed, okay, I understand, I will ask them to give you corresponding compensation. Before Liu Feng was about to hang up the phone, his adoptive mother Elena suddenly added, by the way, Feng, when are you free? Your cousin Tony wants to have dinner with you. Cousin? That playboy Tony Stark who is indulging in wine, money, and women all day long? Forget it, I don't like dealing with this kind of person. Liu Feng refused. What he said is also true. Liu Feng is not like other time travelers. After time traveling, all he thinks about is how to meet the protagonists of the series in the original world. Liu Feng, as the adopted son of Iron Man Tony Stark's sister-in-law Lena Stark, felt that the future superhero Iron Man was nothing awesome from the very beginning. Not to mention that before he became Iron Man, Tony was an out-and-out paranoid and arrogant playboy, which can be said to be as annoying as he wants. Hearing Liu Feng comment on her big brother's son, Elena was a little embarrassed. After all, he is also his nephew, so he wanted to restore Tony's image. Tony's parents died since he was a child, and his character does have some minor flaws. However, he is also a high-achieving student who graduated from MIT. His mind is completely inherited from my brother. There are still many advantages, but his emotional intelligence is a bit low. Okay, Mom, if I say I don't want to see you, I won't see you. And Tony is so scheming, he won't suddenly want to eat with me. Liu Feng tried to analyze, maybe Stark Industry has researched some new weapons and wants to sell them to the police in batches, so they will test the water from my New York Police Department first. Elena was well aware of her adopted son's personality, so she didn't say anything more, and replied, you don't want to see him, forget it, and just settle the matter with the military. After the matter about the military came to an end, Liu Feng hung up his mother's phone and muttered, military, you're smart. But at least Liu Feng will receive compensation. Although his mother only said that he would fight for him, Liu Feng understood, what is a compensation to the military? It is already a great gift for me to let go of the past. How could I fall short because of this small request? So they will definitely agree to my request. Sure enough, the compensation really agreed. Not only agreed, but also beyond Liu Feng's expectation. Just as Liu Feng came home early before Wanda got off work, and was about to take a comfortable hot bath, when he opened the door, his eyes widened. Because the one has long brown hair, is slender, has healthy wheat-colored skin, and most importantly, is lying on his bed. This woman is not someone else, but Liu Feng is familiar with the shape-shifting King Kong series of movies. Just relying on the action of lifting the car hood, she has captured the hearts of all otaku. The heroine's name, Liu Feng, is forgotten, but she vaguely remembers the name of the Spice Girl heroine, Megan Fox. But at this moment, this woman who had haunted countless homeboys was lying on Liu Feng's bed. Even a man couldn't stand it. Definitely the point is, what about your clothes? Seeing Liu Feng's line of sight, she wanted to subconsciously block it, but after thinking about her purpose of coming here, she moved her hands away and said, you can watch it if you want. My name is Michaela Baines. I was originally a high school student in a high school in the suburbs of New York. Now I am sent by the military to compensate you, Michaela said blankly. It turned out that the military had captured his alcoholic father a few days ago and used it to coerce Michaela into giving Liu Feng compensation. Liu Feng had no idea about the father of the supporting role who had a very low sense of existence, and although Michaela hated that man, it was his father after all, so he agreed after repeated decisions. During the narration, Michaela never mentioned the Decepticons and Autobots. It seems that at this point in time, she has not met the hero in shape-shifting King Kong, and the plot has not yet unfolded, so now he is equivalent to taking down the heroine before the hero. The naked Michaela looked up at Liu Feng. Now I am your item. Those idiots in the military. Liu Feng couldn't help cursing inwardly. He didn't expect that the compensation he said casually was actually like this in the eyes of their military. Liu Feng really likes women very much, and they guessed it right, but when it comes to women, it depends on the occasion. This is his home. Liu Feng is already a married man. Both parties were happy to send a woman here, but they both ignored the existence of Liu Feng's wife, Scarlet Witch Wanda, if she ever finds out she's having a woman at home. At this moment, the sound of a car suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing the sound of the car at this moment, don't even think about it. What will appear at this moment is Wanda. Sure enough, Wanda started knocking on the door. Honey, are you home? It's hard for me to find the key to open the door with something in my hand. Can you come over and open the door? The Lord has come to the door? You can't stay here anymore. Put on your clothes and go. Liu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to give the clothes on the floor to Michaela and let her put them on. This little girl's hot pants shirt is even more sexy. Michaela was taken aback for a moment. I can't leave, I have to stay and serve you, otherwise the military won't let my dad go. Honey, not there. Wanda's voice continued. In a hurry, Liu Feng persuaded Michaela first. I will let you complete the task, but not at this time. Take the money to open a hotel nearby, and I will go find you later. Liu Feng took out money from his pocket and gave it to Michaela to help her escape through the window. Fortunately, Liu Feng's house was on the first floor, so she could leave easily. It was the sound of a key being turned to open the door suddenly from outside the door. Liu Feng tidied up the room a little and was about to leave the room, but Wanda opened the door first. Aren't you here, dear? Why didn't you answer me just now? Wanda asked suspiciously. Liu Feng rubbed his head and said, I'm too tired today. I took a nap after I came back from get off work. I didn't hear your voice until just now. You opened the door before I had time to answer, haha. But why is there sweat on your head? Wanda asked again. Because I was too tired and fell asleep. I forgot to turn on the air conditioner, so it was very hot. Liu Feng said perfunctorily, it's really hot. I'm going to take a shower first. Wanda squinted her eyes at Liu Feng, but shrugged her shoulders and turned around to do things in the next second. The next day, in a certain hotel, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang. Liu Feng stretched out his hand to touch it and found the mobile phone. Before he could speak again, a voice came from the other party. Mr. Liu Feng, you must have received our compensation. Are you satisfied with our compensation? Hearing this sentence, Liu Feng lowered his head slightly, looked at the woman who was serving him, and responded with the corner of his mouth raised. It's not bad. The military matter came to an end, and the HYDRA organization didn't bother Liu Feng anymore. There is a beautiful wife at home, a golden concubine outside. 135 Wanda, 246 Michaela. Rest on Sunday alone. Liu Feng has just passed a few days of calm. After going on for almost half a month, Liu Feng woke up from the bed, and subconsciously looked at the woman next to him. It was Wanda. Fortunately, there was no need to run home first. Wanda, who was kept in the dark, didn't know what sweet dream he was having. The corners of his mouth were still raised. Liu Feng kissed Wanda on the head, and then started to change clothes and go out. Life is colorful, and work is going smoothly. In the past half a month, nothing major has happened in New York. This is exactly what Liu Feng has been doing since he came to the police station. New York, once known as a city of crime, directly suppressed the criminals like sheep after Liu Feng intervened, and the whole city exuded a simple and honest atmosphere. But today, the manpower of the New York Police Department has suddenly become busy. It is not uncommon for the entire police department to be alarmed. At least in Liu Feng's impression, it was already a year ago. Liu Feng stood up for a while and took a look, and found that corpses were being sent in one after another, and the surface of the body was covered with wounds, broken arms, broken legs, and disemboweled. Murder. Liu Feng frowned. There is no one in New York who doesn't know that Liu Feng has clearly prohibited murders. Minor disturbances are fine, robbery is fine, murder is not allowed. The method of prohibition is also very simple. When the captured murderer is sentenced, he will be sentenced to death. He can be sentenced to as much crime as he can. This is directly in sharp contrast to the Batman in the DC next door, who always imprisoned murderers in the Arkham Asylum without execution, and then ran out the next day. Under such coercive means, there will not be any homicide cases in New York City under the jurisdiction of Liu Feng. But today there are people who don't know how to live or die. Liu Feng stopped Chen Long and asked, "What's the situation?" "A serial murder case. It's not a simple homicide." Chen Long slowly reported to Liu Feng, "It's a fight between gangs. It's quite big. While disrupting the social order, many people died." "Gangster." Liu Feng half closed his eyes, and murmured, "Didn't those guys get along quite well before? What's wrong with you recently?" Liu Feng kept the crime rate to a minimum, but he allowed gangsters to appear in New York. Because criminal incidents cannot completely disappear, and the existence of gangs can make the punks organized and disciplined, which is equivalent to setting a good sense for the punks. When the scale and power of the gangsters are formed, without Liu Feng's intervention, the gangsters themselves can control the punks under them submissively. As for Liu Feng, he only needs to establish a good relationship with the leader of the gang, turn a blind eye and close one eye, and allow the gang to do shady business, which can reduce the crime rate in New York. There have been no problems all the time. Only today, a murder case occurred, and it was not a small fight between gangsters, but a fight between gangsters. It's like the subordinates didn't do anything, and the management started to fight. Things between gangs and gangs are the most difficult to deal with, and this kind of case will never happen only once. If it is not resolved properly, more and more people will die. "Brother Feng, do I need to lead a team to do this matter? I'm confident that it will be resolved." Niu Ma's younger brother Chen Long asked Liu Feng, obviously wanting to show off in front of Liu Feng. Liu Feng shook his head and said, "You can't handle it. I will investigate this case myself." Looking at the information about gangsters in his hand, he suddenly found that among these gangsters, there was a gangster under Jin Bing's command that he was familiar with. Jin Bin, formerly known as Wilson Grant Faith, is the largest underworld leader in New York and even the United States, and is the #1 mortal enemy of superhero Daredevil. In addition to the Daredevil movie, he also appeared in the Spider-Man Parallel Universe animated movie, and Liu Feng did not have much dealings with him after time travel. Because in New York City, Liu Feng is the biggest white gang, and Jinbing is the biggest gangster, so Jinbing also gave Liu Feng a lot of face and helped Liu Feng maintain the order of the gang. Since this matter was done by people under Jinbing's command, it would be easy to handle. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and focused on one of the surviving gangsters, Jay. Little punk Jay is bad. Originally, he didn't belong to any gang. He was just a little guy who spotted rich people on the streets of New York and went up to rob them. But this kind of method cannot become a livelihood for him to live on. One day before he was robbed, Jay was raped by a gang, saying that he was not qualified to rob on the street. Later, Jay learned to be smart and joined a gang, thinking that he would be able to live a life of the underworld without worrying about food and clothing. But the damn thing is, not long after he joined the gang he belonged to was suddenly involved, and he got involved with another gang out of nowhere. He was timid, and he didn't do much work on the front line, so he stayed until the end. He also used this to see a strangely dressed person in the opponent's gang, telling dirty jokes while killing people. Jay escaped by pretending to be dead, muttering that he was too weak, and it would be better to return to his old profession, so he squatted on the street early in the morning to find his target. It's you, a rich family of 3. Jay locked on the target. The family of 3 had just finished watching a movie and were on their way home. When passing through a small alley, Jay jumped out with a knife and interrupted the laughter of the family. Jay waved the definitely knife in his hand and said, obviously, robbery. The father among them hurriedly protected his wife and daughter. It's okay, as long as you don't hurt them, I can give you whatever money you want, and I can give you all the money on my body. Jay couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect to be so lucky today to meet such a rich man, and now he can be happy for several weeks. Just as Jay was about to take the money, a voice suddenly came, find a corner and squat down with your head in your arms. I only give you 2 minutes. Jay turned his head to look, and found that it was a guy in a leather jacket, with a strong figure and a somewhat Asian look. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it. Presumably he was a guy who watched too many superhero movies and came to help others. Jay would definitely not be frightened by Liu Feng's warning, so he waved his dagger and said, hurry up, kid, do you really think you can be the superhero in the movie? Liu Feng said coldly, 2 minutes, otherwise you would have fallen to the ground. You are lucky. I need a dog to lead the way, and I will spare your life. Jay noticed that this man was a bit stubborn, and just wanted to show him some color, but unexpectedly, the other party pulled out his gun, and sooner or later, with a bang, Jay's hand holding the knife was directly pierced. With extremely precise marksmanship, without even looking at it, Jay suddenly remembered that the other party's identity was Liu Feng, the sharpshooter known as the Light of New York in the New York Police Department. Liu Feng let the family of 3 go, and walked slowly towards Jay by himself. Jay is very aware of current affairs, and hastily squatted down with his head in his arms. Definitely, he can only hug with one hand. Liu Feng also squatted down and looked at him, and said coldly, take me to your boss Jin Bin, otherwise you won't even want another hand. The guy known as the Light of New York has already made a name for himself. How could Jay himself have anything to say, so he had no choice but to lead the way obediently after nodding his head. For a broken arm injury, just wrap it with a piece of clothing to stop the bleeding. Facing this guy, it's not just a matter of excessive blood loss. Life can be threatened at any time. Outside New York, in a grey room, a man in a suit with huge amounts of stature was leaning on a leather sofa tailored for him, while a shivering man was sitting opposite him. Jin Bin, who was as tall as a mountain, gently stroked the cat in his hand with huge amounts of palm. He spoke lightly, never taking his eyes off the cat in his hand, and said, tell me, Rex, do you respect me? The man named Rex shuddered immediately, and responded, definitely. You are Jin Bin, the crime king of the United States, and my respect for you is endless. Then why did you move your hands beyond your range to move my territory? Jin Bin squinted at him, a murderous look emerged spontaneously, and Rex didn't dare to look at him. I was wrong? I was wrong? I was obsessed by ghosts. Please, Master Jin, please give me another chance. I promise this will not happen again. Rex hugged Jin directly Bing's legs. His legs are so thick that they feel like pillars when touched. It is rumored that Jin Bin's huge size is not due to obesity, but because he has muscles all over his body, and his strength is enough for him to kill a Bengal tiger with one punch. Jin put the cat on the table, waved to Rex who was holding his leg on the ground, and motioned for him to stick his head up. Rex thought there was a joke, so he stood up and stretched his head. But Jin Bin approached his ear, and said in a deep voice, no one can betray me, and anyone who betrays me will die without exception. After finishing speaking, Jin Bin threw a punch directly. Huge amounts of fists hit Rex's stomach like a hammer. What kind of experience is it to hit a person with a pound that can kill a tiger with one punch? Rex was sent flying 2 meters away from the spot, vomited blood, and sprayed all over the ground. His internal organs were shattered. He only lasted for 2 seconds. His head tilted, and he lost all signs of life. Alfred, drag the body away, Jin said without looking back. But the door opened, and it wasn't his lackey who came in, but Liu Feng. Liu Feng glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said, Boss Jin Bing, are you so angry this early in the morning? Jin Bin turned around, his serious expression disappeared instantly, looked at Liu Feng, and said in a low voice, Mr. Liu Feng, we haven't contacted for a long time, what's the matter for coming to see me suddenly? You have to give me an explanation. Liu Feng was too lazy to be courteous with Jin, and went straight to the point. The gang under your command caused trouble in New York City and killed many people. Don't you think you should explain it to me? In New York. Jin Bin paused for a moment. I'm generally not in charge of the affairs of the New York branch. Although I'm not in New York, I should strictly prohibit them from doing things in New York. Sitting opposite him, Liu Feng crossed his arms and said, I don't care what you teach your subordinates. There are indeed dead people on my side and they are related to your people, so you have to settle this matter. This is our agreement, remember? Liu Feng said. I definitely remember our pact. Jin Bing lit a cigar, nodded, and responded, I will solve it. After today, there will be no more killings in New York. You can rest assured. Seeing Jin and agreeing so readily, Liu Feng didn't say anything else, nodded, and left here. Thinking that the matter had been resolved, Liu Feng returned to the police station and started busy with his own affairs. But almost a week later, another person died, and it was another member of the gang. Liu Feng just wanted to find Jin and question him, but the other party sent his men over first. Seeing Liu Feng, the subordinates sent respectfully bowed to Liu Feng first, and said, Mr. Liu Feng, our boss invites you to drink tea with us. Liu Feng got into his limousine, left New York again, went to a Japanese-style bathhouse in Texas, and came to the place where Jin Bin was staying at the moment. Liu Feng took off his clothes and went in. Jin Bing was the only one in Nyoda's bathhouse. Liu Feng half closed his eyes, and walked towards Jin Bing, while shortening the distance with him, said in a calm voice, This is the second time I ask you to explain to me, Jin Bing. There is an old saying in China that things don't last until 3, do you want me to teach you a lesson? Liu Feng said. With his back to Liu Feng, Jin Bing said slowly, I tried my best, but I can't do this, because what happened in New York recently is not a simple battle between gangsters. Jin Bin, whose upper body was exposed out of the water, picked up a printed document from Yanbian and held it up to Liu Feng. This matter involves a mutant. Liu Feng picked up the file and took a look. It was a familiar face. The red guy looked cheaply at the camera and compared this love heart to the camera. Anyone who saw this thing would not be confused. Deadpool, the cheapest and most talkative guy in the Marvel Universe, formerly known as Wade Wilson. One of the most violent characters in X-Men, he has become a household name in recent years. Originally a Canadian mercenary, in order to treat cancer, he accepted the Weapon X experiment in the early stage. After the beginning of the experiment, there was no significant effect, and it was listed as a failure by Weapon X, but it was later discovered that Deadpool has the ability to quickly regenerate. Even if the body is torn apart, it can be restored to its original state, but because the test was successful, it was burned by fire, and the regenerative ability and cancer cells repel each other, resulting in scars all over the body. So Deadpool, whose whole body including his face was burned, can only wear a mask and tights all the time, and because of the excessive growth of brain cells, others also become crazy. After possessing the super ability and not belonging to any organization, he became a mercenary who took money to kill people. Because of the super ability of its bug, he has also become the best object to use. Jin explained word by word, this guy is now hired by the Russian gang to help the group of Russians and want to suppress my power. So I plan to start troubles from my influence in New York. But I didn't know that New York is now your world. Jin Bing looked at Liu Feng and said, Deadpool is too strong a mutant. He can single out me and help him alone. I can't solve it. I can only rely on you. By the way, let me help you deal with him. Liu Feng looked at Jin Bing coldly. Jin Bin sighed, and said, when I owe you a favor, I can promise you anything within the range of my ability. Is that okay? Liu Feng shrugged and said, it's not too bad. If you're looking for him, my boy has probably locked the area where he is. Jin Bin was about to tell Liu Feng where Deadpool was. No need, Liu Feng directly raised his hand to signal him to shut up. I know where he likes to go most. Seeing this, Jin Bin nodded and stopped talking. That's right. Just 2 steps away, Liu Feng suddenly stopped, tilted his head slightly, without turning back, and said to Jin Bing, tell Jin Bing, come see me yourself next time. Jin Bin in the pool was shocked, and stared at Liu Feng with wide eyes. When I can't see that you and the last time are doubles, Liu Feng said coldly. Liu Feng, who squinted at Jin Bing, perfectly interpreted what it means to be true domineering sideways, making the fake Jin Bing, who was facing Liu Feng's back, shudder instantly. He was afraid, because he knew the character of the decisive man in front of him. As long as he found out that someone was deceiving him, the only thing he would face was death. Fake gold and subconsciously backed away, but he also knew that there was no way to escape. Fortunately, Liu Feng did not intend to kill him. He just left the last sentence. As I said just now, there is a Chinese proverb, there are only 3 things. If the person who meets me next time is still a substitute, you go to give the gold and collect the body. Leaving these words behind, Liu Feng left here without looking back. Putting on his own clothes and getting into Jin Bin's little brother who had been waiting for him for a long time outside the long car, Ma Tsai asked respectfully, Mr. Liu Feng, where are you going now? Liu Feng rested his head on the palm of his hand and said, go to the most famous stripper bar in New York. Gorgeous lights, blasting music, twisting hips, flying bills, this is what a stripper bar is made of. The hormonal breath just spread infinitely in this small space, and the young men and women writhed as if they wanted to show all the beauty of their bodies. The strippers, who master the psychology of men to death, unleash their charm without reservation. The men holding banknotes in the audience cheered for themselves, and stuffed the banknotes into their work clothes that saved a lot of fabric. It's just that one of the customers was so weird that even the veteran stripper who had served men from 18 to 80 years old couldn't help being surprised. That Tuo, wearing a red combat uniform, has 2 handfuls of something hanging on his back. Wearing an absurd hood on the face, twisted more charming than strippers. What is it? 1 or 2 days is okay, but he has been here for a full week. Don't be shy, little girl. Twist it up, master. There are plenty of banknotes here. Deadpool, the cheap guy, twisted his ass while waving the dollars in his hand. Although the stripper was surprised, no one would be troubled by money, squinting their eyes, twisting their buttocks, and rolling in money. There is nothing easier in the world than this. Just the next second, the stripper was suddenly embraced by Deadpool, who stepped onto the stage, and the sudden move made her want to resist. Everyone knows that there is a rule for strippers, that is, they can only look but not touch. This strange guest actually came to the stage and hugged her. The stripper was in a hurry and wanted to call the security guard over to deal with it. At this moment, Deadpool suddenly stretched out his finger and put it in front of his mask, making a SHH gesture. He looked at the stripper, and because he was wearing a mask, he didn't know what the expression in her eyes meant. I only heard him say, "From the moment I saw you, I was sure that you will be my life partner, so don't be shy, let's collide with the spark of love." This, sir. The stripper looked a little embarrassed. You are more passive? It doesn't matter, I like to be active and dominant, whether it's on the ground or in bed, you understand, right? Deadpool said meanly. The stripper wanted to say no, but felt Deadpool's muscles hidden under his battle suit. Not to mention, in terms of appearance, although Deadpool is disfigured, his figure is not strong enough. After wearing the mask, it also adds a sense of mystery that women like most. And he's cheap, very cheap, which probably corresponds to what Huaxia often said, men are not bad and women don't love them. This is why Deadpool can play almost all the female characters in the comics, and also has a group of base love CP with the friendly Spider-Man. As for the stripper in front of him, Deadpool has been chasing him for a full week. Since that incident in New York, he has ordered this stripper every day. The atmosphere and everything are rendered in place. Deadpool almost took off the lower half of the mask, and came to have a passionate kiss with this sexy stripper. It seems that I came at the wrong time. At this time, a figure slowly walked from the door of the bar. Deadpool turned his head and saw that it was Liu Feng. Deadpool hunched over, expressing helplessness with exaggerated movements, then patted the stripper's butt, and said, "Sorry baby, wait a minute." Liu Feng was well aware of Deadpool's personality like this, so he crossed his arms and said, "I don't like her, I'm looking for you. Isn't it? Don't mess with my baby, but you have a crush on me." 20 minutes later, Liu Feng, who was pinching the time in midair, slightly possessed himself, descending from the sky at the speed of sound, slowed down when he was about to step on the ice, and finally fell slowly. The corners of his mouth turned upward, looking at Deadpool, who had been held in the same position for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Deadpool's body has been trembling slightly. The sound of teeth chattering with teeth can be heard through the visor, and during this period, the vulgar words coming out of Deadpool's mouth can be vaguely heard. Liu Feng crossed his arms and asked, "Mr. Deadpool, how are you thinking? You are vicious." Deadpool, who was trembling all over, reluctantly spit out this response from his mouth, "I promise you to surrender." Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and asked as if he was stalling for time, "Really? Real?" Deadpool couldn't help but said, "Brother, you don't take me away, my dick is going to be a popsicle." After confirming that Deadpool didn't play tricks again, Superman Liu Feng took 2 steps forward and picked him up. One took off in place, and the sonic boom shattered the ice. Deadpool, who was taken to the sky flight by Superman Liu Feng, is no different from before he came. Feel the climate slowly transition from extremely cold to hot summer. When he regained consciousness, he had arrived at a bar in New York City. Sitting on the chair, it seemed that he had just had a weird dream. But sitting across from him was a familiar person. Taking a closer look, the person in front of him is Liu Feng, an ordinary police officer who changed into a bat at some point in time. As mentioned earlier, Liu Feng wears glasses every time he switches to Superman form. And the characteristic of his Superman glasses is that they can be perfectly switched to another look. So Deadpool didn't know that Liu Feng and Superman were the same person. But he knew this guy had told him too that he was guilty. The words of the two people are almost the same, and you can tell with your toes that they know each other. Is the body already self-healing? Drinking alcohol. Liu Feng didn't look at Deadpool, picked up the wine glass unhurriedly, drank the beer, and pushed it to another glass next to Deadpool. Deadpool half closed his eyes, not scruples. Picking up the beer and taking a sip, he said after drinking, "You are so cruel, you actually know such a guy. I still don't forget to open Huang Hun, although I like hard ones, I don't like hard ones that can't even be pierced by bullets. It's so embarrassing for my Deadpool. I'm an S attribute. It's not me hitting you if he hits you, I'm still very civilized." Liu Feng laughed. "That must be you who called him over to beat me." Deadpool gave Liu Feng a blank look. Liu Feng shrugged, and replied, "You are too arrogant, I should teach you a lesson." Deadpool wanted to refute, but couldn't find any reason. Yes, he himself knows this very well. Deadpool gave up on the explanation of this sentence, and found the next topic. "I just returned to normal. If you buy me a drink at this time, you are not afraid that I will run away?" Deadpool looked left and right, like watching a ghost, trying to find the figure of Superman. Liu Feng looked at Deadpool with raised lips, and said, "My super friend can cross the entire Pacific Ocean in just 2 minutes, but where can you go in 2 minutes? Outside New York City. Okay, I'm completely lost." Deadpool slumped on the chair hopelessly, like a dried salted fish. Surrender is surrender. Anyway, I can't die. Shooting is a waste of bullets. At most, you just find me some money or something. He asked. No fine. Liu Feng took a sip of his wine and shook his head. I want to lock you up. Hearing this, Deadpool jumped up and cursed. Damn, you are too disgusting. I knew I couldn't die, so I wanted to lock me up. Deadpool was powerless and furious, so he could only try to ask, how long? Half a month? 1 year? 2 years? 5 years? Liu Feng raised 2 fingers and replied, 20 years. 20 years. Deadpool slapped the table directly. You've been poured with mercury into your fucking brain. I'm only in my 30s this year. I've been in prison for 20 years. Even if I don't look old, I'm old in mind. Liu Feng shook his wine glass and explained, originally, in terms of your murder, I only sentenced you to 10 years, but if you disrespected me, another 10 years will be added. He looked at Deadpool with the corner of his mouth raised, and said, warning, you don't respect me very much now, brother. Deadpool, who had no integrity, lay down directly and hugged Liu Feng's thigh. Tears seemed to be overflowing the mask. I can't stand loneliness. I really can't stay for 20 years. You might as well let me be a target for a few months, and you can have fun, why not? Deadpool looked at Liu Feng pitifully. I will definitely be imprisoned for 20 years. Liu Feng changed the topic again, however, if you serve me occasionally, it's not that I can't help you reduce your sentence. Serve. Deadpool straightened up, no problem, I'm the best at this. Whether it's mouth or pie, I can serve you. It's not this kind of service. Liu Feng gave Deadpool the middle finger. I want to use your killing ability. Maybe, sometimes, you can really come in handy. Deadpool still wanted to bargain, but seeing Liu Feng's serious expression, he could only sigh and was defeated. I see. You, an irrational existence, are really weird and difficult to deal with. In this way, Deadpool was handcuffed by Liu Feng and taken to the NYPD. During his detention, Liu Feng also made 2 demands on Deadpool. The first is not to allow Deadpool to leave the prison. After all, this guy's ability is not bad, and it takes a minute for a mutant to escape from prison. So Liu Feng reminded Deadpool that if he escaped from prison and was found by Liu Feng, he would ask Superman to capture him personally to the North Pole to freeze a human-shaped ice sculpture. The second requirement is that Deadpool is not allowed to reveal the identity of mutant, and he can only be an ordinary person honestly. However, as long as this guy doesn't talk too much, no one will be able to discover his super ability as a mutant. Another major Marvel figure was added to the prison, and Jinbing owed Liu Feng a favor because of this, and the matter came to an end. It's leisure time again. The family and business are happy. Wanda Michaela and the 2 beauties also play tricks for Liu Feng every day. Very happy. S.H.I.D.L.D. base. Director Nick Fury stood at the window of his office, scanning the agents in S.H.I.D.L.D. through huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows. He held several printed documents in his hand, and on one of them was a mean guy wearing a red hood. 2 pieces of information, one is the profile of Deadpool, and the other is the work he has been doing all the time, whether it is in the X-Men or the daily life of a mercenary after the X-Men disappeared. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who has a perfect figure, walked slowly, looked out of the window next to Nick Fury, and said softly, that matter has been dealt with, it's just. Liu Feng won't find out. Nick Fury said lightly, I'm not afraid if I find out, I have plenty of ways to guard against him. In short, Wade Wilson, we must take him away. Deadpool's self-healing has the same effect as Wolverine, even stronger than Wolverine. Combat ability is considered excellent in X-Men, and it is indeed useful for SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and replied, you just decide. Then he stood with his hands behind his back and said, now Deadpool has been transferred to the prison of the Washington General Bureau through our transfer order, and he can be brought out at any time. Get it out tonight, the sooner the better, before you have a long night's sleep, Nick ordered to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff nodded and left the office after saying hello. Inside the NYPD, Liu Feng was drawing a lottery, and he hadn't drawn a lottery for several days. Because of his non-chief's physique, he wondered if the things he drew would be better every few days. The result is not that I got something useless today. This thing, I just couldn't get it. It was as rare as the Superman's physique. Liu Feng thought he could make some kind of Mjolnir for fun. With a wave of his hand, Liu Feng turned off the lottery system in his consciousness, and put his gaze back into reality. At this time, the policeman Chen Long walked in and said to Liu Feng, Brother Feng, I just came back from prison, but there is something wrong with Wade Wilson's imprisonment. Oolong. Liu Feng asked, could it be that he escaped from prison? It has been more than a month since Deadpool was imprisoned. Liu Feng originally thought that even if Deadpool promised him that he would go to prison, but when he actually went in, he would definitely cause trouble or ask him some weird requests. But it didn't. Deadpool was ridiculously obedient. Liu Feng didn't hear any problems, which made Liu Feng suspicious. But he would not go to the prison to watch Deadpool because of this, but called his younger brother Chen Long to go to the prison to check Deadpool's situation. But now, he heard Chen Long tell him something was wrong. No, Wade Wilson didn't escape from prison, but he is also not in the prison here. Chen Long shook his head and said, "When I went to the prison, I found out that Wade Wilson has been transferred to the prison over there by the Washington General Administration. Washington headquarters transferred the person I arrested? Why didn't you notify me?" Liu Feng asked. Chen Long shook his head again. "I don't know about this. I have to ask the people at the Washington General Administration for details." Liu Feng nodded and waved him out. In order to confirm whether Deadpool was really transferred to the Washington General Administration, Liu Feng also personally retrieved the surveillance video. It can be seen from the video that the visitor is indeed wearing the police uniform of the Washington General Administration, not HYDRA, which is too ostentatious. Could it be that this time, it's really the Washington headquarters? Deadpool, a mercenary and a former member of the X-Men, since the self-healing ability is also of great use to scientific research, will indeed be under scrutiny. But if Arthur really felt that Deadpool needed to be reviewed and brought him to the Washington headquarters, based on the relationship between the two, he would definitely have notified Liu Feng in advance. Guessing was useless, so Liu Feng called Arthur directly and asked him to meet at a restaurant in Washington 2 minutes later. The other party agreed without asking any further questions. Arriving at the restaurant, Liu Feng first chatted with Arthur, a tall white man. "For a while, you should change your car, Arthur, your speed is very slow." "Actually, it's not about the car." Arthur shrugged, and replied, "Being late is my old problem. After getting a new car, it may be even slower, just like the Flash in the superhero comics who is always late." "No, I suspect that you were late for my appointment." Liu Feng laughed. Arthur also smiled, and admitted, "You're right to think so. You bastard always asks me to help you, causing such a headache. Why don't you let me make you wait a little longer?" Liu Feng shrugged, "It's not unreasonable." "Okay, no more greetings, you probably didn't just catch up with me." Arthur sat down and asked, "Come on, is there anything you want to talk to me that you can't say on the phone?" Seeing this, Liu Feng said, "I came to talk to you about Wade Wilson." He imagined so many expressions on Arthur's face when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Arthur showed a puzzled expression and said, "Who is Wade Wilson?" "Wade Wilson, Deadpool, you really don't know this person." Liu Feng also mentioned Deadpool's nickname. "I don't know." Arthur shook his head and said, "Is he famous? I should know him. He is a criminal I caught in the prison, and was transferred to your prison a few days ago." Liu Feng asked, "Didn't you order the transfer from the New York Police Department to the Washington General Bureau?" "No, I've never given such an order, and I've never heard of this guy's name." Arthur responded briskly. Added another sentence, "If I did it, I would have notified you a long time ago, and I wouldn't have waited for you to come here from the New York Police Department to find me. It wasn't your order to the police station, but your people received an order to transfer him away." Liu Feng muttered to himself, aware of this familiar scene. Only a transfer order could move someone away, but Arthur didn't give an order. That is, someone has forged the transfer order, and has the ability to forge the transfer order. It must be a powerful organization, either HYDRA or SHIELD. As for the HYDRA organization, the entire base was pierced by Liu Feng alone last time, and Superman's terror has long been ingrained in their hearts. Even if they were given 10,000 courage this time, Pierce would not dare to issue such an order to the members of HYDRA to provoke him again. If it's not HYDRA, only S.H.I.E.L.D. is left, and the one who gave the order must be the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., that is, the Black Egg, Nick Fury. "You've become fatter, black stewed egg." Liu Feng folded his hands on his chest, his eyes became sharp. "Since you dare to challenge me, you must be prepared to bear the price." Bringing Deadpool to the Washington headquarters was only the first step. They would definitely come to the headquarters to take him away in person, and Liu Feng didn't even have to come to them to settle the score. Under Arthur's puzzled eyes, Liu Feng stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Go, let me teach you what is in the Chinese proverb. Please enter the urn. S.H.I.E.L.D. base." Nick Fury in the office watched with a condescending attitude as Black Widow downstairs led a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to capture Deadpool back. His hawk-like eyes fixed on Deadpool, his imposing manner was self-evident, trying to frighten this guy Deadpool. But Deadpool, who is famous for being cheap, was not intimidated by Nick Fury, and he didn't even look at him. On the contrary, he glanced at the figure of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff beside him with a mean face, and constantly tried to strike up a conversation with him. "Hey, red-haired beauty, what a waste of your size being an agent in SHIELD. Deadpool said, twisting his body. "How about you do it with me? Do it with me, I'll give you money." Yes, this is a pun. That's what he used, what he thought was a sexy voice, chatting with Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff looked at him coldly. "If you don't shut up, I will cut your mouth into pieces later." Black Widow is beautiful, but don't compare her with ordinary women. She is a killing machine that has experienced cruel agent training since she was a child. So when she really releases her murderous aura, everyone who is being watched will tremble inexplicably without exception, as if the murderous aura has manifested and pierced the opponent's heart. After all, this kind of look is really what Natasha Romanoff got in exchange for the countless lives that died at her hands. The more people she kills, the more violent her eyes will become. Normally, his eyes are the same as those of ordinary people, but when he is about to kill the enemy, his murderous aura will make him change drastically, as if he has turned into a monster. But that doesn't do much for Deadpool, who can't die and isn't afraid of anything. Instead, hearing Black Widow's ruthless words, the handcuffed Deadpool shrugged and said, "Cut it. Anyway, I'll grow it back soon after I cut it off. Haven't you seen it? Why don't you come to the room with me and let you see it?" Black Widow clenched his fists, resisting the urge to tear this guy into pieces, and Deadpool, who is not afraid of death, would definitely not stop talking because of this, but even more serious. "It's not just the mouth. As long as you want, no matter if you want to cut off any part of my body, I have no complaints. Definitely, it's on the bed." Natasha Romanoff closed her eyes impatiently, and when Deadpool was about to say the next sentence, she kicked Deadpool's thigh directly at the joint connecting the calf. Deadpool was kicked by Natasha Romanoff and broke his bones. Not long after the scream came out, Natasha Romanoff took out a tape loop from nowhere and wrapped Deadpool's mouth twice. After finishing all this, Natasha Romanoff clapped her hands like sweeping dust, and said, "Finally let this thing be quiet, and I have to sew its mouth shut if I have a chance." If Black Widow knew that his idea was realized in Wolverine in the X-Men series of movies, I don't know how he would feel. Anyway, for Natasha Romanoff, at least for now, it's time to let the stuff clear for a while. The camera pans and Nick Fury, standing in front of the huge French windows in his office, is watching Natasha Romanoff deliver Deadpool to their S.H.I.E.L.D. prison of their own. After she couldn't see her, she just turned her head when the door of the office was suddenly opened. The person exposed after the door opened, with brown hair and a black suit, was the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director and the current second in command of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce. Pierce's face was serious at the moment, and Nick Fury definitely understood why he was serious. But after he still sat on the office chair, he asked Pierce knowingly, "Your face doesn't look very good, Pierce." "Nick, what the hell are you thinking?" Pierce didn't beat Nick around the bush, and directly asked coldly, "Why did you provoke Liu Feng from the NYPD? What's wrong with provoking Liu Feng? When will we S.H.I.E.L.D. need to be afraid of this?" Nick asked back. But S.H.I.E.L.D. can get to where it is today, and it is by no means warlike and reckless. Pierce replied, "It's not reckless." Nick said with a deadpan expression, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs Deadpool. His combat power can bring great benefits to our SHIELD. I think it's a risk. But the price is to anger Liu Feng, that out-and-out monster. Pierce shook his head and said, "It's definitely not worth it for you to do this. I have my own balance of pros and cons." Nick responded lightly, "We must not give up on Deadpool. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs a guy with this killing ability right now." Nick was calm, but Pierce couldn't. He said directly, "But can we provoke Liu Feng? Isn't Clint's arrest last time enough to scare you? Why can't you afford it?" Nick stood with his hands on the table and looked at Pierce. The last time Clint was arrested, it was because of the illegal transfer procedure that Liu Feng punished him with the law. This time, we brought Deadpool Wade Wilson out of him, using legal procedures, which were agreed by the White House. What can he do? From Nick's point of view, Liu Feng is just an ordinary police officer. His ability to support his business is a bit stronger, so what if he jumps twice occasionally? Can he still turn the sky upside down? What happened to Clint before was because it was indeed Clint who took people away by illegal means that time, so Liu Feng was able to punish Clint with this. Now, Liu Feng has no legitimate reason to take people away. Without legal intervention, Liu Feng has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he gets angry and wants to make trouble, his combat ability is the most prominent. That is to say, his marksmanship with 100 shots and 100 hits, but he is a popular target, and he can hit 10 with one hit. There are so many agents in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Just take a few 7-level agents, and you can subdue this kid to death. Nick had analyzed everything long before that. "So, we're done talking?" Pierce asked. "Yes, I can make concessions on other things, but I must stick to my ideas on this matter." Nick responded decisively, with a tougher attitude. Pierce's expression was flat, and he couldn't see any emotion. After he nodded, he didn't say anything more, and turned around and left Nick's office. Nick watched Pierce leave, turning his head away. Pierce had just returned to his own office from Nick's office, and immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call was connected, the other party said a word first. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone is a member of the HYDRA organization. "Turn on the highest alert state, fully dormant S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce held the phone, expressionless. "Except for those who cannot get away from the mission, the rest of the troops can be dispatched, as many as they can, and as many as they can be lurking. Turn on the highest alert state." "Are you sure, boss? Isn't this only activated when the world is doomsday? I'm the leader. If I tell you to drive, you can drive. Why so much nonsense?" Pierce snapped. When the agent on the other end of the phone heard the tone, he had no choice but to say yes again and again. After hanging up the phone, Pierce rubbed his trigeminal nerve solemnly. Is it the end of the world? In a real sense, this is really similar to the end of the world, except that natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis can travel farther. This time I really didn't even have to run. Pierce himself understood that Nick Fury's understanding of Liu Feng was not thorough at all. In Nick's eyes, Liu Feng is just a policeman with better marksmanship. But he ignored the most important point in Liu Feng's combat effectiveness. That is, Superman. If there is no Superman, you can get Liu Feng, at most he is just an ordinary person. But in Pierce's perception, there was someone standing behind Liu Feng. Oh, alien Superman who has leveled one of the HYDRA bases. Nick Fury is simply out of his mind to try to provoke Liu Feng. I'm afraid something will happen this time, Pierce muttered to himself. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison, Deadpool Wade Wilson, who was tied up all over his body because of ADHD and left his mouth open, was still constantly chatting with the prisoners beside him. Humans are born of human beings, and mutants are born of mutant mothers. As long as you have a human heart, you are no longer a human being, but a mutant person or a human mutant, do you understand? This scene is actually like one of the movies of Chinese superstars far away on the other side of the earth. In A Chinese Journey to the West, The Marriage of the Great Sage, the scene of the Tang monk chatting with the monster is the same. The prisoner next to him slammed his head against the wall, trying to knock himself unconscious, and shouted for help. Someone come save me? Don't put me together with this bastard. Young people are always so impetuous. Deadpool shook his head. You don't know what's going to happen next, otherwise you wouldn't make a big fuss over such a trivial matter. Deadpool definitely realized the seriousness of the matter. He was transferred from Liu Feng's prison, and then he was arrested here by this unknown organization, which is a trivial matter for Liu Feng. After all, I just didn't want to surrender before, so that guy directly called a Superman who came out of the superhero comics, and severely sanctioned himself. From this, it can be concluded that Liu Feng is very capable and possessive. How can he and his super friends swallow this breath when this organization whose name is not known is doing this to him? Thinking about Superman's ability makes Deadpool panic? The mutant prisoner next to him looked puzzled, and Deadpool ignored him, and just muttered to himself, now I'm afraid that big guy might mistake me for sneaking out. Deadpool didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, he had planned to give up before, after all, he had seen Superman's ability before, it's no wonder someone could stand it. When Liu Feng and Superman turned the organization upside down, he should not be affected. This is the biggest wish of Deadpool, a fisherman. On Nick Fury's side, he's still in the office, currently preparing for Deadpool's training and obediently joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and other future arrangements. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff walked in with a phone in her hand. Natasha Romanoff didn't say anything, and handed the phone directly to Nick. Nick answered the phone and just said hello. Nick Fury, you are really brave. On the other end of the phone, Liu Feng's cold voice came. Mr. Liu Feng, I don't seem to understand what you're talking about. Could it be that I broke the law? Don't wrongfully wrong me, a law-abiding citizen. Nick Fury replied lightly. I'm only giving you one last chance to return the Deadpool people to me. Liu Feng's voice was already a little angry, and he issued an ultimatum to him. Release people? Why should they be released? Nick pretended to be authentic, so our S.H.I.E.L.D. broke the law again this time or something. What he meant was that the procedure of S.H.I.E.L.D. this time is completely legal, and Liu Feng will not be able to do anything to S.H.I.E.L.D. like the last time he sanctioned Hawkeye Clint. Unless Liu Feng has the ability to modify Beijing Han Palace's order, what S.H.I.E.L.D. did is legal. Do you really think that as long as your actions are legal, I will not do anything to you S.H.I.E.L.D.? Liu Feng's voice on the other end of the phone was deep and deep, like an angry lion. One last chance, man, is it still worth it or not? Are you really capable of bearing my anger? As the current S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury will naturally not be shocked by such words. He replied deadpan, man, I will never let go. Nick continued, if you plan to settle all this with personal grievances, and you can't even call the police station to help, what can you do alone? The answer to Nick Fury was the beeping sound after the phone was hung up. At this moment, even through the phone, Nick could feel the anger from the other end of the phone. Liu Feng coldly closed the phone, put it in his left pocket, and reached out from his right pocket to take out something, Superman glasses. It is the opposite of the situation in the original manga where taking off the glasses can greatly improve the temperament. At this moment, Liu Feng put on his glasses, and his aura suddenly changed drastically, as if a god possessed him. It seems that at this moment, the spotlight of the whole universe is shining on him. Let him incarnate into the strongest in the DC universe, the god of the world Superman. When Liu Feng hung up the phone, Nick didn't respond, just put the phone on the table lightly. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff tilted his head slightly, and asked puzzledly, is that so? Shouldn't we activate some emergency defense to defend Liu Feng? No need. Nick Fury waved his hand in refusal. Liu Feng is just a police officer working in the New York Police Department, so he can't make any trouble. Nick Fury said it was calm, but Black Widow Natasha Romanoff always had a sense of foreboding. Natasha Romanoff has read Liu Feng's profile, and she knows that Liu Feng is just a policeman with an excellent shooting ability. But Liu Feng's deeds always made Natasha Romanoff faintly feel that this man is not as simple as he seems. It's an indescribable feeling. Like a lion in a zoo. Knowing that it is a domesticated beast, but every time I look at it, I can still be awed by its animal nature hidden under the blood. What if a domesticated lion hides a real one? If Liu Feng has been disguising himself as a vulnerable group, in reality he is the real master? Although Natasha Romanoff had such a conjecture, Nick definitely didn't take it to heart, so Nick said directly in a conclusive tone, "If I say don't worry about it, don't worry about it." It was the rare time Nick spoke to Natasha Romanoff in such a serious tone, and she had to stop discussing the matter. He sat on a chair and faced Natasha Romanoff. "The most important thing now is to speed up the invitation to Deadpool. S.H.I.D.L.D. urgently needs him to join and add a force to us." Mentioning Deadpool, Natasha Romanoff shuddered and shuddered when she thought of that sleazy look full of nonsense. After returning to normal, Natasha Romanoff said to Nick, "Are you planning to propose an invitation to that cheap guy? You don't need to spend time asking, I can guess the result." Natasha Romanoff crossed her arms and responded, "After all, he seems to have a very good relationship with Liu Feng now. I'm afraid he even went to jail voluntarily." Nick definitely understands this too. After all, Deadpool is also a mutant with super self-healing ability. Although I don't know what special method that kid Liu Feng used, what is certain is that Liu Feng has reached a certain agreement with Deadpool. They can get Deadpool over now, but they can't achieve Nick's goal, and they still need to work hard to convince Deadpool, but Nick doesn't want to wait anymore. No matter what means he wants to use, he will make Deadpool a member of S.H.I.D.L.D. or become their killing weapon. If persuading him to join fails, Nick Fury's eyes suddenly flashed a hint of indifference, then just use that technology to brainwash Deadpool. Brainwashing, which means that the brainwashed object will become a walking dead who has lost the ability to think independently, and only the instructions issued by the superior will drive him to act. Natasha Romanoff's heart trembled. She never expected that Nick Fury would actually use this brainwashing method of S.H.I.D.L.D., which had been banned for a long time because of its inhumanity, in order to snatch Deadpool. For brainwashing, although Deadpool has self-healing ability, this technology has also been used by the military hunting down mutant on Wolverine, who also has self-healing ability, and the effect is remarkable. After being brainwashed, Wolverine has not recalled her experience so far. Therefore, if Deadpool is really unwilling to join them, S.H.I.D.L.D. can brainwash him and transform Deadpool into an out-and-out killing machine. In addition, he can be injected with other mutant genes, put his favorite two katana into his hands, and combine with Natasha Romanoff's request for a mouth slit. Putting things together like this, Deadpool can perfectly reproduce the form of the killing machine in the movie Wolverine 1, which is really a proper walking dead. If you don't obey, will you turn it into a walking dead? Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, and seemed to feel a little pity, but then she recovered her sharp eyes, nodded, and replied, "I understand." Natasha Romanoff turned and left the office. And also in Pierce's office at the S.H.I.D.L.D. base. Pierce, the leader of the HYDRA organization, is now thinking about how to deal with the threat of Superman who seems to have stepped out of the comics. But as a Chinese proverb says, the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. Just as Pierce was thinking, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He glanced at the number. It was an unfamiliar call, but it was marked on his special phone that this person had spoken to him. Pierce squinted his eyes halfway, feeling an ominous premonition, but the phone kept ringing, and he had to answer it again. Pierce calmed down, reached out, and connected the phone. Before he could speak, he heard Liu Feng on the other end of the phone say, "You must have recognized my voice, head of HYDRA, Pierce. It's really this guy Liu Feng." "Liu Feng, did you dial the wrong number?" Pierce gritted his teeth viciously when he heard the other party's voice. "We HYDRA didn't mess with you." Liu Feng on the other end of the phone heard Pierce's anger, and smiled even more happily. "That's right, you are not only the leader of HYDRA, but also the former SHIELD director and the current second in command of SHIELD. Isn't Nick Fury's business your business?" Liu Feng replied. "I know you should have persuaded him not to mess with me. After all, the ground you were raised to the ground last time hasn't cooled down yet, right?" Liu Feng continued. "When I said this, there was anger in my words, but your advice is useless. Nick Fury still wants to challenge my bottom line, so let me show you some color, is it okay?" Pierce sighed. "It seems that this big battle is inevitable. He can only try to get a concession from Liu Feng. What should I do so that I won't be involved?" "You shouldn't be the kind of person who calls to tell the enemy to clean their ass before attacking," Pierce pointed out. "What do you want when you call?" "You're not too stupid," Liu Feng said. Liu Feng asked in an extremely arrogant tone, "I can give you a chance to live, but the premise is that you have to tell me all the bases of SHIELD. S.H.I.D.L.D. has many bases in the United States, which Liu Feng definitely knows, but no one except the S.H.I.D.L.D. agent seems to know the specific addresses. So he set his target on Pierce, the leader of HYDRA, and Liu Feng also had enough capital to make this guy answer obediently. Pierce originally wanted to try to bargain again, but then thought of the man standing behind Liu Feng with destructive fighting power, Superman. Liu Feng was already irritated by that idiot Nick, and now Pierce is going to provoke him, and Liu Feng asked Superman to help in a fit of anger. The consequences are simply unimaginable. "Have you decided?" Liu Feng on the other end of the phone said like a ghost, "My patience is only 10 seconds left. You don't want to see what I look like when I lose my patience." The pressure hit Pierce's heart like a hammer. Always being threatened by Liu Feng, but he has nothing to do. 10, 9, 8. Liu Feng started counting. 7, 6, 5. Pierce sighed. "Stop." The corner of Liu Feng's mouth on the other end of the phone raised. He has already firmly grasped Pierce's heart. Pierce will have no way to refuse to trade with Liu Feng. So Pierce opened his mouth and revealed the locations of all S.H.I.E.L.D bases distributed around the world. The flow of people and the degree of development in each region are different. Liu Feng wrote down these names, and then asked, "So, which base is Nick Fury at?" This sentence shows that Liu Feng is going to directly settle accounts with Nick Fury, and then burn that base to the ground. But Pierce has no other choice. Since becoming the leader of HYDRA, Liu Feng has been the most difficult person to negotiate in his life. Because his negotiating capital Superman is too big, no one is willing to take the risk of hard steel with him, otherwise the end will be death. Pierce had no choice but to tell him where Nick Fury was again. Now Nick is in the S.H.I.E.L.D base in Washington. Beep beep. After Pierce told Nick Fury where he was at the moment, Liu Feng hung up the phone. It was the first time in Pierce's life that he, the head of HYDRA, was treated like this by others. Most importantly, he couldn't get angry, because the man who hung up on him was a man he couldn't afford to mess with. And the current situation is self-evident. Knowing the location of the S.H.I.E.L.D base, cutting the Superman behind Liu Feng can no longer stand up. Pierce looked outside the office, and could vaguely feel the bloody storm before the storm. His feeling is indeed right. As soon as the screen changed, there was a certain S.H.I.E.L.D base. The security guard outside the base suddenly noticed something through the binoculars, and started talking to his companions on the walkie-talkie. A strange thing appeared in the sky. Is there any new weapon being tested by the Ministry of Science and Technology? Things that appeared in the sky? No, as far as I know, the Ministry of Science and Technology hasn't made any strange weapons recently. The companion on the walkie-talkie expressed doubts. Did you miss it? Is it an airplane or a bird? The security guard looked at the sky with the walkie-talkie. Airplane? Bird? No, that's... He watched the thing get closer and closer to him. When he got closer, the red and blue met, with a human figure with huge amounts of S embroidered on his chest, came to him at a speed like a meteorite from the sky, allowing him to see the other person's face clearly. The sudden scene was coupled with a sense of oppression. For a moment, the security guard forgot to raise the weapon in his hand and shoot at the monster. He just opened his eyes wide and spit out a name, Superman. Boom! Huge amounts of pressure fell from the sky, and dust and smoke were everywhere. The companion who talked to the security guard could only hear the hissing sound from the walkie-talkie due to damage. The security guard on the outermost layer of the base looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand suspiciously, and couldn't help but secretly said, "This is the latest version of the walkie-talkie made by the Ministry of Science and Technology. How can it be so easily damaged?" He looked up at the gate of the base, and beckoned a few people on duty to check it out. This is a door made of titanium alloy. It is not only strong, but also has the effect of sound insulation, so that no matter what happens outside the base, the people inside the base will not be aware of it. This usually seems to be a pretty good thing. It can isolate the inside and outside of the base, so that people inside the base can be prevented from being disturbed by people outside the base. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The security guards in the base are completely confused about what happened outside the base. Even the surveillance outside doesn't know what just happened and got damaged. Normally, this is a trivial matter. But now, the security guards looked at each other, and no one dared to go forward alone. According to the security guards, each of them looked at the door with deep and inexplicable fear. Although they know that the S.H.I.E.L.D base is one of the safest bases in the world, the troops deployed within a radius of 10 miles outside the base can easily fight against a well-trained army. But the situation at this moment still made everyone feel fear in their hearts. But this is still an order, and they must obey without fear. At the strong request of the leader, several security guards walked towards the titanium alloy gate step by step with their guns in hand. There is a monitor in front of the gate. The range is large enough to see the situation within a radius of 2 kilometers of the base. Now they only need to approach the gate and check the situation. Standing in front of the gate made of the strongest metal, his body suddenly trembled, which was a reaction beyond their control. It was as if their bodies were all warning them at this moment. That is the oppression from the biological force field of powerful creatures. But when the warning was issued, it was too late. Outside the door, there was a sonic boom that caused high-frequency vibrations in an instant due to the speed. The security guards looked at each other, panicked and wanted to escape, but the moment they turned around, rumble, huge amounts of impact were suddenly applied to the titanium alloy gate. The unimaginable impact directly made the giant titanium alloy gate unbearable, and it was torn apart at this moment, fragments flying all over the sky. But that's not what everyone fears the most. What really made people shiver was the one that caused all this, the tall figure who suddenly appeared at the door, wearing a huge amounts of red cloak and a tight red and blue uniform. This fucking is Superman. At this moment, the leading security captain finally understood what the last sentence of the security guard outside the base meant. But he was more miserable than his brothers outside the base, because he didn't have time to use the walkie-talkie to greet the people inside the base, and was directly crushed into a meatloaf by the rubble produced by the giant gate that Liu Feng shattered. Definitely, Liu Feng, who incarnates as Superman, wants to make everyone present die. Liu Feng, who turned on the big kill special kill mode, directly a sonic boom acceleration, an acceleration accompanied by a heavy punch, instantly like a human cannon with short distance and great power. Hammer every S.H.I.D.L.D person into a meat sauce. Boom boom boom. The outermost space in the base was filled with blood. Nick Fury at the S.H.I.D.L.D base far away in Washington suddenly received a red alert. P.S. Originally, I just wanted to write a book quietly and write a plot that everyone understands, but people keep beeping, saying what to do as a policeman, what to do to hide your identity. What's wrong? You like to tweet? Can't you be an ordinary person and conquer girls? Is it cool to be a Superman and let others directly post? Do you understand what a sense of conquest is? I give you the pen, and you write it. Can't fix it for me. And what's wrong? Like to expose your identity and be targeted by others, then open Wushuan, and then the novel collapses. Before checking the source of the alarm, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rushed to his office and hurriedly informed. One of our bases suffered a devastating blow. What did you say? Hearing this sentence, Nick Fury frowned and almost cursed. Every base of our S.H.I.D.L.D has used the world's best security system and armed force. What kind of force is attacking us? Natasha Romanoff was silent for a few seconds. Then he looked up and met Nick's eyes. It wasn't any force, the one who attacked us wasn't even considered a team, but a single person. Hearing this, Nick Fury began to think, combined up and down, and came to an absurd conclusion. That guy is Liu Feng. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff shook her head, but her answer, instead of letting Nick Fury breathe a sigh of relief, made him even more confused and shocked. It was Superman who attacked our base. Superman. Nick thought he heard it wrong, and asked Black Widow Natasha Romanoff again. You mean the one in the superhero comic book for kids, Superman? Natasha Romanoff looked seriously into Nick's eyes and said that she was not stupid enough to joke with him in such a critical situation. Yeah, Superman from comic books for kids. As she spoke, she handed a tablet to Nick. If you think I'm crazy or hallucinating, then you should believe the computer surveillance footage. Nick took the computer and clicked to play, and an unbelievable video appeared on the screen. First, Superman Liu Feng outside the base killed a group of people at a very fast speed. Then a sonic boom of acceleration directly shattered the gate of the base, which was said to be the strongest titanium alloy. Then they came to the outer layer of the base and began to kill and kill. Everything happened in less than 10 minutes. The last few seconds of the surveillance recorded Liu Feng looking at the surveillance with an extremely arrogant smile. Immediately afterwards, an acceleration plus a critical strike smashed the second giant door into pieces. The surveillance is gone, but now the guy who looks just like Superman is doing a lot of killing. Liu Feng. Nick spit out the name from his mouth. He had just provoked Liu Feng with his front foot, and a monster wearing a red-haired cloak and tights flew directly to attack S.H.I.D.L.D's base on his back foot. With such a connection, even a fool can understand that this Superman is designated to be related to that kid Liu Feng. Nick has also investigated the X-Men, a group of people with extraordinary abilities, and has seen many beta-level and even omega-level mutants. But what appears now is a virtual character that should only exist in superhero comics, and it happens to be the most capable and perverted guy in the comic world, Superman. And Nick couldn't think of anything. That humble little character Liu Feng who works in the New York Police Department actually knows such a guy. Even the relationship between the two is so good that the other party can vent his anger on him. Now, he really realized that Liu Feng is not easy to mess with. Nick thought for 2 minutes, then reached out to Natasha Romanoff, and said, "Mobile phone, call Liu Feng and give it to me." But Natasha Romanoff shook her head, looked at Nick helplessly, and replied, "I've tried it, and now, Liu Feng's phone can't get through at all." What did you say? Now, Nick is really in trouble, because Liu Feng has directly blocked the back road, and he didn't even leave Nick Furui the reconciliation. It seems to be telling Nick clearly that once Nick angers Liu Feng, he must pay the price in blood. As soon as the camera turned, Liu Feng ended the life of the last agent with a kick in the innermost part of the S.H.I.D.L.D base in other regions. Then he looked around, looking at the corpses and destroyed buildings all over the place, and muttered in his mouth, "The base in Florida, solve it." He started recalling what Pierce had told him not long ago, about S.H.I.D.L.D's bases scattered across the United States, and then said to himself, "Next." After saying this, Liu Feng stomped his feet on the spot and took off at the speed of sound. The air was shaken out of a sonic boom, and the surrounding debris was blown away by the airflow. Liu Feng flew in the sky and began to head to one of the S.H.I.D.L.D bases purposefully. After finding out that Liu Feng's phone call could not be reached, Nick Fury sent a message of full alert to other bases, asking them to activate the highest level of defense. So when Liu Feng came to the new base and was about to kill him, there were already heavily armed agents waiting for him outside the new base with guns. The moment he saw Liu Feng's figure, a rocket hit him first, igniting Liu Feng's whole body like a firework. Everyone was very happy to see this scene. They also thought that this guy was strong because he could dodge other people's attacks, or what, but the first shot he fired at random hit the target. This bazooka is the weapon of the S.H.I.D.L.D Science and Technology Department, which has been improved and upgraded to the best form. Even a tank can easily explode. But they miscalculated. The defense power of the guy floating in midair and surrounded by flames was not comparable to that of a tank. Not long after everyone was overjoyed, an agent first discovered something was wrong. Why didn't he fall when he got hit? Immediately afterwards, an agent with sharp eyes suddenly caught something wrong. There was still a figure in the flames, and it began to get closer and closer to them. That guy is not dead. The leader among the agents shouted hastily. Fire! Fire! Use all the weapons you can use, and pour them all at the monster in the sky. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, following the leader's order, for a while, the sky was bombarded. The agents didn't dare to be idle, and poured their firepower into the sky one after another. In the dark night, the artillery fire illuminates the sky with the sound of one after another, forming a spectacular barrage of bullets. But no matter how many ammunition was released, how loud the sound was, or how powerful it was, they all became bullshit the moment they touched Liu Feng. It was as if what they bombarded were not specially developed guns and ammunition, but children's gun toys bought from roadside vendors. The point is, even if their ammo is useless, Liu Feng still won't stop his flight because of it. And under such a strong sense of oppression, everyone knows that being approached by such a guy will only end in death. But they miscalculated. They didn't expect that Liu Feng's ability was far beyond their imagination, and Liu Feng's character was not as kind as they thought. Facing the gunfire, although he was unscathed, the feeling of being surrounded by a cloud of fog still made Liu Feng unhappy. As a result, everyone saw Liu Feng, who was flying in the sky, reaching out to push up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, so that the lenses and the eye level were staggered. At this 10th of a second when he took off his glasses, 2 scarlet rays of light suddenly lit up in the night sky, and they were right in Liu Feng's eyes. There is no one in the world who has not heard of Superman's name, and no one will not know Superman's well-known super ability, heat vision. But they know they can't change the outcome of the matter. Sizzle. Just like the Cyclops in X-Men who need to remove the glasses that suppress the heat vision to shoot, Liu Feng removes the eyes that disguise his identity. Immediately afterwards, he stared in the sky. In an instant, 2 fiery rays descended from the sky, shooting straight at the agents, and moving up and down with his sight. The scene of Liu Feng attacking the agents was magnificent. From a distance, it looks like the breath of a dragon descending from the sky in a Japanese RPG game. Liu Feng, who was shot by the flames, also responded with flames. The hot vision bursting out from Liu Feng's eyes was like a precise scalpel, perfectly cutting the bodies of those agents and then burning them. There was only endless wailing from the ground, and they wanted to escape, but this was for Superman Liu Feng who was using heat vision in the sky. Killing them is as easy as erasing pencil writing with an eraser. The difference is that the hand is used to erase the words, and the head needs to be turned to kill this group of people. Just like that, the outside of this S.H.I.E.L.D. base turned into a sea of blood, and there were still corpses scorched by the heat sight in the sea of blood. After stopping using thermal vision, Liu Feng put on the glasses again, and slowly fell to the ground like a normal person. Then he came to the door, like unpacking, grabbed the door with both hands, and pulled it left and right. The so-called titanium alloy door was torn in half by him. Opening the giant titanium alloy door, there are still all kinds of artillery fire oncoming. Facing this scene, Liu Feng directly inhaled and then exhaled, using the freezing breath to freeze all the weapons in the door, including the agent. When everything became frozen, Liu Feng continued to smash everything one by one with the combination of speed and boxing. Things in a frozen state are easier to break. Liu Feng, who is incarnate as Superman, even needs to speed up a little bit, and the sonic boom can shatter the ice. Then continue to break the titanium alloy giant door, continue to fight. No matter how hard S.H.I.E.L.D. agent does his best, he can't hurt a hair of Liu Feng in Superman state. The time for Liu Feng to break through the base was less than 10 minutes. Then he stood on the ruins again, looked at the sky, and said, "Next." After finishing speaking, it stumped to take off and sprinted with a sonic boom. Liu Feng's set of procedures is smooth and smooth, just like clearing the levels of an old-fashioned RPG game, breaking down S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bases one by one. And these actions have also been seen by other forces that have intersected with Liu Feng except SHIELD. First, the military who hunted down the X-Men. Superman Liu Feng sent S.H.I.E.L.D. bases distributed across the United States one by one to break through the hacked surveillance to them. At this moment, the deeds of the godlike Superman are being broadcast on the big screen for every senior executive present to watch. The more they watch, the more flustered and fearful they feel. They even tried to bring into the position of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is the opposite of Superman. If the military is against Superman, what is the winning rate? The results are simply unspeakable. Boyd watched all this quietly, thinking to himself, sure enough, he was right to order his subordinates to pay close attention to Liu Feng's behavior. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to discover this monster that has been hiding beside Liu Feng for a long time. About the military being able to get Liu Feng's video. Although after General Boyd was released, Michaela was sent as compensation for Liu Feng's items, but he still ordered his men to pay close attention to Liu Feng and the people around him. As a result, today he learned about this amazing existence, a virtual character that only exists in superhero comics, Superman. For them, who have studied and hunted down the X-Men all their lives, this is a big step forward in their technology. But after thinking about it, they dismissed the idea of experimenting on Superman's body. After all, this guy was acquainted with that ridiculously powerful guy Liu Feng. He also has a perverted physique that can destroy a city with just a sneeze, not to mention binding him to do experiments. It is lucky to see him hiding far away. General, do we need to watch it again? Major Wilson in the military couldn't help asking. Look, Boyd responded briefly, the stronger the strength, the more we need to watch. Only in this way can we fully analyze this monster and avoid future conflicts. Boyd always had a hunch that they would eventually fight this monster. As far as the current performance of the two sides is concerned, their military's winning rate does not exceed 50%, so they still need a lot of analysis and judgment. The Blood Clan on the golf table far away in Europe also obtained the video of Liu Feng breaking through the S.H.I.E.L.D base. This group of vampires who have lived for thousands of years never imagined that one day they would feel afraid because of a single person. The Blood Clan elders sat around the table, except for the Blood Clan Queen Lilith and the vampire Dracula sitting on the second chair. The rest of the Blood Clan congratulated. One of the quick-talking Blood Clan just said what was in his heart, it's great that we didn't have too much conflict with that guy named Superman. Otherwise, my old bone. Dracula glared at him, and the latter realized the situation and shut up. Growing up others' aspirations destroys one's prestige. Dracula said with irony, after living for thousands of years, you have learned to live in the world? Trash is trash. The scolded Blood Clan elder wanted to refute, but couldn't find a suitable reason, so he could only suppress his anger, his body trembling uncontrollably. Enough. Lilith raised her hand to stop the conflict between the two sides. Watching a video can cause internal strife. When Superman really fought with us, the ending was one-sided. Hearing this, Dracula shrugged, turned his head away and stopped speaking. The rest of the Blood Clan elders asked Queen Lilith, so, Queen, in this situation, don't we really want to do something about this guy named Superman? The elder cast a glance at Dracula, and said, although he has not conflicted with us now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. If he really becomes our enemy. That's why I've already prepared you for battle. Dracula said, I want to directly expand the strength of our Blood Clan and transform more vampires. Lilith thought for a while. Finally, I made a conclusion, we can prepare for the battle, but we can't be too ostentatious. We still know too little about Superman, and we need to do more observations. Lilith said the information obtained from the surveillance video, super strength, super speed, super defense, and super ability with heat vision and freezing breath. According to the performance in the video, his thermal vision can already cut through the flesh, and his freezing breath can easily reach -°C. After the analysis, Lilith said, if our preparations can't reach the strength he has shown so far, then don't even think about trying to fight Superman. After Lilith finished speaking, all the elders nodded in agreement, and they really needed more information from Liu Feng to construct a measure of strength. That's what the Blood Clans at the golf table planned. The camera returns to the S.H.I.E.L.D base in Washington. Reported by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. The Superman called by Liu Feng has destroyed 4 bases that they spend $100 million a year to support in this short period of time. And this is not the most important point. The point is that if this trend continues, the bases will be demolished one by Liu Feng, and finally the current one from Washington. This was Liu Feng's plan at the beginning. He asked Pierce about Nick's location, and he didn't plan to attack Nick's location directly. Instead, destroy the other bases one by one, put the base where Nick is at the last place, and amplify the fear in his heart infinitely. It's like being prey to a lion. When a lion wants to make its prey tremble and fear, the lion does not eat it first, but makes the prey powerless to watch its siblings being eaten. Let the prey witness the death of the people around them, let their sense of substitution increase with the increase in the number of deaths around them, and the prey's heart will continue to increase, just like a lion killing its prey hundreds of times. It is better than swallowing the prey directly, much more refreshing. This is a kind of fear that makes people feel infinitely close to death, and most importantly, he can't stop the anger of Liu Feng and Superman at all. Finally, Nick Fury closed his eyes, as if he had made a decision in his mind, picked up his cell phone, and called Pierce. After the other party connected, Pierce's deep voice came out first, I warned you, but you really didn't listen to it at all. It's useless to say these things now. Pierce, I need your help. I need you use the upper-level relationship. Nick begged. Nick knew that no matter what he said now, he couldn't stop Pierce's anger and blame, so he had to respond repeatedly, I will take responsibility for all of this, and it's all on my head. Hearing what Nick said, Pierce fell silent on the other end of the phone. Nick knew that Pierce was capable of solving this matter, and this was the first time in his life that he had asked Pierce for help in such a low voice, and the chances of being willing to help were high. The most important point is that Pierce at the moment is also in the S.H.I.E.L.D base. If Liu Feng and Superman attack here, Pierce must also be implicated. So Pierce is not only helping Nick, but also helping himself. Sure enough, at the end of the call, Pierce came from the other end of the phone, I will find a way to solve it. You are responsible for what you said. Now you owe me a favor. After leaving this sentence, Pierce hung up the phone. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rushed over and asked, can Pierce really do it? Nick Fury responded flatly, that's the only way. In Pierce's office, after a call with Nick Fury, Pierce tiredly rubbed his trigeminal nerve, feeling irritated by these things. At this moment, on his computer screen, there are multifaceted and multi-angled videos, and each grid is the surveillance video of each S.H.I.E.L.D base. That's right, since Liu Feng and Superman attacked the S.H.I.D.L.D base, Pierce has mobilized all the surveillance videos to his computer so that he can observe Superman from time to time. In addition to the surveillance video on the desktop computer, he also holds a mobile phone that can analyze Superman's various values in real time to obtain combat effectiveness. Pierce likes to analyze the combat power of all characters with super abilities and quantify their combat power. For example, Wolverine in the X-Men has 10,000 combat power, Magneto has 30,000 combat power, Professor X and Magneto are comparable, and Phoenix has 50,000. As for the Superman on the computer, although the final combat power value has not been obtained, according to this form, his combat power, conservatively speaking, must exceed Phoenix's 50,000. Superman, what a frightening guy. Pierce couldn't help but swear. Thinking that their HYDRA organization and Superman had become opposites before, Pierce couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, they didn't push Superman into a hurry, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. There is also a way to end all of this now, although this guy Superman has no entry point, but Liu Feng has, and all this is also caused by Liu Feng. This requires Pierce to use the relationship that can affect Liu Feng. Pierce picked up the phone, entered a series of numbers, and after a short call tone, he successfully dialed, and a voice came from the other end of the phone. This is Beijing Han Palace. As soon as the screen changed, Liu Feng in Superman form stepped on the ruins of the 4th S.H.I.D.L.D base, making sure to destroy everything to nothing. Okay, next one. After finishing, Liu Feng jumped into the sky, but just 5 meters above the ground, the phone in his Superman tights suddenly rang. Liu Feng's mobile phone is a specially developed encrypted mobile phone. There is no limit to calling others, but others cannot call at will. Only the developer, Arthur, Liu Feng's boss, and 2 people designated by Liu Feng can call him, and those 2 people are his mother and Wanda. Liu Feng in the sky reached out and took out his mobile phone from his belt, and looked at the number. The caller was his mother, Tony Stark's aunt, Elena Stark. His mother would call him at this time. The reason is self-evident. Out of respect for his adoptive mother, Liu Feng still answered the phone. While Liu Feng was flying in the sky and connected, Elena's voice came from the other end of the phone. Feng, good son, stop and calm down. Sure enough, it was because of the current incident. Liu Feng stopped the flight, just floating in the air, and asked his adoptive mother on the phone, it has reached your side so quickly, S.H.I.D.L.D is really capable. The most capable thing is that they even know Liu Feng's mother. His adoptive mother is the president of the Red Cross Society and the sister of Iron Man. She is already a big shot in politics, and not everyone can give face. Without waiting for Liu Feng to ask, Elena continued, it's not as simple as S.H.I.D.L.D's strength. They've already gone to the White House. It is already a political issue to have the ability to let the White House intervene. No wonder my mother would call back to stop me. Liu Feng stopped in midair, squinted his eyes, and used supervision to expand his sight to the entire S.H.I.D.L.D base. See through the base directly, enter Nick Fury's office, and clearly look at Nick Fury with a melancholy face at the moment. It's like stepping on dog shit. Facing this scene, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth rose slightly. It doesn't really matter whether he wants to kill all the S.H.I.D.L.D bases and Nick. The point is that he has now made Nick Fury suffer, and let this black stewed egg have a good experience of Liu Feng's abilities. Besides, his mother even called her personally. Facing the adoptive mother who loved him since childhood, Liu Feng will naturally give her adoptive mother a face. So, Liu Feng said in a gentle tone, okay, I'll listen to you until it's over. As long as Nick Fury will obediently send my prisoner back to the NYPD prison, the next base, and Nick Fury's life, I will let it go. Son, thank you for your understanding. Elena said. Like last time, Liu Feng changed his style again. I can let this matter go for my mother, but S.H.I.D.L.D and Nick Fury must make appropriate compensation for me. Hearing Liu Feng's request, adoptive mother Elena said very easily, don't worry, no matter what you ask, my mother will help you fight for it, and you won't suffer any disadvantages. The United States S.H.I.D.L.D base. In the conference room of Neo University, Liu Feng sat on the seat, with his legs crossed, humming a song comfortably, with a smug expression on his face. 10 minutes ago, Liu Feng agreed to go to the S.H.I.D.L.D base to meet Nick Fury under the bitter persuasion of his adoptive mother Elena Stalker, and talk about compensation for yourself. Just now, when Liu Feng stepped into the gate of S.H.I.D.L.D in a more gentle way than the previous bases. Although the S.H.I.D.L.D agents were all ordered by Nick to let Liu Feng go to the conference room to meet him alone, the others were not allowed to do anything to Liu Feng or be restrained. But on the way Liu Feng walked from the door to the inside of S.H.I.D.L.D, he could still see the strange eyes of the surrounding agents. They should be thankful that Liu Feng came to see Nick Fury's setbacks, and by the way, listen to what kind of compensation this black stewed egg will give him. Otherwise, Liu Feng will make this group of agents who are watching randomly pay the price in blood. Definitely, if he doesn't take action, the blame will still have to be settled on Nick's head. Sensing everyone's stares, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who came out to lead Liu Feng to the conference room, scolded directly, what are you looking at? Don't do anything. Although Natasha Romanoff also hates Liu Feng, the guy who put his good friend Clint, Hawkeye, in prison. But now is not the time for Natasha Romanoff to get too excited. This guy Liu Feng just had his good friend Superman mess up the rest of the bases. Now, S.H.I.D.L.D is weak, so he can only try his best to appease Liu Feng's anger. That's why Nick called him over to reconcile. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked around at the low-level agents and said in an indifferent tone, "Who dares to complain? I will clean up all of them later." As a high-level agent of S.H.I.D.L.D and a member of Avengers in the future, Natasha Romanoff's ability and status are relatively high. After such a scolding, the other low-level agents immediately looked away and continued to do their own things. Liu Feng took a look at Natasha Romanoff's bulging figure perfectly outlined by the black tights, and thought to himself, Black Widow's figure is still not rubbing. Not only the figure, the Russians have high nose bridges, big eyes, and red curly hair, and the face formed by the synthesis is even more beautiful, as if carved out of precision. This can be said to be the second most beautiful woman in the Marvel world, and the first is self-evident, of course, the Scarlet Witch Wanda from Liu Feng's family. Good-looking, serious in doing things, she is exactly the subordinate Liu Feng has been looking for to recruit, and it would be great to be able to draw her into his camp. The conference room is in front, I brought you here, and Nick is waiting for you inside. I can't listen to your conversation, so I'm leaving first. Natasha Romanoff, who brought Liu Feng to the door of the meeting room, left without looking back after leaving these words. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Liu Feng didn't stay there either. As soon as she left, Liu Feng pushed the door of the meeting room open with his back foot. If it was someone else, they might still be cautious, worried that it might not be Nick waiting for him in the conference room, or even a trap when he opened the door. But what is Liu Feng afraid of? A Superman form can arrange everyone clearly. As for the trap, what kind of trap can hurt Superman? The conference room was very empty, and the first thing that caught the eye was a very long conference table, and opposite to the long table was S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. With his hands behind his back, his face was sullen, showing an expression as if he had stepped on shit. This is what happens when Nick is in a bad mood, and people around him often can't tell whether he is angry or sad. But in terms of the man in front of him and the attack on the S.H.I.D.L.D base just now, the posture and expression of the man clearly indicated the latter. But Liu Feng didn't bother to guess what kind of mood this guy was in. He just felt that Nick's posture was too awkward, which made him uncomfortable. Liu Feng kicked out the chair inserted into the long table, sat on it slowly, and then put both feet on the table. The meaning of this action is like saying to Nick Fury, "You suck ass." Nick Fury also understood the meaning of this layer. After being silent for a while, he changed his standing posture and tried to look more sincere. Afterwards, Nick spoke first. "Mr. Liu Feng, I am terribly sorry for everything that happened tonight. The prisoner you captured personally, Wade Wilson, I will send the agent of S.H.I.D.L.D to personally send him back to your prison. I hope you will not forget the villain." Seeing that his attitude was okay, Liu Feng changed his posture from putting his feet on the table to crossing his legs. He was still humming a Chinese song that Nick couldn't understand. Apparently signaling to Nick to continue. Definitely, Liu Feng hoped that what Nick said would arouse his interest. In the current situation, Nick has no choice but to continue. The loss of the destroyed base is on our shoulders. From now on, S.H.I.D.L.D will not interfere with the affairs of the New York Police Department. Liu Feng, with his legs crossed, still bowed his head and hummed. As soon as Nick's face turned dark, he knew that Liu Feng would not be satisfied so easily. So he continued, "In addition, S.H.I.D.L.D will give the New York Police Department a sum of $5 million in compensation. I don't know, will this satisfy you?" Liu Feng shook his head, and finally said, "Not enough?" Nick thought that Liu Feng was short of money. $5 million is already the maximum amount we can come up with. Nick looked at Liu Feng. "I hope you understand us. Then I'm leaving." Liu Feng crossed his arms and made a gesture of turning his head. Nick was helpless, and sighed, "Is $8 million okay?" Liu Feng played with the teacup on the table, and his eyes stayed on the teacup to talk to Nick Fury. "It's not enough, it's not enough." Nick's face was full of black lines, but he still suppressed his emotions and asked softly, "Then you can make a price. How much do you want to be suitable?" Liu Feng drank the tea in his teacup in one gulp, then turned to look at Nick Fury again. "Did I say I only want money?" Nick was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that Liu Feng would want other compensation besides US dollars. "So I asked, so what are your expectations?" Liu Feng returned to his normal sitting posture, looked at Nick Fury with sharp eyes, and raised an index finger. "First, as you just said, $8 million in compensation." Immediately afterwards, he raised his second finger. "Second, I want your S.H.I.D.L.D's weapon technology." Before Nick could react to the second half of Liu Feng's sentence, he began to explain to Nick Fury. "I want all the weapons in the New York Police Department to be replaced with the latest weapons and technologies developed by your SHIELD. After the new research and development is successful in the future, you will automatically go to the police station to update them. The implication is to make the average combat effectiveness of Liu Feng's NYPD officers reach the level of SHIELD. In this way, S.H.I.D.L.D's agent is indistinguishable from Liu Feng's NYPD's agents in terms of disguise ability and assassination skills. This has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the police station. Nick Fury didn't expect that Liu Feng, a man with half Chinese blood, would be so good at bargaining, but what he didn't expect was later. Liu Feng raised his third finger and continued, thirdly, from now on, US.H.I.D.L.D. are not allowed to act freely, and you must report to the Washington General Administration before any activities. The implication of Liu Feng's words is that US.H.I.D.L.D. will recognize their policemen as the bosses in the future and become the new bulls of the police station. No matter how you say it, Nick Fury is also a bureau chief. Faced with such an unequal treaty, he frowned and said, "This is absolutely impossible, we absolutely cannot make such a concession." Liu Feng didn't expect Nick Fury to be tough. But no matter how tough you are, it's useless, because Liu Feng is a domineering person. So he raised an eyebrow at Nick Fury with a playful meaning, "Are you sure?" Hearing Liu Feng's question, Nick Fury was stunned for a moment. It took a while to recover, and said, "I'm sure. Even if I die outside, jumping from here will not make S.H.I.D.L.D. become the cattle and horses of the United States Police." "You love to die." Liu Feng shrugged and made a gesture of dialing a number. "Then I'll have to ask my Superman friend to tear this down too." Nick Fury's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't expect Liu Feng to be so direct. Hastily stretched out his hand, and hurriedly stopped Liu Feng's next behavior. "Have you figured it out?" Liu Feng looked at Nick Fury with half-closed eyes. Nick Fury sighed and said, "Okay." Seeing how straightforward Nick Fury was, Liu Feng also made concessions. As long as S.H.I.D.L.D. operates in New York City, it must ask the first police station for instructions. Because New York is Liu Feng, there is absolutely no compromise on this point, but if you are doing something outside of New York, you can cut it first and play later, without having to communicate with the police in advance. Hearing the news, Nick felt a little grateful, but he didn't know that Liu Feng made a concession in preparation for the fourth conditional compensation. Fourth. Nick Fury's face turned green when he saw Liu Feng pointing 4 fingers up in a row. He never thought that this guy's compensation has not been finished yet. "All the conflicts are all caused by your plan to rob me of talents. Then, as compensation, I will choose one of yours, isn't it too much?" Liu Feng asked back. Nick Fury didn't know who Liu Feng was talking about at this time, but he always had a sense of foreboding. Liu Feng glanced outside the door, and spit out a name from his mouth, "Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff." "Really?" Nick's hunch was right. "It's a pity for such a beautiful and capable general to be with you." The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised, and the hand with thumbs up turned back, pointing his thumb at his own. "I want her to follow me from now on." Nick Fury fell silent. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is the most trustworthy agent around him, and now he just gives it to Liu Feng as an item? How can this work? But in this situation, he had no choice but to surrender to Liu Feng. Otherwise, the 4 destroyed S.H.I.D.L.D. bases would be the price he would pay later. Still, it doesn't look like Natasha Romanoff will be working for Liu Feng. Liu Feng, at worst, could use Natasha Romanoff as a sex object. If a Natasha Romanoff can avoid the conflict between Liu Feng and S.H.I.D.L.D., this deal is not impossible. As a member of S.H.I.D.L.D., Natasha Romanoff cannot refuse. "Have you decided? Do you agree or not?" Liu Feng asked impatiently. He was also puzzled. Didn't he just let Black Widow, a serious beauty, work for him? Why did it take so long to think about the black stewed egg? In the end, Nick Fury looked like a piece of flesh had been cut from his heart, and said to Liu Feng, "I see, Natasha Romanoff will be your item from now on." "My items? Why is what the black stewed egg said is the same as the shapeshifting King Kong heroine Michaela given to me by the military? Did he misunderstand something? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Nick Fury has already agreed to all his requests. As for what will happen to their S.H.I.D.L.D., Liu Feng is too lazy to care. All the compensation I asked for just now must be settled for me within a few days." After patting his butt, he turned around and left the meeting room after leaving the chair. The unrestrained Liu Feng walked out of S.H.I.D.L.D. just like that. As for the Deadpool Wade Wilson and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff he wanted, they were sent to the New York Police Department by SHIELD. Nick Fury watched Liu Feng leave. "I want to smash the things around me to express my feelings, but I am afraid of being heard and seen by Liu Feng, so I dare not do it." He could only hold his head and analyze the huge loss this move had brought to SHIELD. Before the result was calculated, Pierce walked in again. Pierce's face was solemn, and he must have brought bad news again. Nick Fury lighted him up. "What bad news could make me more sad?" Pierce sighed and came to Nick's side, patting him on the shoulder. "Unfortunately, there is bad news to add to your distress." Nick glanced at Pierce and motioned for him to continue. Pierce crossed his arms and spoke to Nick Fury in a heavy tone. "It has suffered too much in the past year, and the White House is very dissatisfied." Pierce continued, "So our finances are going to be exploited very badly next year, and now we need money to repair the first 4 bases, and now the whole S.H.I.D.L.D. is out of money. It is indeed a big thing about the White House." Now Nick Fury is finally silent, and they are facing a financial crisis again. Seeing this, Pierce showed the appearance of someone who had been there, patted Nick Fury on the back a few times and said, "It's okay, it's not a big deal. It's just that there is no extra funds for next year. I believe that under your leadership, S.H.I.D.L.D. will do better than me before." Pierce encouraged. Nick Fury nodded, and left the conference room. Pierce watched Nick leave with sincere eyes, and when he was out of sight, the corners of his mouth turned up. Everything he just did was fake. As the leader of HYDRA, Pierce definitely doesn't care about the life and death of Nick Fury. In other words, it is more in line with Pierce's inner expectations that he gets a lesson after messing with Liu Feng. At least in this way he can dampen Nick Fury's spirit. Also, the more Nick Fury goes through this, the easier it is for Pierce to run him and the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. behind the scenes. In the cell of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Deadpool is still blowing water on the mutant prisoner next to him, which is a means of easing the tedium for Deadpool. But for the two mutants, they have reason to suspect that Deadpool was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to torture him mentally. Deadpool chatted to Mutant one-sidedly. Suddenly, they saw a few agents coming in, and after entering, they began to untie the restraints on Deadpool without saying a word. The two mutants wanted to kneel down immediately, shouting to S.H.I.E.L.D. that Jesus is alive again, Angel is coming, and thanked them for saving their ears. Mutants are happy, but the ones who suffer are the agents who came to take them away. What's the matter? Do you want to change the place for me? Deadpool asked the agent beside him. The agents didn't bother to pay attention to Deadpool's mental retardation at first, but he couldn't help being stubborn like a fly in his ear. One of the agents said impatiently, "Your boss, Liu Feng, successfully negotiated with our bureau chief, and now you are free." The agent thought that after he answered Deadpool's doubts, he would get the next quiet time, but that was not the case. Deadpool listened to the other party's answer and didn't focus on the latter's freedom. Instead, he hastily corrected the agent's wording. "Hey, be careful what you say. Liu Feng is not my boss. I just lost to his super friend and was forced to go to jail. Although every place is a prison for me, I don't want to be imprisoned by you guys, otherwise Liu Feng will make trouble for me." Saying that, Deadpool became interested again, and asked S.H.I.E.L.D. agent again. "You guys were so rude to me before, but now you show this expression, looking at me upset but helpless, wanting to beat me but afraid of implicating the organization. I'm always afraid of offending me." Deadpool's face got closer and closer. "Couldn't you have been taught a lesson by that kid Liu Feng with extraordinary means?" The agent pursed his lips and closed his eyes without saying a word, and had already answered Deadpool silently, which made Deadpool very happy. "Ha ha ha ha, it turns out that your famous S.H.I.E.L.D. sometimes suffers, and it's still eaten by an ordinary person." Deadpool laughed exaggeratedly. The agents gritted their teeth, and their anger gradually rose to a critical point, but they really couldn't do anything out of the ordinary with Deadpool in front of them. In the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Liu Feng, S.H.I.E.L.D. was definitely the defeated side. If the captives were to be slashed when they were released, Liu Feng didn't know what would happen. For the sake of the overall situation, the agent had no choice but to endure Deadpool's talk all the way until he was taken outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The original order given to them by Nick Fury was to return Deadpool safely to Liu Feng's NYPD. It contains the agent to pick up and drop off. But with Deadpool's performance, how dare the agents stay in the same car as Deadpool? So he called a taxi and threw Deadpool into it. Before driving, the agent is still instructing the driver. "Take him to the NYPD within 20 minutes, and be careful not to let him jump out of the car." The Italian taxi driver was directly frightened by this sentence. "Good guy, the person in this car is not a wanted criminal, is he? Is it really okay for big brothers not to tie him up?" Seeing the uncle driver's eyes, Deadpool first waved and said hi. Then I showed my love to the uncle meanly. Then rant at a volume that several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. can hear. "Those guys are so stupid. If I didn't want to go to the police station, I would have killed them when I went out." After finishing speaking, he tilted his head harmlessly to S.H.I.E.L.D. agent humans and animals. It was only at this time that several people realized it later. "I forgot to take protective measures when I brought this product out just now." Maybe, from the very beginning, Deadpool was planning to use his mouth to cover up his own danger level, so that they would lower their defenses against him. When he realized it later, Deadpool had already sped away in the taxi, and he didn't do anything out of the ordinary except chatting with the driver along the way. When he got out of the car and was about to enter the New York police station, the first thing he saw was a pair of peach buttocks wrapped in black tights. "Thick, such a beautiful ass," Deadpool said. Hearing a familiar voice, the other party turned his head slowly, and Deadpool looked up. "Meet the dainty beauty with curly red hair, yes, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff from SHIELD." After seeing Natasha Romanoff's appearance, Deadpool flew over almost consciously controlled by his lower body. "Little beauty, are you attracted by me and come to see me? Let me kiss you." Natasha Romanoff looked disgusted when she saw this cheap thing flying towards her. Via Black Widow Natasha Romanoff via fighting technique. The moment Deadpool was about to touch his body, a foot kicked forward from the bottom up. Sure enough, it precisely kicked Deadpool's baby in the crotch, and the piercing pain came out through his mask. Natasha Romanoff stared coldly at Deadpool writhing wildly on the ground like a fish out of water in pain. "Perverts who are sexually harassed, they should let them castrate you when they bring you out, so that it hasn't grown out yet, at least it won't be so disgusting." Deadpool clutched his hands and stood up with difficulty. Although he is fast in self-healing, the damage he receives will not recover, and the egg pain really cannot stop. Deadpool had no choice but to endure the pain and asked, since you're not attracted by me, how did you? Natasha Romanoff thought it was okay to tell him, so she crossed her arms. As S.H.I.E.L.D's compensation to Liu Feng, I will work for Liu Feng from now on. Compensation. Hearing this word, Deadpool, who was excited, seemed to be relieved of pain immediately. Under the mask, he said lewdly, so you will be Liu Feng's RBQ from now on. Natasha Romanoff doesn't know what RBQ is, but she also bases it on Deadpool's sleazy expressions and movements. After understanding the meaning, just about to do it, a voice came. The people in S.H.I.E.L.D are quite agile in their work. Liu Feng walked over with his arms folded, with a slight smile on his face. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff glanced at Liu Feng and paused for a moment. After sorting out his words, he bowed and said, "Boss, you will be my new boss from now on." Liu Feng waved his hand. "You don't need to call the boss so serious. I'm not like the black stewed egg boss in your S.H.I.E.L.D. Just call me Brother Feng from now on." "Okay, Brother Feng." Natasha Romanoff immediately changed her words. Regarding Natasha Romanoff's attitude, Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Deadpool on the side squinted his eyes, looked suspiciously at Liu Feng, then at Natasha Romanoff, and couldn't help asking, "You really don't have any sexual master-servant relationship?" As soon as Deadpool spoke, Liu Feng frightened him back with a stare. Seeing this from Liu Feng, Deadpool thought Liu Feng was blaming him for leaving the prison privately, so he hurriedly raised his hands up. "I didn't sneak away, S.H.I.E.L.D took me away. I didn't say you sneaked out." Liu Feng held his forehead slightly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I definitely know it's S.H.I.E.L.D that's doing it, or I wouldn't have gotten you out of there." Deadpool patted his little heart. "So you already knew it, huh? I was always afraid of you, and would ask your super friend to come out and get me." The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned upward. "As long as you are obedient, stay in the prison obediently, and fulfill our agreement occasionally, my super friend will not come out." Listening to Natasha Romanoff at the side, it turned out that Liu Feng had asked Superman to teach Deadpool, the talker, a tough lesson, exactly as she had imagined. Hearing Liu Feng mention the prison again, Deadpool deflated like a deflated rubber ball. I know. Deadpool, a guy who loves to play, definitely doesn't want to be imprisoned and free, but he made an agreement with Liu Feng before, so he can only agree to him. After all, no matter from which point of view, Liu Feng is not to be messed with. "Okay, you two will enter the police station later. My little brother Chen Long will arrange for you to be hired by Natasha Romanoff, and will also send you back to prison." "Wait." Liu Feng straightened his collar. "I need to talk about the survival of a certain force." When Liu Feng came to the designated restaurant, a tall black man, Arthur, the chief of the Washington Police Department, had been waiting at the table for a long time. "I found that you kid is really very revengeful." Seeing Liu Feng appear, Arthur squeezed his face into a ball. "Last time I asked you to wait for 10 minutes, but now you have dragged on for 20 minutes. Maybe you're thinking too much." The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned upward. "If it's someone else, I might think it's overthinking, but if it's you, I'm sure you did it on purpose." The tall black Arthur, in front of Liu Feng, who is half Asian, behaved like a little girl in love. "You are very revengeful." Liu Feng shrugged and said, "I don't intend to deny that." Arthur was at a loss for words. "Okay, I believe you are not free enough to talk to me about these unimportant things. Let's start talking about business." Liu Feng sat down and looked at him. "About the fact that I called you here, how do you think it should be implemented?" When it was time to discuss business, Arthur put away his joking look and returned to a serious expression. "You said you were going to ban S.H.I.E.L.D completely. Well, yes, there is no need for S.H.I.E.L.D to exist at all," Liu Feng said. "Bringing their technological strength and technology to our side, we can achieve more achievements than them. But, institutions like S.H.I.E.L.D can't be solved just by saying they can be solved. They even have the support of the White House behind them." Arthur was stuck. "Isn't it the support of the White House?" "We don't have it," Liu Feng said. "To the White House, we are all the same agencies. So, what would the White House think if it were known that S.H.I.E.L.D was always attacking and pleading for their help?" Liu Feng played with the teacup in his hand and continued talking. "At this time, we stand up and do this job instead of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is S.H.I.E.L.D still necessary?" Arthur was persuaded by Liu Feng, nodded, and suddenly felt feasible. But this is not something that can be done verbally, so he confirmed it in every possible way. "Are you really ready to annex S.H.I.E.L.D? Don't ask, your mother's opinion." "My mother?" Liu Feng was a little puzzled. Now that there is no White House involvement, what is he doing with S.H.I.E.L.D? Liu Feng was still in doubt when the phone on the desk rang suddenly. The caller ID was Arthur and the woman he was talking about, Liu Feng's adoptive mother, Elena Stark. Liu Feng picked up the phone, and a voice came from the adoptive mother's side. "Feng, are you planning to ban S.H.I.E.L.D with Arthur now?" Without waiting for Liu Feng to ask, Arthur said independently, "I informed Ms. Elena. I think she has an obligation to know this. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is also related to her." Liu Feng didn't mean to blame Arthur. After all, he would tell his mother when the time came. What he wondered was, how could his mother be so excited? What's the matter, Mom? Doesn't your voice sound good? Did the White House say something to you again? This time there is no intervention from the White House. Elena replied. This is Mom's own idea. I hope you don't ban SHIELD. Liu Feng listened quietly, then asked. What's the reason? Elena didn't hide it either, and answered directly. Because the person who created S.H.I.E.L.D. is Tony's dad, my big brother, Howard Stark. Elena's words reminded Liu Feng, yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be created by Iron Man's father. And now, his adoptive mother is Iron Man's aunt, Howard's younger sister. So, I really have a relationship with SHIELD. Elena on the phone continued, although my big brother Howard has passed away, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is also in charge of someone else, it stands to reason that it does not belong to our Stark family. But I still can't bear to see the S.H.I.E.L.D. created by my big brother disappear. So, Feng, you can't eradicate S.H.I.E.L.D. no matter what, okay? Liu Feng listened to the phone, the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect to have such a relationship with SHIELD. It made me unable to do S.H.I.E.L.D. now. But my mother called Liu Feng to intercede, and Liu Feng couldn't say anything more. I had no choice but to say, okay, I see, I will stop for Uncle's sake. In the end, Liu Feng could only give up the ban on SHIELD. But as a price, Liu Feng demanded that S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer have law enforcement powers from now on. S.H.I.E.L.D. must lead the way for the New York Police Department and the Washington General Bureau. In addition, it has to give a lot to the Stark family of its adoptive mother. After talking with his mother on the phone, Liu Feng and Arthur exchanged a few more words, and they left the coffee shop one after another. For the next thing, his younger brother Chen Long will take care of everything, and Liu Feng can leave work early. But he didn't intend to go home. Liu Feng drove fast and finally stopped in front of a hotel. Skillfully go up the elevator and press the floors, come to a room, and open the door with the spare key. Shapeshifting King Kong heroine Michaela. He was watching TV at first, but when the door was opened, a pair of beautiful eyes looked over. 2 hours later, Liu Feng silently lit a cigarette beside the bed. The tired Michaela glanced at Liu Feng's slightly heavy expression, and asked with concern, What's wrong today? Are you unhappy? Liu Feng did not expect that Michaela would actually care about his mood. He didn't intend to hide it from Michaela, so he said the worst thing in his heart. I've been disgusted recently. According to your personality, you should make the other party suffer. Michaela said. The heart-to-heart talks these days have allowed Michaela, who was given to Liu Feng as a gift, to understand Liu Feng's character. Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, took a puff of cigarette, and continued. When I was about to uproot that force, I realized that those people were my own people. Liu Feng briefly talked to Michaela, and the latter just nodded when he heard this, understanding Liu Feng's mood. She thought that Liu Feng would just give up on punishing the forces that offended him. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng pinched out the cigarette butt, and said sharply with his eyes, For the sake of acquaintances, spare them this time. Next time I get a chance, I will definitely uproot this group of forces. Liu Feng's move established a Gundam image in front of Michaela. This man is like a lion, but his noble and ferocious temperament makes people love and hate, and admire him. Liu Feng naturally didn't know that his feelings in Michaela's heart had changed. He lifted the quilt, got off the bed, put on his clothes, and opened the door after getting dressed. Before stepping out of the room, he did not forget to take out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and put them on the table at the door. Not enough to tell me. Michaela looked at Liu Feng's figure. She was originally forced to give it to Liu Feng as a gift. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose in my heart. On Liu Feng's side, after venting at Michaela's place, he drove back home refreshed. The time to go out coincides with my off-duty time. When I opened the door, I found two figures on the sofa in front of the TV. One of them is naturally his own Wanda, and the other is a white-haired boy in a silver-white coat. Wanda, who was talking to another person, turned her attention to Liu Feng when she heard the door open. Honey, are you back? When he turned his head, he even patted the white-haired boy next to him, and made a look to signal her. Good guy, this wink is so obvious. If Liu Feng didn't know the identity of this white-haired boy, he would suspect that he was wearing a green hat. While Wanda stood up, she also pulled the stupid white-haired boy beside her to stand up, and looked at Liu Feng. Honey, this is my brother, Pietro. The white-haired boy stood there dumbfounded until Wanda elbowed him and scolded, Call me. The white-haired boy Pietro spoke impatiently. Hi bro, I'm Pietro, and I just moved to New York. I'm a normal guy, very normal. Wanda gave Pietro another nod for talking too much. This already has the feeling that there is no silver 300 taels here. The two siblings are hiding something from Liu Feng. But what they didn't know was that Liu Feng already knew the identity of this guy from the moment he entered the door. Not to mention that Liu Feng, the brother-in-law, probably knows more about Wanda's younger brother than Wanda, who is her sister. Pietro Maximov, nicknamed Quicksilver, is the son of Magneto Eric Lane's hair and the younger brother of Scarlet Witch Wanda. In addition to these two, Magneto has a youngest daughter, their green-haired sister named Polaris. It's strange to say that the three siblings have red hair, white hair, and green hair, and I don't know how this old king was born in the first place. If Lao Wang was not a mutant, Liu Feng would have suspected that the mother of these three people would be My Little Pony, right? Closer to home, as a mutant, Quicksilver has the super ability to move fast, which is equivalent to the Flash on DC, but the speed is not as abnormal as the Flash. After all, the speed of the Flash over there is thousands of times faster than the speed of light. It travels through time and space at every turn, and has to be restarted whenever there is an end of the world. Quicksilver is far from being able to do this. Quicksilver, this guy, has two versions in the movie due to copyright issues. One is in Avengers 2 where Wanda is. The other one appeared in X-Men, Reverse the Future in the X-Men series of movies, X-Men, Apocalypse. This version is relatively popular, and there is no Wanda in the setting. But the strange thing is that the Quicksilver who appeared in front of him is not the one who appeared in the Avengers of the Marvel Universe, but the one in the X-Men. But if it is really Quicksilver in X-Men, then his ability may be more powerful than normal Quicksilver. And he should also be thankful that he doesn't belong to the version in the Avengers. Otherwise, you will end up dying in saving Hawkeye, which is also the biggest failure in Avengers 2. After all, it was hard to launch a superhero who became a fan, and before the movie was about to end, he received a lunchbox because of the copyright. This operation is indeed a bit stupid. Well, but if you have to say, Hawkeye is still in prison, Quicksilver probably won't get the lunch. And Quicksilver now has a brother-in-law like himself. Being related to Superman is theoretically safe. Even if Thanos comes now, Liu Feng is sure to smash the opponent's head. From purple sweet potato essence to pig head essence according to the timeline, the X-Men have disappeared now, and Quicksilver has already died in the battle in the movie X-Men Apocalypse. It's understandable that different universes are merging, and this Quicksilver becomes that Quicksilver, but the question of timelines is a bit more interesting. According to the preliminary judgment, it should be due to the butterfly effect. Liu Feng didn't intend to think about it any further. Anyway, whether Quicksilver died or not didn't have much effect on him. When Liu Feng was with his wife Wanda, he did not reveal that he knew Wanda's identity, and Wanda never told Liu Feng that he was a mutant. That's why when Quicksilver came today, Wanda had to let her younger brother pretend to be an ordinary person in front of Liu Feng. Knowing this, Liu Feng also played tricks, and pretended that he didn't know Quicksilver and knew nothing about mutant. Then he said in a brother-in-law's tone, "Hello, you can call me Liu Feng from now on, sit wherever you want, as if this is your own home." Okay. Receiving Liu Feng's answer, Pietro, a somewhat childish guy, sat down on the sofa again. Really low EQ, Liu Feng couldn't help but said, "Brother comes to our house, delicious food and drink, if you need brother-in-law's help, just tell me." As the head of the family, Liu Feng still has to say polite words. As a result, as soon as Liu Feng finished speaking, Wanda trotted to Liu Feng's side, held his hand, and said, "I really need your help with something, my husband. Liu Feng. My younger brother Pietro recently transferred from another city to work, and he is currently struggling to find a house," Wanda said. "Husband, you are so capable, help him find a house to live in? Okay." The 5-meter-tall green muscular monster wreaks havoc in Times Square, the most crowded place in New York. People were fleeing in all directions like a tide, the screams combined with the growls of the green muscle monster. The good thing is Muscle Monster isn't specifically hurting anyone or any group, it's just wreaking havoc like a madman. Woo. The green monster suddenly covered its head with both hands after it was half destroyed. After a while, he kept beating his chest like an orangutan. He roared while beating, and then began to look for everything around him to vent and destroy it. The policeman who just arrived here had a panoramic view of all this. Except for Liu Feng, panic appeared on the faces of all the policemen. After all, the police officers were not as well informed as Liu Feng. Just looking at the huge amounts of monster from a distance, their legs began to weaken. But the backbone of the police still supported them. They drew their guns and listened to Liu Feng's next order. Liu Feng looked coldly at the wanton Hulk, and said from his mouth, "Start to evacuate the crowd." Liu Feng's sonorous and forceful words directly pulled back the consciousness of the police officers flying out of the sky. "Jackson Mordekaiser, you two stay with a team and use the newly equipped weapons to attract fire from me." Chen Long led a group of people to control traffic in the southwest of the square, and Johnny led a group of people to help all the people in this and adjacent areas leave. Liu Feng deployed his actions calmly, reviving everyone's courage to fight against the monsters. "Everyone work hard, within 10 minutes, I don't want to see any moving crowd in this area. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone said in unison. After the deployment was completed, everyone directly put forth their energy to perform their duties, achieving the highest efficiency. This is the status and significance of Liu Feng in the police circle. His existence is like a lighthouse that can give others courage and hope. All police officers acted according to the arrangement. After the scene stabilized, Liu Feng made a phone call to General Ross, who was in charge of the Green Titan, that is, the Super Soldier Serum project. "I said before, if you mess with me, you will have to pay the price." Liu Feng's flat tone was filled with anger. "Could it be that you want to see with your own eyes what I'm capable of?" Rose also knew that he had offended Liu Feng, and after a moment of silence, he replied with a little apology. "Don't get me wrong. We have no plans to target you. After the last call, we have tried to increase the dose to control it." Rose quickly explained to Liu Feng. "But we underestimated its strength, and the large amount of tranquilizers injected into it suddenly failed, perhaps because of the resistance." "You mean, you tried your best? Are you sure?" Liu Feng coldly interrupted Rose's next explanation. Hearing this sentence, Rose's body shook, as if Liu Feng at the other end of the conversation was standing in front of him to judge him. Ross wanted to speak again, but Liu Feng interrupted again. I don't want to hear any more explanations. In short, my city has been damaged, and all the costs of the city's loss, including construction costs, casualty costs, lost work costs, family pensions, police equipment repairs, all are recorded in the Do you have any complaints from the top of your military. General Ross on the other end of the phone clenched his fists angrily, but he could only answer, no complaints, we will compensate. My guys will hold Hulk and come over and fix this mess. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he was about to hang up the phone, but he heard Ross on the other end of the phone saying, wait a minute, Mr. Liu Feng. Say. Liu Feng was getting impatient. General Ross on the other end of the phone paused for a while. There is currently no way to solve the rioting Hulk. It just so happens that you know Superman. Look at your super friend. Would you like to help solve this trouble? Superman. Liu Feng sneered and said, what's the matter with Superman that you've made trouble? Find a way to solve it yourself. Are you willing to watch Hulk wantonly destroy your city? Ross tried to persuade Liu Feng. You pay compensation for Hulk's destruction. If you plan to watch the city be destroyed, then I hope you have enough money to pay for the entire New York. After finishing speaking, Liu Feng hung up the phone directly. On Liu Feng's side, looking back at the battle situation, people in a radius of 10 miles had fled to a safe place, and the surrounding area was blocked by the police who came to support. At this moment, the entire area was like a Green Titan's playground, allowing him to wreak havoc. Police officer Chen Long came to Liu Feng and said, Brother Feng, the situation is under control. Liu Feng nodded, good job, everyone is on standby, just wait for my next instruction. One more thing, Brother Feng, the destruction of this green monster has attracted several reporters from the TV station, and they insisted on coming in for interviews. How should we deal with them better? Chen Long asked. Reporter. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then replied, let them in and interview them. What? Ask them to interview. Chen Long was stunned. Liu Feng would agree to be interviewed, which was beyond his expectation. But he still obeyed the arrangement and asked, which TV stations are we going to interview? Or are we asking them to send a representative? No representative. The corners of Liu Feng's lips turned up, and he said, hold a press conference in the name of the police. Let as many reporters as there are, and the more TV stations, the better. Chen Long couldn't understand what Liu Feng was thinking, but he went back obediently and arranged a press conference as Liu Feng said. After a while, Liu Feng stood in front of more than a dozen people holding cameras or microphones. Liu Feng adjusted the microphone on the podium. Okay, now you can ask questions one by one. Looking at the hands raised one by one, Liu Feng randomly ordered a few like picking fruits, so the reporter asked. Excuse me, Officer Liu Feng, what kind of creature is the giant green monster that is wreaking havoc in New York City Square, and where did it come from? Liu Feng cleared his throat, and said. The monster was created by the military's human experiments, and now it has become something neither human nor ghost, and it is difficult for modern weapons to cause damage to it. Liu Feng called another reporter, who asked. What is our current casualty situation? Will the casualty situation increase in the future? Liu Feng replied, under the control of the police, the number of injured people does not exceed 10, and the number of deaths is none. We will try our best to prevent the number of casualties in the future. Another reporter asked, so what should we do with this monster now? Liu Feng revealed a helpless expression, and replied, the police have tried their best to control that monster, but they are still indifferent. Perhaps only the military that created this monster has the ability to solve it. On the military side, General Ross watched the press conference on TV with a livid face. His left and right hands asked, what should we do now, General? Liu Feng refused to let Superman come forward at all, and even held a press conference to blame us. Just when Rose was in trouble, the phone in his hand rang, and he picked it up, and a deep voice came from the other end of the phone, Ross, get rid of this matter. At the end of the press conference, Liu Feng informed the police in a few words to expand the range of crowd flow in the area where Hulk was located, and then drove back home. Hulk just let him wreak havoc like a child. As long as the scope and flow of people are controlled, there will be no casualties. As for the incarnation of Superman to solve it, if it doesn't exist, Liu Feng can't be bothered to pay attention to such things. Anyway, the military will pay a huge amount of compensation for this, and the cost of Hulk's destruction of New York should be paid to the military. If they are willing to spend it, Liu Feng will spend it with them. Liu Feng didn't believe that the military didn't have weapons against Hulk at all. After all, Liu Feng in his previous life has already seen this movie, and there is no Superman in Invincible Hulk. Liu Feng felt that the military urgently needed Superman to come forward, maybe because he thought Superman couldn't beat Hulk, or because he wanted to see where Superman's limit was. With this little thoughtfulness, you don't even need to guess. If you want to make troubles, I will accompany you to make troubles. Let's see who can't hold it up first. Liu Feng returned home, turned on the TV and watched the TV station's live broadcast of Hulk. The TV station is narrating the incident from a tragic perspective, and through interviews with injured personnel, it enhances the sympathy of the audience and accuses and abuses the military that created this monster. The public opinion came to the military side, which is what Liu Feng wanted to see. After all, this is how the real world is. The pressure of public opinion is far more powerful and useful than Superman's fists. As for the statement made by other TV stations that the police did nothing and did not do their best to protect the citizens, Liu Feng completely ignored it. The United States crowd is like this, and this kind of convulsion often occurs just when Liu Feng wanted to continue watching. When other TV stations would bring public opinion pressure to the military, there was a sudden knock on the door. Liu Feng was subconsciously startled, not because he was afraid that someone would flesh him out. I wanted to touch something in reality, but I was more curious, how could someone knock on the door at this hour? After all, Wanda is already on a business trip, and the people who eat melons with a sense of justice will not come here at this point. Curious, Liu Feng opened the door. Unexpectedly, Betty, the daughter of General Ross, who has a good figure with a bulging figure and a beautiful face, came into view. Liu Feng asked, "Betty, why are you here?" "I'm very angry with my dad right now, very angry," Betty said while clasping the air with both hands. Then he walked around Liu Feng, as if he had returned to his own home, carelessly to lie down on the sofa. Its movements are very indecent. Liu Feng shrugged his shoulders as usual, closed the door, walked to the sofa next to Betty and sat down. "It seems that you should have guessed what your father was doing from the police press conference." "Press conference? No, I knew it was my father's experiment when I saw the news report that there was a green monster in Times Square, New York." Betty became even more resentful when she said this. "I didn't expect my father to make such a mistake and put that monster in New York. He is such an idiot." I. As Betty was talking, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the potato chips on the table. Then he tore open the package without saying a word, and started to eat ka. Eating potato chips was not enough, so I opened another bottle of Coke, holding potato chips in my left hand and taking a sip of Coke in my right. Crazy to vent their dissatisfaction through food. Liu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had already gotten used to it. This little girl has liked eating to relieve her emotions since she was a child. Girls of the same age have envied her for a long time for eating without gaining weight. At one time, some girls even thought that her cup size was enlarged by eating potato chips. "Liu Feng, you won't understand my feelings. My dad turned into a bad guy who created monsters to attack humans in one day. Even I hate him. Is there anything more upsetting than this?" Liu Feng smiled. "What is this? You don't know yet. The green muscle monster reported on TV is actually your good friend, Bruce Banner." "What did you say? Bruce? Is he the monster?" "No, it can't be." Betty put down the snacks in her hand, stared at Liu Feng with wide eyes, and couldn't believe what Liu Feng said at all. "Are you so sure? Have you ever seen it with your own eyes?" Liu Feng asked back. Betty immediately replied firmly, "I have seen it. I have seen the super soldier serum with my own eyes. Father, he used Dr. James to conduct experiments at that time. And the experiment at that time was very successful. Dr. James said that he could control the super soldier serum, and there was no sign of transforming into a green monster." Having said that, Betty stopped talking as if she understood something. Liu Feng pointed to the TV. "If the Dr. James you're talking about has been tested and can control the super soldier serum, there won't be any news about green muscle monsters destroying New York." "So you mean, Father, he lied to me?" Betty covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Liu Feng nodded and said, "He must have lied to you. The military is so dark, Betty. Not everyone can be selected for this kind of human experiment. Maybe your friend Bruce Banner was investigated by your father, the most suitable candidate to participate in the experiment, and he didn't want you to know. He played a scene in front of you." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he found Betty with her head buried, speaking in a grieved manner. "It's not the first time that something like this has happened. My father has always been like this since he was a child, saying that he lied to me for my own good, and wouldn't let me do this or that." When Betty looked at Liu Feng again, her eyes were full of tears. Then he gritted his teeth as if thinking of something, then leaned forward, and directly gave Liu Feng a strong kiss, still the French style. Liu Feng was a little caught off guard, but was thrown onto the bed according to her will. "My father forbade me to participate in the experiment, and restricted all my choices since I was a child. I let him see what I can do," Betty, who was riding on Liu Feng, said, and then Betty slowly took off her coat. The two just slept on the sofa all night. The next day, Liu Feng, who had just woken up and was still asleep, felt Betty's movements. Opening his eyes, he found that Betty was holding the clothes to support her waist, and was slowly preparing to leave with her hands and feet. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised, and he said, "Leaving? Won't you stay for a while?" After Betty was discovered by Liu Feng, she remembered something and shuddered. Then he hurriedly fled while putting on his clothes in a panic. No, I suddenly remembered something urgent, so let's go first." After the disheveled Betty fled, she was still muttering to herself. "Liu Feng is too strong. When I was a child, I didn't realize that this guy is like a fighter." Betty would have liked to channel the dominant vent through Liu Feng. "I didn't expect to be countered by Liu Feng before it even started. All night long? Sorry, I am not worthy," Betty said secretly. After Betty left, Liu Feng, who was lying on the sofa, crossed his hands behind his head, sighed slightly. Liu Feng clearly knew that what happened with Betty last night was just an accident. It is reasonable for a girl in the rebellious period to resist her father through this behavior. At other times, Liu Feng might have refused, but at that time, he also had dissatisfaction with Rose in his heart, so he would really attack Betty. Both of them did it out of revenge for him. Well, only the world where Ross got hurt came out. But this is only a trivial episode. If you want to calm my anger, I have to see if you, Ross, are sensible or not. Liu Feng got up and put on his clothes after secretly thinking like this, and then called the police station to inquire about the current situation. The police officer on the other end of the phone answered. Brother Feng, another muscular monster appeared last night, but this time it's shit yellow. The arms and back were covered with spikes. When the two monsters met, they fought without saying a word. The fight was so dark that the two monsters disappeared in the end. According to the police officer's description, the second thing that appeared was Green Titan's old opponent, Abomination. Also the final villain in the movie The Invincible Hulk. The fighting scene between the two, Liu Feng can also understand a thing or two from the movie screens he has seen. It can be said to be a classic monster fighting scene on the screen. But whether it is as grand as his action scene last night will vary from person to person. After understanding the situation, Liu Feng said to the police officer on the other end of the phone, I see, you withdraw from the team. Brothers have worked hard. You can eat, drink and play freely. Just fill in my name for reimbursement. After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng sneered. With ability confrontation, you have to wait for Superman to sacrifice. Ross, it seems that you have to lose blood before you are willing. Afterwards, Liu Feng called the director of the General Administration. Arthur, I want you to do me a favor about the Ross military. As the head of the General Administration, Arthur definitely heard the news of monsters appearing in New York. I also saw Liu Feng's press conference, so I know about it pretty well. So Director Arthur on the other end of the phone said, I understand what you mean. Tell me, Feng, what price do you want them to pay? Money, a lot of money. Liu Feng paused for a moment. At least 5 times the compensation for yesterday's loss. Let Ross know that the police department and New York are not something he can afford. I understand, Feng, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. The military will definitely bleed a lot this time. The director replied boldly, with a little excitement in his words. After the phone call, Liu Feng washed up a bit. Then changed into a clean outfit and headed to the police station. Now it's time to deal with the mess. As soon as he entered the office, Liu Feng called his assistant Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Still the classic orange, red and black tights, and that pretty face like an iceberg. You don't have money for new clothes, Natasha Romanoff. Liu Feng couldn't help joking when he saw Black Widow. I have other clothes, but I like to wear this one when I'm working. Natasha Romanoff answered blankly. Then he said, Boss, you called me to say this, right? Seeing that Black Widow was even funny, Liu Feng started to talk about serious things. You go to the prison and bring Deadpool Wade Wilson and X-23 Laura Kinney to my office. Hearing this, there was a flash of surprise in Black Widow's eyes. She knew that Liu Feng would definitely use these two people, but she didn't expect to bring them out so soon. But the surprise was relieved, and the work arranged by Liu Feng still had to be done. After all, she is now Liu Feng's subordinate, so naturally she has to obey his words. After about half an hour, Black Widow brought the adult little wolf girl and Deadpool back to Liu Feng's office. The two had just arrived here, and Liu Feng hadn't spoken yet. Deadpool started talking. You know Liu Feng, I love you. Although you locked me in that shitty garbage prison for so long, and made me endure the pain countless times, I chopped myself into pieces of meat and threw it out, but I failed and suffered every night. But I still love you, because you have finally realized that you want to set me free. I love you, Liu Feng. Really, if I were a woman, I would be willing to be arranged by you in various positions without limit. Wait. Liu Feng interrupted Deadpool's stand-up with a wry smile. I didn't say I would let you go. What? Deadpool made an exaggerated gesture of disbelief. You don't let me go. What did you bring me out for? You want me to take 2 breaths of fresh air and then go back to clothes. Oh, you are a demon. Liu Feng, you are really a demon? You actually want to torture me like this, body and mind. The little wolf girl on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He wants us both to do things for him, idiot. What? Do something? You have the ability to put us in prison, and you still need us to do something. Deadpool asked stupidly. Because he is a policeman, and he represents a bright image. Some things are inconvenient to deal with. Please use your brain. This time it's Black Widow's turn to complain about Deadpool. Okay, stop making trouble, and talk about business. Liu Feng said seriously. I'm giving you a task now, and I can only rest assured that you two can do this. Liu Feng asked Black Widow to hand each of them a file from the table, which contained photos of Green Titan and Abomination's normal and transformed forms. I want you to find the green one within 2 days and bring him back. As for the yellow thorny one, kill it immediately if you encounter it. Don't worry about the corpse, just make sure it dies. Hearing this, little wolf girl simply nodded and said, I see. On the other hand, on Deadpool's side, he had already leaned over to Liu Feng's table and began to chatter. Brother Feng, Lord Feng, God, after we help you complete this task, do we have any rewards? Look, those two are girls, they don't have any needs. I'm different, my guns are almost rusted from the prison, so. Liu Feng pushed Deadpool away in disgust, and said, I promise you, after completing the task, both of you can take a day off, go and play wherever you want, and reduce your detention time by 1 month. Little wolf girl nodded indifferently, and Deadpool jumped up like a woman and said, yeah. Afterwards, the two set off. Liu Feng held his forehead slightly, expressing that Deadpool was too annoying. However, Black Widow asked at this time, I don't quite understand why you captured Hulk alive. Definitely to control him and use it for me, Liu Feng said. Black Widow heard the words and directly concluded, no one can control Hulk, he is an extremely unstable factor. What's so difficult about it? Just subdue him, Liu Feng said casually. S.H.I.D.L.D also has this experiment by the military, and we have counted all the possibilities. It can be said that there is nothing in the world today that can threaten Hulk. Black Widow confirmed. Hearing this, Liu Feng shook his head. There is an old saying in China, there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the sky. In short, don't worry about it, I have my own way to deal with him. Black Widow still has too little understanding of the entire world and ability users, and a Hulk is nothing in the Marvel universe. At present, those who can play can beat Hulk. Odin counts as one, Ancient One Magician counts as one, Thanos counts as one, and Captain Marvel counts as one. And Superman, of course, is among them. The United States, somewhere in the jungle. A young man with a bare upper body and only a pair of strong elastic pants on his body. I don't know if he is avoiding some monster behind him, panting and galloping. The man was half naked, with dirt and sweat all over his body, like a tramp. However, his healthy body and the stamina he displayed while running are hard to match with the term tramp. This is Bruce Banner. He was also the chief culprit who wreaked havoc in New York's Times Square yesterday. He originally thought that he was about to become an out-and-out demon. Unexpectedly, another monster similar to him appeared last night. After a one-night battle between the two, they were tied, and Banner, who regained consciousness by the opportunity, had to flee New York overnight. However, that guy still didn't let himself go. Only faintly, monster-like roars came from behind Banner. Like a demon in hell, Banner understood that that guy was getting close to him. Sensing the threat, Banner's black pupils faintly showed a strange green color, and a restlessness rushed into his heart instantly. But soon Banner shook his head vigorously and suppressed it. Banner understands that he must control his emotions well. Once he turns into a monster again, Banner may not be able to recover in this life. Absolutely cannot transform. Banner firmly secretly said, and continued to flee. And 2 kilometers away from Bruce Banner, the yellow monster abomination covered with terrifying spikes was frantically chasing the green Titan Hulk. That is, Bruce, who has been transformed into a human form. Although the trees in the jungle blocked his view, he couldn't directly see Banner's figure. But he can feel Banner's there, because he can feel Hulk's presence. Both are creatures created from super soldier serum and gamma rays. As long as 2 people of the same origin get along in the same territory, the blood in their bodies can feel each other. Bruce Banner, Hulk, I won't let you go. The winner hasn't been decided yet. I want to prove it. I'm the strongest. Kill you. I'm the strongest. Hate so secretly in my heart. Unlike Banner, the abomination and his human form Brunsky did not separate into 2 personalities, but merged into one. So they share a common desire, to kill the Hulk. After all, humans still can't run away from hatred. Finally, after a big leap from the abomination came to Banner and cornered him to death in a canyon. Banner was cornered, but still refused to transform. Seeing this, he hated it, thought he was being underestimated, and directly rage prepared to attack. If you don't change your body, you will die in such a posture. Banner clenched his fists, trying to restrain all of this, trying not to let Hulk appear. Just at this critical moment, Hate suddenly felt someone shoot a pistol in the back of his head. Although it didn't take any damage, it found it annoying. Turning his head to look, he saw a psychopath wearing a strange red tights, twisting his body while firing a gun, still muttering words. How many years has it been since your brother lived that way? Rage. The abomination doesn't know this guy, but it's red-eyed and will kill whoever gets in his way. So the abomination turned around and stepped forward, tearing Deadpool in half, blood spraying, and internal organs falling all over the floor. Faced with this scene, the kind-hearted Banner almost collapsed and was about to transform. Unexpectedly, the next moment, there was the sound of blades rubbing against each other in the air. A figure came at a high speed, and the person who came quickly climbed onto the back of the abomination. The steel claws of both hands directly and easily inserted into the back of the abomination's neck, and the abomination roared heart-piercingly. Before the hatred could react, the little wolf girl cut directly along the back of the hatred, pulling the wound from the back of the neck to the waist. A huge amounts of red cross just appear behind the abomination. Extremely loathed and angry, she wanted to grab the little wolf girl whose hands had sprouted claws, but the little wolf girl moved around nimbly and dodged one by one. As a result, not only was he unable to catch it, but he also took the opportunity to be cut several times by the little wolf girl. Resenting being constantly provoked and played by the little wolf girl, she put all her attention on the little wolf girl. So much so that it didn't notice at all. Deadpool, torn to shreds, was already self-healing and took up the dual knives. Taking advantage of Abomination's inattention, Deadpool directly stabbed the 2 knives into Abomination's waist, picking out the waist for it, and it was so cheap. It's useless except for big pieces. Men rely on skills, do you understand? The hatred was suppressed, and the little wolf girl took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the 2 claws that grew out directly performed a bloody dissection in front of the hatred. Bruce Banner, who hid in a safe place after the battle, vomited immediately when he saw this scene. After all, he is a doctor, but he has never seen such a cruel scene with his own eyes. After finishing the abomination, Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool walked towards Banner. Banner at the moment was still wary of the two, so he asked them to keep a safe distance from him. The two sides set aside a safe distance, and the Little Wolf Girl Laura did not say a word after looking at each other, and Deadpool, the talking gun next to her, should come in handy. So Deadpool spoke up. "Is that Dr. Bruce Banner? The history of monsters that messed around in Times Square in New York yesterday Lake. Oh no, Hulk, is that you?" Banner didn't answer, but leaned back vigilantly. He looked up and down the two Superman classes in front of him, and asked, "Who are you?" Cough cough. Deadpool cleared his throat in a mocking manner. "The two of us are from the New York Police Department, but we are not under the supervision of the New York Police Department. It can be said to be a special operations team. Definitely, if you insist on calling me a police officer, I will not refuse. Get to the point," Little Wolf Girl Laura said impatiently. Hearing this, Deadpool could only speed up. "All in all, after what happened last night, we found that your ability is very powerful. If you can control this ability well, you will definitely do something, so I'm here to ask if you are interested in adding." "Stop it, I won't join you." Banner directly interrupted Deadpool's next words. "Hulk is not a super ability, it is a curse, a disease. I will not use this ability to help any person or organization, that is why I escaped from the control of the military." Banner said every word is authentic. "So don't be delusional, it is absolutely impossible for me to join you." Deadpool scratched his head through the hood, then looked back at Little Wolf Girl. "What should I do? Do you want to be tough?" The Little Wolf Girl revealed her adamantium claws with her hands. "The task arranged by Liu Feng has to be completed, capture alive, and not kill him." Banner ran away when he saw this, but unfortunately he couldn't even run away with hatred, so how could he beat the Little Wolf Girl who is a mutant? Banner was caught up after 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times. After being easily shortened, Little Wolf Girl aimed at Banner's leg and raised her hand. Just as she was about to make Banner lose her mobility, Banner's leg instantly grew bigger. Looking at Banner again, his blood vessels burst out, and his whole body started to turn green. At the moment, he punched the Little Wolf Girl. Chapter 63 Superman's Hulk, Green Sandbags. Banner turned into a green Titan Hulk, and punched the Little Wolf Girl the moment he was about to meet him. Seeing this, the Little Wolf Girl could only give up the attack on the Green Titan's legs, and instead used her hands to protect her face, intending to block Hulk's punch. Hulk swung his fist, and with a strong gust of wind, the Little Wolf Girl was blown away. It didn't stop until 3 trees fell in succession. The Little Wolf Girl herself didn't expect that Hulk's strength would be so ridiculously strong, and his speed was obviously faster than the speed of the abomination. This is tricky. Banner, who was still in a weak position just now, has completely transformed into the earth-shattering Green Titan Hulk. Hulk had the ability to deal with the two, so he stopped running and turned his gaze to Deadpool not far away. Seeing this, Deadpool couldn't help yelling, "If you hate chasing you won't change, but if we chase you will change? Are you racist?" Hulk naturally ignored Deadpool's rhetoric, but already ran towards Deadpool regardless of enemy or friend. Seeing this, Deadpool had no choice but to back off and shoot Hulk with his gun. Bullets do no harm to Hulk like mosquitoes, so Deadpool can only back off and harass Hulk. He couldn't die by himself, but it would be very troublesome to be torn to pieces. If Hulk took the opportunity to slip away, he would not be able to complete Liu Feng's mission. So Deadpool moved around flexibly and got into various gaps. Hulk was pissed off and smashed everything. His fists are invincible, and all rocks and trees are destroyed. The more he scratched, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the stronger he became. In the end, Deadpool's left arm was caught, and then Hulk easily twisted Deadpool's arm off like a chicken wing. Deadpool wanted to give up the car to keep him handsome, but unfortunately his right foot was caught again. This time it was the drumstick of a hand-cooked chicken, and it was unscrewed again. With one hand and one leg, Deadpool couldn't do anything, so he simply said, "You hammer me into meat paste, anyway, I can't beat you." At this moment, the Little Wolf Girl quickly came behind Hulk, and then attacked Hulk as if she were dealing with an abomination. But as mentioned earlier, Hulk's reaction speed is faster than that of the abomination. After being hurt, Hulk reached out and grabbed the Little Wolf Girl on the back. After catching it, no matter how Little Wolf Girl uses the steel claws on her hands and feet, she can't break free from Hulk's palm. Deadpool took the opportunity to stab Hulk with a knife held in the newly grown baby arm, but the knife broke, and Deadpool was also grabbed by Hulk. Hulk squeezed the two of them together with both hands, as if kneading dough. His hands began to exert force, ready to kill them directly. "Hulk hates you guys." Hulk started to push. At this moment, a strong sonic boom suddenly came from the sky. Attracted by the sound, Hulk turned his head to look, and in the next moment, he was directly punched away by a sudden punch. Hulk was beaten into the air, knocked down 10 old trees, and rubbed his body on the ground for 5 meters before he stopped. Hulk was still unharmed, but he was completely enraged, spat viciously, and squinted angrily at the person coming. Blue tights, red cloak, the iconic inverted triangle and S symbol, floating in midair, like a god on Earth. The person who knocked Hulk down with one punch was the Superman incarnated by Liu Feng. Originally, he didn't plan to make a move, but thinking about the fact that Hulk is really difficult to hit, he found it here with supervision. Hulk looked at the guy floating in the air, and the more he looked at it, the more unhappy he became. He uprooted the tree next to him and threw it at Superman, and then rushed over to punch him. Superman Liu Feng slapped the trees away as if to block the dust, looked at the fist of Hulk who was flying over, and dodged sideways with the corner of his mouth raised. He was able to catch it hard, but it hurt his image to catch the fist with his face. Then Liu Feng looked at the Hulk who was flying in the air, and he flew a little higher, and then he packed up a punch, slammed the Hulk straight into the ground. Before it was over, Liu Feng sat on Hulk, punched Hulk's big face with left and right punches, so that he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath, and he had to make up for his hot gaze. Hulk was burned by Superman's hot vision and made a heart-piercing sound. This must be the strongest energy he has ever felt. It's just that the pain gradually turned into anger. Liu Feng originally wanted to engrave the word serve on Hulk's chest with his thermal vision, but he didn't realize that the thermal vision would burn Hulk into fear. He turned his grief into strength, and punched Liu Feng with one punch, flying 10 meters away. The airwave generated by Hulk's punch directly wiped out all the surrounding plants, and although Liu Feng was sent flying 10 meters, his body felt no pain or itching, and he couldn't feel anything. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth rose, thinking that this Hulk might be the only existence that he could fight well since he obtained the Superman ability. Liu Feng threw Hulk into the desert, and there was nothing around that could limit the two to fight. Liu Feng began to provoke Hulk. I hope you can last a few minutes longer than others. Hulk is going to kill you. Hulk still spoke simple and rude language. Then the two started fighting, and this time, for the sake of fairness, Liu Feng didn't use heat vision to fight Hulk hand to hand. The tearing air sounds in the air and the continuous vibration of the body bombarded by the fists on the flesh, and the airwaves generated by the hand-to-hand combat left pits of different depths in the desert. The fight between the two was earth-shattering and lasted for a full 2 hours. The end result, of course, is that Hulk reverts to Dr. Banner, scarred, with Liu Feng looking as glamorous as he came. Liu Feng looked at Hulk on the ground, smacked his lips, and said, Hulk in normal form is still too weak, and when you turn into Liu Sheng one day, your strength will continue to rise, but I don't want to wait so long. After finishing speaking, Liu Feng possessed Banner and picked him up, then flew out of the desert, and I threw Banner into the bottle in a river. Banner in the water woke up by himself in a short while. Just as he was dazed, he caught a glimpse of Superman flying in midair. You are Superman? Are you really real? Banner couldn't imagine his eyes. After all, his favorite childhood hero was Superman, and now he was floating in front of him. Liu Feng nodded, then pulled Banner out, came to the shore, and said, I have fought Hulk before, don't worry, I have suppressed him. Superman. If there is a creature like Superman in the real world, maybe it can really suppress the power in my body. Banner said excitedly. That's right, I can suppress Hulk with my shot. You don't have to worry about this, but your current situation is very dangerous, and you can no longer return to your original life. Liu Feng said. Then I can only leave the United States and make my home around the world. Banner said. There is another way. You can go to the New York Police Department and seek refuge with a policeman named Liu Feng. He is my friend and a good policeman. He will help you and use your strength on the right path. Liu 397, Feng explained road. Banner hesitated, and said, but, Liu Feng is just an ordinary person, right? Unless you are also in the police station. If I lose control and turn into a Green Titan one day, it's okay. Liu Feng returned to Banner and continued, listen, Hulk, I know you can hear me. What? Hulk inside me? Can he hear? Banner at the moment is still in shock. Liu Feng continued, you should have seen my ability. If you dare to make trouble in New York, the next time we meet, I will directly beat you to a pulp. If you are not convinced, you can try it. So the Hulk in me is conscious? Banner asked. Liu Feng nodded, and said, he is equivalent to your second personality. In short, you should get along with him well in the days to come. Banner nodded thoughtfully, then looked up. Superman had already left. Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool just came over. How about the big guy? Go back to the NYPD. Banner agreed, and just left with the two of them. After finishing everything, Liu Feng asked someone to set up a helicopter and sent Banner and Deadpool back. On the helicopter, Deadpool looked at the scenery below and couldn't help complaining about Banner. Fuck you, big pineapple. You little chubby look fat. You run very fast. Did you come to this jungle from the city because you are a green version of Tarzan? Banner apologized and said with a smile, escape for your life. That's all that matters. Just run away. Don't run so far next time. This place is full of mosquitoes, so I don't dare to show my butt. Pull me in the tights so many times. Deadpool still had a cracking joke. The little wolf girl sat a little further away from him as she listened. Don't get me wrong, this is the first time in my mercenary career that I've been in my pants. Deadpool explained. Before, it was mostly peeing in it. Banner was dumbfounded when he heard this, and said, what are you talking about? Mercenaries. Didn't you just say that you are members of the Special Operations Team of the New York Police Department? How come you have this identity? The little wolf girl Laura held her forehead slightly, expressing that she knew Deadpool, an outspoken guy, would talk nonsense, and said, that was my previous identity, and now I have changed my mind. Yes, we are both good citizens now, Deadpool said heartily. Banner pursed his lips, indicating that this is still acceptable, and then asked, then how many people are in your Special Operations Team? Deadpool pointed at Laura and at himself, too. Banner immediately had black lines on his face. Do you think you are on a pirate ship? Why do these two look like the villain camp? Could it be that the Superman I saw was actually a Homelander or something? Banner shook his head, implying that he should not think too much, and then asked something else to change the subject. I just saw with my own eyes that you were torn in half by that yellow monster similar to Hulk. Why did you? Banner asked curiously. After all, he had never seen a mutant before, let alone a perverted self-healing like Deadpool. In fact, Deadpool exists as long as it is not wiped out in a single moment. Anything that can leave a piece of meat or even a cell can be regenerated. When Deadpool was asked about this, he suddenly thought of Hulk, who almost made himself and the little wolf girl into meatloaf just now. I couldn't help but cursed. Are you still ashamed to say that yellow one? When you turned green, you almost squeezed the two of us into meatloaf? Xiang will be squeezed out by you. Banner hurriedly explained. When I turned into Hulk, I was unconscious, so I can't remember. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's just that if you tear me apart, I might not react that much. At most, it's because my brother is more painful when he is torn apart. After Deadpool changed to a more comfortable position and lay down, Deadpool continued. As for the origin of my ability, it's not much different from yours. It's all through experiments and injected with someone's medicine. Usually I shoot others. It's the first time in my life that I'm shot by others. Deadpool lightly described the experiment he had experienced, but when he mentioned so-and-so, the little wolf girl's eyes moved slightly. It's just that they were jealous of my handsome face and turned my face into a chrysanthemum, and it was the kind of granny's chrysanthemum. Deadpool showed half of his face under the hood. Only a few hot girls would sit on my face. Then this beauty? Banner asked curiously. The little wolf girl looked up at Banner and said, I have no parents, I am a clone, and the body that treats me like a daughter is also missing now. Okay. The little wolf girl's answer directly fooled Banner. Unexpectedly, the misunderstanding made the atmosphere even more embarrassing. The three of them just stayed in the helicopter. Occasionally, there will be unexplained whistles played by Deadpool. The last three were taken to New York. Then Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl were taken by the police to eat, drink and have fun. Banner was taken alone to the hotel by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. After eating, Black Widow opened a room for Bruce Banner and prepared clothes for Banner to change. Why don't they two come with me? Perhaps it was a little embarrassing for the lonely man and the widow, Banner asked Black Widow, a little confused. Black Widow, who was standing outside the bathroom door of the hotel, explained unhurriedly, Dr. Banner, don't worry about them. My orders are to receive you and bring you safely to the police station, and they will go there when the game is over. Go back inside? What does that mean? Banner asked curiously. In prison. Black Widow returned. Banner was directly shocked. What? Prison? The two of them are still prisoners? Didn't they say they belonged to the special operations team? Yes, the action team in the prison. They have been tasked with taking you back to New York so that you can get a lighter sentence. Black Widow answered unhurriedly, because Liu Feng told her that she could say this to Banner. Banner was stunned, feeling that he had entered a pirate ship, and hurriedly asked, then I want to join now, doesn't it mean that I will also go to prison like them? Banner, who has not received an answer, has already started looking for an escape exit in the bathroom. Fortunately, Black Widow's next sentence immediately relieved his hanging heart. You are different from them. They joined as prisoners, so they are still in prison most of the time. But you and I are both free, and Liu Feng will arrange formal jobs for us. Banner exhaled. It's okay. It seems that he was not kidnapped into a thief boat. Then the two came to the police station, and Black Widow first took Banner to meet Liu Feng in the office. Before meeting Liu Feng, Banner thought Liu Feng was a middle-aged Asian. Only now did I realize that Liu Feng is a young mixed race, with a Western physique and an Oriental charm. Dr. Banner, I believe my friend has already met you. Liu Feng asked knowingly. Yes, Superman said that you are worth relying on and will help me use Hulk's power on the right path, but I'm still worried that Hoquin is out of my control. NEI said. He hesitated again. That's up to you, Dr. Banner. Liu Feng said, you have to understand one thing, you are not controlling Hulk, you should try to reconcile with him. This matter needs to be taken slowly. You don't have to worry about whether he will be rage, after all, we still have Superman behind us. I believe Hulk won't be so stupid to provoke Superman. Liu Feng's last words were addressed to Hulk inside Banner. After all, Hulk has just been severely beaten by Liu Feng's Superman, and now he doesn't know how cowardly he is, so he won't mess around with a little warning. Okay, Natasha Romanoff, go and take Dr. Banner through the entry procedures, and let Dr. Banner become one of us. Liu Feng ordered to Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff was a little dazed. He didn't expect that Liu Feng would actually ask Banner to apply for the job directly. But official police officers either graduated from the police academy, or passed the exam to come in. Banner, how does a PhD in biology get hired? Black Widow didn't understand, but obeyed the order and took Dr. Banner to the personnel department. Unexpectedly, Black Widow went over to explain the situation, expressing that it was arranged by Liu Feng, and saw the internal police officer of the personnel department typing in front of the computer. The blonde-haired female police officer from the Internal Affairs Department asked for Banner's personal information while typing, and Banner also cooperated. A few minutes later, the female police officer replied, Okay, Mr. Bruce Banner, you are now a member of my NYPD. Black Widow was startled, and couldn't help thinking to himself, successful? It's that simple. Black Widow couldn't believe that a few words could get a person into the police force. I'm afraid that the director of the New York branch does not have such ability. Could it be that Liu Feng's authority is greater than that of the director of the General Bureau? Black Widow shook his head, letting himself stop thinking about these irrelevant things. Banner knew that he had joined the job, but he didn't know what to do next. Black Widow understood what Banner meant, and explained, according to Liu Feng, you just need to follow his orders. Other times are free to arrange, but it's best to be near the police station, so that he can prevent the Hulk in you from messing around. Banner heard this, paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. Isn't this equivalent to retirement? Retiring in the police station is still a bit different. Black Widow said. Furthermore, Liu Feng doesn't support idlers. He said that there is an old saying in China that they raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a short time, so when the time is right, they will still arrange you to work. Banner nodded, thinking to himself, it seems that his first priority now is to make peace with the Hulk inside him. No matter what it was for, it was a matter of great benefit to him. In this way, the matter at the police station came to an end. Over at Deadpool, who's having a blast at the club right now. In the nightclub, the lights are everywhere and the music is loud. Our playboy Deadpool is hugging left and right at the moment, and there is another whistling in front of him, so happy. Deadpool leans back in a nightclub. As if to release all the unhappiness of being locked in prison for the past few months, he shouted, this 23TM is really cool. After being stimulated by alcohol and music in the nightclub, in the second half, Deadpool couldn't help holding the three girls and went to the hotel next door. After dawn, I reluctantly came out of the hotel. After Deadpool came out, he was surprised to find Laura, the little wolf girl, squatting on the curb in a daze, looking a little lonely from a distance. Deadpool remembered this scene, when he was in the helicopter. What the little wolf girl said to Banner is that she is a clone without parents, and Wolverine, who treats her like a daughter, is now missing. Maybe it's because both of them were also injected with Wolverine's self-healing factor. Deadpool vaguely felt sympathy for the little wolf girl Laura, and he also knew what Wolverine meant to Laura. So Deadpool walked over, ready to pat little wolf girl on the back to comfort her. Unexpectedly, she was knocked down by the little wolf girl with an over-the-shoulder throw, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The little wolf girl looked at Deadpool with supercilious eyes, and said, next time, don't sneak behind me. Miss your dad. Deadpool thought to himself that he was in the same generation as your father Wolverine. So he was going to talk to little wolf girl in the tone of an elder. So what if I want to? I can't see it again. The little wolf girl replied. Then you should focus on that. No. The little wolf girl refused. I only like to drink, you can hang out and have fun by yourself. Deadpool felt discouraged in a boring way, and then couldn't help channeling. If only you had a hobby with me. Deadpool wrote. Speaking of which, the little wolf girl ignored Deadpool lazily, raised her phone and asked, have you received the text message? Liu Feng said it was time to go back. Deadpool belatedly pulls out his phone. This is the communication device that Liu Feng specially equipped for them to facilitate contact and give instructions. Deadpool also saw a text message from Liu Feng, saying that the day of fun was over and they were voluntarily returned to the New York jail. He began to spit fragrances to Liu Feng. But there is nothing to do. After all, the guy standing behind Liu Feng was tougher than his younger brother. Deadpool could only go to the New York prison with little wolf girl helplessly. The United States, inside a certain military base. At this moment, General Ross was watching with a serious face, and his subordinates transported the disgusting corpse back by helicopter. Abomination is different from Hulk, it still maintains the state of transformation after death. Rose looked at the wounds on the surface of his body in disgust, and the more he looked, the angrier he became. He didn't expect that the super soldier number 2 he carefully created would die so tragically, and judging by the wounds, it was not defeated by Hulk, but killed by others. Rose's face was livid, and he knew without thinking that it was Liu Feng who did it. That guy would only disrupt his plan. Liu Feng warned himself not to allow Hulk to appear, and then he was unwilling to let Superman deal with Hulk. After he sent out the second serum-injected monster Abomination, he sent someone to kill it. Now, Bruce Banner is nowhere to be found. Rose also had to pay damages 6 times what New York lost. That's at least $100 million US. Ross was extremely angry, and his subordinates came over at this moment and said, General, we have learned the location of Bruce Banner through surveillance. Where is it? Tell me quickly. Rose asked urgently. NYPD. The soldier faltered in response. Rose gritted his teeth in hatred, and spit out a sentence from his mouth. It's the NYPD again. It's you again? Liu Feng. Liu Feng returned to his residence. Before my butt was hot, my phone received a text message. You haven't been here for a long time, can you come and see me? Liu Feng looked at the sender's name as Michaela Baines, and was dazed for a while, wondering whose name it was. Fortunately, there are not many people in Liu Feng's address book, so after a random elimination, I remembered that it was the heroine of Shapeshifting King Kong. Because I used to memorize the actor's name, Megan Fox, and I didn't care what the heroine's name was when watching movies. A few months ago, the military from X-Men compensated this little girl to him, and now Liu Feng still keeps her in the hotel. Sent me a message so bluntly, it seems that this little girl is extremely lonely in the hotel. Liu Feng laughed. But after thinking about it, Michaela would be lonely after staying in the hotel alone for so long. After all, everyone has needs. And Liu Feng is fine at the moment, and Wanda has not returned from a business trip until now. It doesn't hurt to change the taste. Then Liu Feng changed into casual clothes and went out. At first, Liu Feng thought that Michaela would be as pitiful as a kitten in estrus. As a result, when we arrived at the destination, we saw Michaela in hot pants and short sleeves lying on a locomotive for repairs before he entered the room. There was another woman standing next to her, who was the landlord of the hotel. It seemed that the landlord asked Michaela to help her when she learned that she had the skills to repair motorcycles. Looking at this figure from a distance, Liu Feng is extremely hot. Motorcycle, hot girl, your fuel tank is fine, and I also fixed the clutch plate for you. After Michaela finished repairing, she turned her head and saw Liu Feng, who had been standing there for a long time. Excited, she ignored the sweat on her body and hugged Liu Feng's arms without saying a word. I miss you so much. 3 days later. I found that my mobile phone had more than 99 missed calls, and all of them were made by Ross alone. Liu Feng looked at it, and then called Ross back. Ross on the other end of the phone seemed to be standing in front of the phone all the time, and Liu Feng got through the call in only 3 seconds. Playing missing for 3 days, playing hard to get is very good, Mr. Liu Feng. General Ross said sarcastically. Liu Feng held his forehead slightly, thinking that whoever is playing with you, an insignificant guy, is missing. I am having fun, okay. Then he said impatiently, if you have something to say, just talk about it, and call me directly when the compensation is ready. We have indeed prepared the compensation, and it is not bad. Ross said a little coldly, our military does things with credibility and morality, but your police seem to be not very moral. The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, as if he already knew what Ross was talking about, but he still asked knowingly, what are you referring to? Bruce Class 187. Rose's voice rose. It's fine if you send someone to kill my number 2 test subject, but you actually hired Bruce Banner to the New York Police Department later. Rose thumped the table while talking, you are stealing other people's things. Is Bruce Banner a thing? Liu Feng asked a little arrogantly. No, he is human, he has a sense of autonomy, he chose to become a member of the New York Police Department, and it has nothing to do with you. Hulk is the product of my experiments. Roth yelled. Liu Feng shrugged and said, he is Bruce Banner now, when he becomes Hulk and you have the ability to conquer him, then talk to me about ownership. Liu Feng yawned pretentiously. It's getting late, General Ross, I'm going to bed, remember to put the indemnity on the card, or New York won't let you go. The negotiation failed, and Liu Feng urged him to pay compensation. Ross was furious, and said directly on the phone, Liu Feng, you are messing with the military, I swear you don't want to do this, Before Ross finished speaking, Liu Feng hung up the phone. Then he put the phone away, dropped a wad of dollars, and left Michaela's hotel. On the way, Liu Feng couldn't help feeling that besides his Superman blood getting stronger and stronger, other aspects were also ridiculously strong. But Michaela is just an ordinary person after all, and she can't destroy others because of herself. Back home, Liu Feng was expecting his wife Wanda to come back, but when he opened the door, he saw Betty. Seeing Betty in red lace pajamas, Liu Feng was stunned. Why are you wearing my wife's clothes? The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised. Aren't you afraid that your father will be unhappy? I hate my dad, just to make him unhappy. Betty said. Isn't this what you want? Liu Feng laughed, then let's make your father unhappy together. In this way, in the next few days, Liu Feng's itinerary was like this. Stay at home for 3 days, go to the hotel for another 3 days, and repeat. Shift workers need rest, but Liu Feng, who is like a perpetual motion machine, does not need it. Liu Feng will also take time to visit the police station. Black Widow, as always, handled trivia and small case decisions for Liu Feng. Bruce Banner is also gradually getting used to the work of the police station. Occasionally, he would complain to Liu Feng, the relationship between Hulk and me is still not improving, and I don't even know how to communicate with him. Relax, take your time, Liu Feng would always comfort. Hulk is not your enemy, the two of you are equivalent to roommates. You have to learn to respect him, understand him, and become friends with him, so that both sides can achieve a win-win situation. Banner nodded half-knowingly. Deadpool and Wolf Girl over there. Although the last mission did not bring Hulk back, successfully defeating the abomination and finding Hulk can be considered as completing the mission. So in order to reward them, Liu Feng specially refurbished the decoration and various supplies in their prison. Now it looks very different from the word prison, and it can be said that he is the most comfortable prisoner. Liu Feng just returned to his daily life. The United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Nick Fury is investigating the information of other supernatural abilities in the world, selecting, investigating, researching, analyzing. In the days without Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Nick's workload has become more and more busy. And it's all thanks to that guy, Liu Feng of the NYPD, and his friend, Superman? Thinking of this, Nick became very angry. This was the first time since he entered S.H.I.E.L.D. that he was aggrieved like this. Just as Nick Fury was feeling irritated thinking about this, the phone in the office rang suddenly. Nick picked it up and only listened to the other end of the phone. Hi Nick, Director Nick Fury, this is General Ross Lauren. What's the deal? Nick Fury asked. Ross on the other end of the phone responded. I think we've all been screwed lately by the same, domineering guy, Liu Feng. Both are smart people, and Nick already understands what the other means. Nick half closed his eyes and said, so you want to make an alliance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ross on the other end of the phone gritted his teeth and said, together, we can make Liu Feng and the NYPD pay the price. Liu Feng just spent 7 or 8 days of daily life, back and forth after Michaela and Betty. The affairs of the police station are handled quite well, and Banner is already as proficient in business as Black Widow. After Liu Feng received the compensation from the Ross military, he also equipped the police station with good equipment. This is all thanks to the Russian military, as well as the new weapon technology provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. before. As for whether the two of them were bleeding, it's up to him. Since Liu Feng took over New York, the crime rate in New York has reached the lowest among all states and cities in the United States. It's just that recently, for some unknown reason, crimes have suddenly increased. At this time, Liu Feng will send Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl who call themselves a special operation team. These two people are actually quite easy to use, but sometimes they are a bit bloody. Deadpool often defends his behavior. I just met a Chinese person who said that there is an idiom in your Chinese language called cutting weeds and eradicating roots. You also have Chinese blood, so you must understand this sentence better than me. That's why I chopped the enemy into meat paste. Definitely part of the reason is that it looks good when chopped into meat sauce. Liu Feng said that Deadpool's understanding of this word is quite correct beyond his imagination. Anyway, dead people are not good things, and it doesn't matter how they die. Then how did you meet this friend? Where is he now? Liu Feng asked curiously. Deadpool replied with some embarrassment, that person actually met last night, and he is gone now. Liu Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly, co-authoring an idiom you learned from the assassination target. Deadpool waved his hand and said, it sounds useful, so use it. After all, that person is a gangster leader, and his words are quite good. Although it was a bit embarrassing for him to cut his throat in front of his little brother, but I also beheaded his little brother. We will be buried together, there is no problem at all. He. Deadpool said with a smile. The little wolf girl held her forehead slightly, expressing that she didn't want Zhang Yang to work with this guy. Deadpool, on the other hand, played cheaply. Live to learn. Wade, am a person who likes to learn poses. Yes, you know what I mean. Wait a minute. Liu Feng interrupted Deadpool's dirty joke. Then he raised his eyebrows in displeasure, and said, I didn't ask you to assassinate any Asians last night, did I? Deadpool paused for a while as if he was thinking, and then he suddenly realized. Killed the wrong person, he. The little wolf girl beside him rolled her eyes at him, and then said to Liu Feng. I reminded him, but he cut the other party's throat before he finished speaking. The movements of the hands are also like a little girl's cuteness. I made a mistake, he. But they are all bad guys, it's okay. Liu Feng couldn't laugh or cry for a while, he didn't know how to evaluate this product. However, Liu Feng didn't really do anything to Deadpool, he just deducted the number of vacation days and played dollars for this reward like a class teacher punishing a student. Liu Feng will reward them every time they complete the task, and every time Deadpool plays the most vigorously, that's why they work so hard. But this time the deduction made Deadpool depressed for a long time, thinking that he would have to save a few more shots. It doesn't matter to little wolf girl, after all, she only likes to drink. Liu Feng will not hide Deadpool because of this, and they will still let them do some difficult things. Deadpool's question just needs to teach a few words. The matter between the two of them came to an end, and Liu Feng went back to the gentle village. This depraved life continued until my wife sent a text message to notify me to come home tonight and ended. Betty had lived in Liu Feng's house for a long time. Betty didn't move out until she heard that Wanda was almost back from a business trip. Definitely, Betty has to wash Wanda's clothes before moving out, which is the consequence of seeking excitement. I should go home too. Liu Feng sighed and lifted the quilt from the double bed. Naturally, this is not Liu Feng's house, nor is it the hotel where Michaela lives, but As soon as Liu Feng got up, the person beside the pillow with a large tattoo on his body looked at him reluctantly. Are you leaving? Will you miss me? When will you come again? The opposite sex has eyes full of admiration, is pitiful and very pitiful. It is really difficult to combine it with the image of the younger sister on behalf of her. If Liu Feng hadn't paid the rations tonight, he would definitely have to arrange another judge. So Liu Feng touched the other person's face first, and said, I have something to do today, I will come to you again next time, okay? The tattooed girl nodded lazily like a kitten, yeah. After Liu Feng went out, he silently memorized the address here. Liu Feng hadn't been here a week ago. Unexpectedly, this little girl got her own phone number from nowhere. Out of nowhere, he made a phone call, hinting that it was time for a spring night with Liu Feng. I thought I would never contact him again, but I didn't expect to contact Liu Feng secretly recently, and I still stick to myself like a bird. So Liu Feng had no choice but to accept the third P friend, counting, including Wanda. Liu Feng has 4. Fortunately, I have the blood of Superman. An ordinary person would not be able to hold on for at most 2 weeks at most. After Wanda went home, as expected, Liu Feng had to pay rations again. Fortunately, the advantage of the Superman bloodline is that it is the same as the first time for countless times, and the color is so pure that Wanda didn't notice the difference. Lying on the bed, Liu Feng noticed that Wanda was not in a good mood, so he asked casually, Has anything bothered you lately? Wanda leaned into Liu Feng's arms and said, My brother, there seems to be something wrong recently. He goes out early and returns late all day long, and he smells of alcohol when he comes back. Liu Feng thought it was Wanda who found out that something was wrong with her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Then Liu Feng said casually, young people of this age are always spending time and drinking, so stop thinking about it. Liu Feng thought to himself, he has been surrounded by so many women recently, who else could be crazier than himself? You're tired from running around all day, go to bed early. Channel Liu. Wanda nodded, yeah. Just when the two were about to fall asleep, Liu Feng's phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, it wasn't the police station or the person in the address book, but a call from a special mobile phone. Liu Feng immediately understood that it was the special communication equipment of Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl, and it would only be the case when they dialed from their mobile phones. It's just that why are they calling him so late? Liu Feng got up, went to the kitchen and answered the phone. Deadpool on the other end of the phone spoke first, Gai Ning, Master Liu Feng. Don't imitate the Chinese accent. What's wrong? Did you get the target wrong again this time, Zhao's? Or did you overdo it again? Liu Feng asked. Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl basically seldom call Liu Feng. If they do, it's due to lack of money, killing the wrong person and getting lost. And calling so late, it should be killing the wrong person. Deadpool on the other end of the phone replied, oh, it's okay to kill the wrong person. Deadpool won't fall twice in the same place. Then why did you call in the middle of the night? A saint Deadpool who won't fall twice in the same place? Liu Feng asked. Deadpool on the other end of the phone is a little awkward and authentic. Actually, it's nothing. The main thing is that I was having sex with 4 women just now. Oh, one of them has a really great figure. It perfectly interprets what twigs bear fruit, the feel of the hand, the trajectory of movement. After all, Liu Feng interrupted Deadpool angrily. Did you change careers to pimp you? I don't want to hear the details of these beds, tell me the key points. Okay. Deadpool was a little disappointed because he couldn't show his skills, and continued. It's just that when I came out from the shooting and was about to go back to the prison with Laura, I suddenly couldn't find her. Liu Feng replied. Relaxation after the task is completed is definitely either drinking or on the way to drinking. You can find it in nightclubs if you can't find it. I thought so too, but the communication location couldn't find her, and according to the last few locations of the device, I searched for several nightclubs and hotels but couldn't find her. Deadpool explained. Can't find the location of the communication equipment? Under normal circumstances, as long as it is in any area with a signal in the United States, even if the phone is out of battery, it can be located. Liu Feng became slightly concerned. That's why I'm dumbfounded. Deadpool responded, and went on to say, by the way, when Laura's group of little boys heard me asking them, they thought I was her boyfriend and pulled me up. Then I chopped up 1 or 2 of them, and there were almost 8 of them. I took care of all the corpses. When the time comes, you can take care of them. I love you. Deadpool blew a kiss to Liu Feng over the phone. Liu Feng scolded directly, you fucking killed ordinary people again. Liu Feng raised his forehead slightly, saying that Deadpool is always not letting himself worry, but this is still insignificant compared to the missing Little Wolf Girl. Little Wolf Girl is one of Liu Feng's more worry-free subordinates, and she has basically never lost any chains. And now the communication between the Little Wolf Girl has disappeared, and even the communication can't be contacted. This is not a coincidence, it means. Liu Feng raised his head again, with a sharp look in his eyes. I, Liu Feng, have been provoked by forces who don't know how to live or die. Deadpool on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. What? Is Link Toking provoking us? Really? Then I can start killing again. Who are those people? Come on, tell me, I want to kill people. Deadpool was as excited as a child with a new toy. It's not clear yet, so you need to investigate. Liu Feng said. Just pay attention to setting the scope of investigation in some military forces and supernatural humans, such as mutant. The reason for investigating these forces is that many military forces in the United States have a lot of connections with Liu Feng, and it is not clear that it is the unscrupulous force that dared to provoke him. Secondly, Little Wolf Girl is also a genetic clone of Wolverine. No matter how many ordinary people there are, they cannot control it, and those who can catch her are basically supernatural humans. No matter which force it is, as long as the 650 finds and proves that they have moved me, you can kill them. Liu Feng directly issued such an ultimatum. Deadpool was overjoyed and said, understood. Don't worry, Mr. Liu Feng, this time I will definitely confirm before making a move. Kill their family absolutely fair and just. Deadpool ends the call with inexplicable excitement. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng picked up his mobile phone again and called Arthur, the director of the General Administration. The phone was connected, and the director of the General Administration over there asked, Feng, what's the matter? Hasn't the compensation from the military been sent to your account yet? Liu Feng replied, it's not about the compensation, it's about someone bullying me and blatantly provoking me. What? Someone is blatantly provoking you? This is provoking the United States Police? Which force is it? Do I need to use public power on my side? The director of the General Administration asked immediately. We will soon know which force it is. Liu Feng said coldly, I can solve it here. You don't need to do anything. You just need to help me find Laura Kinney. He was last seen in some of the best bars in New York, and that's enough to help me find out who took her. Okay, I will try my best to arrange for someone to help you find her. Arthur responded and asked again. It's just, Feng, are you sure you don't want to take action from me? The public authority can solve all this more easily. You know my character. Liu Feng directly refused, and then the evil wolf said, "In my territory, whoever provokes me, I will personally make the other party pay the most painful price." When Arthur on the other end of the phone heard this, he no longer insisted on using public power. Then he said, "I see, Feng, I will arrange for people to find Laura Kinney and the KTF forces behind the person who kidnapped her as soon as possible, and I believe there will be results soon." The two ended their conversation, and both Deadpool and the Director General launched an investigation into the little wolf girl, Laura Kinney. S.H.I.E.L.D. base side. Ross from the military and Nick Fury from SHIELD, who are behind it all, don't yet understand the seriousness of the matter. The two parties sat together in the conference room, discussing how to teach Liu Feng of the New York Police Department a big lesson. The two were talking, and Nick suddenly asked, "General Ross' experiment on super soldier serum and gamma rays has failed, and it is still the time of hemorrhage. Are you sure you can withstand the forces of Liu Feng of the New York Police? We have other allies, don't worry about that." Ross said, "Besides, I never said that our super soldier serum experiment failed." Nick was slightly taken aback, and Ross began to explain. "The Hulk is gone, the Abomination is dead, but the experiment isn't over yet." Rose drank the red wine in his hand and said arrogantly, "The third-generation experimental subject is ready to be redeemed. Liu Feng will only be torn to pieces by our new experimental product." The United States, 10 Rings fell in prison. I don't know how long it took. The little wolf girl gradually woke up from the coma and began to look at this ghostly place. "I was arrested again." The little wolf girl couldn't help complaining in her heart. It's just that this time it's not as perverted as before, surrounded by steel walls, dark and dark. This place looks like an ordinary dungeon, with iron bars of unknown material. The little wolf girl looked outside a little, and found that there were still 2 people standing guard at the door of the dungeon. The little wolf girl showed a sneer, and then said to the 2 people at the door of the dungeon, "What kind of mind is your boss? Locking me up in this crude place, thinking that sending 2 guards will prevent someone from taking me away." One of the guards retorted, "Shut up, little boy, you don't know you're in the world-famous 10 Rings. Another guard echoed, "Who doesn't know that claws can emerge from your body? But if your limbs are locked, what can you do? You can be wheeled. There are our people for 100 miles, how can you run away? 10 Rings? Why did they come to catch her?" The little wolf girl wondered to herself. This gang has been making waves in the history of the United States for many years, and the little wolf girl has naturally heard of the name 10 Rings. The leader of 10 Rings is a Chinese, immortal, and rumored to be the king of Mongolia, Genghis Khan. But this is just a legend that has been circulated, and the little wolf girl herself does not know what the truth is. And she couldn't think of a time when she had offended members of the 10 Rings or stood in their way. Could it be Liu Feng? It's just that 10 Rings doesn't haunt New York, so there shouldn't be any conflict with Liu Feng. Perhaps the answer is not the relationship between 10 Rings and Liu Feng, but that 10 Rings was hired by other powerful people to try to threaten Liu Feng by kidnapping himself. The little wolf girl thought about it, and finally smiled. The 2 guards were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and one of them asked the other next to him, "Is this woman out of her mind? The people over there said they wanted to keep her alive. Will we be scolded if we scare her into a fool?" "Idiots, I think you are so stupid that it makes people laugh. Do you think that your gang has a lot of people and has a lot of influence, so you cannot be afraid of any influence?" The little wolf girl shook her head and said, "You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing." Outside the dungeon, around the location of Little Wolf Girl, the members of 10 Rings, armed with all kinds of weapons, stand on a high wall with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, guarding nearly 10,000 people. This is the favorite formation used by the leader of 10 Rings, and it is usually used to imprison heavy criminals. In the history of 10 Rings, there has never been a record of being breached. "Hey, brother, today is the 3rd day we've been imprisoning this mutant, isn't it?" A guard on the outermost wall asked the guard next to him to fish and chat. The guard didn't want to fish at first, but he was bored, so he replied, "Yeah, it's been 3 days, and no one has come. I don't know if the other side is cowardly or too stupid to find it. My superb marksmanship has nowhere to be used." "How long does it take for someone to come with this posture?" the first guard asked. The third guard asked curiously, "You guy, are you new here?" "That's right, I just went to work today, and my ability is outstanding, so I was assigned to the outermost layer." The first guard replied, "For the felons we're imprisoned, someone tried to break in almost the next day or even that night. If you hit them earlier, you'll admit defeat sooner. But why does your voice sound so weird?" The second guard noticed something strange while talking. "What are you talking with in your mouth?" The first guard waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, maybe because I wear 2 masks so it sounds a little weird." 2 masks. Others find it strange. "Yes." The guard took off the armed mask, revealing the red tights mask under the mask. "This is the mask." "You fucking." The guard panicked and was about to shoot, but Deadpool was 1 step ahead of him and headshot him. Then there were 3 bang 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 bangs, the bullets flew, and none of the guards around could stand still. When the guards not far away saw this scene, they all came to support with their guns. Deadpool stretched his muscles, and then he handed katana, and the residents excitedly said, "Let's kill." After saying that, Deadpool rushed into the crowd to slaughter. 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, with a knife in his hand and a knife in his hand, he killed an unknown number of 10 Rings members. Deadpool performed his slaughter game like this for more than 2 hours. In the end, he himself was shot in the head by a sniper standing in the distance. The sniper who had seen the strength of Deadpool's self-healing ability even added a few more shots to Deadpool's body, and did not stop until Deadpool was beaten to pieces. That guy should be dead, right? The cannon sniper heaved a sigh of relief. But when the sniper shifted his sight to the gate, he found a figure is slowly stepping over one corpse after another, walking straight towards the center of the prison. Just as the sniper aimed at the strong guy and was about to start, the other party had already spotted him first. I saw the corner of his mouth raised, and then the pistol was raised, and with a bang, the bullet directly hit the sniper's forehead. Damn, how could the pistol bullets be possible? The sniper died with such doubts. Liu Feng walked towards the center of the prison, and Deadpool just threw him there for self-healing. What was the doubt of Liu Songxiao's sniper before he died? After all, the gunfighting technique is a skill that can greatly expand the shooting distance and accuracy as long as you master the wrist skills accurately when shooting. I am afraid that there is no other skill in the world. Therefore, in theory, Liu Feng only needs a pistol and enough bullets to annihilate any powerful team or force in the world. Definitely he could also directly strafe everything here with heat, but that would be way too cheap for them. No matter who invited these people, no matter how powerful the equipment is, if Liu Feng wants them to die, he must make their death the most painful. This is the reason why Liu Feng promised Deadpool that he can do a lot of killing, because he himself also intends to do a lot of killing. Liu Feng entered the prison. As soon as he stepped in, more than 200 men in black holding various ninja tools appeared in a dark corner and surrounded Liu Feng. You are finally here, jailbreaker. Our group of ninjas have been waiting for you here for a long time. The leader-like man in black looked at Liu Feng meanly and said, "How dare you enter the interior with a pistol? We have more than 200 ninjas, what do you use to fight us?" Liu Feng showed his pistol and 4 magazines, and then said disdainfully, "With this pistol, it's enough to shoot you ninjas who are living a good life one by one." The leader directly raged, "Baiga crushing the road. Cut him off." The ninjas rushed forward in an instant. In the darkness, gunshots mixed with the iconic roars and wailings of the islanders. Each spark from the pistol briefly illuminated the darkness. And every time it is illuminated, an islander will fall at Liu Feng's feet. Liu Feng has gone crazy. The combination of the revenge for these guys who made me angry, and the anger of the Chinese blood in his bones combined with each other, and directly killed this group of islanders who lived a good life to nothing left. Among them, an island ninja panicked, crawled over his brother's corpse in embarrassment on the ground, and after leaving the range of Liu Feng's massacre, he used the walkie-talkie to call for help like crazy. "Moses, Moses, we can't stand it anymore. Come on, quickly take out that secret weapon. Without the support of that big man, we will soon be wiped out here." Pfft. Before the deserter ninja finished speaking, the leader of the ninja came over and stabbed him in the stomach with a knife, and cursed, "Baga Yalu? Our boy Japan does not allow deserters to appear?" But turning his head to look at Liu Feng who was killing wildly, the leader picked up the intercom wisely and continued, "But he is right, call for help. We need rescue, let that monster out." Not long after the ninja leader called for help, he also died under Liu Feng's hands, beheading him with their knives. After killing all the Xiaotian Chinese, Liu Feng took their knives and weighed them a few times. Then he complained, "I can't even copy Tang Dao, so I copied it like this." Throwing away the knife, Liu Feng continued to move forward. At this moment, Liu Feng's sensitive ears suddenly heard the roar of monsters from inside the prison. Liu Feng straightened his clothes indifferently, and then continued to walk forward. Unexpectedly, after entering it, there is actually a huge amounts of Colosseum. Walking from Liu Feng's road, it happens to be the entrance of the Colosseum, and there are countless high-level people from 10 rings on the Colosseum. "Everyone, please see that the one who has fallen into our trap is Liu Feng, an ordinary policeman from the New York Police Department." Above the Colosseum, the host is exaggeratingly introducing to the high-level officials. His opponent is the product of our most powerful experiment tonight, provided by the military experiment, the ultimate fighting monster. The high-level executives followed the host's gaze and found that in another corner of the Colosseum was a 5-meter-tall monster chained up by chains. When they saw the monster, all of them cheered, because they were preparing to see Liu Feng and the character at the other end of the Colosseum fight fiercely. And Liu Feng's opponent at the other end of the Colosseum is the third experimental product of the Ross military. Perhaps it was created temporarily to fight against Liu Feng. The Blue Hulk replica monster still has all kinds of tubes inserted into its body, as if injecting medicine into the Blue Hulk at any time. In addition to possessing huge amounts of muscle, the Blue Hulk drooled like a hungry beast, and then let out bursts of low growls uninterrupted. The sicker Blue Hulk is, the more excited the high-level executives on stage are. They just want to watch Blue Hulk tear Liu Feng to pieces alive. Maybe Liu Feng can live a little longer, the Blue Hulk can play with Liu Feng, and the higher UPS will be happier. And they have the courage to stand here to watch this live broadcast, thanks to the mutant who has entered the 10 rings on the stage as a guard to protect these people. So the higher UPS cheered, ready to watch Liu Feng being torn to pieces by the Blue Hulk. Unexpectedly, everyone saw a disdainful smile on Liu Feng's face. Everyone thought Liu Feng was crazy, and the host directly ordered the Blue Hulk to get out of bondage. The Blue Hulk with pipes all over his body broke free, and started roaring and galloping towards Liu Feng. Liu Feng remained motionless under the cheers of the crowd. No matter how close the Blue Hulk was, Liu Feng remained motionless. Finally, the Blue Hulk punched Liu Feng. There was a huge amount of sound, and a strong wave of air broke out centered on the two of them. Is this dead? Some people in the upper echelons expressed doubts. TCH, I thought she was capable, but I didn't expect to be an ordinary person. The high-level people kept beeping and beeping, thinking that Liu Feng was a waste. Until someone discovered that there was no blood at the scene. Then someone exclaimed, he didn't die. Not only is he not dead, but fuck, he's alright. Liu Feng easily received the Blue Hulk's fist with his palm. The monster still didn't believe it, and continued to punch it with 2 punches. Liu Feng let it hammer this time. As the Blue Hulk became weaker and weaker, not only the Blue Hulk, but also all the senior executives present were dumbfounded and panicked. It's my turn. Liu Feng simply responded, followed by a simple punch. In the next instant, the Blue Hulk was directly sent flying. The blue monster's body was driven deeply into the wall, just as it was trying to get out of the wall with all its strength. On Liu Feng's side, 2 red lights quietly lit up. Immediately after, the heat sight swept directly, swallowing the Blue Hulk. So, in such a short time of less than 2 minutes, the blue beam turned to ashes. My god, what's going on? Run, come on. Come and protect me one by one. The high-level people finally panicked and started running for their lives in panic. And Liu Feng flew up on the spot, scanning all the high-level people present with his red eyes, and said coldly, 1. Don't even think about living. Liu Feng is like a demon, floating in the air, sweeping the audience with his red eyes. No grass grows anywhere in sight, and no living thing can escape from it. The entire Colosseum was blood-bathed, whether it was mutants or ordinary humans. On the side of the dungeon where the little wolf girl is, the 2 guards vaguely heard the wailing from above, asking for flowers. This is definitely not the voice of Liu Feng alone, and it is impossible for the subordinates brought by Liu Feng to come here. So there is only one answer. These voices over there are all from their own people? In an instant, the 2 guards panicked. There are thousands of people with high-tech weapons and mutants outside. Definitely, they can't panic for long. In the next moment, the sound of gunshots came to mind, and 2 bullets that could turn just like that sank into the heads of the 2 guards. Then holding a pistol, Liu Feng, whose upper body was naked and covered in blood, came to the little wolf girl. Seeing little wolf girl, she smiled and said, Superman is done, we can go now. Little wolf girl nodded without showing any surprise. After all, she had already expected all this. Over there at the S.H.I.D.L.D base, Ross looked contented, and was imagining how miserable Liu Feng would be screaming before he died. And Nick had an ominous premonition and asked, Are you sure your subject number 3 can fix this? Nick asked, Relax, what do you think of Liu Feng? He's just an ordinary person, not a Superman. Ross said arrogantly, 0. We jointly arranged so many manpower. There are also 10 rings, there are also mutants, and there are also ace experimental subjects. A little Liu Feng is enough to kill him millions of times. Nick Fury retorted, Liu Feng is not Superman, but he knows Superman. We probably don't have enough power to make Superman fit his teeth. So aren't we monitoring everything within a 100-mile radius of 10 Rings prison? General Ross called up hundreds of surveillance videos as he spoke. There are so many monitors, and they work in all aspects without dead ends. As long as Superman appears, the monitor can capture his figure. This is also thanks to the technical support from your SHIELD, Ross said with satisfaction. Nick looked at the surveillance video and nodded. Indeed, they were covered with surveillance cameras in every direction of 10 Rings prison. Under the surveillance screen, neither Nick nor Rose noticed the presence of Superman. The monitoring only saw Deadpool, who went in front of him, and Liu Feng, who waited for Deadpool to finish everything before entering. When the 2 saw this scene, they still taunted, Liu Feng, this lifeless guy, didn't know what was waiting for him. Hundreds of lurking ninjas from the Little Day Kingdom, as well as the number 3 test subject and mutant, are waiting to tear him apart. It was also after seeing this scene that Rose began to celebrate. So it's been so long now, shouldn't we ask for information? Nick eagerly wanted to know the situation. Ross nodded, and made a call to someone from 10 Rings, but no one answered. What happened? The 10 Rings didn't follow orders? Rose's subconscious thought. Then Ross called the military guard next to the prison, but he didn't answer. The 3rd and 4th calls still didn't answer? Ross was already a little panicked. Nick saw this, and quickly called out the positioning device hidden on Mutant's body. It was found that all positioning devices were damaged. Under normal circumstances, even if it is dead, the positioning device does not exist. And the fact that such a thing happened at this moment proves that that group of people is not only dead, but even dead without a whole body? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Ross was stunned. 10 Rings and others were wiped out. Nick Fury said in disbelief. Deadpool doesn't have the ability to cause such casualties. Liu Feng is even more impossible for an ordinary person. So, it's him who's causing all of this. It's always been him? It's Superman. When Nick Fury said this, the tragic image brought about by the destruction of the last Superman immediately appeared in his mind. For a moment, Nick Fury was furious and yelled, Fuck. Fuck. Fake. Nick cursed and threw something, then pointed to Rose's nose and said, You promised me? You said it was safe this time, that you could kill Liu Feng before Superman showed up. But what's going on now? 10 Rings, mutant, and the 3rd layer experimental subjects are all wiped out. Do you dare to say that this is caused by Liu Feng, an ordinary person plus a Deadpool? Ross was dumbfounded by the question, but he didn't know how to refute Nick Fury, because his plan did fail. He thought that Liu Feng would break into Ten Rings prison alone because of anger. If Liu Feng really does this, what awaits him is torture and death. But that didn't happen, and Superman never showed up under surveillance? Could it be that Liu Feng has other tricks? Liu Feng, how much more can he do? On the NYPD side, inside Liu Feng's office, Deadpool, Little Wolf Girl, and Black Widow stood in front of Liu Feng, waiting for the next step. Huayi. After listening to everything roughly described by Liu Feng, Black Widow asked, "So, the force that has the audacity to provoke you is the military controlled by Rose Lauren?" "It's the military, and not just the military." Liu Feng replied with sharp eyes, "The military alone cannot create so many different forces, so the military also has allies." Black Widow Natasha Romanoff nodded and did not speak anymore. "The task of uncovering another faction partnered with the military will be taught to you two, Deadpool and Laura, and the people from the General Administration will cooperate with you." Liu Feng gave orders to the two. Deadpool still replied indecently, "Received, sir. I, Wade Wilson aka Deadpool, will do my best until I die, although I can't die he. Liu Feng ignored Deadpool's indecency and warned instead, "You still run the train with your mouth full. If you lose Laura again this time, I'll put your knife in the bone of your hand and sew your mouth shut." Thinking of himself like this, Deadpool immediately shuddered. Is Deadpool the one who can't talk? Going to be the villain in a solo superhero movie? After thinking about it, Deadpool said aggrievedly, "She was arrested for being negligent, so it's none of her business, huh?" Not long after the rant, seeing Liu Feng's cold eyes, he immediately changed the topic. "Understood, I understand, this time I will definitely put Laura in my first place. More brave than protecting my younger brother." Little Wolf Girl Laura just took one more look at Liu Feng, then nodded without saying a word, not knowing what was going on in her heart. Liu Feng then gave instructions to Black Widow and Natasha Romanoff, "You have worked in S.H.I.E.L.D. before, and you are very good at investigating and analyzing forces. After the people from the General Administration come down, you go to assist them." Black Widow agreed to come down. "You must keep this in mind." Liu Feng said with fierce eyes, "No matter how powerful the power behind them is, if they offend me, they must be found regardless of the cost, and they must be made to pay the price." After giving the order, Deadpool, Black Widow, and the people from the headquarters, they all began to search for the forces of military allies in a blanket manner based on existing clues. 3 days later, in a hotel in the United States, the sky just turned white. Liu Feng climbed up from his old friend Michaela. Seeing the contented Michaela, Liu Feng silently lit a cigarette. When smoking, the temperament immediately diffuses with the smoke. Michaela saw Liu Feng smoking, stepped forward and hugged Liu Feng's neck, and replied, "What's the matter? Has something bothered you recently?" "That's not unhappy, it's just thinking about something," Liu Feng responded. Then he added with sharp eyes, "And it will be resolved soon, and soon, it will satisfy me." Michaela looked affectionately at Liu Feng's earnest expression, and felt that it was really sexy, so she couldn't help reaching out to touch Liu Feng's face. "I believe that you will be able to solve any difficulties perfectly, Liu Feng, you are like a Superman in my heart." Michaela looked at Liu Feng affectionately, and expressed her admiration for Liu Feng without hesitation, in other words, licking. Michaela is really good at licking, both mentally and physically. And Liu Feng also sensed the signal from Michaela. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and the quilt was lifted, and the general directly possessed him, raising his gun and fighting again. 4 hours later. After that, Chuan Feng got dressed and went to the police station. After arriving at his office, Liu Feng called Black Widow and asked, "How are you handling the matter that was entrusted to you 3 days ago?" Black Widow operated the tablet in his hand, which recorded most of the police station's attendance records. Black Widow turned the tablet and responded while sliding. "In the past 3 days, there has been no progress like the first day. It can only be said that the military allies are too good at hiding their traces, and Deadpool and Laura are just like headless chickens outside." "Oh? Can't find any evidence? How did you come to the conclusion?" "Let me explain." Liu Feng asked Black Widow to explain. Black Widow continued to flip through on the tablet, and after flipping to key points, he would explain it in front of Liu Feng with pictures and texts. Every step, the enemy did it very cautiously. Whether it's the deal with 10 rings, or the employment of ninjas from Xiaotian Kingdom, or the mutant mercenaries who came out of nowhere, there is no trace of cobweb. No source, no record, it's as if nothing exists. Liu Feng looked at the police investigation record, and the more he looked at it, the more something went wrong, and finally the corners of his mouth raised up inexplicably. Black Widow noticed Liu Feng's strangeness, and asked, "What's the matter? Have you found any cobweb traces?" Liu Feng shook his head, then suddenly changed to another topic, and said to Black Widow, "Accompany me to Montenegro prison, I have something for you to deal with." Black Mountain Prison is a prison in New York specially built for special criminals. Its defense is not inferior to the 4 top prisons of SHIELD. Not to mention that New York is Liu Feng's territory. After Liu Feng took charge, he constantly spent huge sums of money to strengthen everything in the prison. The present Black Mountain Prison has already become the most feared place for criminals in New York, known as New York Hell. It's just that Montenegro prison can only detain special criminals, and ordinary criminals are not even qualified to be detained. Accompany you to Montenegro prison. Hearing this, Black Widow asked with some doubts. Why are you going to this place all of a sudden? Liu Feng didn't answer Black Widow, but got up from the office chair, picked up his coat, and said, "You will know when you go." Hearing this, Black Widow still hesitated. But Liu Feng had already gone out, so she had no choice but to follow closely. Black Widow got into Liu Feng's car, and the two of them were speeding on the road to Black Mountain Prison. Finally, the two came to the special district on the outskirts of New York. From a distance, they could see a sentence pasted above the prison: "Do not enter the place of seriousness, the violator shall be responsible." There are 7 layers of defense outside Montenegro prison. As soon as Liu Feng flew to the checkpoint, a guard in full armor was already waiting to stop Liu Feng from entering. Liu Feng came to the side of the guard, then rolled down the car window. The guard looked down slightly. The moment he saw Liu Feng's face clearly, the guard was shocked. "Mr. Liu Feng, you are here." Then, the guard quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and called all the guards. "Liu Feng, the light of New York, is here, and the checkpoint is fully open. No need to do this, just swipe the card and scan the iris as usual." Liu Feng also gave a little lesson. "If one day I meet someone who can completely imitate my appearance, something will happen? You are in charge of this place, and you should have seen many people with this kind of ability." The guard immediately bowed and apologized, and then Liu Feng continued to walk through the process as usual. Black Widow saw all this in his eyes, secretly expressing that this Liu Feng is really rigorous in doing things. Afterwards, the two got out of the car and entered the prison, where body scans and metal detection were still performed as usual. Black Widow asked to be removed because of carrying a portable weapon on his body. Black Widow looked at Liu Feng and asked. Liu Feng nodded and said, "Take it off, you won't need these later, don't worry about accidents." Black Widow hesitated for a moment, and finally took off all the weapons on his body slowly. The two continued on to the interior of the prison. There are still layers of checkpoints inside the prison, and the structure of the walls is also different. There are no less than 10 kinds of walls and iron bars made of metal, titanium alloy, glass, wood, electric current, etc. As if seeing through Black Widow's doubts, Liu Feng said unhurriedly, "This is to prevent the detainees from using the ability to manipulate certain substances." The two kept walking until they reached the last prison, where Liu Feng ordered the guards to open it. The last prison is a room similar to an interrogation room. After opening the door, Liu Feng signaled the guards to leave. There are all kinds of torture tools hanging on the last room, all of which should be there, but the most critical role is missing. So Black Widow asked suspiciously, "Why are there no criminals in custody here?" "Have." Liu Feng turned to look at Black Widow, "Isn't that right here?" 1+. Black Widow wanted to run, but Liu Feng grabbed his neck with one hand and threw it against the wall of the room. Definitely, very little effort was used, otherwise the Black Widow might have just endured the separation. Liu Feng clasped Black Widow's neck and gradually lifted it up, making it hang in the air. Why? Black Widow wailed in pain. Liu Feng looked at her coldly and said, "You said it's not good for you to be anything but a running dog." Hearing this, Black Widow's pupils dilated. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free from the hand of Liu Feng, a man of steel. "I asked you to investigate the forces, just to give you a chance to reform and let you personally report the old club SHIELD. Unfortunately, you are useless if you are given a chance." Liu Feng put his face close to Black Widow, then sneered. "Don't worry, I won't let you die like this cheaply." Liu Feng let go, and the fallen Black Widow desperately breathed air. What do you want?" 4 hours later, Liu Feng left the Haishan prison. After imprisoning Black Widow in Black Mountain Prison, Liu Feng returned to the police station. As soon as he returned to the office, Liu Feng called Bruce Banner over. As soon as Banner entered the door and saw Liu Feng's serious expression, he knew that there was work to be done by himself. Banner has been really bored in the police station for the past few weeks, and he can't wait to have a job. So Banner asked, "Is there anything I can do for you, Liu Feng?" Liu Feng nodded, and then said something that shocked Banner. "You go to HR and have Natasha Romanoff removed from her position, and you will take her place from now on." "What? Change Natasha Romanoff and me? That's too sudden." Banner was in disbelief, full of doubts, and asked, "Has Natasha Romanoff been unable to work recently? But anyway, wouldn't it be a bit rash to dismiss her like that?" Liu Feng interrupted Banner directly, "If you want to take over his job, the first thing you should learn is to be obedient and shut up. You understand, I'm taking you here, not asking you to stay here." Liu Feng reprimanded Banner with fierce eyes. "Without me, you will be taken away by the military at any time to continue dissection and experiments. If you don't want to be taken away, just work hard. If you want to work, you must learn to obey the orders of your boss, and I am the boss. I am the god of New York, understand?" Banner didn't know what trouble Black Widow had caused recently, but he could tell that Liu Feng was furious at the moment. If he provoked Liu Feng at this moment again, he might face a catastrophe. So Banner nodded knowingly, and replied, "Understood. Go to work." 23. Liu Feng waved his hand, motioning for Banner to leave. When Banner came to the personnel department, he expressed Liu Feng's instructions to the girl from the internal support department as when he first arrived. He thought that if the other party said something, he would ask the reason and so on before proceeding. Unexpectedly, the girl from the Internal Affairs Department heard the request and was only stunned for a few seconds. Then he shook his head as if feeling sorry for Black Widow. Finally, after a little operation on the computer, the dismissal of Black Widow was completed. Banner couldn't help but be amazed at how efficient everything was. Unexpectedly, it was so easy for Liu Feng not only to arrange for others to join the job, but also to leave the job so easily. The internal staff didn't ask any questions during the whole process, as if Liu Feng's order was the imperial decree of the police station. The other side. After Banner left, Liu Feng took out his mobile phone. Immediately afterwards, he made a call to an extremely close person in the address book. Feng, why did you call me suddenly? What happened? After the call was connected, the voice on the opposite side was the voice of Liu Feng's adoptive mother. Liu Feng's adoptive mother is Elena Stark, the venue of the Red Cross. I have something to tell you. Liu Feng said unhurriedly on the phone, I want Nick Fury to die. Hearing this, adoptive mother Elena was slightly startled. When answering the phone, Elena was already mentally prepared for what Liu Feng was going to say. I just didn't expect Liu Feng's intention to eradicate S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. It would be easy to kill him, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely make trouble because of it, and the aftermath work will become troublesome. I know that killing him will be difficult for you, but I gave him a chance last time. Liu Feng said coldly. He didn't learn anything from the lesson I taught him last time, but this time he angered me unknowingly. Since you are given a chance and he is useless, let him make up for the tuition with his life. The adoptive mother Elena heard the words and replied, since you have made a decision, Mom will support you unconditionally, and I will help you settle the matter at S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't intend to eradicate S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. will still exist, but Nick is gone. Liu Feng added. Liu Feng's eyes are fierce, but his eyes that are not lit up with red light are full of anger. Both Nick and Ross have to pay for what they did. Ross can get away with a life. Nick, sin unto death. Seemingly feeling the anger of her adopted son, Elena said directly, just do it boldly if you want to do it, Mom will help you deal with the aftermath. After receiving such a reply from her adoptive mother, Liu Feng ended the call. Then Liu Feng left the NYPD, walked into a small alley, and put on his glasses. After a while, a strong sonic boom erupted from the ground to the sky, and Liu Feng transformed into Superman and soared into the sky. Ross Lauren here. He's outside the lab of the Super Soldier Serum Project. Ross has been here non-stop since his plan with Nick Fury fell through. He is very urgent now, and urgently needs to create an experimental body that can compete with Superman, and an experimental body that is stronger than Hulk. But the experiments all went wrong one after another. As the experimenters were constantly seriously injured or died, there were no more soldiers around Rose who voluntarily participated in the experiment. Standing outside, Ross looked at the lab, clenching his fists. With a heartbeat, a bold idea appeared in his mind. No one, I'll do it myself. He, Ross, has been fighting enemies for many years, and it was the first time in his life that he was threatened and blackmailed by this kid Liu Feng so humiliatingly. Succeed or succeed, perhaps only under this kind of oppression can one succeed in being like Hulk. Rose stepped into the laboratory with such mental preparations, but he had already lost his chance. The door behind him was kicked open suddenly, and a group of heavily armed soldiers entered. The soldiers swarmed up like ants, and caught Rose Lauren without saying a word. What do you do? Who sent you? Ross Lauren, who was already in a daze, was struggling desperately, and he still wanted to use himself as an experimental subject. The leader of the soldiers stepped forward and said, General Rose Lauren, you are suspected of endangering national security, and you have to go to a court-martial with us. If you have any questions, wait until the court to ask you to find your lawyer and take it away. Rose Lauren was taken away just like that, and his experimental base was completely shut down by the military. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury was fidgeting, because he just messed with the friend of the worst guy in the world. Although his inner ghost, Black Widow, has helped him prevent the police from searching S.H.I.E.L.D. and himself, he is still in a panic. In his heart, Liu Feng has become an omnipotent being. He was very afraid, so afraid that he would subconsciously feel that Liu Feng had come to the door of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just when Nick thought so, on video at the gate of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, there really was an existence that made Nick Fury extremely familiar and extremely flustered. But he is a more terrifying guy than Liu Feng. Superman? He's standing at the door of S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. Liu Feng outside the door looked at the surveillance camera with the corner of his mouth raised, and said, Director Nick Fury, I believe you already know who I am. I need your help with something. Can you let me go in and talk about it? Nick panicked, and at the moment he saw Superman as if he saw a ghost. No, scarier than ghosts. Ghosts at least have the weakness of being wiped out by sunlight. As for Superman, he can only let himself be bullied and remain indifferent. But can I find an excuse not to open the door for him? The answer is no. Now Superman doesn't know that he and Rose provoked Liu Feng. But if you don't open the door directly, it is a complete confirmation of this matter. So I can only pretend that I don't know anything, and act in front of Superman, so that I can escape. Calm down, Nick. Nick Fury thought to himself. So Nick stepped forward to open the gate of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base for Liu Feng. After opening the door, Nick Fury squeezed out a seam of face and looked at Superman Liu Feng. Superman? You just come to S.H.I.D.L.D asking for my help. Mr. Superman, we don't even know if you're friend or foe. I'm Superman. If you ask your children, you can conclude that Superman is definitely a good person. Liu Feng walked in while talking, still with the corners of his mouth upturned, and said, But Director Nick, why is your forehead covered in sweat on a hot day? Did you just go to the hospital? The air conditioner in the office is broken. Tell me if you have anything to do. I'm very busy. Nick said in a bad mood. Superman Liu Feng passed by Nick Fury, walked straight to his office, and sat in his chair. Seeing Liu Feng's behavior, Nick was extremely flustered, but he still calmed down, folded his arms and said, Mr. Superman, even if you are very famous, if you still have this attitude, I think it will be difficult for me to help you. 303 You don't need to be full of malice, Director Nick. Liu Feng stretched his feet on the table, and then raised the corner of his mouth and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my good friend Liu Feng was recently raped by people from the military and another force. Now I can't find any trace of another faction, so I think US.H.I.D.L.D should be able to help me investigate. Nick panicked and broke out in cold sweat, but he still said, Investigate? Couldn't your friend in the New York Police Department even investigate this? Liu Feng walked to Nick's side, put his hand on Nick's shoulder and said, Yeah, that power is quite powerful, and the police on Liu Feng's side can't find anything. Your S.H.I.D.L.D network is quite large. Is it possible that you also know that faction? There are many forces that have done a good job in the aftermath. You say that Liu Feng was offended. Who knows which force it is? Nick Fury was a little trembling when speaking, but he was already trying his best to control himself. Really? Superman Liu Feng and Nick looked at each other closely. It seems that you really don't know anything. Nick and Liu Feng looked at each other, and the more they looked, the more they lied. In the next moment, Liu Feng made a direct move. Liu Feng directly crossed his hands and tore off Nick Fury's arm. Ugh. Nick clutched his bleeding arm in pain, looked at Liu Feng in horror, and stammered. What are you doing? You are killing innocent people indiscriminately. Whether you killed the wrong person, you and I know very well, right? Nick, who heard this sentence suddenly hesitated. Then a bold idea came to mind. You, Superman you are. Liu Feng didn't give Nick a chance to speak out, but punched him straight away. The tearing air sounds instantly reverberated, and Liu Feng's fist blasted away like a missile. The fist hit Nick Fury's head and smashed it directly, blood and brains splattered everywhere. The moment Nick Fury died, the S.H.I.D.L.D base was immediately alarmed. Liu Feng didn't bother to care about it, and directly kicked the titanium alloy gate of the S.H.I.D.L.D base, and walked out swaggeringly. At the moment, Phil Coulson, deputy director of S.H.I.D.L.D, came over after hearing the alarm, and was stunned when he saw this scene. Great gift to Sieti, so the is. Superman. Phil Coulson couldn't help but swear. What do we do now? The men asked. Phil Coulson doesn't care, even if it's Superman, it's not okay to come to S.H.I.D.L.D to kill people. So Phil Coulson fired wildly, and his men also opened fire. But it was useless at all. Liu Feng didn't feel any pain, and the sound of steel clashing could be heard in the air. Liu Feng didn't want to start a killing spree today, so he just took a look at Phil Coulson, and then took off on the spot and left this place. Looking at all this, Phil Coulson couldn't help muttering to himself, what the hell is, what's going on? Another floor, inside Pierce's office. Pierce, who had witnessed all this, watched Superman go away, drank the wine silently and said to himself, Nick, I warned you not to mess with him. After returning to New York, Liu Feng changed his attire before returning to the police station. When they entered, Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl had already been waiting in Liu Feng's office for a long time. Seeing Liu Feng, Deadpool jumped up. Liu Feng? You are so cruel. We all saw from the sky that you sent Superman out. It's clear that you already know which force has provoked you, but you still direct us to run around. Let people eat and sleep in the open every day, wash their faces with tears, and eat soil for a living. I am really tired of being a human being. 555. BB won't give you money to drink and have sex again. Liu Feng warned directly. Deadpool shut his mouth immediately. This is the best way for Liu Feng to control Deadpool. Just kidding, if you can't have sex, what's the fun in life? Deadpool secretly thought. After Liu Feng sat down on the chair, he unhurriedly explained to the two. Yes, I've known for a long time who did it. As for why you were dispatched, I just want to see your abilities. Hearing this, Deadpool jumped up again. What? Boss, are you right? The ability of Deadpool, the #1 mercenary in the universe, still needs to be questioned. Then let me ask you, Mr. #1 mercenary in the universe, how did Laura Shangguan get captured right under your noses? Liu Feng was speechless, once again passing the death pass. In short, this matter has been resolved, and you don't need to ask again. Liu Feng threw 2 stacks of US dollars on the table. I'll give you 1 more day off, and after 2 days of indulgence, you'll go back to prison consciously. Deadpool happily put away the dollars, looked around and asked again. But where's Natasha Romanoff, that glamorous redhead from S.H.I.D.L.D? We haven't seen him for like a whole day. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised, and he said meaningfully, she's where she should be right now. The next day, Liu Feng drove alone again to Haishan prison. After learning Liu Feng's lesson, the guards still let Liu Feng pass through the checkpoints as usual. Entering the gate, Liu Feng came to the last prison. In the prison, Black Widow still hasn't recovered. But after seeing Liu Feng coming, a little panic flashed in his eyes. It seems you can't stand everything, Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow looked at Liu Feng. Did you come here just to make fun of me? I'm not that free, Liu Feng said. I've come to tell you bad news. That's your favorite S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. Already dead. Hearing this, Black Widow opened his eyes wide. After a while, he returned to normal as if he had accepted the fact. But it was only mental recovery, and the body did not improve at all. You are Superman. Hearing this, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth rose. Unexpectedly, Nick's brain is not even as good as Black Widow. But Liu Feng did not respond to Black Widow. Instead, he opened the prison door and came to Black Widow's side. 4 hours later, Liu Feng left the prison. And Black Widow is a few steps from last time. Guards. This Big Brother's punishment method is really different from ordinary people. That's right, I don't know if that woman will become addicted to it. Another guard said. While talking, one of the guards came to his mind and said, how about we punish her for the light of New York? You fucking don't want to die. Another older person scolded directly. Even if you are a prisoner, we can't even touch the things of the New York light. The guard of the upper brain immediately nodded and stopped talking about it. In fact, he was just talking about it. He also understands that no one can touch the things of the New York light. And the ground needs to trouble the sweeping ant in the prison. After solving Black Widow, Liu Feng returned to work in the police station. In the past few days without the troubles of Ross and Nick, Liu Feng is not as busy as before. Plus New York's crime rate is low enough to ignore. So Liu Feng only needs to do calculations every day. Banner is also very quick to get started. After all, he is a PhD, and his intelligence should also crush ordinary people. So Liu Feng also entrusted him with the task of replacing the police station with new police equipment. Let Banner be responsible for the inspection and repair of weapons, and more time can teach the police how to use them. This kind of technology, I have never seen. During his research, Banner couldn't help but be amazed by the new police gear. Banner was originally a PhD and a half-scientist. Therefore, Banner's love for technology is as strong as men's love for women. You can study it for a few days and wait until you figure it out before going to the police station to popularize it. Liu Feng said, I still have many weapons like this. These are all from S.H.I.E.L.D. before. However, because it is too new and no one has successfully analyzed it, Liu Feng has been left until now. It's all obtained before, maybe it's been stored for too long, and it's almost gathering dust. Liu Feng explained to Banner. It just so happens that you are here, and you have learned something, so I will let you study it and save me from going to a professional. After all, you can't ask the people at S.H.I.E.L.D, right? Nick is belching, and S.H.I.E.L.D is probably still messing around. And Nick burped because of himself, which caused unnecessary troubles in the past. Banner is studying the weapon. The more he studies, the more amazed he is. It's amazing, it's a work of art. Not even weapons made by Stark Industries are this pretty. The weapons of Stark Industries over the past few years are not so exquisite. At that time, it will become Tony's own battlesuit equipment, Liu Feng said secretly. The next few days were peaceful again. After Banner thoroughly researched weapons, he also successfully popularized them throughout the police station. Now almost everyone has a set of such equipment. Liu Feng also stayed at home peacefully these days. Because Wanda had already returned home from a business trip, Liu Feng didn't go to have fun with his old friends recently. Accompanying his wife to do housework at home, he is almost becoming a house husband, while Wanda always lies on the sofa and watches movies. Wanda is a strong woman, but that doesn't mean she doesn't need to be taken care of by others. On the contrary, because of the lack of father's love in childhood, she yearns for father's love and finds a reliable man. After all, since Wanda was sensible, her father, Magneto, has not been with her very well. It is normal to lack fatherly love. It was because of this that Liu Feng successfully attracted Wanda to marry him at the beginning, and after marriage, he also fully played the role of father. Liu Feng just lived a two-person world with his wife. Until one day, someone from Liu Feng's family came to visit. Liu Feng opened the door and saw that it was Betty. He thought Betty was here for something. He hurriedly glanced at his wife in the kitchen, and then said, "It won't work recently, my wife is at home, so please bear with me." Unexpectedly, Betty didn't come here at all. She came forward to hold Liu Feng's hand with tears in her eyes. With a choked voice, he said, "Liu Feng, I beg you, please let my father go." Liu Feng frowned, walked out of the house and closed the door before talking to Betty. "It seems that you already know that something happened to your father." Betty knelt down directly. "Liu Feng, I beg you, please let my father go. Although he is heinous, he is still my father. You can see that I played well with you when we were young, and Liao Niuzhao stayed with you for so long before, so you can let him go." Liu Feng looked at Betty coldly, finally took her hand away and said, "No." Betty wanted to continue pleading, but saw Liu Feng's indifferent eyes. "Ross messed with me and I have to pay this price. It's useless for anyone to beg for mercy." In the hotel, turning his head slightly, he saw that Betty beside the pillow had already fallen into a deep sleep. Liu Feng sighed beside him, and silently said, thinking that my Superman blood can even receive nuclear bombs, but after all, I still can't withstand the sugar-coated shells of women. It seems that it is not a woman's fist that can shift the Eurasian continent by 9 millimeters, but the more deadly coquettish and miserly behavior. Liu Feng lamented being such a slave. Then he took out his mobile phone and called Arthur, the director of the General Administration. Arthur, about that Ross Lauren. I was just about to tell you this, Feng. Director Arthur said. We just tried Ross's crimes, and learned that among the crimes committed by Ross, the maximum penalty can be executed directly. Didn't he piss off you and our police? This time, it's just right to behead him in a fair manner. Are you relieved? As long as you give an order, I will help you solve it immediately, and Ross Lauren can be beheaded within 3 days, Arthur said very excitedly. He thought that Liu Feng who heard the news would be as excited as him. But Liu Feng interrupted, there is no need to execute him. What? Did I hear you right? Arthur was stunned. Knowing Liu Feng for so long, Arthur naturally knows Liu Feng's character of revenge and repayment. If you can die, you will never keep it. If you can become disabled, you will never soften your heart, but it is unheard of to say that there is no need for it like today. Leave him alive during the trial, set an indefinite date, and let him sit in prison, Liu Feng said. Arthur asked suspiciously. But you didn't say that before, what made you change your mind? The other party offered a good price? Or are you selling to others to save face? Arthur was extremely curious until Liu Feng replied. It's cannonballs. Sugar-coated cannonballs. Arthur was taken aback for a moment, then smiled after realizing. It seems that this is what you Huaxia people often say about a hero's sad beauty. Liu Feng smacked his mouth, a little embarrassed and didn't speak. Who would have thought that the proverbs he taught Arthur would be used by him on himself? I think this is Liu Feng's Arthur in his memory, and after getting enough medical treatment, we can get back to business. In that case, I respect your choice, and I will take care of Ross's affairs. After completing the execution of Ross, Liu Feng ended the call with Arthur. Then he sent a text message to Betty, who was still asleep, on his mobile phone. Said that her father Ross will only go to jail, and nothing will happen. Every time I wake up before the person next to the pillow wakes up, I almost confuse the person next to the pillow, Liu Feng secretly complained. Then Liu Feng put on his clothes and left the hotel. Because I had a spring dinner with Betty last night without my wife behind my back. So Liu Feng had to go back and greet Wanda first to enhance their relationship. After that, Liu Feng put on formal clothes and went to the New York Police Department. There was nothing important today. Liu Feng stayed in the office, turned on the News 88 when he was bored. Turning on the TV, the person who caught the eye was reporting the most familiar figure of Liu Feng. Genius, dreamer, patriot from the Stark family, Tony Stark. I saw Tony's figure in the form of a poster, and the voiceover host was explaining on TV. From a young age, Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark's legendary weapons developer, quickly gained attention for his ingenuity. At the age of 4, he made a circuit board, at the age of 6, he made his own engine, and at the age of 7, Tian skipped a class and graduated as the best student at MIT. Although Tony disappeared for a while after Howard died in a car accident, Stark Industries was managed by Howard's best friend, Badiston. Badiston, that is, the villain in the Iron Man 1 movie. The best friend or partner of the protagonist's father is the final villain of the film. This kind of plot has long been used badly in Hollywood movies or superhero comics in the era that Liu Feng traveled to. The news continued on for Tony. Badiston was in charge of the Stark Group until the 21-year-old Tony returned to Stark Industries and took over as the new president. And with smart weapons, high-level robots and satellite positioning technology, he has led his father's legacy to world-renowned heights. This is Tony Stark, the leader of the world's top 10 weapons industrial empires, the new CEO of Stark Industries, a true hero who defends American freedom with weapons. Why is this boy Tony suddenly being widely reported by the media? Liu Feng was a little puzzled. Although Tony is a scientific research genius and a business genius, at a young age, he won various awards in various industries, and at the age of 21, he made a lot of money in the family business. But in the United States, a society where capitalists are everywhere, this experience and achievement are really nothing. Recently, due to the many cooperations between Stark Industries and the military even held a thank you meeting for Tony and Stark Industries. The award will be presented by Colonel James Rhodes, the liaison between Stark Industries and the military, so as to discuss the popularization of Stark Industries' new weapons in the military. I don't know if such cooperation will develop in the military for a long time. Let us wait and see. The news dial ends here. After watching the second half of the news, Liu Feng understood everything. Co-authored This is a Stark Industries ad. Through this negotiation and popularization with the military, it will attract investment and large-scale wholesale from other military forces. Liu Feng recalled in his mind, isn't this the beginning of the story of Iron Man 1? After this thank you meeting, Tony will follow the military people to test the weapons in a few days. And it was there that he was taken hostage by thugs allied with Badiston, forced to make his new weapon, the Jericho missile, which led to everything that followed, making him Iron Man. Thinking about this, Liu Feng put his feet on the table and thought, do you want to remind this guy? Although these things have nothing to do with Liu Feng, but Liu Feng is also Tony's cousin. When Liu Feng was struggling, Banner suddenly knocked on the door and came in with an invitation letter in his hand. Brother Feng, People from Stark Industries sent you an invitation letter. It says that you are invited to tonight, an awards show arranged by the military for Tony Stark. This guy actually invited himself to his party, which is quite intentional, Liu Feng thought to himself. Then remind him a little bit. I see, you can go about your business. Liu Feng said to Banner and was ready to go out. Before going out, Banner also reminded. Wait a minute, Brother Feng, are you planning to go to the party like this? Liu Feng did not reprimand Banner to ask less and do more, but simply responded. Definitely dress formally to a party, but not to a casino. Going to the casino? Well, didn't Mr. Stark invite you to the party? You don't know that guy Tony, with his character. Liu Feng said while putting on his coat. He's not going to be at the awards show. Liu Feng went out and drove to the largest casino in the United States under the night. As soon as I entered the door, I saw and heard a voice from a distance. It's mine again? Did I say it? Ma'am, you are my lucky lady tonight. Playboy Tony is hugging left and right at the moment, throwing dice in the casino. Liu Feng walked over the crowd and said, looks like you're lucky today, President. Tony thought that the person who spoke was the little boss who came to lick it, so he subconsciously replied. Luck is a part of strength, and only the incompetent would attribute it to randomness. But when he saw the face of Liu Feng, the serious and tense expression suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Liu Feng, why are you here? Look everyone, this is my dear aunt's child, my eldest cousin, come on, let's hug each other. Knowing that Tony's personality is like this, Liu Feng is already used to doing things like Zhongyang, so he hugged Tony. After that, Tony pushed away the blonde and red-haired beauties on the left and right, and turned to chat with Liu Feng on the other side. Definitely, chatting while gambling. Got it figured out? Come talk to me about business, right? I said before that your New York Police Department's equipment is really outdated. Why don't we trade with Stark Industries for a batch of new police equipment? While gambling, Stark discussed business with Liu Feng, saying, you are an acquaintance, you can get a 10% discount, isn't it bold? I have a suitable one here, let's place an order now and buy a set of 6 or 7,000. The price is a small change, $800,000, just ask my assistant to swipe the card, and I will call her over now. Hearing this, Liu Feng responded with raised lips. Your words almost moved me. Unfortunately, the police station has changed a batch of equipment a while ago. For the time being, there is no need to seek cooperation with Stark Industries. This time Tony was dumbfounded. Not doing business? Then what do you ask me for? Gambling? No, you don't look like a gambler. Liu Feng went straight to the point and said, I'm not here this time to do business with you, nor to catch up with you, I'm here to remind you. Remind. Tony was a little puzzled, and then smiled. Remind me to make less money, don't lose myself. If you really have this plan, it's already too late bro, I've exceeded the standard no matter the money or myself. Liu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to Tony's indecency, and continued. In 3 days, you will go to the test site under the leadership of the military. You're going to test a new weapon that's about to be traded in, the Jericho missile. You're pretty well informed, but what do you want to remind? Tony still asked nonchalantly. Aren't you worried that the military will take away the weapons and not pay you? Liu Feng replied unhurriedly. No, I mean, on that day, your life may be in danger. Tony was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, are you joking, Liu Feng? Liu Feng took a sip of the whiskey in his hand and said, anyway, it's better not to go, otherwise you may die somewhere. Tony sneered and said, how is it possible? Is the military here to eat shit? My safety will definitely be guaranteed. Do you know how good Colonel James Rhodes has a good relationship with us? He can call out enough troops to protect me at any time. Tony was so conceited that he didn't take Liu Feng's reminder seriously. If you can trust the military so much, don't blame me for not reminding you if you were arrested when I didn't tell you. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave. Before he left, he kindly added a few words. Be careful with your partner Baddiston, they are all businessmen, you know it well. After Liu Feng left, Tony stayed alone for 3 or 4 minutes, and then went back to gambling. 3 days later, the military side. As long as such a missile is launched, I can guarantee that all the enemies will only dare to stay in the cave. This is a new product of the Stark Industries Freedom series. Standing in front of the military front, Tony raised his hand, indicating that it was ready to launch. The opponent followed suit and fired thick bullets. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, Jericho missile. As soon as the words fell, a missile landed in the valley behind Tony. All of a sudden, the waves behind Tony directly set off a large cloud of sand and dust. Its scope is terrifying. The test was completed, followed by Tony's polite conversation with the military. After the experiment, Tony also made a video call to Buddy Stan, the former president of Stark Industries. Hey Tony, how's the experiment going? Of course everything is going well, and I'm preparing to return. Tony replied. Okay, then I will form a queue for you tonight to celebrate your successful test today. The two hung up the phone after talking, and Tony also recalled what Liu Feng said at the end to make himself pay attention to Baddiston. Tony has always been wary of this guy, but he has always felt that he is a person without guts. Before leaving, James Rhodes, who is the liaison between Stark Industry and the military, stepped forward and said to Tony, Tony, you performed well today, go back to rest early, we should go. Well, don't forget what I told you when I came here, Tony responded. Then Rhodes and Tony parted ways, and before leaving, he sent a few more cars to follow him according to Tony's instructions. I was still wondering in my heart, when did Tony become so afraid of death? After getting into the car, Tony felt panicked for no reason. Because the range at the moment is very quiet, like the calm before the storm. The quieter he is, the more frightened he is, and he will vaguely think of Liu Feng's warning. Seeing Tony's flustered expression, the soldier sitting beside him thought to himself that the rich boy was timid, and comforted him. Mr. Stark, don't be nervous, our military will protect your safety. That's right, our military in the United States doesn't live for nothing, and there is no possibility of terror in this kind of place. Boom! As soon as the soldier finished speaking, a missile hit a military jeep in front of Tony with such precision. The missile exploded, followed by the firing of bullets. Seeing this, the soldiers raised their guns to fight. But the comers were so vicious, melee was so ferocious that Tony couldn't resist sending more soldiers. Tony cringed with his head in the car, and constantly read. It's fucking true. What Liu Feng said is true. I should fucking listen to Liu Feng. I shouldn't fucking be here. Fortunately, Tony still listened to Liu Feng's persuasion, and arranged more people to protect himself before coming. So much so that Tony was able to stay safely in the jeep, not sure how long, but at least not dead. Now Tony is desperate, and he only hopes that he can escape here alive. The rich kids are quite afraid of death. On the side of the terrorists who attacked Tony, the leader of the villains found out the number of bodyguards Tony brought. But what's the use of any more? Tony Stark? Will the military send everyone to protect you? Nope. But I will send enough or even all of them to catch you. This is the gap. Then the terrorist leader said to those around him, call more people. I'm going to see Tony Stark and his bodyguards completely lose their ability to escape within 5 minutes. On Tony's side, he vaguely felt that there were more and more people on the opposite side, and couldn't help but yelled, fuck. The soldiers on Tony's side were killed one by one, from the back row to the front row, and then to his own car, and finally even the soldiers driving were shot dead. Tony from at the moment didn't care about other things, so he had to run with oil on his feet. Tony pushed open the car door and ran out of the car, then circled behind the boulder for cover. However, the next moment, a Jericho missile from Stark Industries falls in front of him. The source of Stark Industries is also jokingly written on the missile. Fa fa fa. Tony was about to run away, but it was too late, and the missile exploded directly in front of him. Fragments sank into his chest. I do not know how long it has been. Tony opened his eyes dazedly in a dimly lit place. Inexplicably, there is an extra one on the chest, a round glowing strange thing like a light bulb wrapped with wires. Tony was panicked and helpless. Another scientist beside him stepped forward to comfort him. This is an electromagnet device that prevents the shrapnel in your body from touching important parts. It can save your life. After a while, the leader of the terrorist led people to open the door, and spoke a foreign language to Tony with hands and feet. The scientist next to him hastily translated. He said, welcome, Mr. Tony Stark, the most famous murderer in American history. He brought you here because he wanted you to build the Jericho missile that you demonstrated in front of the military in this cave. Here are all the materials for making the missile. After the missile was built, he also asked you to make a bill of materials, so that you can start working now. After the matter is over, he will let you go. After the translation, the terrorist leader squeezed out a smile and held out his hand to Tony. Tony also held it with a smile on his face, and then said with a smile, no, he won't let me go. The scientist also looked at the leader and smiled while responding to Tony. Yes, he won't, and you may die after making it. Tony looked at the leader's face, and an unprecedented idea came to his mind. Building Jericho missiles for them like a dog? Nope. What he did was make the sons of a bitch pay. At the same time, in a hotel in New York, the United States. Since leaving the casino, Liu Feng stayed with his old friend Michaela until the morning of the third day. As always, the person next to the pillow didn't wake up, but Liu Feng woke up. Because he was bored and it was still early, Liu Feng turned on the TV news, but found that the news report was still about Tony. Only this time it's not as glamorous. The current president of Stark Industries, Tony, disappeared on his way to the suburbs to test missiles with the military, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Next we will come to interview Colonel James Rhodes, who is in charge of this outing. Let us cut the camera to the outdoor reporter Lisa. Looking at the news reports, Liu Feng didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. Instead, he cursed. It's really stupid not to listen to persuasion. Although this is the beginning of the story of Iron Man 1, it does not mean that Tony must go through the cave to become Iron Man. The time when his metamorphosis is worthy of the title of Iron Man is at the end of the first part of the Avengers Alliance, and he realizes that he is a hero after sacrificing himself for others. The matter of the cave just changed him from a playboy who likes to sell arms to a playboy who likes to build battlesuits. When Liu Feng was thinking secretly like this, his phone rang suddenly. Liu Feng saw that it was his adoptive mother Elena. After connecting, Elena's voice came. Feng, did you see the news? Your cousin Tony was killed. I know, I've warned him before. Liu Feng responded unhurriedly. I said that his life would be in danger. He was too arrogant to pass, and he couldn't blame others. But now that something like this has happened, think of a way. The adoptive mother on the other end of the phone said anxiously. No matter how you say it, he is still my big brother's child, your cousin. Mom knows that you have the ability to save him, so you can sell your mother to save face. Liu Feng held his forehead slightly, thinking that this was his adoptive mother after all. It was really hard to refuse, and said, asking for flowers. I see. I will send someone to bring him back. You don't have to panic. After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng couldn't help complaining, why do I always fall on women? After that, Liu Feng called Banner again and asked him to take Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl to the police station to wait for him. When they arrived at the police station, Liu Feng told Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl the mission and what happened. Hearing this, Deadpool couldn't help complaining. Isn't it Liu Feng? You actually took on this job of rescuing the big boss? Although the bonus will definitely be a lot. But I thought that you would only do things that are beneficial to you. I didn't expect you to take on outsourcing. Sure enough, money can turn ghosts around, and I, a mercenary, can be regarded as returning to my essence. Liu Feng returned a look, and Deadpool immediately shut up. At this time, Laura the Little Wolf Girl asked, but how did we find Tony Stark? Yeah, we don't even know where the terrorists who captured him came from, Deadpool responded. Tony dropped a person's file on the desk. The two opened it and saw that it was Stark's former president, Badiston, the big boss in Iron Man 1.0. Investigate him, study his direction in the past 3 days and what forces he has made deals with. Liu Feng said and took out another device. After determining which villain it is, take this electromagnetic wave scanning instrument and look for the small arc reactor. The reactor can emit 3 billion joules per second, and it is easy to sense. If you find this thing, you can find Tony. Because this so-called arc reactor is what Tony put on his chest at the beginning. Hearing this, Deadpool was extremely surprised and said, Liu Feng, I misunderstood you. I thought you were only good at dealing with criminals. I didn't expect you to know this. You don't come from some kind of MIT, do you? Liu Feng definitely understands this. After all, Iron Man is a significant first movie in the Marvel Universe. As soon as it was released, Iron Man's cool high-tech battlesuit quickly caused an uproar in China. Therefore, Liu Feng has a little understanding of a series of nouns that are described in the movie, including the things on Penny's chest. But there was no need for Liu Feng to explain this to Deadpool, so he directly said angrily, whether I understand or not is not the point is that the two of you who performed the task understood. Understood, I just used this instrument like mining to go to the suburbs to detect it. Deadpool replied triumphantly. Liu Feng thought to himself, actually it's not too much difference. Then the two set off, and Banner also came in with a dazed face, and left with a dazed face. Banner, who has a PhD, can understand the electromagnet and arc reactor that Liu Feng just said. Don't know anything about Tony Stark, military cooperation, Jericho missiles. After all, he is not a mercenary like Deadpool and Wolf Girl. Banner is a normal person, only because of the gamma-ray radiation and serum, he has the ability to transform into Hulk. After Banner left, Liu Feng thought about Tony again. Tony's death belongs to the original plot in the movie. But it's also because the timeline of the Iron Man movie is at this time, so the story unfolds. This shows that when Tony becomes Iron Man, the storylines of other heroes will follow closely. The story of the Marvel movie universe will then begin. If this is the case, then the next New York and even the Earth will be full of disasters. Can New York not be so troubled? Loki on the front foot, Ultron on the back foot, and a purple sweet potato spirit waiting to snap his fingers somewhere in the universe. There are even grievances and resentments between superheroes. Although before the Avengers Alliance 3, no one died in the Civil War. But the heroes are fine. The New York under Liu Feng's feet was about to be ruined. This made Liu Feng think. Although it's easy to smash this 1 and 2 villains as the incarnation of Superman. But the villains don't come together, but come to Earth every now and then blankly waiting for him to defeat one by one. This is too much time wasting. Fly straight to Asgard and the Titans and break the necks of Loki and Thanos? It's not impossible, it's just that these two goods don't know where to stay in this timeline. And there is no clear route of Asgard and Titans in movies or comics. If Liu Feng really wants to find it, he has to search like a headless chicken in the universe. I don't know how much time it takes. Liu Feng, who was looking for a quieter life, felt a little torn. Otherwise, I can move by myself, and save Kunyuan Nation. But New York is so bustling. I'm still building a piece of the sky here. I'm really reluctant to leave at this time. Liu Feng said secretly again. 380. Just when Liu Feng was struggling, Liu Feng suddenly felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. No, not only the office, but the entire police station became quiet. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt a strange aura. Liu Feng uses Superman's see-through eye to scan the entire building directly. Liu Feng scanned the entire New York Police Department with a perspective eye like an X-ray scan, but did not find any strange people. However, during the scan, it was found that other people outside the office were motionless, which felt weird. Time paused. Liu Feng came to a conclusion and was puzzled. This timeline can have the ability to control time. When Liu Feng said this, a portal behind him quietly opened. Liu Feng turned around quickly. Unexpectedly, there was a person in a yellow robe inside the portal. Without saying a word, he hit Liu Feng's chest with a palm. The opponent thought they would directly beat Liu Feng to Soul Astral. However, the result was nothing. Seeing this, Liu Feng directly clenched his fist and punched the opponent's abdomen. The fist wind roared, and all the documents on Liu Feng's desk were blown away. The speed was like a missile. The moment Liu Feng swung his fist violently, the yellow-robed man exploded into pieces the moment it touched the opponent. It's not a corpse, but it's really turned into pixel-like fragments. Liu Feng knew it was a fake, and was about to find the enemy's figure. Suddenly, a glowing golden whip swung from Liu Feng's side. The golden whip bound Liu Feng. Immediately afterwards, two textured geometric figures approached from the top and bottom of Liu Feng to the middle. The two shapes are like circular saws with strong energy. The corners of Liu Feng's mouth raised when he was tied up, and then he squeezed his hands hard, and all the golden things around him exploded and turned into pieces. At this time, the man in yellow reappeared behind Liu Feng, and said unhurriedly, "It seems that you are different from my impression of Superman. You are not afraid of magic." Liu Feng turned around as if he had expected all this, shrugged and said, "You have read superhero comics beyond my expectation, Ancient One Magician." The person in the yellow robe took off his hat, and the person who came was the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. After listening to Liu Feng's words, Ancient One showed a puzzled expression between his brows. "You know me. That just confirms my suspicions. You're not from this world, are you?" Liu Feng didn't hide Ancient One's plan, so he replied, "The United States is a country of immigrants. I immigrated from another world. Is it normal?" Ancient One said to Liu Feng with a solemn atmosphere. "I'm not curious where you came from, or how you got here. I'm more interested in your energy and what you do. Because you are too strong, you are the biggest variable in this universe." Ancient One is still serious and authentic. "I am an Asgardian from Earth, and my duty is to prevent a powerful existence like you from disrupting the order of time and space." Hearing this, Liu Feng also said seriously, "I don't have the time to disturb the order of the universe. I've been in New York all this time, and I'll make whoever messes with me pay. It's that simple." Ancient One smiled slightly, and then said unhurriedly, "But you did something 3 days ago that almost changed the entire trajectory of history. You're trying to stop Tony Stark from going to the test site, and you know what that's going to bring. If Tony Stark hadn't been captured, he wouldn't have changed himself. He wouldn't have become a leader. There will be no one who has been influenced by him and made a difference in the future. This approach will naturally snowball, and everything will develop beyond the unexpected." Ancient One continued. "A Nick Fury before this. If you kill him, it will also greatly affect the subsequent timeline. This is not a small matter, and it will cause a series of butterfly effects. It turns out that you came to the NYPD to warn me because of these things," Liu Feng said. Then Liu Feng suddenly asked, "You don't like me interfering with the normal timeline of this universe?" "I definitely don't have to interfere, but there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite is that you don't mess with me. Otherwise, no matter how much trouble killing the other party will cause, if I think he deserves to die, he must die." Liu Feng reminded Gu Dao, "Ancient One Magician, you have to figure out the situation. I respect you because you are the Earth Asgardian in this universe and the Sorcerer Supreme, not because I fear you. You think I'm an uncontrollable variable. If you want me to stop interfering with the timeline of this universe, it's fine, but you have to pay attention to your tone." Liu Feng clenched his fist, and in an instant, the biological force field from Superman unfolded and spread to all directions. "I'm not the other low-level characters you've seen, you know my ability best. I'm not some villain who wants to conquer the universe, I just want to ensure my life is safe and stable. If you want to prevent me from destroying the timeline, you should discuss it with me, instead of using this condescending attitude and using a warning tone to me like now." The oppressive force released by Liu Feng instantly shocked Ancient One. It was also at this time that Ancient One realized how outrageous Liu Feng's existence was. But this also proves that Liu Feng is just a person who has a vengeance, and to some extent, he is not a bad person. To test whether Liu Feng is a villain or not, that's why Ancient One is here. After getting the confirmation, Inika still responded with a smile on his face. "What you said is very reasonable. I was sloppy. I apologize for my behavior just now." Seeing that Ancient One had a good attitude, Liu Feng also returned to normal. Then he sat on his own chair, and then stretched out his hand to signal Ancient One to sit down too. Ancient One sat down, kindly like an elder, she said. "I also understand what you mean, and you didn't deliberately destroy the timeline. So what you did before doesn't count, and I still hope that you will not interfere with the timeline too much in the future." Here Ancient One is still used, don't use these 4 words too much. The attitude can be said to be very sincere and respectful of Liu Feng. Because the multi-universe is very dangerous, and we can easily cause chaos in the multi-universe by changing the timeline at will. By that time, all kinds of weird lowly people or things will come to this universe we live in. This is not what I want to see, and I believe that you don't want to let this happen, do you? After Ancient One finished speaking, Liu Feng thought for a while. He definitely knows what Ancient One meant by multi-universe. This concept of parallel universes has almost been used badly in American comics. Whether it is DC or Marvel, there will always be a series in which a certain hero from a parallel universe slaughters the universe. Assuming that Liu Feng is really desperate to modify the timeline, maybe something big will happen. So Liu Feng responded, "What magician said is indeed reasonable, I will think about it." "Well, it looks like we had a great conversation, and I hope you will remember our conversation today when you try to modify the timeline next time." After Ancient One finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. "If you have time, you can also visit me in Kamartaj, Tibet. After all, you also have Chinese blood, and you are destined to be with me. Maybe one day, magic will choose you. As a native of China, Liu Feng only thinks that the phrase Ancient One is a polite phrase similar to inviting you to dinner another day. After saying these words, Ancient One opened the portal and left here unhurriedly. The moment Ancient One re-entered the portal, the entire New York Police Department regained its voice. The ability to stop from time to time, I have to say it's pretty good. Liu Feng is slightly interested in Ancient One's Eye of Agamotto, aka the Time Gem. But it was only to the extent of interest. Liu Feng didn't want this thing that much. As for what Ancient One said just now, Liu Feng still thought about it for a while. In the end, Liu Feng still felt that it was too troublesome to interfere, and he was too lazy to take care of it in 1.1. But Liu Feng didn't bother to change what he was already doing, so he prepared to wait for the news of Deadpool and the Wolf Girl. The camera came to Tony. Just like in the movie, Tony apparently promised the terrorists to make Jericho missiles. In fact, he secretly used the materials given to him by the terrorists to make a trump card that could escape from here. This is the first number of all the armor that Tony will show in the Marvel Universe in the future, Mark 1. This is Tony's killer ace, but there is still a lot of shortcomings due to insufficient manufacturing time. The function is not comprehensive, and the power system can only last about 15 minutes. The main weapon is the flamethrower in the left hand, and a few missiles in the right hand. The disadvantage is that many key operating belts are exposed, so the conveyor belt is easy to break after being shot. After the leg is broken, you can't move, so you can only move with your own strength. But if it is only used to deal with the group of terrorists, it is more than enough? Tony thought so, and when Tony put on the armor, the scientist was ready to help him start it. Bang! Tony's locked door was suddenly blasted open. The terrorists surrounded Tony one after another, and even killed the scientist beside him with one shot. Tony collapsed immediately, and he almost escaped by himself. Hi Tony, I'm so sorry I didn't get you to activate this good thing. A familiar voice came slowly from the door. When he saw the person who came, Tony swears directly. Son of a bitch? Buddy a son of a bitch. That's right, the one who came was the ultimate villain in the movie, Baddiston. Oh, tisk tisk, so all of our Tony Starks would look like that too. Baddiston, who was in the upper hand, arrogantly came to Tony, who was still unable to move, humiliating him wantonly. No, speaking of it, I have indeed seen you like this. Yes, I remembered, it was when your father was gone. Ha ha ha, you cried louder and more miserable than now, like a stray dog that no one wants. Hearing this, Tony clenched his fists. He desperately wanted to activate the flamethrower of the armor on his body, and roast the son of a bitch in front of him into carbon. But he is still indifferent, because the armor has not been fully activated at all, and he can only be slaughtered now. Do you think that you have become a genius scientist and entrepreneur who is being reported by the media now? Have you become a master? No, Tony. You're still a stray, you were, and you'll be. Baddiston cursed, pointing at Tony's face. You think I can't see that you're making more than just Jericho missiles? You wanted to fool those bumpkins. It's a pity, you didn't expect me to appear here, did you? Tony hates it very much now, gritted his teeth with hatred, and the biggest obsession in his heart is to tear this guy's mouth with his own hands. After he listened to Liu Feng's reminder, he should have sent someone to shoot Baddiston without stopping. He regrets it now, regrets it extremely, regrets why he didn't choose to believe everything Liu Feng said at the beginning. Baddiston walked over to Tony's desk and picked up the blueprint of the mark armor that Tony had made. While watching it, I couldn't help admiring. It's really wonderful, Tony. You look like a good tailor in the arms industry. It's a pity that this will be the last work in your life. After Baddiston finished speaking, he made a gesture of wiping his neck to the terrorists. The terrorist directly drew the gun and pulled the safety catch and pointed it at Tony's head. Tony gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. At this critical time, suddenly there was a painful cry from outside the cave. Everyone in the cave was stunned for a moment, and then there was another wail. Keep going? With the sounds of gunshots and blades rubbing against each other, the sound came one after another, getting closer and closer to the people in the cave. Baddiston and the terrorists looked out a little. Under the light source, everyone suddenly saw a fast shadow, not like a silhouette, but like a beast. Wherever he went, there was blood and wailing, very similar to. But why is there a beast here? Baddiston didn't care so much, and directly ordered in a foreign language, what are you doing in a daze? Give them all. Go up. He knew very well that no matter whether the guy at the entrance of the cave was a beast or a human, he would still threaten his own life. The terrorists had no choice but to raise their guns and shoot at the comers at the entrance of the cave, but the opponents were like ghosts, and they couldn't hit them no matter what. The nimble little wolf girl just dodges bullets and takes out one enemy after another with the adamantium claw that pops out of the hand bone. Keep killing, until the little wolf girl covered in blood kills Baddiston's location. How did Baddiston see such a ruthless character? He sat down on the ground and kept saying, wait a minute? You don't have to kill me. Who hired you? I have money, I can give it. Before Baddiston finished speaking, the little wolf girl cut her throat with a knife, and blood sprayed out of her neck like running water. After dealing with Baddiston, little wolf girl slightly turned her head to look at Tony, who couldn't move. Tony's face was terrified. After all, he didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Seeing little wolf girl was like seeing a ghost. The little wolf girl walked up to Tony unhurriedly, looked at him intently, and then said, "Well, you're Tony Stark." It wasn't until this time that Tony realized that the female ghost was here to save him. "I was sent by your cousin," the little wolf girl explained. Tony was also shocked when he heard this, thinking that Liu Feng actually has such a ruthless person as his subordinate. "Let's go, reinforcements will come soon, we have prepared transportation." The little wolf girl was about to use her claws to chop up the battle armor and help Tony get down, but she didn't expect Tony to say, "Don't take it off, start it for me, the computer is over there." "I don't know how to do it," the little wolf girl responded blankly. Tony hurriedly said, "It's very simple, I can teach you, I have to activate him." Afraid that little wolf girl would not agree, Tony went on to add, "I don't want to be a turtle anymore, I want to kill all the dogs." The little wolf girl nodded after hearing the words. A few minutes later, Tony's Mark I armor was activated. Just like that, Tony walked out of the door wearing this heavy metal battlesuit. At this time, reinforcements arrived, and the desperate Tony directly used the flamethrower and missiles under the battlesuit to burn and shoot. "Die, you idiots." Tony frantically vented his dissatisfaction, and he constantly killed countless terrorists. But Tony still ignored the problem of defense. The defense of Mark I was extremely low. Facing the gunfire of more than 5 terrorists, Tony was suppressed by the firepower and couldn't move at all. Tony at the entrance of the cave touched the flight system of the battle armor, and was about to escape from here, but he hesitated because he thought of little wolf girl. The battle armor on the chest is about to shatter. "Hit the firepower? Kill him," the terrorist said in a foreign language. However, before the words fell, a rocket bomb directly blasted the speaking terrorist into ashes. On a hill not far away, Deadpool, carrying a rocket launcher, shouted excitedly, "Woohoo! Hit the target? 5 in 1 shot. The best shooter MVP is you, Lord Deadpool." On the side of little wolf girl, feeling the enemy attack, the terrorists are looking for targets one after another. But what they don't know is that this momentary target shift can make them die directly in this place. The little wolf girl moves fast and kills one by one with the adamantium steel blade. The little wolf girl turned into a ghost again, quite a bit like Wolverine's bravery when she participated in the First World War. It's just that little wolf girl's fighting style is much more ruthless than that of Wolverine back then. Tony, who lost his combat ability, rested on his knees while letting the armor dissipate heat. However, in such a short time, the place was once again washed with blood. After finishing all this, the little wolf girl came to Tony's side again and said, "Can I get on the helicopter now, Master Iron?" Tony took off the armor and threw it into the fire to destroy it. Then they got on the plane with little wolf girl and Deadpool. "Definitely did not forget to complain when I got on the plane." Deadpool said, "You're like this, wrapped all over your body, isn't it hot?" Deadpool asked back, "I started from the east with a knife and fell to the west without batting an eye. You actually asked me if I was hot." "Yeah, I'm more curious if it's not hot in the desert." Tony still asked, "You boy, so touching." Deadpool's attitude changed immediately. "It's really hot, but I can't help it, I have to wear this dress to let people know that I'm Deadpool." Then Deadpool took off his hood to reveal his rotten ass face. Seeing this, Tony retched subconsciously, and quickly said, "I'm sorry I was wrong, for the sake of my eyes, you should stay hot for a while." The two were chatting, and the little wolf girl asked a serious question. "So where are you going now? Home? Or to the safer police station?" "Go to the company." Tony said seriously, "I'm going to hold a press conference in the name of Stark Industries." The two sent Tony back, and Tony, as said, asked his good friend Rhodes to announce his return and hold a press conference. After Deadpool and little wolf girl finished all this, they went back to the New York Police Department to report to Liu Feng. "So that Tony Stark, we got him back safely, just don't know why that guy remembered to hold a press conference." Deadpool said, "Is it the same as those stupid people who didn't call for help when something happened, but uploaded news on Instagram? Otherwise, I just learned the weapon research of terrorists secretly, and then I'm going to go back and develop it myself to make a fortune, and now I'm going to raise investment? Wow, this Tony Stark is just out of money's eyes." 530. Liu Feng secretly thought. Tony went back to hold a press conference, which is naturally different from what Deadpool said. According to the plot of the movie, Tony is going back this time to announce the closure of the weapons department, saying that Stark Industries will no longer conduct arms sales in this life. It's a good time to plunk down a lot and buy Stark Industries stock. Liu Feng didn't intend to hide it, so he said to Deadpool, "Little wolf girl, the stock of Stark Industry will skyrocket in the future, trust me and buy it." Liu Feng also told Banner to let Banner spread the news throughout the police station. The police officers were a little moved when they heard Liu Feng's suggestion, but some people who specialize in stocks thought otherwise. Buying the shares of Stark Group at this time will not bring benefits, and it is a bit irrational to buy blindly. However, most of the police officers saw Liu Feng's credibility, and they used their mobile phones to buy shares. Not to mention Deadpool, who directly bought all his net worth down to every penny, and bluntly said, "Liu Feng is my god. Don't talk about stocks, even if you, Liu Feng, told me now that eating xiang can make my brother grow longer, I can eat it too. Don't worry, such disgusting words won't come out of my mouth." After joking with Deadpool, Liu Feng found that little wolf girl was indifferent. Then asked, "Laura, why don't you buy it?" "Don't trust me." "It's not that I don't trust you. Little wolf girl shook her head and replied, it's just that I don't think it's necessary to buy stocks. Money is not important to me at all, as long as I can meet my daily expenses. The little wolf girl said and glanced at Liu Feng. Didn't I have you? Even if I get out of prison, I will be able to eat and stay with you afterward. Hearing this, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, definitely, you and I can eat and sleep for a day, as long as you want. Wow, it's so touching, Liu Feng big brother. Deadpool, who was not mentioned, suddenly twisted his butt from the side. I didn't expect that I, Deadpool, could find a man worth relying on in my life after my parents died. From now on, my body and mind will belong to you, Liu Feng, alone. Meh. Hearing this, Liu Feng held his forehead slightly, expressing that he really wanted Deadpool to go to eat Xiang. But thinking that saying this would damage his own image, he casually dismissed Deadpool with a few words. Then Liu Feng threw the money on the table and let little wolf girl and Deadpool enjoy their vacation. This time the money will be a little more than last time, and it will be a bonus for your recent performance. Deadpool picked up the money with a smile. He had already called his friend before coming. But just now, he has bought all his net worth into the shares of Stark Group, and now he has no money, and is waiting for Liu Feng to send the money. The little wolf girl accepted it politely, thinking about where to drink later. This is the only hobby of the little wolf girl. Drinking alcohol can relax the nerves, and it can also relieve the pain when the little wolf girl emerges from the steel claws, which is why Wolverine Logan prefers drinking alcohol. Little wolf girl is also similar to Wolverine. Although her adamantium steel claws have been used many times, they actually hurt every time. As long as no one strikes up a conversation with her while she's drinking and makes her dissatisfied, little wolf girl won't cause any trouble. Ok. Then let's go brother Feng, I love you. Deadpool said goodbye meanly. Little wolf girl also bid farewell, I'm leaving too. After the two left, Liu Feng lay on the office chair, watching the news that at the moment was broadcasting. It's about Tony announcing that Stark Industries is closing down the weapons division. This will change the future of the enterprise and affect the pattern of the world. And these little, unremarkable things about Tony's partner disappearing mysteriously. And Liu Feng didn't go home these days, thinking that Wanda should be lonely. Why don't he go back and spend some time with his wife? With such a mood, Liu Feng drove back to his home as there was nothing wrong with seeing the police station. As soon as he arrived at his home, Liu Feng heard the voice of the conversation from a distance. One is Liu Feng's wife Wanda, and the other is also a woman. How could there be an extra woman in my family? Wanda usually doesn't bring friends home. Could it be that the woman Betty just went to the house without saying anything to thank her for not executing her father Rose? Liu Feng guessed so boldly that he didn't feel at ease until he scanned the situation in the house with Superman's perspective eyes. Liu Feng went over and opened the door. And just as Liu Feng scanned, there were indeed two women sitting on the other side of the sofa. One is Wanda in home clothes, and the other is a noble lady in gorgeous clothes. And this woman is Liu Feng's adoptive mother, Tony's father Howard Stark's younger sister, Elena Stark. When Wanda saw Liu Feng, she greeted her with a smile and said, "Are you back? Mom and I were just talking about your work. Why is Mom free to come to New York today?" Liu Feng walked over and kissed his adoptive mother on the cheek. Elena, who still had a charm, responded with a magnetic voice, "Definitely I am afraid that you are too tired from work, so I came to see you." In order not to disturb the conversation between the two, Wanda ran to make tea. After the tea was made, Wanda said to go cook and let the two catch up. Elena took a sip of tea, then Liu Feng said with concern, "How is it? Are you busy with work in the police station recently?" "It's not too busy, because part of the time is nothing serious." Liu Feng responded, "Only occasionally there will be disruptive forces, and it will take more time to deal with them. Seeing that you are not so busy, Mom is also relieved," Elena said. Afterwards, the two had dinner at home. After dinner, Liu Feng took Elena for a walk in the backyard. As they walked, Liu Feng said to Irene, "It's time to get down to business, Mom. I understand you. You won't come all the way to catch up on the old days. If you have anything to say, just say it." Seeing what Liu Feng said, Eileen got straight to the point and said, "I came to see you this time, actually because of Tony." After hearing an answer similar to his guess, Liu Feng responded, "I've already sent someone to rescue him." Didn't Mom see the news? About the closure of the weapons department after the return of the Stark Industries president. Tony came back safely this time, but seeing his haggard and weak appearance on the news, I feel distressed. Elena spoke earnestly and sincerely. "My parents died early, and my brother and sister-in-law also passed away one after another. Now I only have you and his two relatives left." As Elena said, she stepped forward to hold Liu Feng's hand, and said seriously, "So I hope you can protect Tony's safety more in the future. I've helped him, but he has to learn to be smart." Liu Feng shrugged and said, "If you are worried about accidents, let him go out with more bodyguards. But there are some things that bodyguards can't solve, just like what happened to Tony this time. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with more people." Eileen persuaded earnestly. "I've already reminded him at that time, it's because he doesn't trust me. What can I do?" Liu Feng spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Hearing this, Elena grabbed Liu Feng's ear like she was treating a child and said, "Are you sure you mean to seriously solve it? You know your cousin's character is so conceited. If you talk to him like this, he won't believe it." Elena continued, "And you already knew all this at that time, you can directly arrest that terrorist. But you didn't choose a sample to do. In fact, your cousin doesn't hold enough weight in your mind. It didn't hurt Liu Feng to be pulled by Elena's ears, but he still had to pretend to be in pain and beg for mercy. Stop, stop, I'm wrong, Mom. Mom has discovered that you are outstanding since you were a child. Even the financial crisis in 2008, you were able to predict and tell us in advance, so Mom knows that you are capable of helping Tony. Elena let go of Liu Feng's ear, and snorted arrogantly. I don't intend to ask you about the origin of these abilities. I just hope that you can use this ability to help Tony and our two relatives. Don't you even want this? In fact, what Elena said was not wrong. Liu Feng really didn't want to help Tony much. One is that he is too lazy to help, and the other is that Tony is so arrogant that Liu Feng wants to kill him. Elena rubbed Liu Feng's temples with her hands and said, You just don't know how to cherish family affection now. When I was young, I was only thinking about making money. When I made almost the same money, I looked back and found that my relatives had passed away one by one. Now I'm left with only you and Tony, and I really don't want anything to happen to any of you. All right. Liu Feng looked at Elena with a gentle smile and said, I see, I will help Tony as much as I treat you in the future. I promise, nothing will happen that could threaten Tony's life in the future, and I won't make you worry about it anymore. Elena turned her head, smiled kindly and said, Well, Mom knows you are a trustworthy person, and Mom can rest assured that you can make such a promise. Liu Feng hugged his adoptive mother. Then he continued to play in New York with his adoptive mother Elena. On the second day, Elena said that there was still a lot of work waiting for her to deal with at the Red Cross. Before leaving, Elena also reminded Liu Feng not to forget the promise she made last night, to protect Tony well. After receiving Liu Feng's affirmative answer, Elena left contentedly. After Elena left, Liu Feng raised the corners of his mouth, lit a cigarette, and said to himself, Tony, you are very lucky. If you didn't have my relative, you would have died at the hands of that purple potato essence. But who made my mother your aunt? I'll just recognize you as my cousin. Liu Feng said, then took out his mobile phone and made a call to Tony. During this period, Tony usually did not call in person, and all the calls were answered by Pepper Potts. No matter who it was, even if his father's sister would not answer the call, Liu Feng would naturally be the same. But it's been different since the cave incident. Tony asked J.A.R.V.S to tag Liu Feng's phone. When Liu Feng called, J.A.R.V.S would automatically connect to whatever communication device Tony was using. So Tony answered the phone and said happily to Liu Feng, Feng, thank you for reminding me before I set off, and thank you for sending someone to rescue me after I was killed. I really don't know how to repay you. Let's talk in the past, are you free now? Liu Feng asked. Tony on the other end of the phone said excitedly, definitely free, you can stop by to see my new invention. So Liu Feng drove to Tony's private villa and stopped by to see his new invention. After arriving at Tony's house, Liu Feng stood on the scanning device at the gate. After the scanning was completed, he heard the voice of J.A.R.V.S. NYPD, Mr. Liu Feng, granted access, my boss has been waiting in the basement for a long time. Liu Feng entered Tony's villa and found the entrance to the underground studio following the instructions of Jia, Li Xiao, Weiss. After entering the underground studio, I found that Tony was testing the classic red and yellow Mark battlesuit. Seeing Liu Feng coming, Tony began to introduce, this is an improved version of the armor I developed when I was in the cave. Before this one, there was a silver-white one, the Mark II, but that armor can only fly, and it's not resistant to cold. If it can't fly high enough, the armor will freeze, which is useless. As for this armor, it not only reduces the weight and will not freeze, but also strengthens some weapons such as anti-tank missiles on the arms and shotguns on the shoulders. Then when I was in the cave, I was influenced by your two subordinates. Especially that girl, I am very fascinated by the steel claws on her hands, so I am going to add vibranium, the hardest metal in the world, to cover the entire armor. This Mark III is the most perfect armor I think I have ever made. There is no perfect, you can make better ones. Liu Feng said casually. It's just that the idea of adding vibranium is quite advanced, and it's quite expensive. It's just that this last question is not a problem for a rich kid like Tony. I can do better in the future, yes? What you said is very reasonable? Ha ha ha, Liu Feng, I find that we are getting more and more compatible. Talking, Tony handed Liu Feng a glass of wine. In fact, it's not a good match, it's just that Tony likes to be praised by others. But Liu Feng didn't point it out, but took Tony's tequila politely and took a sip. Look at this armor, it is impeccable in both function and appearance. Tony boasted, very satisfied with the Mark series armor he developed. Now Tony is full of self-confidence, it is really uncomfortable not to show off, so he said to Liu Feng, if you want, I can tailor a pair for you, just tell me what you want to add, I can do it. I don't need it, I don't like wrapping myself in iron sheets. Liu Feng simply rejected Tony's offer. What's wrong with the iron skin? This configuration has weapons and can protect our bodies. After all, we are all mortal bodies. Hearing this, an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of Liu Feng's mouth. The mortal body is for ordinary people. Liu Feng really doesn't need this so-called high-tech or even a battlesuit with vibranium added. It's not. His skin is hard. If you like it, you can keep it. We have an old saying in China that a gentleman should not take what others like, and he is more valuable when he is in you. Liu Feng responded, it's just that if you continue to wear this thing, you will have to pay for it with your life after many years. Tony was puzzled when he heard this, because he could tell that Liu Feng was not joking, so he asked, what does this sentence mean? Tony became interested in his future, and Liu Feng didn't intend to hide it. In other words, he's here for it. So Liu Feng leaned on the mechanical table. Tell Tony slowly about Iron Man 123 and the Avengers Alliance and all other plots related to him. Afterwards, he would steal from the rich and give to the poor, and he would name himself Iron Man, and then slowly grow metamorphosis and become a superhero. Iron Man? What a lousy name, why would I choose this name? Tony hastily expressed his dislike for the name. Liu Feng recalled the plot of Iron Man for a while, and then said, actually, this is the name given by the reporter. When you were on the news, the reporter casually named the person in the armor Iron Man. Then you admitted that that person was you in front of the press conference, and you naturally inherited the title. This is too hasty, Tony couldn't help complaining in his heart. Tony has always believed that a superhero should have a catchy and meaningful name like Batman. But I can actually become a superhero in the future, just hearing this makes people excited? The name is not so important. Anyway, when you held a press conference 2 days ago, your secretary Xiao Jiao met a man named Dulcin. Liu Feng explained the development of the movie story to Tony. He said he was part of a special division of the Homeland Security Administration, which, as you'll learn later, was really called SHIELD. Tony's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then asked J.A.R.V.I.S to call up the person's interview records. Unexpectedly, as Liu Feng said, this person named Doerson really left a contact information and a message on Tony's side. They are looking for you because S.H.I.E.L.D is secretly forming a Superman team, and you were selected by them. Liu Feng continued. Afterwards, you meet a black marinated egg with no hair. Oh no, he is already dead. When Liu Feng mentioned this point, he suddenly changed his tune. It made Tony, who was listening to all this, even more confused. In short, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D will gather special humans like you and form a team called Avengers. Avengers, the name is quite impressive. Tony thought to himself. You will become a superhero group to fight against the supervillains who try to rule the earth and destroy mankind. Liu Feng summed it up, you will also have infighting, but every time you can fight off the villains before they destroy the world. One of the villains later became your good friend, definitely because his brother is one of your members. 17. Wait a minute, you mean, I will be a superhero in the future? Question baby Tony began to ask. We'll form a team called Avengers with other superheroes, and then go to destroy the villain and prevent the villain from destroying the world? That's right. Liu Feng nodded. Tony scratched his head, and then said directly, Liu Feng, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this story is too ridiculous. It's not like in the Superman comics, where the Justice League goes up against Darkseid and Doomsday like monsters. Liu Feng blushed slightly. Superman is standing in front of you, what is there to believe? But Liu Feng still didn't want Tony to know about it. So he shrugged his shoulders, expressing whether he believed it or not, and continued. Believe it or not, anyway, there will be alien villains one after another behind the earth, and they will make a mess of the world. Aliens. Speaking of this, Tony, a scientist, became slightly interested. So aliens really exist in the universe, and they will come to Earth soon. That's right. Seeing that Tony believed in himself a little bit, Liu Feng responded. You Avengers will fight against villains not limited to aliens, and you will end up dead at the hands of a purple sweet potato. Purple sweet potato essence? What? Tony asked. Thanos from Titan. Liu Feng explained. You just need to know that he is very strong. After collecting infinite gems on Earth, half of the people in the world disappeared. Afterwards, you desperately retrieved that half, and then fought to the death with him. In the end, you will die in his hands too. Liu Feng said unhurriedly. Definitely, your death is worthwhile, and people all over the world will mourn your death in the line of duty. Because you are the most influential superhero in the entire Avengers group, almost like Jesus. After Liu Feng finished speaking, Tony still couldn't believe it, but vaguely felt that this was a possible plot. I will become Jesus in superhero in the future. Tony Nanan said, this is really, really awesome. Tony cheered, I knew it. I knew I would achieve something in the future. This achievement is even better than my dad's. I've got to call Doerson back right now, and I'm going to tell him his Jesus is ready. Hearing this, Liu Feng shrugged his shoulders. He had already reminded Tony, then what he would do after this was completely irrelevant to him. Liu Feng will not directly interfere with Tony's decision, but will only throw another option to him. Since it is a multiple-choice question, which answer Tony chooses has little to do with Liu Feng himself. After the reminder, Liu Feng drank the tequila in the cup and prepared to leave. You already know your own destiny, it's up to you what to do next. I'll go first. Asking for flowers. Just as Liu Feng was about to leave Tony's villa, Tony called him out. At this moment, Tony has put away his naughty clothes, came to Liu Feng, and asked seriously. You said so many unbelievable things, but I still wonder about one thing. What is your real identity? I am the son of your Aunt Elena Stark, it's as simple as that. Liu Feng answered lightly. Tony, who was rejected, smacked his lips and asked again. You don't want to tell me your identity, but you can always tell me how you know these things? Can't you just satisfy my curiosity? It's not important, you just need to know that I'm your cousin, and I'm on your side. Curiosity killed the cat. Asking too much won't do you any good. After finishing speaking, Liu Feng left the villa without looking back, got into his own car, and left this place. And Tony stood where he was, until Liu Feng's car drove away, and then he said softly as if he was talking to someone. J.A.R.V.I.S, what's the result? After asking, Tony's earphones immediately heard the response from J.A.R.V.I.S. The comparison is over, sir. The results of the comparison show that Liu Feng is 97% sure that he is Superman. Hearing what J.A.R.V.I.S said, Tony's eyes flashed, and then he drank the tequila in his hand. Liu Feng returned to his territory, but did not return home. Instead, he took out his phone, flipped through the address book, and the names of the 4 beauties slid across his fingertips. Which concubine should I favor tonight? Liu Feng had difficulty choosing. At this moment, a call came from one of the 4, and the note was the judge. Liu Feng picked it up, and before he could speak, a cold and beautiful voice came from the other end of the phone, whose words made people think. I miss you, come to me, I've finished taking a shower. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, indicating that there was no need to choose. But this little girl is quite good, she actually knows to take a bath in advance. It seems that the judge just looked cold, but in fact it was full of contrast. With a twist of the steering wheel, Liu Feng headed directly to the judge's residence. After finishing, Liu Feng lit a cigarette and looked at the judge who was as lazy as a kitten. Liu Feng couldn't help teasing and said, "What, you fell in love with me?" "Yes, I really like it." The tattooed female judge said this sentence with a blank face, which is quite straightforward. "But I won't be able to accompany you for the next few days." The judge stretched his waist, sat on the bed, and said, "I have something to deal with at the golf table." Liu Feng joked, "Why? The golf table asked you to apologize to others. Since the creation of the golf table, I have only apologized and humbled to you alone, and there will be no next person." The judge said this as a compliment or helplessness, and then changed his mind and said, "Originally this is an internal matter of our Assassin's Guild, but if you want to know, I can also tell you." Liu Feng shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if you listen to it as a story." So the judge said unhurriedly, "The golf table asked me to deal with an ace killer in the organization. Over the years, he has never failed every assassination mission, and because he killed the object codenamed Night Demon, he inherited the name of Night Demon. His name is John Wick." Listening to the judge's description, it seems that the story of John Wick is about to unfold, and what the tattooed girl is talking about is the male protagonist. Liu Feng said to the judge as if he had never heard of this name. "This guy sounds pretty powerful, why did the people at the golf table deal with him? He was already retired, and the people at the golf table promised him a good life. After all, according to the agreement, he completed the impossible task, that is, killed the man named Night Demon." The judge said. After that his wife died, which caused him to get depressed and to have a fight with his superior's son over a dog. He's going to come out of the rivers and lakes and kill him right away. Up to this point, the golf table doesn't care about him. But in the end, because he had a conflict with his own token holder and killed someone in the Continental Hotel, he was expelled from the Killer Guild and wanted. Now, his bounty has reached a total of $14 million, and he has become the most wanted target of all killer organizations. Liu Feng nodded, thinking back, this should be the 3rd episode of John Wick. The next thing to unfold is the hero John Wick, who started to kill the killers who came to assassinate but actually sent them to death. The judge put on his clothes while talking. "Anyway, I was ordered by the golf table. I'm going to have to go to Winston at the Continental now and question him about why John Wick is still alive. After all, John Wick killed the token holder in front of him at the Continental Hotel. If Winston had been willing, John Wick would have died long ago. So I'm going to judge him and give Winston a week at most to get rid of John Wick, or remove him as his successor." Hearing this, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, 23. "John Wick isn't going to die, he's no match for anyone in your Killers Guild." Hearing this, the judge directly refuted. "It's absolutely impossible. No matter how strong John Wick's assassination ability is, there is only one person, and the killer organization has tens of thousands of killers all over the world. So John will definitely die, it's only a matter of time." The judge said so, and he was completely different from Liu Feng when he was in bed. "But he is the strongest among you, isn't he?" Liu Feng said unhurriedly. "No amount of cockroaches can trip an elephant." The judge stepped forward and touched Liu Feng's face, but said with a blank expression, "Liu Feng, I adore and admire you very much, but John Wick is really not worth mentioning. He is far worse than you." Seeing that the judge was so stubborn, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth excitedly and said, "Why don't we make a bet? Bet on whether John will die or not." "What's the bet?" The judge frowned. Liu Feng said while touching the judge, "If I win, from now on, you have to use the back." Hearing this, the judge was shocked, because she had never done this before, and she had always told Liu Feng that she would definitely not do this. But the character of the judge is so strong, she does not believe that John Wick single-handedly can fight against the entire killer organization. So the judge gritted his teeth and agreed, "Liu, yes, but if I win you will be my slave for a day." The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, thinking that this little girl is quite good at playing. It seems that women who are conquered by themselves also want to conquer themselves. But Liu Feng had already learned about the development of the plot, and said, "Okay, then it's a deal, it's what we say. You will lose badly, New York Light." The judge touched Liu Feng's face, and then left the hotel. After the judge left, Liu Feng poured a glass of whiskey by the bed, took a sip, shook the ice cubes in the glass, and said, "Judger, how do you stupid woman understand how terrifying John Wick is? He is a man of faith and will." Liu Feng understood that everything John Wick did was not simply for the dogs or for the house to be burned down. What he wants is to place other meanings under these things, and if someone destroys these things, he destroys his belief. So he has to make the other party pay for this, regardless of the consequences. This is similar to Liu Feng, that's why Liu Feng appreciates John so much. The other side. In the Assassin's Guild, several women with tattoos all over their body are dealing with the profits and various files brought by the Assassin's Guild. In one corner, a staff member received a call from a superior. Immediately following the instructions, on the reward board, the staff offered John a reward of $15 million. Such news spread across the killer's mobile phones across the country, and the judge came to Winston's location to warn. After warning Winston, the Inquisitor came to Bully Street again and found the leader of the killer guild, which was similar to the beggar gang. The judge continued to speak in a threatening tone to Winston. "According to the instructions of the golf table, I will give you 7 days. After 7 days, if John Wick does not die, you have to abdicate." Afterwards, the leader of the beggar gang said that he would never abdicate, because Polly Street had become one with him. Half a day later, the judge came to the territory of the gypsy gang in Maziguo again, because John Wick was here asking for help. And the judge representing the golf table taught his subordinates a lesson for the gypsy boss who protected John Wick. Leave after the lesson is over. At this time, the judge was inexplicably panicked, because he thought John Wick would die within a day at most. As a result, John Wick escaped with the help of other forces. It is not known where he fled to now. She fantasizes about losing her bet. The body reacts. On the other side, at Liu Feng's house, Quicksilver and Wanda were sitting around the dining table. Both of them looked serious, as if they were discussing something. Seeing that his sister was silent, Quicksilver continued. "Anyway, that's the way it is now. At the college, although the military that hunted down mutant hasn't appeared in the past 6 months, the students still don't have enough food and clothing. There are also people who are getting more and more difficult to control their own power, often out of control, and no one is looking after them." Listening to the description of her younger brother Quicksilver, Wanda also frowned, and responded, "Now Mutant Academy is not as good as before, and I am the only one in charge of these things in the academy, and I am a bit powerless. So are you going to abdicate?" Quicksilver asked. Wanda responded hastily, "No, definitely not. Since I am the Dean of Mutant Academy now, I will take on the responsibility of protecting everyone." As Wanda said, Wanda now replaces Professor X as the Dean of Mutant College. She didn't tell Liu Feng these things, and every time she secretly went to Mutant College to take care of the students under the guise of a business trip. Because the old generation of mutants were dead or wounded, there are only a few old mutants left in the Mutant Academy. Except for the old mutants like Shadowcat and Radiant Eye who act as mentors, most of the academy is a new generation of mutants. And because the academy has been hunted and suppressed by the military, it has no choice but to transfer its location to the Virgin Forest. In short, as long as I am Wanda, I will not give up on everyone. I will pass later. Wanda said. Quicksilver nodded and said, "Then I'll go there first, sister." Quicksilver walked over to open the door, unexpectedly found Liu Feng was already standing at the door. Quicksilver was stunned, and before he could speak, Liu Feng was the first to smile and ask, "Pietro is here? Why don't you sit down for a while?" Quicksilver breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Liu Feng hadn't heard his conversation with Wanda. But in the face of Liu Feng's polite words, Quicksilver also hesitated, not knowing what to say. After all, he is just an otaku who likes to stay at home and play video games, at most, an otaku with super abilities. Seeing this, Wanda helped Quicksilver to respond. "My brother said he was going to go out to attend a party, and I happened to be on a business trip, so I planned to give her a ride. My husband, who will be back in a few days." Wanda said goodbye. Liu Feng replied, "All right, be careful on the road." After the two left, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say much. Liu Feng took off his coat comfortably and lay on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly remembered the bet he made with the judge. He smiled again, ready to wait for the next upswing. 7 days later, the judge came to the Continental Hotel. John Wick and Winston, who were missing fingers, looked at each other. At the moment John Wick has traveled to Egypt to receive a pardon. 410 on the premise that he kills Winston, and so does Winston. The judge came to the two of them unhurriedly and asked, "Winston, have you decided to abdicate?" Winston shook his head and kept turning his arms back. The judge looked at John again. "What about you? Have you decided to shoot Winston in the head?" John, who had fought all the way here, glanced at Winston and replied, "I don't think so." "Very good." The judge turned around and called the staff of the Assassin's Guild, requesting that the Continental Hotel be shut down. "The Continental Hotel has been shut down, and now you can do business here," the judge said coldly. "Since Winston has refused to abdicate and you, John Wick, have refused a direct order from the table, your lives will be forfeited. Envoys to the table arrive now to examine the process of your soul being ripped from your body. Die, gentlemen." After saying this, the judge left without looking back. John Wick glanced at Winston. "Do I still have any services from the Continental Hotel?" Due to the special situation of the hotel now, the hotel is reopened to you, John, so what do you need? Winston. John Wick replied unhurriedly, the more guns, the better. The judge sat in the car downstairs of the hotel, watching the envoy killers sent by the golf table rush to the Continental Hotel one by one. The judge in the car listened to what happened in the hotel, and all kinds of wailing and gunshots emerged one after another. But there are still killers going up, batch after batch. This means that John Wick is still alive. Instead, they killed batch after batch of killers. The judge panicked again. Is John Wick really that invincible? After one night, the Inquisitor received a call from Winston. Winston on the other end of the phone asked the judge to go to the rooftop to reconcile. You know this is just the first wave, and the table is still constantly staffed. The judge sitting on the chair closed his eyes. As long as you don't surrender, we can go on like this forever. Hearing this, Winston frowned and said, are you sure that a protracted war is the best way forward? There won't be any protracted war. The judge said coldly, the Continental Hotel will definitely be destroyed. Oh, don't get me wrong, you can take the Continental Hotel away at any time, I have no problem with it at all. Winston changed his pen, but keeping him is a completely different thing, and my support is far more than that building. I represent the golf table. What are you? The judge said fiercely. The golf table is naturally the supreme law, Winston said, so I plan to choose a smarter method to ease the tiny conflicts between us. What do you want, Winston? Asked the Inquisitor. Winston glanced at the balcony door, and then replied, I ask the golf table to restore my power and let me regain control of the Continental Hotel. Under the golf table, the judge asked. Yeah, the table is the center of everything, of course, and I'm always the owner of the table. Winston said sincerely, I will renew my oath of allegiance to the golf table and do anything for the golf table to show my loyalty. At this time, John Wick also finished solving the last killer and stepped onto the rooftop. Looking at the scene in front of him, John couldn't believe it. What are you doing, Winston? Don't you tell me you intend to make peace with the table. The judge glanced at John Wick, remembered the order from the golf table, and remembered his bet with Liu Feng. The latter put too much pressure on the judge, and the bet was too tempting, so the judge said, okay, the golf table can restore your power. The premise is to kill John Wick. Winston glanced at John and said, I'll do anything for the golf table. Winston opened his hands, walked to Liu Feng and said, definitely includes killing John Wick. After speaking, Winston fired directly, but John blocked it with his bulletproof suit. Winston, what are you doing? We have an appointment. Winston ignored John's words and continued to shoot, suppressing with firepower. John, who blocked with his suit, was forced to the wall just like that. Finally fell off the tall building. The judge walked over, looked at John who fell motionless on the ground, and said, very good sir, the Continental Hotel is now reopening, goodbye. John Wick finally died? The judge was extremely excited. It doesn't matter whether it's the golf table task or Liu Feng's bet, I have completed them all. Liu Feng, you have dominated me so many times, this time it's my turn to dominate you? Watching the back of the judge leaving, the black receptionist next to Winston said softly, good acting, boss. The corners of Winston's mouth turned up, but he didn't say much. The judge looked calm on the outside, but was actually excited inside. But what she didn't know was that John Wick, who fell off the tall building, had disappeared anywhere downstairs. The judge was extremely excited, seeing that the time was almost up, and before he had time to announce the completion of the task to the golf table, he drove to the vicinity of the New York police station, waiting for Liu Feng to get off work. When Liu Feng was about to go home, he was stunned when he saw the judge in the car looking at him. I thought this little girl was too proactive, thinking about these things before she got off work. Liu Feng walked over, and before he could speak, the judge said first, I won. Liu Feng became interested, raised his eyebrows, and asked, you're talking about the bet about the ace killer John Wick. That's right, he's dead. The judge still looked at Liu Feng expressionlessly. According to the bet, you will be my slave for a day, and I will whip you hard, conquer you, and make you beg for mercy all day long. Hearing this, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and replied, although what you said is very attractive, but unfortunately, I don't like being dominated by others. You mean, you want to go back on your word? The judge asked with a frown. She did not expect Liu Feng to repent, and definitely Liu Feng did not repent, but instead asked him, are you sure you won? Let me put it another way, are you sure John Wick is dead? The judge looked confused and said, I watched him fall from the Continental Hotel. Where's the corpse? Have you checked it? Liu Feng asked provocatively. Seeing that the judge was silent, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, get in my car and I'll take you to see what's going on. After the judge got into the car, Liu Feng took the judge to the site of the underground black market leader, who is also the leader of the beggar gang similar to the Huaxia beggar gang. When Liu Feng led the judges to the site of the leader of the beggar gang, in the empty palace of the beggar gang, Bo Weirui, the leader of the beggar gang, was sitting on a golden seat, and in front of him was the scarred John Wick. Bowery supported his body with crutches, walked to John Wick's side, and began to complain. That goddamn golf table, I hacked 7 times, under the golf table is the place to do these stupid things. And they will find that if there is a knife to a king, it is better to stab the Chinese book in the heart. Now the king is not dead, the king is very angry, now I ask you John, are you angry? The scarred John got up and said fiercely, definitely. The two set out to exact revenge on the golf table, which will be the plot of John Wick 4. However, just after the two finished talking, a burst of applause gradually came from the door. Hearing the applause, Bowery and John were shocked, especially Bowery. He was the most shocked. This is his own territory? Who would dare to be so arrogant? He secretly thought in disbelief. It wasn't until they saw the judge and a tall and mighty man with an Asian face standing beside her that they were truly stunned. I was very angry just after I said it, and when I made an appointment with that person another day, the next second he came to your site with applause, ready to make you up, and no one will be deceived. The two exchanged winks, and Bowery moved his body slightly, preparing to take out the 911 pistol that had been hidden for a long time from under the throne. As long as he got the pistol and handed it to John, everything would be resolved. The two have already started discussing how to deal with Liu Feng and the judge, but fortunately Liu Feng does not intend to be hostile to these two, otherwise Bowery's move just now Liu Feng found out and then he is dead. So Liu Feng said, "You two gentlemen, don't get excited, I'm not here to kill you, and I'm not a member of your killer union. It's best not to try to get a gun, you don't know what I'm capable of, but I'm not going to do it." Hearing these words, Bowery silently withdrew his hand from touching the gun. Liu Feng walked forward and said, "I am from the New York Police Department. Maybe you have heard my name. My name is Liu Feng." John, who has been retired for a long time, is still very confused, while Bowery, a know-it-all, shows a surprised expression. "Are you the one called the Light of New York, Liu Feng?" John was still confused. Could this person be a copy of himself in the police world? Seeing that John was still puzzled, Bowery reminded him, a few months ago, the Assassin's Guild offered a reward to him, and within 3 days, the reward was withdrawn immediately, without any reason, and he even had to apologize. "Ah, it's you?" John recalled. At that time, John was still enjoying his retirement life with his girlfriend, but he also noticed that Liu Feng disappeared after the bounty offer, and he thought he had been assassinated. In the end, the truth turned out to be that the golf table lifted Liu Feng's bounty and lost money. This was the first time John had seen such a situation in his life, and he looked at the man who also had Chinese blood in amazement. After all, a killer of John's level never misses, let alone the bizarre incident of apologizing after being lifted from the bounty. Bowery looked at Liu Feng and the judge, and guessed, it seems that the New York police were also bribed by the golf table. "For someone like you, I'm curious how much money the table paid to let you join them." "By me? The golf table doesn't have the qualifications yet." Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, "If you think I'm with the golf table because I'm standing with the judge, then you are wrong." As Liu Feng said, he put his arms around the judge's waist, and said, "The one standing here is only my lover, and has no working relationship." Hearing this, both of them were dumbfounded, and Bowery shouted directly in surprise, "This frigidity who hacked me 7 times is your lover." After finishing speaking, Bowery's eyes showed shock, as if to say, "This kind of woman can handle it. Brother, you are so fierce." It was John who asked the most critical question. "You are not from the golf table, nor are you from the killer union, so what are you? In order to make someone's pie suffer." When Liu Feng said this, the judge beside him trembled slightly. Feeling the judge's reaction, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and continued, "By the way, come here to solve your 2 problems." "You mean, you're just killing us out of justice?" John Wick asked. "John, can you not get old? Get Zhao, is killing, and a civilized society needs civilization." Talking about civilization to the killer, both of them were dumbfounded. Liu Feng continued, "I plan to take you 2 in. You guys will build a house near the New York police station in the future. In my territory, people from the golf table and the killer organization will not dare to touch you two." "What about the golf table?" the judge beside Liu Feng asked quickly. "What should I do?" "Just like what you just told me, the mission is completed and John Wick is dead," Liu Feng said. The judge looked nervous and replied, "If the golf table finds out about this in the future, I will definitely be tortured to death. Your back will be tortured to death tonight." Liu Feng patted the judge's face, and continued, "Follow me, and the people on the golf table will not dare to touch you, understand?" Hearing this, the judge could only nod his head. Then Liu Feng looked at John and Bowery, the leader of the beggar gang, and asked, "How is it? Has it been decided?" The two looked at each other, and then agreed. After all, John is just for retirement, and it would be nice to have a place to retire with the dog. But Bowery thought that Liu Feng's ability was so strong that he might be able to beat the golf table, so he planned to wait for the opportunity. In this way, the matter of the killer union came to an end. Except for the Inquisitor, no one else suffered that much. Definitely, after a long time of pain, it will turn into stimulation and pleasure. Osborne Industrial Laboratories, New York, the United States. There are more than 32,000 kinds of spiders in the world, and they are divided into 3 categories under the order Arania. Peter Parker, his friend Ned, and his classmates came to visit Osborne Company. Looking at the strange inventions along the way, Ned and Peter were extremely surprised. "Oh my god, that's the most famous electron microscope on the West Coast. I can't believe I'm here to see it. Look, there's another one. Intelligent AI bionic arm, just need programming to realize any quick operation. Whoa, what's this? Flight controller? Look Peter, it's a flight controller from Osborne Industries." Visiting Peter and Ned here is like seeing a new Lego model and dancing with excitement. The other students looked bored. Obviously this is not their favorite place to come. They don't even understand how Peter and Ned are so excited. Maybe this is the romance of tech nerds. The leading teacher continued to explain the spider. All of these spiders have a unique ability to help them find food. Take this spider native to Australia, which has an extraordinary leap to help it catch its prey. Peter was fascinated by what he heard. Seeing that the spider in the display box leaped 4 or 5 times the distance of the spider's originally file size, Peter pushed his glasses and couldn't help admiring. It's amazing. What? Parker, you actually think that such a spider is not as big as your palm? Hearing Peter's exclamation, Flash taunted Parker loudly. Those who think spiders are powerful? What a waste you are? Ha ha ha. Flash's ridicule also successfully aroused the laughter of the surrounding students, and Peter was at a loss for what to do in the face of this scene. Looking left and right like a primary school student who made a mistake, he hesitated and said, No, I think. Since Flash thinks the spider is weak, do you dare to reach out and give that spider a bite? Xiao Hipang directly helped Peter vent his anger and retorted in this way, or are you actually no match for a spider? Flash was stunned speechless, and the people around him also managed to transfer the laughing point to Chu Pingxi, who was more embarrassing than Peter at first. Little black fat Ned managed to relieve Peter of the embarrassment once again. Peter stepped forward and hugged Ned. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would become the laughing stock of my classmates again after dinner. It's okay, Peter. What else do we need to thank? Flash is an asshole. If you don't scold him, it will get worse. Ned put his arms around Peter's shoulders and said, and I also think spiders are handsome and cool, but that idiot Flash doesn't understand anything. 11. The two were chatting and suddenly saw a figure passing by. It was another little black girl, but it was Lissai, Peter's dream lover. Seeing this, Ned poked Peter with his elbow and said, Come on, go talk to her, ask her out. Crazy? I don't want to go, you go by yourself. Peter directly declined. Seeing this, Ned couldn't help it, so he patted Peter on the shoulder to let him watch and deal with it, and then went to look at other things. Peter looked at the little black girl Liz, then took out his glasses and wiped them, then took a deep breath, and walked over. At this time, Peter didn't even notice that there was a red spider crawling in the spider web on the ceiling above his head. Peter himself knew that it would be a bit frivolous to strike up a conversation with a girl directly like this. So Peter took out the camera he had prepared for a long time, and said, Hi Liz, can I take a picture of you? Peter? Oh, definitely yes. In order not to make Liz suspicious, Peter quickly found an excuse. It's because my aunt wants to see my daily life, so every time I go to a new place, I will take pictures of my aunt. Liz suddenly realized, and the expression on her face was not as embarrassing and tense as before. Peter secretly celebrated in his heart, and then began to take pictures of the goddess of his dreams, aiming, and putting his finger on the shutter. Just when Peter was about to press the shutter, the red spider on the ceiling also fell on the back of his neck. Then Peter pressed the shutter, and at this moment, the spider on the back of Peter's neck also opened its mouth and bit down. Peter directly stretched out his hand to pat. Looking at the dead body of the spider, Peter was stunned. Wow, what is this? Peter? What's wrong with you? The little black girl Liz asked with concern. In order to take pictures of the beauties, Peter did not mention this matter. It's nothing, a mosquito, let's continue to take pictures. After the viewing activity was over, the students left one after another. Peter also bid farewell to Ned and got on the subway to go home. On the subway, Peter had already started to feel that something was wrong. His head was groggy, and his hands and feet didn't feel like his own. I vaguely felt that spikes were about to grow on my hands and feet, and felt that everything around me became extremely noisy and slow. On the subway, Peter's high school classmate Flash found Peter asleep, so he took a bottle of drink and decided to play tricks on him. Just when Fresh's drink almost touched Peter, Peter with his eyes closed slapped him flying. Flash was sprinkled all over by the drink, and directly scolded, You fucking pretended to sleep, didn't you? Just as he was about to slap him, Peter suddenly reached out and grabbed Flash's hand, opened his eyes and punched him. At this scene, both of them were dumbfounded. The United States, the White House, at the commendation ceremony. Liu Feng sat in the auditorium in a formal dress, beside his wife Wanda. The auditorium was full, and Wanda was inexplicably flustered at first. But sitting next to her is a man who can make those around her feel full of security. So he slowly returned to normal, and whispered in Liu Feng's ear, I've never been in the same venue with so many high-level people. Definitely, the appearance of mutant in so many high-level locations means that an assassination or threat is about to be carried out, Liu Feng secretly thought. Then Liu Feng patted Wanda's hand and comforted him, Don't worry, the protagonist tonight is me, and they are all supporting. Surrounded by flashing lights from various reporters, CDCF, the President of the United States, Trump, revealed the identities of tonight's awards. Then next, we invite our New York Police Department Sheriff Liu Feng, who is known as the Light of New York, to give us a round of applause. Under the intense applause, Liu Feng walked onto the stage slowly, and Chuan Pu personally put on the Medal of Honor for Liu Feng, and said, Liu Feng, you are worthy of the name of the Light of New York. Since you took office, the crime rate in New York has continued to decline, and there have been almost no murders, making New York the city with the lowest crime rate in the history of the United States. Thank you for your dedication. In addition to the Medal of Honor, the White House will also donate a $50 million encouragement fund to the New York Police Department. I hope you will continue to work hard. The future of New York depends on you. After finishing speaking, Chuan Piyu shook hands with Liu Feng, and then asked Liu Feng to give an acceptance speech, and said a few words casually. Thank you for the honor given by the president, and thank you for your praise of me, Liu Feng. I don't think I am the light of New York. I am just a people's policeman representing justice. Thank you. After speaking, Liu Feng stepped off the stage, followed by Chuan Piyu's 2 to 3 hour long bullying, and the ceremony ended perfectly. Liu Feng walked out of the White House, and the police officers stood at the gate, all admiring and envious of the fact that Liu Feng was honored by the White House, and at the same time feeling grateful for having such a good boss. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Liu Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, "Okay, I'm so happy today. Tonight, all the staff will have a holiday and find a place to eat, drink and have fun. I will reimburse you." After Liu Feng finished speaking, the audience cheered, and everyone in the police station began to eat, drink and have fun in such an atmosphere. The United States, New York, Queens. Great gifts yet to eat, great gifts yet to eat. In front of the mirror in his own room, Peter constantly swears to express his surprise. Peter has been in a daze since the spider bite, and now he finally sees what's wrong with him. Starting from the body, the senses become extremely sensitive, the hearing range of the ears is wider, and my myopia is also directly restored, without wearing glasses of any degree. Peter, who has never exercised, also had a perfect figure overnight, interpreting a state of dressing and undressing to show flesh, and his fists became more powerful, and most importantly, he can climb? Like a gecko or a spider, he can easily climb to any surface with friction through his clothes. Peter is very excited now, because he feels that he is so strong now that he punched Flash in the subway and sent him to the hospital, which made Aunt May teach him a lesson for a long time. At this moment, Peter inadvertently saw the flyer of the boxing match that had been stuffed into his school bag at some point. Win an underground boxing match and win $20,000, win 3 times and double it, the accumulation is more and more, there is no upper limit. Peter looked at the flyer, then at his casserole-sized fist, gritted his teeth, and said, "Give him a vote." Unlike other fighters who have to train before the competition, Peter only needs to do one thing when he participates in the boxing competition. Just get a dress to hide your true identity. So he began to immerse himself in the design, and finally designed the classic red and blue cotton tights on the 3rd day. Peter came to the underground boxing match and found the registration point to register. The aunt who registered directly smiled and said, "I don't have a featherweight wrestler like you here, you can go to another place." No, I don't fight by star rating, anyway, just get me in, I can fight anyone." After Peter said so, the aunt shrugged and said, "Okay, anyway." He signed the life and death certificate, and it has nothing to do with us if he was killed. On the boxing ring, looking at the wrestlers who won 7 games in a row, the host began to liven up the atmosphere. Our Bonesaw McGraw sent away another victim. Who is next? Can the next victim defeat the Bonesaw McGraw and get the accumulated $100,000? Let us have the next one player. The host stepped back slightly to the front of Peter, who was about to appear on stage, and asked, "Young man, what's your nickname?" Peter behind the curtain cleared his throat and responded, "My name is a humanoid spider." "What the hell? Humanoid spider? That's it? You just think of this rubbish name." The host couldn't help but complain. "Yeah, I think it's pretty cool." Peter responded silently. "Human-shaped spider, the name." The host directly scolded, "It's so shameless and stupid." The host is a professional atmosphere activist, and mentioning this rubbish name to the audience will affect the atmosphere. So the host directly ignored Peter's own name, picked up the microphone again and said to the audience, "The next person who will fight McGraw in the ring is the most famous god of war in New York, the fantasy partner of women, and the lifelong idol of men." Audience friends. The host succeeded, mobilized the atmosphere to the climax. Let's have this agility, strength, skill, the extraordinary Spider-Man. The curtain was opened, and Peter, who was wearing a red and blue uniform similar to pajamas, appeared in front of the audience. Extraordinary Spider-Man. At this moment, Peter murmured in a dazed voice, "I've already said that I'm a humanoid spider." But seeing the high voices from the audience, it seems that everyone likes the name, so Peter quickly accepted it. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Spider-Man is Spider-Man, the word extraordinary is too pretending, so let's delete it. Peter just accepted his name and stepped onto the stage step by step. In the aisle, there were muscular women from the opposite camp, the so-called Bonesaw McGraw. They all took the microphone and constantly taunted Peter from head to toe. "Bonesaw McGraw will tear you to shreds, you ignorant little piece of shit. You're nothing. The Bonesaw will rip out your 8 skinny legs. What, Spider-Man? You're a loser. The Bonesaw will eat you alive, little man. I hope you brought your mother over here, because in 2 minutes you will be looking for her all over the world. Please let your mother comfort your good-for-nothing." Peter ignored the group of muscular girls, and also ignored the brainless audience in the audience who looked down on Peter and threw things at him. But Peter's eyes still fell on the player who was hammered badly by the so-called Bonesaw McGraw in the last match. At this moment the contestant was lying on a stretcher, yelling heart-piercingly, "My legs? I can't feel my legs anymore. Quick, take me to the hospital." At this moment, Peter felt a little flustered. After all, he was just a high school student who had never fought. But feeling the changes in his body and the power it brings, Peter still decided to fight head-on. So under the cheers and cheers of the audience for the bone saw, Peter jumped over the rope and entered it. As soon as he stepped into the arena, he saw a large iron frame slowly falling from the top of the arena, and it opened into 4 pieces during the falling process. The moment it landed on the arena, it directly surrounded the entire arena, becoming an octagonal cage. Now Peter couldn't hold back anymore, and hurried to the sidelines and shouted, "Well, man, you must have made a mistake. I'm signing up for a boxing match, not this steel cage match, bro. Let me out. You're making a mistake." The bone saw McGraw behind Peter gave a disdainful smile, and then directly said harshly, "You can't go anywhere, you little freak." Peter turned around slowly, and saw the big man with terrifying muscles all over his body staring at him with disdain. Peter subconsciously swallowed his saliva. This scene was seen by the bone saw, which aroused his interest. 3 minutes, it only takes 3 minutes. The bone saw McGraw began to stretch out his hands, making a gesture to tease the children. "I can make you bruise all over, let you kneel begging for mercy and kneel to find your mother, let me have fun, you little trash." The moment Bone Saw McGraw finished speaking, a 3-minute countdown was lit above the auditorium. It was only at this time that Peter understood that the rule of this iron cage match is that he only needs to survive for 3 minutes to win. "Come on, Peter. You can do it. You can last 3 minutes," Peter said to himself. Going to McGraw, a bone saw who doesn't talk too much, after mocking Peter, he rushed over to give Peter a bear hug. Peter panicked, but his super spider telepathy still allowed him to see the opponent's movements clearly, and then jumped lightly. In the next second, Peter found himself hanging directly on the top of the iron cage, and his hands were firmly stuck to the iron cage as if glued. Peter was very pleasantly surprised, remembering the mockery of McGraw the bone saw just now. Peter also imitated the other party and responded, "Woohoo, your blouse is pretty, did your husband sew it for you? You little brat, you're dead." McGraw, the bone saw, was furious, and went straight up to catch the dick, intending to shake Peter off. Seeing this, Peter threw himself into the air and kicked McGraw on the head of the bone saw. Bone Saw McGraw shook his head to regain his composure, then stepped forward to shake his fist at Peter. Die, little bastard. You wait to suffer." Under McGraw's serial combination of left uppercut and right uppercut, Peter relied on the spider's reaction to dodge flexibly and cleverly. Then he stumbled, and McGraw fell directly in front of Peter. Peter was overjoyed, he had never been so happy in his life. Just as Peter was about to pursue the victory, McGraw, who didn't talk about martial arts, directly reached out and took out an iron rod from the corner and swung it at Peter. "You use weapons? You don't talk about martial arts, you." Peter reached out and blocked the blow with his arm. But the pain caused him to temporarily lose the spider telepathy's ability, which made McGraw chase many times with an iron rod. In the end, Peter was hit with a stick in the back. Peter couldn't help but said, "My back." After Peter fell to the ground, an angry McGraw prepared to kill Peter with a headshot. At the critical moment, Peter kicked it directly. This kick made McGraw tremble all over. "You boy." McGraw didn't believe it, and then rushed to fuck Peter. Unexpectedly, Peter still kicked. With the strong wind, he stretched his legs vigorously, and it was a deadly triple kick. In the end, McGraw fell down because he was kicked in the same place continuously by Peter, and the audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The referee hurriedly stepped forward to check McGraw's condition. "Bone Saw McGraw, are you okay? Can you hear me?" After finding that McGraw could no longer respond to himself, the referee made a gesture to the host, indicating that McGraw, the bone saw, could no longer move. The host immediately announced, "Bone Saw McGraw loses consciousness and can't fight anymore." Audience friends, this game is won by Spider-Man. Peter, who was wearing a mask, laughed from ear to ear, and cheered like a child, "I won." Afterwards, under the active atmosphere of the host and the audience, Peter came to the backstage financial department to get the money. In front of the staff of the finance department, the other party took out several stacks of banknotes, counted out 10 $100 bills and placed them in front of Peter. Peter was still smiling, waiting for the middle-aged man in the finance department to continue to give money, but he glanced at Peter and said angrily, "Go, let's see." "What? That's all?" Peter was confused, his smile froze, and he asked, "Are you mistaken, sir? You said that if you win this game, you will get $10,000. Asking for flowers. Have you figured out the rules, brat?" The middle-aged man looked at Peter impatiently, and then said, "The rule says to fight against a player who has won consecutively, hold on for 3 minutes, or beat him. But it's good for you. You just kicked McGraw and sent him to the hospital and still haven't woken up. We lost so much money, it's not bad to give you 1,000, get out of here." The middle-aged man was about to send Peter away. "What? Don't bring such fun? Please sir, I really need this money," Peter begged. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man heard the words, snorted coldly, and replied, "What's the matter with me?" Peter clenched his fist, but didn't say much. Instead he walked towards the door with the $1,000. At this time, Peter suddenly passed by a man with a hood on his head and a gun in his hand, and witnessed the man pointing the gun at the forehead of a middle-aged man in the finance department, said, "Pay all the money, take it out." The robbers did this and carried out a robbery in front of Peter, but Peter remained indifferent. Until the police arrived and the robbers were about to run away, Peter was still standing in front of the robbers. "Stop his kid, don't let him get away," the police said. Peter looked at the robber, recalling the tone of the middle-aged man just now in his mind, still indifferent. The robber escaped and thanked Peter, but the police reprimanded Peter one step too late. What are you doing? You let him go. But the police couldn't scold the high school student too much, so they left. The man from the finance department came to Peter and said, "With your power, you can clearly subdue him without any effort, but you let him escape like this." The corners of Peter's mouth rose, and there was hatred in his eyes. What the hell does it matter to me? Peter was extremely relieved, and left the underground boxing match in a comfortable mood. As a result, as soon as he went out, Peter heard the siren. Looking at the street again, 4 or 5 police cars have all been dispatched, and there is still a crowd of people not far away. Peter felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and then went to join in the fun at the crowded place. After pushing away the crowd to understand the situation, Peter was stunned, because his uncle had been shot and fell to the ground, dying. "Ben Uncle." Peter stepped forward to hold Ben Uncle's hand. "Peter." Ben Uncle opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he could say everything beautifully, and he lost consciousness. Peter looked at all this, his eyes widened, tears kept streaming out. At this moment, a hand was lightly placed on his shoulder. Peter turned his head slightly, and saw the person who came, Liu Feng. Mr. Liu Feng. Peter still remembers meeting Liu Feng when he was working part-time in a pizzeria, but now he is not in any mood to reminisce. Liu Feng patted Peter on the back to comfort him, and Peter, who was in tears, wanted to say more. "Mr. Liu Feng, my uncle, he is my uncle." "I know," Liu Feng said gently and solemnly. "I'm going to catch the culprit that caused all of this." After speaking, Liu Feng asked the police officers to appease Peter and deal with the matter of uncle as soon as possible, and he drove into the car. According to the report of the police officers who were tracking, Liu Feng had already pinpointed the location of the robber, indicating that he ran into the unfinished building. A trace of ferocity flashed in Liu Feng's eyes, and then he stepped on the accelerator and chased one in the direction of the criminal. Alarms filled the streets and alleys, and the robber who shot and killed Peter Ben Uncle sneaked into the unfinished building. He poked out in the dark, and couldn't help but feel scared. After all, this was the first time in his life that he shot someone, and he didn't intend to kill someone. "Maid? How bad? I have already robbed the money. If it wasn't for that stupid old man blocking my way, I would have escaped long ago." The robber was still cursing Peter's uncle, and the voice naturally reached Liu Feng, who has super hearing. Liu Feng, who drove a private car, arrived at the destination, entered the unfinished building, and approached the robbers step by step in the darkness. When other policemen enter this kind of place, they have to draw their guns to test, ready to punish the robbers at any time. But Liu Feng doesn't need a gun at all, and in this kind of place, Liu Feng doesn't have to suppress his super ability anymore. Originally, he just wanted to sell little Spider-Man as a favor to go through the motions. Unexpectedly, the robber's inner monologue was so arrogant. It's impossible not to give this robber a good lesson. The robbers in the darkness heard the footsteps of Liu Feng, the man of steel, and gradually backed away timidly. The robber didn't know that Liu Feng, who had thermal vision, had already spotted him. Liu Feng observed his every move like an open book exam, looking at his funny and ignorant appearance. 560. The robbers noticed that Liu Feng was nearby, and he didn't want to kill Taizi, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Go to hell." The robbers seized the opportunity, thinking that they were preemptive and shot directly. Bang! The flames lit up, illuminating Liu Feng in front of him. The robbers were overjoyed when they hit, but Liu Feng was still walking. "What's the situation?" "Missed." Bang! The robbers continued to shoot, this time aiming at Liu Feng's chest. And this time, he finally saw with his own eyes what happened to the first shot, because the bullet was directly bounced off Liu Feng's body. "Fuck. What the fuck are you?" Liu Feng walked up to the robber, grabbed the robber's neck and lifted him effortlessly. The robber looked at Liu Feng in horror, but Liu Feng threw him out of the 3rd floor without looking at him directly. The robber was thrown out of the window by Liu Feng, and when he fell to the ground, he was still in a dazed state. But it was followed by pain from both legs, and the robber's legs were almost useless when his feet fell to the ground. "What the hell is this?" The robber hadn't finished scolding his mother, but the next second he saw Liu Feng coming out of the unfinished building. How could this person go downstairs so fast? Could it be that he is? Before the robber could finish guessing, Liu Feng kicked him unconscious. That way people will only think you're talking about being affected by a concussion. Liu Feng handcuffed the robber, then threw him into the car with one hand, and then drove to the scene to have the robber taken away. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker sat on the side of the street, looking dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. Liu Feng came and sat down beside Peter, with a hot barbecue pizza next to him. He said, "Pizza, I don't know what flavor you like, but barbecue should be right." "Thank you, Mr. Liu Feng, but I don't have any appetite right now." Little Spider-Man politely responded to Liu Feng, and continued, "When you caught the murderer, I saw what he looked like. That person is actually the robber who robbed the underground boxing match." Liu Feng took out a pizza and ate it nonchalantly. After all, Spider-Man's origin story is almost to his stomach. Peter continued, "He was right in front of me, and even the police who were chasing him from behind were asking me to help catch him. At that time, I could obviously stop him. I obviously had the ability to do such a thing, but After finishing the pizza in his hand, Liu Feng was about to turn on the tutor mode and said to Peter, People cannot be resurrected after death, and we cannot change what has happened, but we can learn from it. Lesson. Peter muttered to himself, then suddenly said, "Yes, Uncle told me before that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and people with abilities should make a difference." When thinking of this, Peter looked at Liu Feng. "Mr. Liu Feng, I remember you also said the same thing." "No, you said it earlier than Ben Uncle. Could it be that Ben Uncle's words were influenced by you?" Liu Feng did say this famous quote to little Spider-Man before that. Now he can also logically say that it is his own originality, but doing so is so tasteless and shameless. So Liu Feng put his hand on Peter's shoulder and said, "You uncle probably haven't heard me say that. As for why you said this sentence by chance, maybe it's because you, uncle, are the ones who have the same thoughts as me. At the same time, we also hope that you can become such a person." Speaking of this, Peter's eyes filled with tears. He really saw the shadow of his uncle in Liu Feng. Peter stepped forward and hugged Liu Feng without hesitation, because he already regarded Liu Feng as his elder. Afterwards Liu Feng took Peter to the NYPD to have a rest. After seeing that the atmosphere was getting better, Liu Feng decided to talk to Peter about something serious. "Peter, would you like to join our NYPD?" "What? Join the police?" Peter was shocked. "But I haven't graduated from high school yet, and I'm a policeman or something." "It doesn't matter whether you have graduated from high school or not. Since it is my invitation to you, I will naturally take care of everything," Liu Feng said unhurriedly. "As for not wanting to be a policeman, actually, your main job is not arresting and guarding people." "What do you mean? What does Mr. Liu Feng want me to do?" Peter, who had just recovered from the blow of Uncle's death, was still a little dazed. After all, joining the police station is not such a thing as being a policeman. It is indeed very easy to make people feel confused. Liu Feng also guessed that little Spider-Man would be confused, so he said directly, "I saw your information when I was investigating your uncle file. Peter, you are very smart, you could even call it a genius. Your understanding of biology is dozens of times better than your peers, so you have won many awards. And I heard you've been working on a concentrate that instantly transforms from a liquid to a solid? That's a cool idea." Oh really? Thank you Mr. Liu Feng, my teacher and classmates think this is a very bad and useless invention. Peter was a little frustrated when he said it, but he corrected it immediately. "Oh, not everyone. Ned is very supportive of me. Ned is my good brother, he always stands up for me. Our days at school are..." Peter walked away while talking, and asked Liu Feng to hold his forehead slightly, and couldn't help sighing. "Why is this Spider-Man the same as Deadpool? I can't stop talking about it." No wonder fans and officials always use these two products to speculate on CP. Peter also realized that he talked too much, so he quickly asked, "Excuse me Mr. Liu Feng, am I talking too much?" "Young man, it's okay, it's better to be more active, that's why I plan to invite you to join." In order not to let Spider-Man waste any more time talking, Liu Feng said directly, "The New York Police Department is planning to build a New York laboratory. If you join our police department, you can conduct any of your experiments in it." "Any experiment?" Hearing this, Peter got excited, and then asked a little embarrassedly, "Do I need to pay for the experimental funds myself?" "I don't mean to take advantage of Mr. Liu Feng, it's just that my wallet is really..." Seeing how excited Peter was, Liu Feng hurriedly explained, "Definitely you don't need to spend money, I still have to pay you." In the end, Liu Feng even got straight to the point with Peter. "In the lab, you can also focus on your ability. It's about those strange changes after you are bitten by a spider." "What? Mr. Liu Feng, how do you?" Peter asked in surprise. And Liu Feng replied unhurriedly, "You don't have to worry about it, you just need to know that I am on your side, and I will support you unconditionally in everything." The more Peter listened, the more excited he was, and then he asked questions about his studies and vacations, and Liu Feng promised to help him. Only after solving the problems did Peter feel relieved. In this way, Spider-Man Peter Parker joined Liu Feng's New York Police Department, and then Liu Feng also asked Banner to bring someone to deal with the problem about the New York laboratory. Because they were almost recruited by Liu Feng also found that these two superheroes who have a little research in science from the police station are quite compatible. Then there is the robbery of the uncle who was shot to death, little Spider-Man. In the United States, the gangster with a gun is nothing, but it is a big problem in New York City where the world is peaceful today. Killing people with guns in downtown New York, not to mention that Liu Feng had just accepted a reward from Trump from the White House. Such a thing at this time is undoubtedly a slap in the face to Liu Feng. It seems that what New York needs to do is not to reduce the crime rate, but the root problem, the gang problem. Liu Feng thought secretly like this, and took out a file from the desk drawer, which recorded a man named Jin Bin. Liu Feng then made a phone call to Jin Bin, the boss of the biggest gang in the United States. After the call, Liu Feng said directly, 4.8 tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the Japanese restaurant near the Empire State Building. Come over in person, or don't blame me for turning my face. Before Jin could respond, Liu Feng hung up immediately. Jin Bin on the other end of the phone was so angry that he directly crushed the phone in his hand, and veins popped up on his broad face. But thinking that the person on the other end of the phone was Liu Feng, Jin Bin could only ask his subordinates to bring a new mobile phone, and then said to his subordinates, "Tomorrow, make an appointment for the Japanese restaurant in the Empire State Building, and book it out." The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Liu Feng arrived at the destination, and Jinping had already been waiting inside for a long time. Sheriff Liu Feng, you've been quite angry recently. Didn't you just receive an award from President Trump of the White House? Jinping, who was sitting in the most luxurious seat in the audience, asked, could it be possible that someone has made your old man angry again? The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, thinking that Jinping was still very good, so he didn't plan to beat around the bush anymore, and said directly, yes, someone messed with me, and I'm very angry now, and I must solve these things. Seeing this, Jinping asked, which force offended you? Tell me, and I will try my best to help you solve the fa. You? Liu Feng pointed directly at Jinping's forehead and said, and your gang in New York and all their subordinates, all of them, messed with me. Jin, hearing this, silently clenched his fists. But he could only suppress his anger and not let it show on his face. In front of Liu Feng, Jinping didn't even dare to fart. Even if he was upset, he could only hold back, and then he forced a smile and asked, no way, Sergeant Liu Feng, I and the forces distributed in New York are very regulated. How could I offend you? Your organization is very disciplined. Liu Feng took a sip of the tea in front of him, but your subordinates are not like this. Tell me, why do you control the so-called honest subordinates, dare to shoot and kill people in the street? On the night I was received by the President of the White House, there was such a shooting case. Are you hitting me in the face in public? Liu Feng looked at Jinping coldly, as if the flames were about to explode in the next second. Jin couldn't help trembling while watching. But the pattern of being the boss still supported him to endure it, and kept the feeling of negotiating and asked Liu Feng, although I don't know how such a disobedient kid suddenly appeared in the New York organization, but since it's my Jinping's problem, I'll give you a good education on the forces in New York when I go back, and then I'll give you an explanation. Hearing this, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, Jinping, you really don't think you can get rid of me with just a few perfunctory words, do you? Definitely more than that? Jinping quickly said, I will send a $500,000 compensation to the New York Police Department in the future to express my apology to Sheriff Liu Feng on behalf of my little brother. Jin thought that Liu Feng only wanted money when he came here this time, and Jin was in charge of the entire gang in New York, and the things that could be solved with money were not a problem to Jin, and he was afraid that Liu Feng would find other people from him trouble. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng, who propped his chin on the table with his hands, shook his head and said, not enough. If it's not enough, you can add more. 1 million or 2 million is not a problem. As long as you can stop pursuing this matter, I have no complaints. Jinping said straightforwardly. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng took another sip of tea and asked coldly, did I say it's about money? When Jinping heard this, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face, but he still held back and asked, then what do you think can solve it? 1 month. Liu Feng raised a finger. Jin was puzzled. 1 month, what do you mean? Liu Feng pushed away the teacup, sushi, and other food in front of him to Jinping, remove your power from New York for a month. Hearing what Liu Feng said, the veins on Jinping's face bulged, and the chopsticks that were supposed to add salmon were instantly pinched by Jinping. Jinping's face was livid, and finally he couldn't help it, and said in a heavy voice, if it's just money, I can handle it completely, but let my forces leave New York. The black and white business stopped working at this moment, and I was losing money every minute and every second. Your request is a little too much, Sergeant Liu Feng. Jinping crossed his arms, expressing that he would not agree to the compensation. In Jinping's understanding, during the negotiation process, if one of the negotiating parties expresses strong dissatisfaction, then no matter who the other party is, the conditions proposed by the other party must be reduced on this basis. This trick has proven to be successful. No matter how big the force is, it can be used in this way. But Jinping misunderstood the location of this meeting from the very beginning, because I didn't come to negotiate with you at all. Liu Feng held a pair of chopsticks in his hand and looked at Jinping. I'm here to tell you. After finishing speaking, under Jinping's panicked eyes, the chopsticks in Liu Feng's hand flew away like a hidden weapon, directly piercing Jin's palm. Jinping's whole body is full of muscles, but the palms can't exercise muscles, and the pain surged into his heart instantly. While Jinping was paying attention to the wound on his palm, the next second the table in front of the two of them turned up and slapped Jinping directly. When he came, he had already been trampled on the ground by the Japanese dining table and Liu Feng's feet through the tableware, unable to move. Jinping wanted to break free, but found that with such a large body, he couldn't overturn Liu Feng's whole body, and he couldn't even move. As I said, I'm here to tell you. Liu Feng stepped on Jinping, bent slightly, and said, your forces, no matter the underworld or the white, will withdraw from New York for a month. If you are not satisfied, I will change people at any time. I don't know, did you hear clearly? Jin is not the boss. Jinping, who was trampled under his feet, was furious like never before, but facing Liu Feng, Jinping could only choke out a sentence, understood. Liu Feng let go of his legs, and then kicked the table away. Jinping's resistance, which lasted less than 5 minutes, ended with Jinping's begging for mercy. When Jinping got up, he could only watch Liu Feng's back gradually disappear into the Japanese restaurant. Standing where he was, Jin had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and make a call to his little boss in New York. Justin, get all the brethren working in New York out of the city by tomorrow. What? The little boss named Justin was dumbfounded, and hurriedly said, "But boss, our business is picking up these days, and we will lose a lot if we leave tonight. If I tell you to withdraw, you can withdraw. What is business? I have the final say. If you are dissatisfied, just kill others." Jin, who had just been taught a lesson by Liu Feng, could only vent his anger on the little boss. Justin, the little boss on the other end of the phone, didn't dare to talk back when he heard the words, so he replied, "God knows." After calling his subordinates, Jin Bing stayed where he was, and began to silently calculate his losses for the month. Then he remembered something, and called another person, and the note in the address book was Norman Osborn. Osborn Industries Building, Board Meeting. To this day, after Stark Industries closed its weapons department, Osborn Corporation has surpassed Stark Industries and become the main supplier of the United States military. Norman Osborn, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, said to the other directors, "In short, ladies and gentlemen of the board, the group is now reducing costs, increasing revenue, and the stock has reached unprecedented heights. We are booming." "Well said, Norman." The white-haired man opposite Norman said, "But recently, a big investor is preparing to divest." "What did you say?" Norman was stunned, and quickly asked, "Withdrawing capital at this time? Which idiot is it? Did you not receive his call?" The vice chairman asked, "Mr. Jin Bing has already discussed with us about divestment this morning. Although we tried our best to restore it, Mr. Jin Bing's attitude is very tough." When Norman heard this, he quickly turned on his phone to check, and found that Jin had actually called himself. Song Shi himself did not answer. Jin Bin actually chose to withdraw his capital at this time? This is the biggest investor among investors? Once he withdrew, Osborn basically didn't have to think about continuing research and development, and had to abandon other departments. Norman murmured, "Now is the time to invest in R&D funds. How can the R&D department continue? Mr. Jin Bing's investment largely determines the progress of our research and development. Once he withdraws the investment, it will have to wait until the year of the monkey to succeed in the experiment of the research and development department." The deputy director of BIFA came up with an idea. "Otherwise, we will abandon the research and development of some departments and let other departments maintain the research and development progress. In this case, Song Yu let the company bear unnecessary losses." Hearing this, Norman nodded and asked everyone's opinions. "Now is the time when funds are needed. Which department do you think should be closed?" Everyone started to discuss, and one of the female directors, after looking through the materials of various departments, suggested, "Why don't you close Connor's biology department?" "I agree." Another male director immediately agreed after hearing the female director's suggestion, and gave reasons. "Connors has been researching in the biology department for several years about adding biological DNA to the human body and biological regeneration experiments, but there is still no progress. I'm not targeting Connors either. If the company still has sufficient budget, we can let Connors continue to experiment, but now that the company is facing the problem of insufficient research and development funds, I think this department can be closed." Norman nodded when he heard the words, and then said, "Let's vote and see who agrees to close Connor's biological department." 497. After the directors voted, the results were overwhelming, and the directors all chose to close Connor's department. Norman was quite optimistic about Connor's experiment at first, but seeing that everyone on the board of directors had already voted, Norman couldn't say much. According to everyone's wishes, Connor's biological department was shut down. A few days later, a man with a severed arm in a white coat slowly walked in a laboratory in the biological department of the Osborn Group. He looked at every instrument in the laboratory, and couldn't help saying, "It's a pity, it's a pity, it's just the last step." The man finished looking at the instrument and turned his head to look at the mice that had been injected with the drug. "But why it always fails? Obviously only this last part is missing. I can complete the transgenic, biological cell regeneration technology." Connors clenched his fists and said angrily, "As long as I complete this research, I will regain the company's attention, and my hands will have a chance to grow back. But the weather is not right, and people are not good for me." In the end, everything was shut down before this last step. Connors passed by a double-sided mirror, and when he stretched out his hand, the image of the other hand was reflected in the mirror, which fascinated him. Connors looked at his hand, and then looked up at the unfinished biological medicine in the experimental chamber. All of a sudden, a dangerous idea came into his mind. He decided to experiment with human beings, that is, with himself. With this in mind, Connors plucked up the courage to step forward and walked into the laboratory, then took out the unfinished potion, and then ruthlessly plunged it into his arm. The moment the medicine was injected, intense pain rushed directly to Connor's brain, and the intense stimulation made his whole body tremble, and his brain gradually lost control over his body. Then Connors slumped under the chair. The pain made him twitch on the ground like a fish out of water. It went on like this for more than 10 minutes, and Connors was quiet. Shortly after, a huge amount of lizard-like hands slapped on the laboratory desk. Dr. Connors turned into a huge amounts of humanoid lizard, with red eyes, wantonly destroying in the laboratory. When it was destroyed, Dr. Lizard saw the names of the doctors in charge of the department and the directors of the companies posted on the wall. Dr. Lizard opened his hand, grabbed the job list, and then slid from bottom to top with his clawed fingers. Finally, it stopped at the penultimate person, and then the lizard said, "Deputy Director? And that woman?" Connors didn't know the decision of the board of directors, but he vaguely remembered that the people in the department were talking about these two. Connor's obsession turned into anger, and what he vaguely remembered in his mind was that the two were on a business trip to the other side of New York. Dr. Lizard clenched his fists, then smashed open the window, and jumped down from the height of the 4th floor. He started running on the avenues of New York, crazily catching the figures of deputy directors and female directors in his sight. There was a traffic jam on the bridge that the deputy director and the female director must pass through, and Dr. Lizard also knew that the target would pass there. So Dr. Lizard also came to the bridge, and started throwing all the cars off the bridge one by one. Passers-by were immediately stunned when they saw this, and Xiao Xiaodian was thrown under the bridge before he could be surprised. In this way, countless passers-by were thrown under the bridge to die, and the white-haired deputy director and the female director came out of the car curiously, looked to the rear, and said in surprise, "Courtesy shit, what's that? A lizard?" Unexpectedly, when the director came out, Dr. Lizard Connors also looked at them. After finding the target, Dr. Lizard was even more vicious, so he didn't go there, and just stepped on the car and rushed away. The two directors wanted to run, but they couldn't run Dr. Lizard, who had such a big stride. Just when Dr. Lizard was about to destroy both directors and the car, gunshots rang out, and Dr. Lizard was shot all over. Dr. Lizard saw the policeman and said viciously, "You treat me as a monster, then become monsters together." Immediately afterwards, Dr. Lizard squeezed the contents of the potion and threw the gas-like potion at his feet. The next moment, the police and some passers-by also turned into monsters, and Dr. Lizard fled here in a hurry. Infested isn't rage like Dr. Lizard, but still twitches wildly. Others had no choice but to tie it up and call an ambulance. Soon after, the ambulance and fire brigade arrived and rescued the people trapped under the bridge one by one. NYPD. Liu Feng is currently in the office discussing with Banner about the establishment of the laboratory. Banner is making suggestions, and Liu Feng is thinking about whether it is necessary to add these. In fact, there are 3 people in the office, but the little Spider-Man Peter Parker on the side can't get in his mouth. Peter can only silently study the cobweb that he is about to create a finished product, deriving various formulas. "That's it, Brother Feng, I think the scale should be larger, so that we can expand the research later and..." Before Banner could finish speaking, there was a sudden knock on the office door. After Liu Feng replied and came in, policeman Chen Long opened the door and said, "Brother Feng, something happened. Don't panic, take your time, what happened?" Liu Feng asked. Police officer Chen Long calmed down his mood, and continued. "The masses called the police and there was a lizard monster with the file size of a dinosaur." Hearing this, Liu Feng frowned slightly, not because of fear or something, after all a Dr. Lizard is nothing. Liu Feng was just wondering why the villain Dr. Lizard appeared in the Dutch version of Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe. Liu Feng glanced at little Spider-Man. This young Peter Parker was obviously not the extraordinary version of the tall and slender Garfield Spider. It seems that the Spider-Man in this universe is integrated with the worldview of 3 generations. Liu Feng secretly thought, and came up with this conjecture. Chen Long, the police officer at the gate, thought that Liu Feng didn't believe in such absurd incident, so he quickly added, "Because there are a lot of people calling the police, we have sent people to investigate and found out that what they said is true. At that time, there was really a dinosaur-like huge amounts of lizard on the Al Bridge. Although we finally beat the monster away, the lizard monster also infected our own brothers with a strange potion. Now we don't know what to do. This matter is a bit big, I have to ask you." Liu Feng listened to all this with his hands folded, silently recalling the plot direction of The Extraordinary Spider-Man. Dr. Lizard's original name was Connors Curtis, and he was a PhD in the Biological Research Department of the Oscar Group. Later, he was injected with lizard medicine for unknown reasons and his attachment to his arms. Next, he will increase the amount of lizard potion used to strengthen himself, and then he will use the developed potion to make gas planning to turn all people in New York into lizard monsters like him. Although I can beat him up directly, I need someone to make an antidote. It's too slow to go directly to someone from the Osborn Group, and I'm not sure that someone will make such an antidote. When Liu Feng was struggling, a middle-aged man in police uniform suddenly came beside him, entered the office and said to himself, "Hello Sergeant Liu Feng, I'm George Stacy from the Washington Police Department. I would like to inquire about the Al Bridge." George Stacy, if I remember correctly, he is Gwen's father in The Amazing Spider-Man, and he is a cop like himself. In the original setting, he was the chief of the New York Police Department, but now because of his own existence, he can only go to Washington. And this bridge is the junction of Washington and New York, so George appeared and asked Liu Feng what happened. "Mr. George, hello, it's me. I'm Peter Parker, a classmate of your daughter Gwen Stacy." Peter greeted hurriedly. George Stacy was even more confused, and asked, "Peter, why are you here? You're wearing a police uniform. Could it be that you also became a policeman?" "Yes, thanks to Mr. Liu Feng's kindness, I joined the New York Police Department and became one of them." Peter scratched his head, still a little embarrassed. After Peter and George Stacy talked about the past, Liu Feng asked Chen Long to briefly describe what happened to Sergeant George, saying that he would handle it if he wanted to. After George Stacy left, Liu Feng asked Peter, "By the way, Peter, if you just said that Gwen Stacy was your classmate, right? She seems to be an intern at the Osborn Group, if I remember correctly." Peter was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Liu Feng asked this, but he still said, "Yes, my classmate Gwen, she is an intern at Osborne Company, but how did Mr. Liu Feng know? Why did you ask this suddenly? I met her when I was in the Osborne group, the name is on the badge, and you just chatted with his father reminds me." As for why Gwen was mentioned, it's because the lizard monster is most likely Connors Curtis of the Osborne Group, which is the industrial department where your classmate works. Liu Feng said unhurriedly, "We now need to make potions to restore the infected to normal, since your classmate Gwen is working under Connors, maybe she can help. If you have her contact information, ask Gwen if she has time to make an antidote and send it to the police station." Peter nodded, and he did have Gwen's phone, which Ned had gotten for him earlier. But Peter is a coward and already has his own goddess, so he doesn't have much contact with Gwen. But now the situation was critical, and it was Liu Feng's request, so Peter had no choice but to call and tell her the ins and outs. Peter continued to stutter and communicate with Gwen, but after a while Peter looked at the phone with a confused face and was hung up. "What happened?" Liu Feng asked. Holding the mobile phone, Peter was puzzled and said, "Gwen said that she knew in advance that the lizard monster was Connors, and she said that she felt something was wrong in the company recently. When Connors turned into a lizard monster, he also told her jokingly that when the potion was finished, he would use it to benefit mankind. So Gwen is currently researching the antidote at the Osborne Group, but he can't make it through for the time being. He said that if the antidote is completed, he will give a copy to the New York Police Department." Liu Feng nodded, then got up from the chair, and asked Peter to help him convey the order, and sent several teams to disperse the crowd and prevent them from wandering on the street. Liu Feng himself left the police station, and in a corner that no one noticed, Superman in red and blue uniform flew into the sky, aiming at the Osborne Group building. Osborne Group, within the Biological Division Biotransgenic Cell Regeneration Laboratory. The blonde beauty Gwen in a white coat is preparing the antidote for the lizard potion in the empty laboratory. The moment Gwen saw the news about Dr. Lizard, she rushed here without stopping. She knew best that it was Connors from the biology department who was smashing and waving in the street at the moment. His obsession with his arm and its biological regeneration, experiments has reached insane levels, so Gwen has to stop him. Gwen put all the prepared medicines into the instrument, watched the operation of the instrument, Gwen building. "It will be finished in 10 minutes, Minister." At this moment, Gwen heard noises coming from inside the building, and the roar from the monster was particularly ear-piercing in the quiet Osborne building. Gwen knew that Dr. Lizard had arrived here, and when she was in a hurry, Gwen saw the smoke alarm on the ceiling. When the smoke alarm goes off, the laboratory will be closed. In a hurry, Gwen took out the lighter and burned it under the alarm. After sensing the alarm of the fire source, he immediately triggered the switch, shutting down the entire laboratory, and Gwen hid. Half a minute later, Dr. Lizard arrived, and he tore open the door of the laboratory with one paw, and walked to the antidote step by step, and pressed the pause button. Oops! Gwen secretly thought it was bad, and was planning to wait for Dr. Lizard to leave before continuing the research on the antidote. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lizard came to Gwen's hiding place as if he had noticed someone nearby. Dr. Lizard swung a few times in front of Gwen and left. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. "I saw you." Dr. Lizard stepped back and stuck his paw directly into Gwen's hiding place. The moment the paw was about to touch Gwen, there was a tearing air sound. In the air. Gwen closed his eyes because of fear, and at the same moment, tearing air sounds sounded in the air, followed by the sound of huge objects colliding. Gwen, who closed her eyes, opened her eyes after finding no movement, but did not see Dr. Lizard who looked like an ugly monster again. On the contrary, what Gwen saw was a person standing in front of her, wearing a blue tights and a red cloak. A man with a perfect figure like an ancient Greek sculpture, and this is the well-known superhero all over the world, Superman. And Dr. Lizard? It had already been punched into the wall by Liu Feng, unable to move. Facing all this, Gwen covered her mouth in disbelief and widened her eyes. "Superman, is it real?" "Just kidding, this is Superman? The most famous superhero in the world has even become synonymous with heroes? This not only attracts countless young boys, but naturally there are also young girls looking forward to being Lois, looking forward to the appearance of such an indomitable superhero in their lives to solve their problems?" Gwen naturally fantasized about becoming Lois when she was a child, expecting that Superman would appear when she was in danger. But now that Gwen is 18 years old, she is naturally more willing to believe in science now. But now Gwen stands in front of such a childhood dream. And it is exactly the same as described in the comics. Who is not dumbfounded? Liu Feng, who incarnated as Superman, was floating in the air. He turned his head slightly to look at Gwen. Seeing the youthful expression on the face of this 18-year-old blonde girl, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, saying, "There is a chance to find a room for you to take a closer look, but now you should continue to run the antidote instrument." Gwen was reminded by Liu Feng, and quickly got up and went to the position of the instrument, and then typed the running code on the keyboard. During the action, Liu Feng's teasing words still echoed in Gwen's mind. "Damn it, Superman's words are so sweet." Dr. Lizard heard that Liu Feng asked Gwen to continue the research on the potion. Dr. Lizard quickly came out of the wall and ran towards Gwen. But how could Liu Feng let Dr. Lizard succeed? He directly grabbed Dr. Lizard's tail, and then threw Dr. Lizard's body out of the window like a whip. With a bang, Dr. Lizard fell heavily to the ground. It was unscathed, and quickly got up, and decided to run away, but just when it got up and took a step forward, the tearing air sounds sounded again in an instant, and in less than 10 seconds, Liu Feng, who incarnated as Superman, had already arrived in front of Dr. Lizard, his red cloak fluttering in the wind. Dr. Lizard got angry and punched Liu Feng. Its fist hit Liu Feng's abdomen, and then its fist broke itself. Dr. Lizard was stunned and constantly backed away. What? Could it be that there are other tricks ready to give me the whole job? Liu Feng raised his mouth and looked down at Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard gritted his teeth, took out 5 bottles of medicine from his waist and threw them on the ground, and the green smoke instantly enveloped Superman Liu Feng. Smell it? Suck it? It's the smell of fear. Ha 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 ha. After a while, you'll be like me? You. Dr. Lizard was caught off guard as he talked, because Superman was using the smoke as a cigarette. After the green smoke was exhaled from Liu Feng's nose, Liu Feng looked at Dr. Lizard in front of him like a fool, and said, "This is your trump card? How stupid." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he didn't give Dr. Lizard a chance to catch his breath. He stepped forward and beat Dr. Lizard's head with a series of fists. In Liu Feng's Superman form, Liu Feng can kill Dr. Lizard with one punch. But he didn't, because it's still useful to keep Dr. Lizard, so Liu Feng just used his strength to beat CDCF, Dr. Lizard until he lost consciousness. After Dr. Lizard was completely unconscious, Liu Feng released the Superman form and called the people in his police station, asking them to come and deal with Dr. Lizard, lock him up for a few days. As a result, the policeman Chen Long who received the call was extremely nervous, and hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, something happened." None of the police officers in our bureau who were infected with the Lizard Man's potion ran away and broke free. "It's time to catch lizards again," Liu Feng secretly said impatiently, and then asked his subordinates unhurriedly, "Have you checked? Where did those infected lizardmen go?" The police officer replied, "I checked. Almost all of them went in the direction of Osborne Building." Liu Feng looked up at the 3rd floor of the Osborne Building, remembering Gwen's young and lovely face, and felt that it was still necessary to save her. In the Osborne Group building, in the research room of the biology department, Gwen has successfully developed an antidote. Gwen was pleasantly surprised and prepared to leave the building with the antidote, but unexpectedly, a lizard monster appeared in the corner of the corridor as soon as he went out. "Dr. Connors? It shouldn't be. Superman should have taken care of you," Gwen said to herself. But she soon discovered that this lizard man was not much smaller than Dr. Connors. This is not Connors. But the current situation does not allow her to think. The infected lizardman of Dr. Lizard rushed towards her directly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gwen ran away, and successfully entered the elevator at another corner. When the elevator door was about to close, the lizard jumped up and stabbed Gwen like a javelin. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the elevator doors closed. Except for a crack in the elevator door, Dawn took the elevator downstairs safely. It's just that she didn't expect that there are more lizards downstairs. What the hell? 6 lizardmen, who were smaller than Dr. Lizard, approached Gwen step by step like zombies. Although Gwen held the antidote in her hand, these antidote were all injections, and these 6 big brothers would not give her a chance to inject them. Gwen held the antidote tightly and retreated, muttering, "It's over? Where is Superman going at this time?" As if he heard the call, after Gwen finished reading, gunshots rang out, and a lizard man who was about to run towards Gwen was shot and his leg was broken. Gwen followed the source of the gunshots, and saw the second figure tonight, which made her feel extremely handsome. Single-handedly, Liu Feng rolled and trotted with 2 guns in his hand, performing gunfighting skills, fighting against one lizard man after another. Under the dim light of the gunfire, Liu Feng's handsome face with European and American skin and Asian skin was illuminated, and he broke through heavily among the lizard people. Gwen knows Liu Feng. In other words, as long as there is no one in New York who does not know Liu Feng, he is like a superhero in real life, and his popularity in New York is only the second son Superman. Under Gwen's gaze, Liu Feng ended the battle after 3 strikes, 5 cuts, and 2 cuts, making all the lizardmen in front of Gwen crippled and not killed. After all, they are members of the police station, and they can recover after injecting the antidote, and they can gradually recover from gunshot wounds with Dr. Lizard's medicine. Liu Feng finished dealing with the group of young people, looked at Gwen, and then raised a pistol to point at her. Gwen was confused. She didn't understand why this imposing man called the Light of New York pointed a gun at him. Before Gwen could speak, Liu Feng fired directly in the next second. The gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot behind Gwen on the right side of his neck. Only then did Gwen realize that it turned out that Liu Feng shot and killed the lizard man who had come down from the elevator behind him. Less than 2 minutes later, all the people from the police station came over and carried away all the lizardmen on the ground. Liu Feng put away his pistol, and came to Gwen unhurriedly, and said, "What's wrong, sister? You were frightened just now." I'm not as weak as you imagined," Gwen said quickly, and held up the antidote to show that she was very capable. Okay, you are indeed very powerful. Without you tonight, New York will be in chaos," Liu Feng praised. Gwen was confused by Liu Feng's sudden appreciation, but she was actually very happy in her heart. After all, she had just seen Liu Feng's handsome appearance, and she had already developed a kind of admiration for Liu Feng in her heart. But she didn't want Liu Feng to see it, so, in order to hide her embarrassment, Gwen handed Liu Feng the medicine, saying, Leave this to Mr. Liu Feng. I believe that the New York light praised by the people of New York will help us solve all this. Liu Feng took the antidote serum developed by Gwen, and replied, okay, then thank you for your contribution today. If you are free tomorrow, I can treat you to a meal for the general public. 7 o'clock in the evening. Gwen responded excitedly, and then changed her words feeling unreserved. I mean, if I finish my homework early tomorrow and I really want to play but I don't know where to go. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the evening, I have a high probability, maybe, I may be free. And I prefer to eat Chinese food. The corners of Liu Feng's lips turned upward, and he didn't choose to expose Gwen's reserve, and said, okay, I will contact you tomorrow at 7 o'clock, goodbye, Gwen. After bidding farewell to Gwen, Liu Feng left. Gwen, who was standing still, slowed down by half the reflex before saying, what? How did he know my name? Liu Feng went back with the lizard mutant serum and handed it to Banner for him to develop it in batches to restore the police officers and other citizens to their normal state. But Dr. Lizard, Liu Feng did not choose to restore him to an adult, but tied him to the newly built laboratory for Banner and Peter. Mr. Liu Feng, why don't we restore Dr. Connors to normal? Peter asked in a daze. Liu Feng crossed his arms and said unhurriedly, because we want to use him as an experimental subject to improve and complete his self-healing ability serum. Experimental object? Human body? God, Mr. Liu Feng, I can't do this, I really can't. Peter quickly refused. Liu Feng leaned on the table unhurriedly and asked, why? Peter, don't you want to be a scientist? Scientists have to experiment, and in order to accurately create a serum suitable for humans, human experiments must also exist. Peter refused, and bowed his head like a child, but I really can't, Mr. Liu Feng, human experiments are too cruel. Do you know what the human body in front of you means? Like an elder, Liu Feng calmly reasoned with Peter. In the next few decades or hundreds of years, there may not be a special object like Connors for our experiments. So what you have done may be a key step in the progress of all mankind. Then let me ask you again, Peter, are you willing to do this human experiment for the sake of all mankind? Hearing this, Peter looked at Connors and thought of his uncle again. He finally gritted his teeth and replied, I know Mr. Liu Feng, I will do this research. The matter of Dr. Lizard has been settled, Jin Bing's forces have all withdrawn from New York, and Liu Feng has been living relatively comfortably recently. Liu Feng usually doesn't let the people in the police station be too idle, and arranges some activities to exercise their bodies on weekdays. After all, the performance of this group of police officers on weekdays is really useless, even a lizard can be infected, so it's not good if they don't practice well. The police officers also complain from time to time, and some of them find out that they are also from the police station. How are Peter and Banner different from them? These two people go to the newly built laboratory every day and don't need to do any training. The thin one among the police officers complained secretly. Another one who was a bit more open-minded also said, that's right, then Peter Parker is just a kid, not as tall as my neck, and I don't know if he has strength. And Bruce Banner, this guy looks like a puffy otaku, he doesn't have the strength to move things, and it may not hurt to beat someone. The police officers just complained, and they knew that they couldn't do what Peter and Bruce did. All these gossips Liu Feng heard in his ears, and he just practiced more and it was over, until no one dared to break his mouth. After all, they don't know that Spider-Man and Green Titan are the ceiling of Marvel's mutant heroes. Are you sure you want to compete with these two guys? The maximum force of little Spider-Man's punch can reach 40 tons. The green fat is even more outrageous, the angrier and fiercer it is, the defense and attack power are soaring, and it can hold Avengers under the hammer. Although these two people are nothing in front of me who has the blood of Superman, but the people in the police station combined are not enough for these two people to punch. Corporal punishment alone can't cure the root cause, but fortunately, Peter and Banner get along very well on weekdays. After getting acquainted with each other, I don't have any prejudice against Peter and Banner. They will even be amazed and admired by their academic knowledge and learning ability. After the police station is done, Liu Feng will also find time to go a few times. Black Mountain Prison, the most feared place for New York criminals, has given Black Widow some punishment. It has been a while since Liu Feng visited the gentle township of Black Widow last time. During this time, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff has already recovered from the super shock caused by Liu Feng and got used to life in prison. Today Black Widow was still reading a book. Unexpectedly when he looked up, he saw Liu Feng, and his body reacted directly. Liu Feng opened the door and approached Black Widow. Black Widow didn't say a word, just like that. After another 4 hours, Liu Feng left. So it was the same as before. Black Widow trembled and kept looking miserable, while Liu Feng turned his head away like a normal person. This little girl is more tolerant than others, coupled with her infertility after being injected with medicine. There are many ways to play, which is also a unique feeling. Liu Feng secretly said, it seems that she will be added to the permanent objects, so counting, there are 5 of them. When Liu Feng was thinking about leaving Haishan prison, he suddenly received a text message from an unfamiliar number. The text read, I'm Gwen Stacy, the high school student who interned at Osborne. I helped you research Dr. Lizard's antidote last time, and you said that because I helped you save New York. So, anyway, I'm free at 7 o'clock tonight. I still like to eat Chinese food, especially fish. You can figure it out. Liu Feng looked at the text message of this little girl, and the more she looked, the cuter she became, so she called her assistant, police officer Chen Long, and asked him to book a better live fish restaurant in Chinatown before 7 o'clock. After the phone call, the corners of Liu Feng's lips turned up, and he thought to himself, it seems that there will be a sixth one. Liu Feng then went to the meeting. This time he didn't wear formal clothes or police uniforms, just ordinary casual clothes. It's just because Liu Feng's figure is very majestic, and his perfect figure can be easily outlined by casual clothes like close-fitting clothes. Seeing Liu Feng, whose arms were thicker than their necks, all the foreigners present gave Liu Feng admiring glances, and many of them flirted directly. But these coquettish sluts can't catch Liu Feng's eyes at all. In Liu Feng's eyes, these ordinary women are no different from trash. Fortunately, Liu Feng's strong figure can only attract people from the United States, so the Chinese girls in Chinatown will not show such unreserved behavior. Therefore, after the people from the United States left, Liu Feng regained his purity. Not long after, Gwen is here, and she is also wearing the most common clothes of good girls in the United States high school. At first glance, she is different from those coquettish sluts who often go to parties and go to bars. This is the type that can make Liu Feng's eyes shine. As soon as he saw Liu Feng, Gwen, who was holding a book, came over and sat opposite him, and said differently from ordinary people, "Are you investigating me? Sergeant Liu Feng, are you planning to use me to complete your mission?" Liu Feng didn't expect Gwen to ask this question, but he found it quite interesting, so he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "How did you come up with the conjecture? If so, what would you do?" "Okay, let me answer you slowly." Gwen began to show off her mastery skills and analyzed it. "The first question is about how I came to this conjecture. This conjecture, including your phone number, must have been learned from my classmate Peter Parker, who has already told me everything. He said that you suddenly mentioned my name in front of him, and then you also said that I was an intern at Osborne Company, and you also said that I would make the antidote." Liu Feng raised his forehead slightly. The version of Spider-Man co-authored by the Dutch brother is a guy who can't control his mouth both in and out of the play, and he just explained everything when Gwen was alone. "Second question, what will I do? I will call my dad directly and say that you are suspected of plotting against me? Definitely, this is based on the premise that you really have illegal thoughts about me. It's just that I don't believe it. You, a police chief, will pay attention to the affairs of an ordinary person like me for no reason. It must be a conspiracy." After listening to Gwen's reasoning, Liu Feng puffed up, praised Gwen's good idea, and then ruthlessly dismantled it. "Is there such a possibility? I know you because your father is the sheriff of the Washington Police Department, and I have the habit of investigating the details of my colleagues. Assuming your reasoning is valid, I did conspire against you. Then, in the situation last night, if I really want to do something to you, can I do whatever I want? Also, if I plot something wrong today, it will be me calling you, not you telling me you are free." Liu Feng's series of rhetorical questions and rebuttals directly confused Gwen. Gwen, who finally figured it out, began to lower her head like a child who made a mistake, and then said, "Well, it must be my mistake. Sorry, Mr. Liu Feng." Liu Feng found it interesting, and continued to eat with Gwen, and because of such a misunderstanding later, the relationship between Liu Feng and Gwen became closer, and the relationship became better. Asking for flowers. Gwen was originally also a very cheerful person with a high EQ. After seeing Liu Feng being so reckless, she started playing with Liu Feng with confidence. Afterwards, the two went shopping together, watched movies, and went to the playground. After playing all the activities in one night, Liu Feng sent the contented Gwen home. Gwen bid farewell to Liu Feng, and before leaving, he did not ask, "Mr. Liu Feng, I am very happy tonight. Thank you for the reward you gave to the people of New York. Next time if you are free, you can make an appointment again. If you do more things that are good for New York City, it will be my reward." Liu Feng responded. Seeing this, Gwen hurriedly said, "Then next Saturday, can you accompany me to the aquarium? My dad promised me at first, but I have to work overtime later." Liu Feng agreed, and Gwen entered the house contentedly. Liu Feng could feel that Gwen had been taken care of. After all, she is a smarter girl among her peers, so she will naturally admire Liu Feng, a strong man who can bring a sense of security. In fact, Liu Feng would also feel that it would be a little bad to tarnish such a girl, but if it was posted upside down, that's different. Although it's a 3-generation story integrate, but your Dutch brother's version of Peter doesn't like Gwen, so I don't think I'm green on you. Liu Feng thought so, and then drove away. Not long after leaving the vicinity of Gwen's house, Liu Feng's cell phone rang. The caller was Tony, who hadn't seen him for a few weeks. As soon as Liu Feng answered the phone, Tony on the other end of the phone said excitedly, "Feng, cousin, are you free now? Come over to my side, I have something nice to show you." Liu Feng didn't have much interest at first. After all, what good things can the character Iron Man have? It's just a battle armor. What's the use of being cool if you can't block the punch of Superman with all these fancy things? But Liu Feng is well aware of Tony's character. He has just finished a good thing and wants to show others his pretend. If Liu Feng ignored him, what if this guy could keep calling until Liu Feng was annoyed? He was a cousin, so he couldn't beat him. So Liu Feng responded, got it, don't be so excited, I'll go and have a look now, okay." After Liu Feng agreed, he went to Tony's villa, and after another J.A.R.V.I.S scan, Liu Feng came to the basement and saw Tony in silver-white armor, excitedly said, "Look, Liu Feng, did you see it? This thing is made of 80% vibranium." Hearing this, Liu Feng put his hands on his chest, and nonchalantly replied, "It's great." The perfunctory attitude made Tony a little dissatisfied. Tony thought that Liu Feng just didn't know the element of vibranium. After all, the notes in his impression were all stupid. "Let me introduce to you, the so-called vibranium is an indestructible metal that can only be dug in Wakanda, the innermost closed kingdom in Africa. Don't you know that this gold? I know that vibranium metal is as indestructible as adamantium vault." Liu Hui interrupted, "But what's the use of your 80% content? My god, Liu Feng, you really don't take money as money. Do you know how many sports cars and houses this armor is worth?" Tony hastened to say, "While showing financial resources, one should also show a little knowledge. Go outside the house, this test is more accurate, your underground garage is too small to use it." Watching Liu Feng agree and make a decision, Tony was stunned. He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that Liu Feng was also a master who didn't show weakness, so he planned to try it. What was even more unexpected to Tony was that the gun Liu Feng was carrying with him was not a small object like a pistol, but a sniper rifle more than 2 meters long. Although it is normal for the police in the United States to carry guns after get off work, is it a bit too much to carry a sniper rifle? Is it possible to meet the Air Force after get off work? Tony complained inwardly. And just after Liu Feng said that he wanted to test, he went out directly and took out the box containing the sniper rifle from his private car, opened it and started loading the gun. Although Tony was just talking casually, since Liu Feng agreed to try it, Tony would naturally not refuse. After all, he has a good face. So Tony said while debugging the armor, "Okay, let me adjust the power of this vibranium armor to the minimum, so that the flight and speed will decrease, and the weapon will not be activated, so as not to blow you up." After all, apart from the fact that my armor is made of 80% vibranium on the outside, it is equipped with better weapons and abilities than the previous one. A large range of long-distance split bombs has been added to the shoulders, and additional, powerful anti-gravity devices are equipped on both sides of the belly area 207 to increase flight speed and enhance strength. The wrist is also equipped with a laser weapon, similar to a laser knife, which can cut off many iron things. It can be said to be perfect. No, it can only be said to be the most perfect so far. As Tony spoke, he praised himself again, while Liu Feng waved his hands and said, "You don't need to turn down the power, just use the best state, otherwise you will find excuses later. Did you install the safety landing system? This is something you have to use to fight against the villain. If you don't go all out and be knocked down by me, you won't be able to find the problem." Seeing Liu Feng's self-confidence, Tony was also a little upset, so he turned on the maximum power in a fit of anger and replied, "Okay, maximum power, who made you my cousin?" Tony turned on the maximum power and flew to high altitude. Originally, vibranium was very heavy, but Tony improved the propulsion system, which made it easier. It seems that flying is not a problem, but unfortunately it still only contains 80% vibranium. Liu Feng said, "You will directly simulate the combat state later." Battle status? How to simulate? "Let me shoot you," Tony asked with a smile. "That's right." Unexpectedly, Liu Feng nodded and said, "Isn't your battle armor equipped with split bombs? Fly up later and shoot at me directly, I will shoot all of them with sniper shots. One shot of my split bomb can split 9. Are you sure you can handle it?" Tony said hastily, already feeling that Liu Feng is even more conceited than himself. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng replied directly, "I will blow up all 9 split bombs, and I will add another round to smash your battle armor by the way." "Okay, this is Feng," you said. "If you get hurt by my split bomb later, don't sue my aunt." The corners of Tony's mouth turned up, and he was already a little upset in his heart. J.A.R.V.I.S. Scan Liu Feng, and the accuracy should be more than 95% when you shoot later. Tony whispered to JARVIS. He was ready to show Liu Feng what he was capable of, and send him to the hospital after he was wounded by the split bomb. Anyway, the hospitals around here were invested and opened by himself. So the test of the two began. Tony took the lead to fly to an altitude of 200 meters. After Liu Feng drove the sniper rifle, he gestured to him that it was okay, and Tony gave the order. J.A.R.V.I.S. Fire a split bomb at Liu Feng, adjust the power of the armor to 100% and then go at full speed towards Liu Feng. After J.A.R.V.I.S. received the order, Tony launched a missile from the shoulder of his armor. The missile split into 9 pieces in midair, and fired towards Liu Feng with staggered trajectories. Single-handedly, Liu Feng fired directly. One shot hit the split bomb, loaded it again, hit it again, loaded it again and hit it again. With 9 consecutive gunshots like this, Liu Feng fired all the split bombs. Faced with this scene, Tony's face turned green. This kid Liu Feng can really shoot all the split bombs. But what surprised Tony even more was yet to come, because Liu Feng had already aimed his gun at him. No way, he doesn't really think that he can get rid of the vibranium armor that he has been building for half a month? Liu Feng aimed at Tony and fired directly. Under the flames, the bullet flew away. Tony panicked at the bullet and dodged sideways. Unexpectedly, the bullet just hit the arc reactor on Tony's armor chest and shot it, directly darkening the reactor on his chest. "Sir, it's detected that there is a problem with the reactor. The armor's energy supply is insufficient, and it can't maintain balance. It will soon be forced to descend. The sound of J.A.R.V.I.S. continued to surround, and Tony's armor was like a crashed plane, gradually descending with smoke and shaking. Tony hastily activated the armor's separation system and landing device manually. After the armor was separated from his body, Tony slowly landed on the ground with the opened hang glider. I told you, it's not a 100% vibranium armor. The enemy can defeat you with any gun. Liu Feng walked over with the gun and said directly to Tony. Then I have to switch to 100% vibranium next time. Tony said and felt bad. However, the reactor cannot be wrapped by vibranium, otherwise it will not be able to dissipate heat. If it is completely covered by vibranium, it will be very inconvenient for me to move on the ground. This is not suitable at all. Liu Feng put away the sniper rifle, patted Tony on the shoulder, and said, don't put all your ideas on vibranium, you will make better armor in the future, improve it slowly, remember not to be too conceited. Next time to help you test, I hope your armor can last longer next time. After speaking, Liu Feng put the sniper rifle box in the trunk, then got in the car and left, leaving Tony here to doubt his life. This time Tony was finally killed and lost all energy, and he should not be so conceited in the future, Liu Feng secretly thought. Back home, Wanda came back from a business trip, exhausted physically and mentally, but she still cast her eyes on Liu Feng, and Liu Feng handed over the ration. The next day Wanda had to go on a business trip again. Liu Feng did as she wished, and after she left, he secretly said, why are there so many things at mutant school? Liu Feng remembers that the mutant schools in the X-Men series of movies didn't have so many things. Maybe it's because of the credit of Professor X. Without the professor, this group of mutants would be in chaos. But these have nothing to do with Liu Feng. If Wanda wants to deal with it, let her handle it herself. Unless Wanda and her students are bullied by some force, Liu Feng will take action. Next, Liu Feng went through daily life again. After getting used to high-intensity exercise, the people in the police station did not complain anymore. After all, they are happy when their bodies get better. Chen Long, a Chinese boy, would occasionally thank Liu Feng, Brother Feng, everyone is very grateful to you for forcing them to train. Now everyone is strong, but they are not very embarrassed to thank you, so they sent me to do it. Thank you on behalf of. No need to thank you, just train well. Next time you have an accident, be smart and don't lose face to the NYPD. Liu Feng responded. The implication is that being cannon fodder is about the same as being a cannon fodder that lasts a little longer. Chen Long nodded and went back to convey. After taking care of the police station, Liu Feng's address book became busy again. First, Gwen invited them to the aquarium in the afternoon. In the evening, Betty, the general's daughter, said that she wanted to have dinner with Liu Feng, and Michaela, who is a shape-shifting King Kong, booked Liu Feng's brand for tonight. Even tomorrow night, the judges of the Assassin's Guild booked 3 days with Liu Feng on the grounds that they had time to spend on business trips. Good guy, there are so many women, thanks to my Superman blood, otherwise I would die on that woman's bed someday. Liu Feng said secretly like this, and then, like a Chinese emperor flipping through the harem sign, he chose a partner in the phone address book. It's just that Liu Feng wasn't too entangled. Among these women, Liu Feng would definitely choose Gwen. Age is one of the factors, and she hasn't fully conquered it yet, and other women have already listened to her. How could someone still have to review after the exam? With their eyes closed, they would choose Gwen. After that, Liu Feng took Gwen to play, and the two became more and more intimate. Liu Feng also knew the character of this little girl, as long as she cared about her and showed her mature side. In short, Liu Feng only needs to remember not to take the initiative in this process, otherwise it will give Gwen a very greasy feeling, and young girls don't like greasy uncles. It was like this until the early morning. When Liu Feng planned to pass, Gwen looked at the handsome Liu Feng under the 12 o'clock bell, and unconsciously offered her first kiss to Liu Feng. The corners of Liu Feng's mouth raised slightly and he asked in a joking tone, do you know that I'm married? Sister Gwen. Liu Feng originally thought that Gwen would become a little more awkward or entangled when she heard this sentence. Unexpectedly, Gwen hugged herself directly, and said in a coquettish tone, I don't care, I don't care. 5.0. Don't you want to? If you think so, I can leave. Gwen looked at Liu Feng tearfully. Liu Feng smiled slightly, what are you kidding? And asked if he would like it or not. How is that any different from asking yourself if you want to eat? So Liu Feng hugged Gwen as easily as a child, and said, you'll know later. Then I went to the next stop, which was the hotel, with joy. Gwen was wearing a sailor suit, and her iconic stockings stretched out her fair thighs. Naturally, this is not what the United States high school students wear. After all, the United States does not have school uniforms. The reason why Gwen would wear this outfit was because of Liu Feng, who bought it. After all, the teacher of the Huaxia man is a native of Xiaotian, and Liu Feng in his previous life was no exception. After staying in the United States for so long, I plan to change my taste. This kind of series belongs to the existence of gold or other heaven. Gwen was not very happy at first, but she couldn't stand Liu Feng, so Gwen grew up. The next day, in New York High School, Peter in the classroom was doing homework assigned by the teacher. Unexpectedly, when he looked sideways at Gwen's seat, he realized that Gwen didn't come to class today. Is Gwen not feeling well? Peter thought to himself. Peter came over in the afternoon after studying at school all morning, and found that Gwen hadn't returned to school. It seemed that he had taken a day off. Why don't you call and ask? Peter thought so, and called Gwen after school. The phone was called, and after ringing for about 10 seconds, Gwen's weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Peter. Gwen, why didn't you come to class today? Your voice is so hoarse, do you have a cold? Peter asked concerned. Gwen was lying on her own bed, remembering that she was so heartbroken last night that her voice was almost hoarse. She was a little ashamed and a little irritated. Gwen shook her head, and then said to Peter, yes, I caught a cold last night and my throat was uncomfortable. It should be fine in a few days. Thank you, Peter, for your concern. It's true that a lot of people are sick during this time, so take care of your health. Gwen, I just felt relieved, and now I'm going to the New York Police Department. As Peter said, he suddenly thought of something, and said, by the way, you asked me about my boss, Mr. Liu Feng, last time. Have you met since then? What do you think of him? Liu Feng, he is good, anyway, very good. Gwen was stunned by Peter's sudden question, and subconsciously said a lot of nonsense. When Gwen came back to her senses and realized what she had said, she covered her face and felt extremely ashamed. Liu Feng definitely does. Liu Feng's lively appearance makes Gwen very confused. Gwen is not bad in her studies. She has naturally studied biology and a series of human systems, and knows what is the normal standard. But that New York Light Liu Feng is not an ordinary man at all. No, he is not an ordinary human at all. The more Gwen 23 thinks about it, the more surprised he becomes. Fortunately, Peter is a slow reflex arc in interpersonal communication, and he didn't hear Gwen's strangeness from it. Okay then, you go to bed early, I'll go over there. Peter said so and hung up the call with Gwen. After the call ended, Gwen covered her eyes and rolled over on the bed, and put the quilt over her head and said, Peter, this guy reminds me of Liu Feng again. What should I do next? Just like that, another girl who was attracted by Liu Feng fell into it, and Brother Feng himself was at home with his wife. Osborne Group, inside the munitions laboratory. The Osborne guys are testing the glider. The military personnel watched from the side, shook their heads, and said, with such an effect, it is impossible for us to invest in a large number of purchases. If the final product is like this, we should end the cooperation as soon as possible. The scientist next to him was stunned when he heard this sentence, and quickly said, but you decided to try to use this glider at the beginning, and our industry will invest time and energy to build it. Now there are only a few final steps to complete. If you say no at this time, it will make it difficult for us to explain to the company. After all, you also know that many things have happened to our company recently, which has caused our company's capital to be unable to turn around, so. The military general shrugged and said, I don't know what this has to do with me. At this time, Norman Osborn came in and greeted the military. General Oz, Mr. Fisher, it's an honor to meet you. Norman Osborn, what wind brought you? The big chairman. Fisher, a technical officer from the military, said. Definitely came to meet you and talk about business, about the glider that you talked to us before. Norman responded with a smile on his face. Fisher, a military technician, shrugged his shoulders and said, actually, we don't need the glider now, and the results of this thing are not as good as we expected, so we are not going to buy. That's not what you said before, General Oz. Our company is short of funds now, so you can't withdraw capital casually. Norman said hastily. General Oz next to him heard the words, and said, we are not here just to withdraw capital. There is another thing, which is the green energy potion that enhances the human body to gain strength and speed. Pharmaceuticals that enhance the human body. Norman made a look at his own scientific research staff and asked him to start introducing. Osborn's research staff quickly said, the finished product of this potion is almost done now. We did a gas inhalation experiment on a mouse before and found that his strength has directly increased to 8 times the original. If this is true, that's great. If the experiment is really successful, our military is willing to increase investment and purchase. But General Oz asked again, are there any side effects in the experiments so far? The scientific researcher replied with some embarrassment, yes, but only once. Except for that one, the other experiments were all successful. Norman quickly added. General Oates frowned upon hearing this, and asked, what side effects occurred in that failed experiment? The researchers didn't know whether to say it or not, but in the end they said. The rats became slightly violent, vaguely aggressive towards other creatures, just in comparison, they were crazy. But this is just the only accident. It belongs to a very small error, which is reasonable. Norman said to the general. If you are satisfied with this, General, then we will soon be able to conduct human experiments. Yes, but to limit all research back to the equation stage. Dr. Osborn replied. When General Oz heard this, his face darkened again, and he said, no, it's too slow. When General Oz turned around, Norman whispered to his doctor, going back to the equation stage. What's the situation? Mr. Norman Osborn. Dr. Fisher from the military said. I have to be honest, General Oz and I never supported your plan, which was approved by General Oz's predecessor. And we are now funding another company to manufacture high-tech humanoid armor. General Oz said to Norman. If you can't successfully conduct human experiments before the work over there is finished, and fail to complete your green energy human body enhancement potion, then we will withdraw the funds given. After speaking, General Oz turned around and left. You all understand, right? We will come back in 3 days. When we come back, either the drug research is successful, or we withdraw the capital. It's as simple as that. Mr. Fisher said so, and then followed General Oz to leave here. How is it possible to find volunteers who are willing to accept the experiment in such a short period of time? Moreover, the finished product must be produced in the human experiment. The doctor on Osborn's side said so. Norman AO Capital looked at the backup of the two, and silently clenched its fists. This project must be won. At this time, the phone rang, and when Norman picked it up, he found that it was the deputy director. Norman, urgently convene the board of directors, come over here. The other side. After Liu Feng came back from Gwen's side, he stopped going out, but stayed with his wife. The past few days were leisure time again. Now Liu Feng has more choices. After all, there are 6 choices, just like ice cream, each of which is different. But Liu Feng is still relatively restrained when facing Gwen. After all, Gwen is still young, so he has to proceed step by step. And according to psychology, now is not a good time to continue to let Gwen out. In addition, Betty and Michaela kept calling themselves before, so they didn't bother Gwen. Thinking of this, Liu Feng slapped his thigh and said, "That's the decision, because Betty is drinking coffee over there." In fact, Liu Feng occasionally chats with little Spider-Man and Liu Feng about these things. After all, they all come from the worldview of these two people. Every time I talk about these banners, I will reply, "I have always regarded Betty as my younger sister, and I have no idea of finding a girlfriend for the time being. After all, my body is mutated now, so I still have to put more energy on my body. Although I get along well with Hulk now, even if he doesn't cause trouble, it would be a terrifying thing for me to hand over my body to him when I get emotional." Hearing this, Liu Feng recalled such a scene in her mind. I am afraid that only the Chinese people in the small days would be willing to film this kind of scene in a drama watched in the house. As for Peter, he said that he has number 337 feelings for Gwen. Said that Gwen has a kind of high-cold royal sister fan, and has the halo of a schoolmaster Peter has never dared to approach. However, I've been fascinated by a female student in our class recently. Her name is MJ, she's pretty cool and approachable. Peter described it to Liu Feng as if he were telling his old father about his crush. Mary Jane? She is quite suitable for you. It can be said that you are a natural match. Take care of it. Liu Feng subconsciously said. As a result, Peter said directly, "What, Mary Jane?" Although the shorthand is similar, the MJ I like is called Michelle Jones. Only then did Liu Feng realize that the heroine of the Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe is not Mary Jane, but a different heroine named Michelle. And when Liu Feng thinks there is no Mary Jane in this world, Peter continued. "However, there is indeed a girl named Mary Jane in our class, but she already has a boyfriend, Harry Osborn, the son of Norman Osborn, the chairman of the Osborn Group. It seems that because of the integrated characters of the worldview of the 3 generations, there will still be some people who should be there. It's just that the characters after the integrate don't have any close relationship with the Dutch brothers version of Spider-Man. It's the Osborn Group again." Tony said that this company has also participated in the arms industry in New York. Dr. Lizard is also an employee here. It seems that we should pay more attention to this company. Liu Feng said secretly. Osborn Corporation, the directors are in a meeting. Everyone looked at each other, with heavy expressions on their faces, and Chairman Norman Osborn was even more worried, with 3 layers of wrinkles on his forehead. The deputy director looked around and found no one to speak, so he took the lead and said, "Norman, now our Osborn Company's funds are the lowest in history, and many projects have to be cancelled. Yeah, Mr. Jinbing's divestment has had a great impact on us, as well as the Connors incident of the Lizardman incident last time." The female director echoed, "Connors not only broke a lot of equipment, but also caused damage to the building. There is already a huge amount of money spent on it. Yeah, how about we close down the military department and focus on AI in the future, which is more in line with the current market demand?" When another director responded this way, other directors followed suit. "That's right, the weapon department really costs too much money. The military said they would cooperate with us before, but there is no one in sight until now, and they plan to withdraw their capital. That is, the military has always been dissatisfied with our current research results, but to achieve their satisfaction, we need to add additional funds under such circumstances, but how can there be so much money now?" The other directors discussed this to see what direction Osborn will invest its funds and energy in next. There are people who talk about focus and everything, but everyone agrees that the arms department must be closed. Enough. Listening to the discussion, Norman directly said. Because of funding problems, 1 or 2 said they would close the weapons department. Do you still remember what our original goal was? We said that we will replace the Stark Group that has withdrawn from the stage of history. We will become the largest arms supplier of the new United States. The more Norman spoke, the more excited he became, and he became a little crazy. "But what are you planning to do now? Planning to quit the arms industry? Aren't we the same as Stark Industries? Don't you want to be like Tony Stark and make the Osborn Group a loser?" As Norman spoke, Rage got up and slapped it directly on the table. His ferocious expression like a devil directly scared most of the directors. "Do you think it's just playing house? Funds are not a small problem. The company has to talk about profit and loss. If the investment keeps expanding, the company will lose value. The deputy director said with a livid face, Norman, your mental state is very bad now, I suggest you go back and rest first. You are not qualified to instruct me what to do, and none of you are qualified to instruct me. Norman continued to say frantically, this is the Osborne Group Company, a company created by me, Norman Osborne? Only I can decide what to do here. What to do? We are major shareholders, let alone let you rest, as long as we are willing, we are even qualified to remove your position. Hearing this, the deputy director continued to respond coldly. You're out, Norman, go enjoy your vacation. Norman finally calmed down, put away the expression on his face, looked at these people, and nodded. After Norman and the directors finished their meeting, they left the building. Before leaving, he turned and looked at the name Osborne Group on the building. Norman clenched his fist silently, and a bold idea came into his heart. The other side. Liu Feng spent several nights of spring night with his old lover, the judge of the killer union. According to the previous agreement, the judge had to let Liu Feng use the back, and he had no complaints throughout the whole process and had to praise Liu Feng non-stop. If you really don't want to, I can let you go, but you have to kneel down and beg me for mercy in a very sincere tone. Liu Feng used the aggressive method on the judge in this way. And just as Liu Feng expected, the judge said directly, I will never beg for mercy, and I am not afraid at all. In this way, Liu Feng was happy, and the judge was in pain, but the pain was pain, and the desire to win or lose was still haunting the mind of the judge. The judge didn't play tricks or let Liu Feng leave, but competed with Liu Feng like a competition. The stubborn judge persisted in all this, but quickly and slowly accepted and got used to it, with a hint of addiction as if. The time came to the morning in a flash. Different from the continuous whining at night, the hotel in the morning was extraordinarily quiet, and both of them were resting. At this moment, Liu Feng's cell phone received a text message, and when he turned on the cell phone, he found that it was from Daisy. It seems that this little girl has fallen deeply, Liu Feng said secretly. Then Liu Feng opened the text message and saw, sure enough, the text message from Gwen said, our school is on holiday tomorrow. I want to go to Chinatown, but no one will accompany me. I wonder if you are free. After all, she was still a little girl, and she didn't want the person next to Liu Feng to be so straightforward, so Gwen asked Liu Feng to find some legitimate reasons. But Liu Feng took a look at tomorrow's day. It seems that tomorrow is China's Dragon Boat Festival, so Chinatown will be more lively. It seems that this little girl has been waiting for a very long time in order to find a chance to ask her out, so Liu Feng replied to him, yes. Afterwards, Liu Feng got up to change clothes and go back to the police station, but he got up a little too much, which startled the judge beside the pillow. The judge subconsciously said, take a break, brother, not everyone is a perpetual motion machine like you. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth raised, and he patted the judge's face to indicate that he was leaving. Before Liu Feng couldn't help but said in his heart, I really don't know if I'm a devil in the eyes of these women. But every time these women came to the door by themselves, so even if they were demons, they were the ones they provoked. Night. Osborne Group, Arms Division Laboratories. There are only 2 people in the laboratory, Norman in a white coat, and the doctor who is in charge of physical enhancement drugs. Norman was standing in front of the machine, typing codes to adjust the operation of the biological chamber, and the doctor next to him quickly dissuaded him. Mr. Norman, please don't do this, the physical enhancement potion has not been completed yet, you can't use yourself as an experimenter. There have been accidents in the process of experimenting with mice, Mr. Norman, the risk of you doing this is too great. Norman ignored the doctor's dissuasion. After typing the code, he walked to the biological cabin to check the situation in the biological cabin and said, don't be so timid, doctor, experiments are inherently risky, and the probability of failure is very small. Just listen to my advice. This is really dangerous. Let me recruit new researchers and volunteers as quickly as possible. You must not accept the experiment yourself. The researcher constantly stopped Norman and said, I'll be able to find volunteers and doctors in this field in a week, at most, just wait a little longer. The time is running out. People from the military will come to pick up the medicine tomorrow, and the company will close the weapon department within a week. Norman shook his head and said, if this experiment fails to get a contract from the military to attract investment, the weapons department of our Osborne Group will be closed directly, and we will never be able to surpass the Stark Group in this life. But Mr. Norman, the doctor wanted to say more. Norman directly ignored the dissuasion of the scientific research staff, and insisted on taking off his shirt in the darkened laboratory, and said, there is no need to persuade us, we can only rely on ourselves. If human experiments are required to produce the final product, then I must come and give me the catalyst. Seeing that Norman couldn't be persuaded, the doctor stepped forward and handed Osborne a bottle of catalyst, but he still asked suspiciously, what is this going to be used for? It allows the enhancer to enter the blood faster. Believe me, my knowledge of scientific research is no less than yours, doctor. Norman took the catalyst handed over by the doctor, looked at the small bottle in his hand, and Norman couldn't help saying, humans have evolved for 40,000 years, but they have not been able to realize the unimaginable potential contained in the body. Today, it depends on me to realize it. Then Norman drank the catalyst in his hand, and then walked slowly to the human body instrument, fixing his body. Then let the doctor control the instrument to stand up, then send the instrument and Norman himself into the experimental chamber and close the door. After being sent in, Norman looked at the doctor and nodded, and said with his lips, "Let's start, release the gas." The doctor has no choice but to come to the equipment and release the green gas that enhances the physical strength from under the ground of the biological chamber. The green gas gradually engulfed Norman in the warehouse. Norman inhaled the gas, and began to twitch grimly. Looking at Norman's painful appearance, the doctor outside the warehouse looked anxiously at the concentration of green energy-enhanced gas displayed on the instrument next to him. I saw that the green density gradually occupied all the space in the bio bin, directly engulfing Norman in the green maze. Norman screamed in pain, and the doctor outside the warehouse panicked when he saw this, and quickly stepped forward to shut off the release of the gas and expel it. But Norman was still twitching, then rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. "Mr. Norman." The doctor glanced in a panic, and the heart rate on the instrument had changed to a straight line, so the doctor hurriedly stepped forward to open the door. After opening the door, the doctor anxiously performed CPR on Norman, looking at the heart rate chart on the instrument while pressing. Finally, the heart rate chart returned to normal, and Norman woke up instantly, just as the doctor was overjoyed. Norman, with a hideous face, reached out and grabbed the doctor's neck, and lifted him in midair to suffocate and hang him in the air. Immediately afterwards, Norman directly threw the doctor out, with amazing strength. He directly threw the doctor onto the instrument and blasted it. "Mr. Norman, what are you doing? Slave." Norman ignored the doctor's question and squatted at the door of the barn, Li Niuzhao, baring his teeth and claws like a devil, then jumped over and chopped the doctor into pieces with his bare hands. The scene was extremely bloody, but Norman killed more and more. Even a strange smile gradually appeared. "Dad, wake up." In the vagueness, Norman heard his son's voice. He suddenly opened his research and woke up from the nightmare. Finding himself lying on the floor of his own house, with his son Harry Osborn beside him, Norman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched all this, and thought to himself, it turned out that everything was just a dream. His son Harry Osborn looked at him worriedly. "Dad, why are you sleeping on the floor all of a sudden? Have you been overworked recently or something?" I don't remember anything." Norman clutched his head with a splitting headache, and vaguely heard his own weird laughter in his mind. "Mr. Osborn." At this time, a female director came from the room, walked up to Norman and said, "Dr. Trevor is dead." And the glider and flight suits in the weapon department also disappeared. The female director said to Norman, "The police are investigating the laboratory now. I don't know if you have any clues here." Norman was surprised to find that everything the director said was exactly the same as the dream he had last night, but he still responded, "No. I slept in my own home last night and didn't know anything." Norman's memories of last night did appear, but he still dismissed the female director on the grounds that he couldn't remember anything. The female director wanted to say something more, but Norman's son quickly stopped him. "My father is not in good health now. I hope you don't bother him. If there is anything, you can let the police station tell me." "Okay, Harry, you guys take a rest first, and discuss later if you have any questions." The female director has no choice but to leave. After the female director left, Harry asked Norman with concern, "Dad, are you really okay? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor?" "It's okay, Harry, I just have some sleepwalking recently. It's a normal symptom, and I'll be fine in a few days," Norman said. Harry questioned Norman again, and after finding that he still insisted that he was fine, Harry got up and said, "Okay, since you have no problem, I'll go to Chinatown to attend the Dragon Boat Festival first. The company has received an invitation from the administrator of Chinatown, and the high-level executives will come when the time comes. If you have nothing to do later, go there together. And I'll bring my girlfriend, Mary Jane, over here and meet you by the way, so if you can come, do your best." Harry Osborn added this sentence again. "Chinatown, will all the high-rises be there?" In Norman's eyes, there was an inexplicable flash of ferocity, but he quickly returned to normal, and looked at Harry and said, "I see, Harry, I'll rest for a while, and I'll go there later." After Harry Osborn left, Norman stood up unsteadily. He clutched his head, feeling a splitting headache. He even heard another person's voice in his head. Norman vaguely felt that another character who looked exactly like himself appeared in his mind. He looks the same as himself, and has the same voice as himself, but his expression shows a ferocious smile like a devil. The figure was yelling at him, "Norman, give me your body, let me take control, let me ease your anger. Who are you? Don't stop me, get the hell out of my head." Norman yelled frantically, then staggered a few steps and bumped into the mirror, which made his head ache even more. When Norman raised his head again and looked at himself in the mirror, Norman in the mirror also showed a strange smile at him. Then, Norman's eyes went dark, and he fell down. His head was like a blank sheet of paper, and he couldn't remember anything clearly. But after a while, Norman stood up, his eyes were completely different, and there was a strange and impotent smile on his face. The United States, Chinatown, Dragon Boat Festival. Liu Feng was accompanying Gwen to this lively place. The relationship between Gwen and Liu Feng has long been intimate, and she held Liu Feng's hand. The two wandered around in Chinatown, and Liu Feng realized that most of the people in the United States really had never seen the world. It's okay for them to be amazed by the zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival, but any dragon boat model, calligraphy, and painting can make them exclaim for a whole day. Although it is also possible that Liu Feng was originally a Chinese, and he has been influenced by Chinese culture since he was a child, so he has nothing new about it. Perhaps this is the saying, all roads lead to Rome, and Liu Feng was born in Rome. In terms of cultural edification, Liu Feng felt that he was far behind these people from the United States with a history of about 200 years. Gwen looked at these novel gadgets like a child, and asked Liu Feng, "What is this red one? Is this doll like one edible? How do you say that in Chinese?" Liu Feng always answered Gwen's questions carefully like an old father, leaving a very good impression on Gwen. After buying and eating, Gwen, who was adventurous because of sex, saw some juggling performances not far away, such as Hua Chen's classic chest-breaking boulders and mouth-swallowing long swords. Gwen was so surprised that she made her mouth into an O shape, and pulled Liu Feng's sleeve and said, "It's actually performing Huaxia Kung Fu over there. This is the first time I've seen Huaxia Kung Fu in my life. Come and watch it with me, Liu Feng." Liu Feng raised his forehead slightly. This is no Kung Fu, but some folk juggling, which made Liu Feng feel even more ignorant of people from the United States. But Liu Feng would not show it like this, but nodded and said, "Okay, let's go, I will accompany you to watch." Liu Feng and Gwen came to the special juggling place. Gwen watched with great interest, and Liu Feng, who was bored, looked around. With supervision, Liu Feng immediately noticed a red-haired beauty in a red cheongsam on the second floor of the building in front of him. There are many red-haired beauties, and there are also many wearing cheongsams. The reason why Liu Feng observed this one was that she looked familiar. It looks like Mary Jane, the heroine in the classic computer version of Spider-Man when she was young. Liu Feng was shocked by her appearance at that time. And little Spider-Man Peter also told Liu Feng that the Mary Jane in this world is his classmate, but they don't have much contact with each other. Liu Feng looked at Mary Jane and imagined it, and she was still wearing a cheongsam. Wasn't that hinting at herself? As for the rich and handsome Harry Osborn next to her, it didn't matter. Anyway, he would break up with Mary Jane soon. But the problem came again. The two of them hadn't broken up yet. Liu Feng rubbed his chin and thought, how to get her. Just when Liu Feng was thinking this way, there was a burst of tearing air sounds in the sky, and everyone looked up. Normal people can't see anything, but Liu Feng captured the opponent's body. It was a guy wearing green armor, stepping on a green unknown object, and wearing 10 demon hoods on his head. Naturally, Liu Feng also knows this thing, although he seldom appears on the scene, but this guy is the classic Spider-Man villain, Green Goblin? Norman Osborn, that is, the Green Goblin who has been affected by the enhancement potion and has a new personality, is stepping on a glider painted green, and came to the second floor in front of the Osborn high-level people, as well as Harry Osborn and Mary Jane. Then Green Goblin threw out one after another round objects engraved with pumpkin patterns without saying a word. The moment the object touched the building, CDCG, there was an explosion, and the ground that Osborn's high-level people stepped on collapsed directly. Green Goblin threw pumpkin bombs, countless bombs destroyed the floors, and even a few were thrown at the deputy director and the female director, and then the bomb directly swallowed the deputy director and the female director, blasted until hemiplegic. After Green Goblin blew up Osborn's top executives to death, he said arrogantly, "I'm out, right? The deputy director? Now who is out forever? Ha 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 ha." The situation on the ground was not optimistic. Facing the scene, everyone fled one after another. When Gwen wanted to escape, he noticed that Liu Feng beside him had disappeared. Gwen is different from other women who can only run away. As soon as Liu Feng disappeared, Gwen frantically looked for him. "Liu Feng? Liu Feng, where have you been?" Gwen was worried that something might happen to Liu Feng, and after looking around and finding no injured people, Gwen thought that Liu Feng fled here without any danger to his life. And in a corner where no one could notice, Liu Feng put on his glasses, ripped off the clothes on his chest, revealing the blue tights with the letter S engraved under the clothes, and turned into a Superman flying doctor. Green Goblin was still using the pumpkin bomb in his hand to destroy everything in sight until a tearing air sound came from behind him. Green Goblin, who was enhanced by the potion and gained keen hearing, turned his head, and a fist from the Man of Steel hit him directly in the face. Green Goblin was punched by Liu Feng and flew tens of meters into the sky, and Liu Feng replaced Green Goblin's original position and floated in midair. Everyone on the ground, seeing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at Liu Feng, who turned into Superman. It's Superman? My god, look at it. It's really Superman? The comics didn't lie to us? Superman is real. Seeing this scene, Gwen let out a heavy breath in her heart, and said, "This counts, Superman has saved me twice." And Mary Jane on the crumbling high-rise on the second floor also saw Liu Feng's figure. Even though there was a rich and handsome man standing beside her, Mary Jane still refused to take her eyes off Liu Feng. Because Liu Feng's Superman form is so charming, this ancient Greek sculpture-like muscle does not seem to exist in the world at all. Liu Feng, who was floating in midair, also turned his head slightly to look at Mary Jane after hearing the heart from Mary Jane. After being glanced at by Liu Feng in Superman form, Mary Jane was even more frantic, starting to feel that the man beside her was nothing. At this moment, Green Goblin, who was punched by Liu Feng, stepped on his glider and came to Liu Feng. "Superman? Huh? Just a joker, you're nothing," Green Goblin said, and punched him back. However, there was a sound like hitting metal, and Green Goblin's fist directly felt unimaginable pain. While still howling, Liu Feng raised his fist and joked, "It's time for another punch, little goblin." Green Goblin panicked. The punch just now made him slow down for a long time, but Liu Feng's fist had already been smashed. There was no way to hide. Green Goblin could only throw 7 pumpkin bombs in all directions at this time. After Green Goblin was punched and flew, pumpkin bombs were thrown in all directions. Liu Feng observed the trajectory of these bombs and calculated how many bombs might hit passers-by. Accelerate directly in the air, pinch, and explode one after another, catch the bombs back and forth in midair at an extremely fast flight speed. 2 of them will not hurt pedestrians, but 1 of them hit the wall on the 2nd floor of Mary Jane. There was already a crack in the place where Mary Jane was standing, and when the pumpkin bomb was thrown over, the bomb exploded. Under Mary Jane's feet, there were collapses, and the floors were crumbling. Harry Osborn was desperately trying to hold her back. Jane, hold my hand. Harry, save me, Harry. Mary Jane reached out her hand to Harry Osborn, but the floor collapsed at this moment, and Mary Jane also screamed and fell down. Liu Feng flew at supersonic speed and came to Mary Jane when she was about to fall to the ground. Floating in midair and hugging his princess in her arms, Mary Jane also reached out and grabbed Liu Feng's strong arm. The two looked at each other, and the eyes of Mary Jane, who was wearing a cheongsam, were full of admiration. Finally, Liu Feng fell slowly and put it on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help applauding for it, and Mary Jane gradually lost herself in the applause. In such an atmosphere, no matter who stands surrounded by people's applause, they will be affected by it and feel in love with them. What's more, the person opposite is a Superman with a body like an ancient Greek sculpture. In close contact with such a tall, mighty, majestic character, a normal-oriented person of the opposite sex would bow down to him. Mary Jane looked at Superman Liu Feng, with an unstoppable smile on her face, and asked, "Are you really that well-known Superman? Isn't it obvious enough? You can feel it, you have the right to speak." Liu Feng responded jokingly. When Mary Jane's eyes flashed with admiration, Liu Feng immediately stopped and said, "Since you are fine, see you by fate." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he let go of Mary Jane's hand, floating slightly in the air and preparing to soar into the sky. "Wait a minute, you saved me, how can I repay you?" Mary Jane looked at Liu Feng, eyes full of nostalgia, and shouted, "Perhaps you can tell me, what is your real identity?" Liu Feng left a sentence before flying away, "I can be anyone, and the one you should repay is not me. Maybe you can put your gratitude on the public security organs." Then Liu Feng soared into the sky, leaving only Mary Jane looking up at Liu Feng's back, leaving a lonely figure. She clenched her fists over her heart, as if she had reserved a spot for Superman. And Gwen, who witnessed the whole process, was actually a little depressed. Because it's like Mary Jane stole her Superman. Although Gwen knew that Superman did not belong to him, and Superman would not have sex with anyone at will just to save others, but Gwen still felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. It's like among Chinese groupies, fans will feel unhappy when they see their idols cuddling with other opposite sexes, and what's more, they will frantically take off fans or flesh each other out. Hey, what are you thinking about so much? Superman has nothing to do with me, I'd better focus on the people around me. When Gwen was thinking this way, the siren sounded. Gwen turned her head to look in the direction of the sirens, and found that the New York police had arrived, and the police officers quickly evacuated the crowd and sealed off the scene, and the leader was Sergeant Liu Feng. Liu Feng led the team, and his earnest appearance was extremely charming. Both Gwen and Mary Jane fell into it, because Liu Feng's figure is also very good. Even through the police uniform, you can still see the muscles under her figure. There is also Liu Feng's face, with the bones of a Westerner and the skin of an Easterner. I don't want people in the United States to become crazy elders after they are 25 years old. It looks like they are in their 40s. Liu Feng's face, he also looked like a high school student about Gwen's age. And the moment Liu Feng appeared, the blonde Gwen stepped forward to hold his arm, and Liu Feng would look at Gwen tenderly and affectionately. This scene made Mary Jane jealous for the second time. Waste. What's the matter? The first person I fell in love with today, but I couldn't ask for it because he didn't want to reveal his true face, and the second person I fell in love with was actually robbed by Gwen again. At this moment, Harry Osborn, Mary Jane's real boyfriend, trotted over, checked Mary Jane's body, and asked with concern, "Jane, are you okay? There is nothing wrong with your body." "I'm fine, Harry. When Superman rescued me, he was very gentle and didn't hurt me." Mary Jane said so, and shook off Harry Osborn, who touched her hand with a displeased expression. Harry Osborn thought it was Mary Jane who was frightened by today's attack, and before he recovered, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "You're fine, why don't I take you back to rest?" "No, Harry, I want to go back to my own house to rest, so you don't need to send it away." Mary Jane said so, and was about to leave, but she couldn't help but looked at Liu Feng and Gwen, and then couldn't help it. Live. I thought that Gwen Stacy would like a nerd like Peter Parker, but I didn't expect him to like this type of man. Harry Osborn didn't know why Mary Jane suddenly mentioned Gwen's matter, but after looking at it, Harry still echoed Mary Jane, and replied, "Yeah, Gwen actually likes this kind of old man. I really don't know what's so good about this. Although his Chinese ancestry makes him look younger than his peers, he is still many years older than us. I don't know why there are people of our age who are willing to like such an old man. What kind of woman can like that kind of man? Are you right, Jane?" Harry thought that Mary Jane was trying to mock Gwen, but he was completely mistaken. After hearing what he said, Mary Jane immediately replied with a black face, "I'm going back first, you don't need it." Overtake. After Mary Jane finished speaking, she left without looking back, leaving Harry Osborn with a bewildered expression standing there and touching his head, saying, "Did I say something wrong? Shouldn't I be mocking Gwen?" Harry couldn't figure it out, but what he didn't expect was that the series of things that followed made him even more confused and angry. Because when Harry came home, he was going to talk to his father about the devil riding a glider that he met today. When he got home, he found that the mansion of Harry's family was full of people from the New York Police Department, and the police were rummaging through his house. "Hey, what are you doing? Put that thing down. You have no right to touch that thing." Harry stopped quickly. The obstructed police officers were speechless. At this moment, Police Officer Chen Long took out a search warrant and held it in front of Harry, saying, "See clearly, sir, we have a search warrant, and the law stipulates that we can come in and search." Harry Osborn carefully looked at the search warrant, and then cursed directly. "Order to capture the suspect Norman Osborn? Are you mistaken? You think my dad is the Green Goblin who is making trouble in Chinatown? How is that possible?" Chen Long was too lazy to explain to Harry Osborn, and continued to search, and then Harry watched with his own eyes. Liu Feng pressed Norman Osborn down the stairs slowly from upstairs. "Dad? Let go of my dad? What are you doing?" He was wronged. Harry Osborn yelled frantically, trying to go forward, but was stopped by the police officers beside him. Harry Osborn was still struggling desperately, and finally saw several police officers behind Liu Feng walking down with the green glider that had appeared in Chinatown and the Green Goblin flight suit. What? How is this possible? Dad, how could you do such a thing? It's absolutely impossible." Harry collapsed on the ground. "Excuse me, I'm a policeman." Liu Feng definitely ignored Harry Osborn, and sent Green Goblin Norman Osborn to prison impartially. After all, in the worldview of the first generation of Spider-Man, various murder motives and their evidences are really easy to find out, and it is easy to find when catching talents. Liu Feng is different from the poor Taizi in the superhero movie. "Let's go Green Goblin Norman Osborn, but you can withstand 2 punches from Superman. Your stamina is not bad." Asking for flowers. Norman remained silent. First, these things were caused by his other Green Goblin personality. Second, the enhancement potion did give him super endurance, but in front of Superman, he could only last for 2 hours. Fist. After Liu Feng took Norman Osborn away, Harry sat on the ground. When Mary Jane came over, Harry Osborn thought that Mary Jane wanted to comfort him, but Mary Jane said directly, "I really didn't expect your father to take back such a person. I'm sorry, Harry, I don't think I can be with you again." Mary Jane said so, and then left without looking back, following Liu Feng's figure, leaving only Harry with a confused expression on his face. And the one who was hit the most was yet to come, because Mary Jane walked up to Liu Feng, and said coyly, "Well, Mr. Liu Feng, my name is Mary Jane, and I'm a classmate with your new colleague Peter. I don't know, can you leave me a number?" Hearing this, Liu Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a characteristic bright smile, "Definitely yes, I am Liu Feng from the New York Police Department. You can call me if you need anything from now on. Point 0. So Liu Feng gave Mary Jane his own phone number, and Harry watched this NTR happen face to face. Oh no, it wasn't NTR, because he had already been dumped by Mary Jane. In the police car, Chen Long, who was driving, couldn't help but said to Liu Feng, the co-pilot, "Brother Feng, you are really capable. You can get such a beautiful red-haired girl to ask for her phone number without doing anything. But it's a pity for the young master of the Osborn group, Harry Osborn. It's fine that his father was arrested in front of his face, and his girlfriend just dumped him and asked another person to get his phone number. Keep driving, don't talk about these things," Liu Feng said directly, without choosing to echo Chen Long's words. As for how miserable Harry Osborn is, that's none of his business. Liu Feng was displeased with this guy when he watched movies when he was a child in his previous life. Let him suffer like this, Liu Feng will feel better, and it will be regarded as an outlet for the original Toby Spider-Man. In this way, Liu Feng sent Norman to prison, and a woman's name was added to the phone's address book. This one is different from Gwen. Gwen just knows that she has a wife. And Mary Jane not only knew that she had a wife, but also Gwen, so she still chose Liu Feng under this premise. So Mary Jane was more active, and definitely Liu Feng did not disappoint her, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of Mary Jane's fantasy of Superman. A few days after the Green Goblin matter was resolved, it was a calm day, no one was causing trouble in New York, and Liu Feng had no chance to send Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl. While Banner and Peter are concentrating on researching human experiments, John Wick has gradually returned to normal life. I heard that he has raised a few more dogs, and his life is very comfortable. Liu Feng's life here is also quite good. Now there are 7, and Dong Yang in the story of the 7 fairies that Liu Feng heard when he was young was not so lucky. It's just that Liu Feng felt a little strange while living such a comfortable life, because he hadn't seen Wanda for a long time. Why did Wanda take so long on a business trip? It took more than half a month. Liu Feng came home one day and suddenly realized this problem. When I called, Wanda's cell phone only replied, "The number you dialed has not been answered, please try again later." The person disappeared for more than half a month, and no one answered the phone every time I called. This situation should not have happened. Sitting in the office, Liu Feng felt something was wrong. Then Liu Feng called the police officer Chen Long, and said to him, Chen Long, you lead a few people to search for a person in a large area of New York. Okay, Brother Feng, who are you looking for? Is it a suspect, or a felon who escaped from which state the general administration is looking for? Chen Long asked in this way as usual. And Liu Feng replied, it's my wife, Wanda Maximov. I haven't contacted her for almost a month. What? Hearing this, Chen Long was more excited than Liu Feng, and hurriedly said, what happened to sister-in-law? I will send a large number of people to find the trace of sister-in-law. Brother Feng, don't worry, I will do my best to help you find sister-in-law. It sounds like you are more anxious than me, brother, Liu Feng complained in his heart. In fact, Liu Feng began to feel that there was something wrong with Wanda not being in touch with him for too long, but he knew that Wanda's life was not in danger. Because Liu Feng once used the super lottery system to draw a special super ability, and used it on Wanda. That ability is teleportation, but it is not ordinary teleportation. Because the usage of this ability is to select an object binding of 790. When the other party's life is in danger, Liu Feng will instantly appear by the other party's side. And Liu Feng used this ability on his wife Wanda very early on. Although Liu Feng knows that Wanda's ability is very strong, basically nothing can stop her. But Wanda is his wife, and as the saying goes, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, so Liu Feng directly put ability above Wanda. The other people around Liu Feng usually don't encounter any fatal danger, even if they do, Liu Feng can easily come to their side. Not necessarily Wanda, after all, she runs around with her mutant all day long, and it's not uncommon for her to run to the other side of the earth one day, so Liu Feng has to find a way to get there in time. And the teleportation ability has not yet been triggered, which means that Wanda is not in mortal danger at present, but she will not be able to return in a while. So Liu Feng faced the perfect interpretation of the police officer in front of him. What is the emperor is not in a hurry and the eunuch is in a hurry, and said slowly, Wanda shouldn't be in any danger for the time being, but she is indeed out of contact. You don't need to make too many moves. In short, just look for her in New York. Maybe she just forgot to pay the phone bill or something. The policeman Chen Long actually didn't understand much. Liu Feng himself was not very excited when his wife disappeared, but he still had to obey the orders of his boss, so Chen Long responded to Liu Feng and left the office. After the police officers left, Peter and Banner went into the office to find Liu Feng and ask some questions about the laboratory, and then Gwen called to talk to Liu Feng. Then Liu Feng got off work on time, and it was Mary who kept him quiet at night, and it was still the same. Liu Feng only stayed with the newcomers for one night, leaving them a time to slowly accept. After one night, Liu Feng woke up at Mary Jane's side and went straight to the police station. But as soon as they passed by, they saw Chen Long with a sad face and said, Brother Feng, we searched all over New York, but we couldn't find my sister-in-law. At this time, Liu Feng was also a little worried, and said, she said earlier that she was on a business trip, and it is normal for her not to be in New York. I understand, you don't have to worry about it. Chen Long was still puzzled. Unexpectedly Liu Feng turned around and returned to the office after finishing speaking. Then he took out his mobile phone, pressed the number, and called Arthur, the director of the general administration. Hello, Feng? What's the matter? You haven't called me for a long time, and you have a power to mess with you again. Director Arthur asked skillfully. Liu Feng straight to the point. This time it's not some other force, but I haven't contacted my wife for half a month. It's a bit strange. I want you to look for it. Arthur heard this, and asked with some doubts. Didn't you say that your wife was on a business trip last time when you had tea? Should she be on a business trip this time? I won't miss my phone when I'm on a business trip, and this business trip is too long. Wanda is not someone who doesn't leave a message in case of an emergency. Liu Feng explained. I have already sent people to search in New York City, but found nothing. See if you have time to send people to search in the labyrinth, as long as you see Wanda within the next 10 days. After speaking, Arthur on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then said, Okay, I understand, I will send someone to investigate, and I will give you an answer soon. After the call ended, Liu Feng felt that the mutants' traces were difficult to capture even by the general administration. So Liu Feng immediately thought of the organization in this universe that knew the traces of super ability people all over the world, SHIELD. Since the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. can have so many super ability users' data, it proves that they also have a set of means and devices that are more suitable for tracking super ability people. Liu Feng thought so, and then called his adoptive mother Elena Stark. After all, Liu Feng is not familiar with the people of SHIELD. Some time ago, he killed the director of the Black Stewed Egg. But Elena is different. She is the younger sister of the founder of SHIELD. It shouldn't be a problem to ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to help her find someone. After the call was connected, Liu Feng told his adoptive mother the ins and outs, and the other party replied, I see, Feng, I'm going to find them to solve this problem now. After the phone was hung up, Liu Feng was already getting a little angry. Because including today, Wanda and him have already been together for more than 20 days, so I don't need to think about what happened to Wanda. He propped his hands on the table, his eyes were fierce, as if he was about to burst into flames, and said, No matter what kind of power it is, if you are brave enough to provoke my wife, no matter who it is, you will die for me. The next day, The head of the General Administration told Liu Feng that within the past 20 days, Wanda could not be found in the whole of the United States, so Wanda is not in the United States. And Liu Feng's adoptive mother also called him, saying, "Feng, we found the place where Wanda appeared at the last moment, in the Baidu forest in South Africa, but that happened 10 days ago, and then a fire broke out in Sank, which burned more than half of it. Wanda didn't know." Liu Feng had clenched his fists when he heard this, but he hadn't teleported there yet, so Wanda's life was not in danger yet. The adoptive mother on the other end of the phone continued. Also, S.H.I.E.L.D. also found out that more than a dozen days ago, a group of people from the United States dressed in weird ancient Chinese costumes traveled to and from various cities in the United States in a short period of time. Now fax the photo of the leader of that group to you. They shuttled around the United States, and the last stop was New York City, and then they disappeared completely in the United States. But 10 days ago, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in South Africa reported that the group of people appeared in South Africa. After listening to all this silently, Liu Feng sorted out the clues revealed by his adoptive mother in his mind, and then replied unhurriedly, "I got it, Mom, you don't need to worry about the rest." After hanging up the phone, an angry Liu Feng picked up the faxed photo, which showed a Westerner in brown-yellow cloth with black unidentified substances around his eyes. Liu Feng looked at the person's appearance and clothes, and then slowly said the person's name, Caecilius. Caecilius is the magician who fell into darkness among the disciples of Ancient One, and the magician with the highest ability before Doctor Strange. He once appeared as a villain in the movie Doctor Strange, with the purpose of destroying the 4 magical holy places on the earth, and summoning the demon Dormammu to devour the entire world. If you guys go to mess with Ancient One and her magician apprentices, I won't take care of you. Liu Feng held a photo of Caecilius, eyes full of anger. But if you insist on running to New York to follow my wife, and if you dare to follow my wife and go to the school she runs to cause trouble, you will all die. Liu Feng clenched his fists and walked out of the police station. In an empty corner, a red and blue uniform and cape appeared. Under the powerful flight speed, a figure flashed across the sky of New York like lightning. The other side, South Africa. In the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. In a large part of the forest that has been burned by flames. The mutant school stands among them, but has not received any damage. Because around the mutant school, there was a circular scarlet light. That scarlet light enveloped the entire school like a protective shield. Outside the protective shield, several dozens of magicians wearing similar costumes. The mutant school surrounded by shields has been surrounded. And batch after batch, they used magic to attack the shield on the school. Waiting behind closed doors to be blown up by us is really proud. Caecilius among the group of magicians was standing not far away, watching all this with his hands behind his back, and said to himself, "After we capture all of you mutants and brainwash and control them, you won't be so clumsy anymore, ha 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 ha." Inside the mutant school, several mutant students were anxiously looking at 5.0, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who was using a magic shield to protect the whole school. Wanda was floating in midair, maintaining a meditating posture, and a burst of red light rose around her. Wanda has been casting spells like this for more than 10 days. "Aren't you in a hurry? We can't rely on him alone, we have to do something," said Shadowcat among the mutant students. Another old mutant angel heard the words and replied silently, "Then what else can we do? Can we fight against the group of magicians outside the school?" "That's right, who fought those magicians before? They can turn the whole world upside down. There are also all kinds of grotesque abilities to subdue us. No matter how strong our super abilities are, they can find a way to fight us." Hearing that another wolf who can transform into any form, the new mutant wolf Poison, said, "They have a lot of abilities. After defeating us, they will open a strange door, and then throw all the disabled students into it." Now 10 mutants have been captured. The Phantom became more and more annoyed, and almost shouted, "Then what should we do? Can we just watch Wanda create a shield like this, and watch him consume his magic power until he is exhausted? We are like trash." Hearing what Shadowcat said, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What Shadowcat said is indeed right. It is not an option to let Wanda consume his magic power like this until he is exhausted. But at the same time, this group of mutant students couldn't, or dare not go out of the school to compete with that group of magicians. Wanda and I already have plans. When several mutants were troubled, Quicksilver, who was leaning against the wall, said unhurriedly, "Wanda is naturally not stupid enough to keep using magic to maintain the shield and wait for the magicians to break through. He is delaying time and waiting for rescuers to come. Because, 10 days ago, Scott went to Zyrie country to obtain medical equipment, and today, he will come back." After listening to Quicksilver's words, several people were overjoyed, as if they had grasped the straw. "If Cyclops Scott can come back, then the magicians outside are nothing at all," said Mutant Angel. Wolf's Poison also said, "That's right, no matter who the enemy is, Scott's super powerful rays from another dimension can easily destroy them." As one of the leaders of the old mutant, Scott Cyclops has helped the mutant school solve crisis after crisis. In the eyes of all mutant school students, Cyclops is their hero. Cyclops' achievements are obvious to all. All the mutant students are thankful for their family and Cyclops as the trump card, but Shadowcat always has an ominous feeling. Outside the school, the magicians are still using 23 spells to destroy Wanda's protective shield, which has lasted for more than 10 days. Even Caecilius was amazed. How could this Wanda's magical energy not be so much more than their group of darkness? Fortunately, after the attack today, Caecilius' subordinates came over and said to him, "There are obvious cracks in the witch's magic shield. Today, none of them will be able to escape." Okay, very good. This X Academy is the hiding place of the last batch of mutants left in this world. Controlling them and using them for my own use is one step closer to our completion of the great cause of reunification. Caecilius said, "Continue to suppress with magic." Yes, the subordinate responded. Finally, after 2 hours of magic bombardment, Wanda's protective shield was directly shattered into pieces at this moment. At this moment, Wanda in the school was exhausted and passed out. Everyone could only step forward to protect Wanda. And when the situation became like this, everyone had no choice but to choose to fight. Wolfbane took the lead in transforming into a wolf on the spot, and even if he was about to die, he would pull a magician as a backup. The others were also ready to fight, and Quicksilver pulled out a steel pipe to injure a few. And at this time, one of the mutants with acute eyes suddenly said, "Rescue soldiers are here." Outside the school, Caecilius, the leader of the Dark Magician, was overjoyed when he saw this scene, and ordered, "Catch all mutants, keep them alive, but don't have to leave them whole." And added, "Except for the special parts that can release super abilities, you can deal with the rest as you like." However, just a few seconds after the subordinate walked over, in the next moment, an extremely bright red laser shot directly over, shooting Caecilius' subordinate in half. The magician's subordinates not far away quickly stopped attacking and looked behind one after another. Caecilius also looked at the source of the laser, and saw a man wearing strange glasses, and the laser came from under his glasses. It burst out. A well-known guy in mutant, Cyclops Scott Summers. Caecilius said unhurriedly, "You are not dead yet, just right, use it for me." After shooting Caecilius' subordinate to death, Cyclops did not turn on the function of the glasses, but turned his head directly, allowing the laser to sweep Caecilius horizontally, cutting Caecilius' body as well. Seeing this, Caecilius, the leader of the Dark Magician, immediately bent down to avoid the Cyclops shooting at his upper body. Caecilius immediately raised his hand and drew a circle on the spot. After Cyclops watched Caecilius draw a circle, a strange thing appeared on the opponent's ground inexplicably, and Cyclops also began to feel that something was wrong, saying, "What is this thing?" Cyclops didn't realize until Caecilius jumped into it. This is something for teleportation. When Cyclops released the laser, he was blind, so Cyclops opened the red quartz eyepiece and closed the connection between his eyeballs and the space of another dimension. At this time, the radiation was no longer emitted from his eyes, and he regained his light. Looking around. Immediately afterwards, Cyclops heard the sound of Caecilius drawing a circle behind him, and turned his head quickly. It turned out that the teleportation really happened behind him, and Caecilius was ready to go within the teleportation circle. Oops. Seeing this, Cyclops quickly raised his hand to turn off his glasses and turn on the laser, but it was too late. "It's too slow, you kid with sharp eyes." Caecilius, who jumped out of the teleportation circle, directly held a transparent dagger-shaped object, and stabbed at Cyclops' chest. In an instant, blood gushed out. This transparent dagger of unknown substance was harder than any metal in the world, and Caecilius directly inserted it into Cyclops' chest with ease. Cyclops was pushed back a few steps by Caecilius' blow, and then he got angry and directly closed the red quartz eyepiece, thus turning on the laser to shoot Caecilius. Caecilius dodged easily, and when he cast a spell with both hands, Cyclops suddenly felt dizzy, and fell to the right, hitting a tree before stopping. No, Cyclops was also recruited. He was dragged into that strange space by them. Acute eyes in the school kept reporting the battle situation to the students. After trapping Cyclops in the mirror space, Caecilius and the other magicians came before Cyclops. Then, each magician began to cast spells with both hands, and magic circles were formed one after another in front of them. Cyclops was anxious and panicked, so he threw it directly into the red quartz eyepiece, and turned his head on the spot to let the laser sweep in all directions. The bright red laser swept in all directions, but it was suddenly refracted to other places when it was about to meet the magicians. Just like that, the lasers released by the Cyclops avoided any magician at an extremely strange angle. "You still don't understand what's going on, kid with eye-catching eyes," Caecilius said tirelessly. "In the mirror space, any physical rules are not up to you, but me." After taunting Cyclops, Caecilius ordered to his subordinates, "Okay, maim him, save his eyeballs, and his dog's life, and deal with the rest as you like." Yes. The magician's men agreed and began to cast spells to capture Cyclops. After speaking to his subordinates, Caecilius himself left the mirror space and besieged Mutant School with 6 magician subordinates. The other magicians went to capture the mutant students, and Caecilius directly cast a spell to lock himself and Wanda in the mirror space. Omega-level mutant, Wanda, Scarlet Witch, you have finally fallen into my hands, ha 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 ha. Caecilius was eager to walk towards Wanda, and the other mutants were also in a bad situation, and some people were not even ready to resist. Is the end of mutant coming today? Cyclops wondered. In the school, when all the students were about to be maimed by the magicians, the mutant with the acute eyes ability started talking to himself. Wait, there is a supersonic figure rushing here from a distance. What's that? A bird? An airplane? No, that's in the mirror space on the Cyclops side. One by one, the magicians created their magic spears empty-handed, ready to stab the Cyclops as ordered. And at this moment, all the magicians suddenly only felt that the entire mirror space was vibrating. What's the situation? A mirror space earthquake? This is the first time these magicians have ever experienced it. Immediately afterwards, the mirror suddenly shattered because a 560 figure broke through at supersonic speed. Although that figure didn't stay here, the mirror space is indeed invalid. Does that mean? As soon as the magicians came back to their senses, the Cyclops lasers directly shot all the magicians to death. After finishing all this, Cyclops looked up to the school. Although he was very weak, he was not sure whether the visitor was an enemy or a friend. The magicians at the school also felt the shock. Everyone was puzzled, and Caecilius was the most puzzled. The mirror space I created can only be affected by a magician who has the same magic power as me. Is there a magician nearby? Caecilius felt something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, the mirror surface was shattered, and then a figure swept over at the speed of sound, holding a casserole-sized fist, and smashed 10 fists at Caecilius' left face. Before Caecilius came back to his senses, he was thrown backward by the terrifying force, and the mirror space he created was also shattered at this moment. After Caecilius was punched out of the mirror space by Liu Feng in Superman form, it was not over yet. He still kept flying at the same speed as Caecilius, and made up for punch after punch. Left fist, right fist. Repeatedly alternately, over and over again, the fist just punched Caecilius in the face with anger. You fucking dare to touch my wife's crooked thoughts. Die. Liu Feng swore while waving his fists. He could have knocked Caecilius out of the way with one punch, but he wouldn't let it go. He wouldn't be satisfied until he smashed Caecilius' head into a pulp, punch after punch. Liu Feng beat Caecilius to a bloody mess, spraying blood, and he couldn't move anymore, so he stopped what he was doing. After dealing with Caecilius, Liu Feng turned his head and floated slightly, flying towards the unsolved magician subordinates at a slow speed. In the eyes of mutant, Liu Feng is the savior, but in the eyes of the dark magicians, Liu Feng is now a demon with glowing eyes. The dark magicians panicked. Looking at the muscular man in the red and blue tights who had just beaten his boss into a headless magician floating in midair, he flew towards them slowly like a demon. Magicians' subordinates couldn't help trembling their legs, feeling like an electric shock swam throughout their bodies. This is the fear from biological instinct, the most primitive instinct in genes. The cells all over the body of the dark magicians are warning them that if they meet that guy over there, they will die. But there are also people in the dark magician who are not afraid of death. Facing Liu Feng, he got closer and closer, and raised his worried palm. Caecilius is dead, but our great cause of the dark space is still there. We must not back down because of this. Come on. The dark magician above didn't know what stupid things he was doing, so he condensed a magic circle in his hands and folded a transparent spear in the mirror space. Let me get rid of you. In fact, this dark magician is not very brave, he just simply read the comics of Superman, and Superman has two fatal weaknesses in the comics. One is kryptonite, and the other is magic. Superman will be affected by kryptonite so that he loses his combat ability, and his magic resistance and willpower are also ridiculously low. In the comics, casually using attack magic and hypnotic ability can make Superman a scum with a combat effectiveness of 5. He firmly believes that it was just a coincidence that Superman just defeated Caecilius, because when the speed of an object is close to the speed of light, the mirror space will shatter, so he thinks it is just a coincidence. Since Caecilius was killed by you, then get rid of you. I am the new leader of the dark magician. Go to hell. The magician above thought so secretly, and threw the spear in the mirror space to Liu Feng violently. The spear pierced the air and pierced Liu Feng. Liu Feng reached out to catch it, and directly crushed the spear. The magician above was stunned, and threw another spear. As if wanting to give the dark magician a bad start, this time 433 Liu Feng didn't block or answer, and just let the spear stab him. And the spear sent out by the magician above pierced Liu Feng's shoulder directly. Facing this scene, the magician above was overjoyed. However, in the next second, as Liu Feng approached slowly, all the magicians could clearly see that the transparent spear stuck on Liu Feng's shoulder unexpectedly fell apart in less than 10 seconds. No. Impossible? The energy from the mirror space will directly tear Superman apart. The magician above was stunned, and murmured to himself in disbelief, and said to the other magicians, "Hurry up and attack him with magic. Superman can't resist magic. Hurry up, or you'll all die." The other magicians are also confused at the moment, but the magician above is right. If you don't continue to use magic, you can only wait for death. So the other dark magicians could only grit their teeth, then opened the protective cover and used all kinds of magic to transform into a physical image of Superman Liu Feng to bombard it. At this moment, countless magical energy bombarded Superman like various high-tech weapons. The energy of magic is powerful, but the more they attack, the more confused the dark magicians become, because they start to feel that something is wrong. With this amount and intensity of magic, even the protective shield constructed by Wanda exhausting all the magic power can be defeated. But when it comes to Superman Liu Feng, the situation is not the same at all. Countless magical bombardments are indifferent. This is clearly a black hole that can devour magic without limit. Whoever said that Superman's magic resistance is low just stood up. The Superman in front of him clearly has his skills on magic resistance since he was born. Fucking idiots, fight him yourself. Realizing that the matter in front of him was not that simple at all, the magician stopped attacking, turned around and opened the pass to send the door, and wanted to run. When Liu Feng saw someone who wanted to escape, he opened his eyes directly, and a bottom-to-top cross-section slashed across. The deserter magician who had just stepped into the portal cut his body into cold salad and poured it into a pool of blood. The other magicians who saw this didn't know whether to run or not, but the fact is, no matter whether they wanted to run or not, Liu Feng would reach out and crush their heads like an ant after flying in front of them. But Liu Feng is maintaining this speed, slowly approaching the group of magicians. Let them experience this feeling that death is gradually approaching him, but he is completely powerless. But no matter what the result is the same, whether they run away or wait for Liu Feng to come to them, they will die. Don't worry about it, let's run together. And give me a fart. Someone among the magicians said this sentence, and then all the magicians turned around and opened the portal as if they had agreed. The magicians thought, since they are all dead anyway, it is better to open the portal together, so that even if Superman wants to kill, he will miss one or two. But what they didn't expect was that Liu Feng didn't intend to kill them with heat vision at all, but accelerated on the spot, then punched his heart out, then accelerated again, tore his hands, accelerated again, accelerated again. All of this happened in less than 2 minutes, and the 7 dark magicians who were alive and well just now fell to the ground with their bodies dead. And Superman Liu Feng was standing on top of the corpse, blood dripping from both hands, and the red cloak was still fluttering in the wind. Shadowcat, along with the other mutant students, were blinded by the sight. They stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them. From the magicians who imprisoned the mutant students into a strange space, after being directly shaken out of the space by Superman's sonic boom. All developments have gone on unexpected paths. First, Superman directly blasted Caecilius, headed by the Dark Magician, in the true sense of the word, without even his head. Furthermore, Superman directly resisted the attack of the remaining Dark Magicians, and forcibly tore everyone's bodies with his hands, which literally means tearing apart. In other words, this Superman is a Superman who can kill, and the way he kills looks so cruel. A cute eyes in mutant said to everyone. And the old mutant angel also panicked, saying, this Superman has such a terrifying temper, if he is not with us. As Angel said so, a picture appeared in the minds of the others, and they immediately became horrified. On Liu Feng's side, after killing all the magicians, he flew to the gate of the mutant school and landed, and walked forward swaggeringly. Mutant students looked at this scene and retreated slightly because of fear, and Cyclops, the leader, stood between mutant students and Liu Feng, saying, stop going any further, sir, we don't know your identity yet. Go away Scott, if you want to know my identity, go read the comics by yourself. Liu Feng said and continued to walk. Cyclops still put his hand on the switch of the goggles vigilantly, and said, but you just killed someone, Superman won't kill. That's true, but let me tell you Scott, if I wanted to hurt you, I'd just be buried with you all at the Dark Magician gate, so get out of my way. Liu Feng warns. Also, you are very confident in your eyes. Lasers, it's useless to stand and shoot you all day. Cyclops, who has always been confident in his abilities, heard this and wanted to have a fight with Liu Feng, but was comforted by Shadowcat beside him and said, Scott, he is not a bad person, I can feel it. Then what are you here for? Cyclops asked finally. Liu Feng came to the unconscious Wanda's bedside, hugged her, and then replied, Wanda is definitely for you. After Liu Feng in Superman form responded in this way, everyone belatedly said, no way, you know Liu Feng? Did he send you here? Wanda gets along well with the students, and privately mentions her husband, Liu Feng, who is far away in the United States in New York. In Wanda's narration, Liu Feng is a good man who respects the old and loves the young, is omnipotent and upright. So at this moment, when they saw Superman taking Wanda away, everyone immediately thought of him as Liu Feng. After all, Liu Feng in the story is so omnipotent, and the mutants really don't know Superman. Sure enough, Superman Liu Feng nodded and said, I am friends with Liu Feng, I will send Wanda back to Liu Feng, and when she wakes up, I will call you to report her safety. Liu Feng said so, and then directly hugged Wanda, stepped out of the gate, and flew into the sky. Everyone looked at Liu Feng's figure and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, what Liu Feng said was indeed quite reasonable and irrefutable. And Liu Feng hugged Wanda just like that, left the big forest where Mutant Academy existed, and flew away to the United States. After almost a day, Wanda opened her eyes and found herself in the room at home, lying on the bed. Still in a daze, I turned around and saw Liu Feng leaning against the window, and Quicksilver sitting by the bedside table peeling apples to eat. The scene in front of me explained everything in one sentence, so there was no need to say more, everything was clearly laid out in front of Wanda. And Liu Feng pretended to come to Wanda's bedside and asked, shouldn't you explain it to me, Headmaster of Mutant Academy, Ms. Wanda? Wanda pursed her mouth when she heard the words, a little aggrieved, and then she talked about everything about Mutant and her real identity. Liu Feng pretended not to have heard of Mutant and listened to Wanda's story, and then his acting skills were full. Wanda, I'm very disappointed. I didn't expect you to hide so many things from me. It makes me feel that there is no trust between us. I am very sad. Do you think I'll think of you differently because you're a mutant, or even think you're a monster? No, Wanda, you've let me down. Seeing this, Wanda wanted to reach out to comfort Liu Feng, but Liu Feng refused to let Wanda touch it, making him anxious. Wanda knew that Liu Feng was different from other men. He would not despise himself after he learned the truth, but instead blamed himself for not telling him everything in advance, which on the contrary showed that Liu Guai cared about her. I will make it up to your husband," Wanda said hastily. Liu Feng put away his acting skills and asked, "Okay, how do you plan to compensate?" Wanda still wanted to keep this relationship, but she didn't know how to compensate Liu Feng, and then, inexplicably, a strange idea appeared in her mind. Wanda glanced at Quicksilver next to her, and motioned for Quicksilver to leave. This was a matter between them, and Quicksilver did so, and obediently walked out of the room, not intending to eavesdrop. The Osborn house. Harry Osborn sat alone in the empty living room, and all the furniture, calligraphy, paintings, and other works of art in the house were confiscated. Harry looked around, flashing back to the day his father was captured. That policeman, that damned bastard who captured his father and kidnapped his girlfriend Mary Jane with his own hands. Liu Feng in Harry Osborn's memory was originally expressionless, but after being affected by Harry Osborn's emotions, Liu Feng in his mind was a slut who smiled arrogantly and disdainfully at him. "NYPD, Liu Feng? It's you, it's all because of you? You took everything away from me." Harry Osborn yelled alone, even picked up the only stool around him and threw it at the wall. The wall was hit by a stool, and there was a strange sound. Harry noticed something strange, walked to the wall and groped up and down with his hand. Unexpectedly, I didn't know where I touched it, and there was a mechanical sound coming from the wall. Then, on the contact surface between Harry's palm and the wall, a light pattern of palm fingerprint appeared. Harry Osborn's fingerprint was scanned on the wall, and it was opened in a strange way, revealing all the things inside the wall in front of Harry Osborn. Inside was a black paragliding suit that unexpectedly fit Harry Osborn, and 5 bottles of green gas potions. Next to it was a note that read, "This is for you, son. Noah Man Osborn stay." Harry Osborn put down the note, picked up a bottle of green potion and placed it in front of his eyes. Liu Feng's figure came to mind again. He held the potion tightly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "NYPD, Liu Feng, this time you are dead. I will make you pay with blood." Over there with Liu Feng. 4 days have passed since the magicians attacked the Mutant Academy, and Liu Feng didn't go out during these 4 days. Because Wanda's compensation made Liu Feng very satisfied. "I have to say that the person who knows me best is the person who gets along with me day and night." Wanda even knew Liu Feng's ability, and invited the green-haired sisters to combine their swords to form a combined attack. So the 2 Valkyrie used Tianyu Dragon slaying dance. It took 4 days. Finally defeated the super dragon with 6 health bars. "Are you relieved now, husband?" Wanda asked. The evil dragon Liu Feng replied contentedly, "Relieved chi, often relieved chi. By the way, what should I call you?" The green-haired girl straightened her hair, looked at the past with a pair of world-weary eyes, and said, "My name is Lorna Dan, I'm Wanda's half-sister. You can also call me by my nickname Polaris. I won't ask you what your name is. I like to call you by your first name. I'll just call you Liu Feng, nothing else." Hearing this, Shi Yin taught Polaris in an elder tone. "Stop, Lorna, don't be so rude. This is your brother-in-law, you should address him respectfully." "Am I being rude?" Polaris sneered like a rebellious 17-year-old girl, and said, "I just like to call people by their first names. People don't think anything of it." "Wanda, please don't use this tone to teach me." Polaris glanced at Liu Feng, and touched his angular face, but his expression remained calm and authentic. "And I don't dislike Liu Feng very much, I always respect people with abilities." Liu Feng was able to turn New York, where criminals ran everywhere, into New York, which was almost selected as the most civilized city in the United States. Knowing Superman, he didn't let Superman seize power for himself, but let Superman help him find his wife. "If you hadn't married Liu Feng first, maybe I would have considered this, one of the few men in the whole human race that I don't hate. Oh, and one more thing, the one I like the most among all the notes." Liu Feng's eyes lit up when he was praised. He didn't expect this. Miss Polaris, who was so popular on Huaxia Network in Liu Feng's previous life. It is actually the same type as the judge, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, which belongs to the upper middle level among the goddesses of contrast. Liu Feng even wanted to ask Polaris, when will he perform the heavenly feather dragon dance again next time? But Liu Feng squinted and noticed the displeasure on his wife's face, so he stopped courting death first. But Polaris is still very good. When he was cooking in Wanda, he secretly gave Liu Feng his phone number. It seems that even if the Sky Feather Dragon slaying dance fails, Liu Feng will most likely be able to see Polaris Thunderbolt Half Moon / Liu Feng also entered Polaris' mobile phone number into his address book. After Polaris stayed at Liu Feng's house for another 2 days, Wanda took Polaris to talk to Liu Feng in the afternoon of the next day. "Husband, I won't hide it from you from now on, the academy still needs to be rebuilt and some students are in need of a situation, so I have to go to Mutant Academy. The business trip will take about 2 weeks." Perhaps because Liu Feng was worried, Wanda continued, "I will take care of myself and the mutant students. There will be absolutely no danger this time. You 2 sisters are as strong as ability, so naturally I won't worry about you having an accident like last time." Liu Feng said so, and then took out his own card. "There's almost $1 million in it, don't save it, just spend it where you need to spend it. I don't know anything about school decoration, so you can figure it out yourself." Seeing the card Liu Feng handed over, Wanda was so moved that she burst into tears, and kissed Liu Feng affectionately. Polaris next to him also said sincerely after the two were intimate. Wanda, why don't you get a divorce? I want to marry Liu Feng. Hearing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, but he couldn't make it too obvious, so as not to be troubled by Wanda. At the same time, he thought to himself, this Polaris is really interesting, Liu Feng will not let it go if given the chance. The two sisters then said goodbye to Liu Feng. Standing behind him, Polaris made a phone call gesture to Liu Feng, implying to call her another day. After the two walked away, Liu Feng was just about to take a rest when the phone rang suddenly. No way, this little girl from Polaris just called herself. Liu Feng subconsciously thought so. Unexpectedly, he picked it up and saw that it was the police officer Chen Long. It turned out that it was a matter of work, Liu Feng thought so, and then picked up the phone. After connecting, the policeman Chen Long on the other end of the phone took the lead and said, Brother Feng, our people are on a business trip here in Old Bridge City, Mexico State, and the few of us found that a very strange thing happened here. Strange thing? Chen Long, you have been with me for so long, so you don't need to make such a fuss about everything. Tell me, what exactly happened? Liu Feng asked nonchalantly. Hearing this, the policeman on the other end of the phone straightened his wording a little bit, and then said, on the undeveloped sand outside, a huge amounts of strange circle appeared. The inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers appear in a state of getting deeper and deeper as they get closer to the center. There is no trace of anything around the circle, as if something has been thrown from the sky, asking for flowers. At first, the local residents thought it was a normal phenomenon of meteorites falling from above, but when passers-by checked for a while, everyone was blinded. Because the center of the circle has a sun hammer. Hearing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The sky, the hammer, this is self-evident, so that hammer was thrown from the sky. Brother Feng, we swear, we didn't want to believe it at first, but the weirder thing is yet to come. Police officer Chen Long continued, after that, we went up to check the weird hammer, but it got stuck in the first step. Because we couldn't hold it at all. It's not because of lack of strength, Brother Feng. The training of everyone in the police station is obvious to all, but no matter how many of us pull it together like a carrot, we can't pull it out. Even the residents of Ponte Vecchio, Mexico, started a competition to see who could hold the hammer, and then all the strong men couldn't pull the hammer out for a day or two. Liu Feng nodded after listening. It seems that the origin of Thor's story has already unfolded. The hammer that was thrown from the sky to the ground by Odin is Thor's iconic weapon artifact Mjolnir. The story is probably that Thor, one of the members of the Avengers, led the team to the Frost Titan site arbitrarily and let Odin clean up the mess after making a big fuss. Then Odin thought that Thor didn't have the qualifications to become a king, so he threw the hammer to the world, and also knocked Thor into the mortal world. When he is awakening, he can pick up the hammer and become the real king of gods, and then Thor meets his girlfriend in the world, and then gradually learns a certain character from humans. Take the hammer back to the heavens and become the king of gods, just this old superhero routine. Thor returned to the world with a mortal body and was qualified to be king, which is originally nothing to be concerned about. But the arrival of Thor's storyline means that the stories of other superheroes will also begin, and New York is ready to mess up at any time. It's not long since I've been comfortable, and this kind of thing happened again, and New York will be in trouble again, Liu Feng said secretly. Then he said to the police officer Chen Long, it's okay, you don't need to worry about it, just let other organizations take over. If you manage this kind of thing, the more you manage it, the more troublesome it will become. Anyway, Thor will definitely pick up the hammer again, and let S.H.I.E.L.D. and others forget about this kind of shit. Police officer Chen Long wanted to say something more when he heard the words, but his words stopped and he only replied, I see, Brother Feng. In Old Bridge City, Mexico State, after the policeman Chen Long hung up the phone, he turned around and conveyed Liu Feng's meaning to the policeman behind him. What? Brother Feng really doesn't intend to take care of it? Although this is not in New York, it always feels very dangerous. I thought Brother Feng would ask someone to come forward to investigate these things. The more talkative one of the police officers said so. Police officer Chen Long directly taught the lesson after hearing the words, stop rambling, is it possible that you are planning to disobey Brother Feng's order? The police officers were persuaded by Chen Long. They had no choice but to contact the people in Mexico State and tell them that the Light of New York did not want to take care of this matter. The police officers left the big hole that was smashed by Mjolnir, got into the police car, and left here. And not long after they left, Phil Coulson, who was standing not far away, watched all this, and then called Pierce. Yes, it has been found, for sure, in the state of Mexico. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Pierce received a call from Phil Coulson, and then gave the order, I'll send people to your place now, and after evacuating the masses, build a facility centered on the hammer. Understood. Phil Coulson on the other side of the phone responded, and continued. But please allow me to still have some doubts. Is it a bit too obvious to send people to guard here and guard the hammer? I'm afraid that a cautious person will stop approaching. Can we really wait for that guy? He must be back. Pierce replied without thinking, just wait and see. Okay, I see, sir. After Phil Coulson had finished speaking, he hung up the phone with Pierce. After speaking with Phil Coulson, Pierce entered another person's number on the phone. After connecting, Pierce said, we've found it, do as you said before, we can let him play. The person on the other end of the phone replied briefly, and then hung up. Pierce's call log shows the other party's name, Nick Fury. 1945, the United States, high above. On the plane, the exhausted Captain America, Steve Rogers, moved slowly and sat in the cockpit. Apart from him, there was no standing living person in the whole plane. 313 Captain America lay tiredly on the driver's seat, and then looked at a cube next to him that was constantly shining with a strange blue light. Seeing the Tesseract, Captain America sat up straight again, glanced at the location selected on the automatic navigation. It turned out to be New York. Rogers was flying the plane, watching the sunset above the clouds, as if confirming his fate of going into death. He is a soldier, he can die and sacrifice his life for the country, but he cannot let innocent citizens be buried with him. So he tightened his grip on the joystick, then picked up the pager. I'm Steve Rogers, can you hear me? Headquarters heard the voice of Captain America, and Peggy Carter heard the words, stepped forward and picked up the walkie-talkie. Steve? Is that you? Where are you now? Are you okay? I'm on the plane, flying the plane, Captain America. Rogers replied curtly. Are you flying a plane? Peggy said anxiously, tell me where your coordinates are, and I will give you a safe place to land. In this way, Captain America glanced at the position on the operating table and was getting closer to New York, frowned, and said, I can't land safely now, but I will try to make an emergency landing to avoid further casualties. This plane is flying to New York. I have to let the plane crash into the sea, otherwise the plane will crash into New York and the casualties will be even more serious. No, never. Peggy, speaking to Steve Rogers at the headquarters, panicked. Steve, listen to me, there must be other ways, you must not do this. We can still find for you. There's no other way, Peggy, I'm in no man's land right now, it's the best time to crash. If I don't act now, countless lives will be lost in New York. Steve Rogers interrupted Peggy, and then said, Peggy, this is my choice. After speaking, Captain America took out the guidebook with Peggy Carter's portrait, looked at Peggy's portrait, and controlled the plane to accelerate downward. As the sun set, Captain America Rogers couldn't help but said to Peggy Carter, looking at the scene in front of him and the approaching frozen sea, Peggy, that dance has to be done another day. Okay, another day. Peggy held back her tears and said calmly, it will be next Saturday, at the Stork Club. Captain America Rogers, who already knew he was going to die, replied as if nothing had happened, I'll go back. It's 8 o'clock sharp, you're not late, you have to be on time, can you agree? Peggy Carter's voice still came from the intercom. But this time Steve Rogers did not answer him, but said, but I'm still not very good at dancing, what should I do? Peggy continued, it's okay, as long as you come, as long as you get to the scene, I will teach you, Steve. Then let the band play more soothing tunes, the band is fine. Rogers approached the ice, getting closer and closer, so close, Rogers continued. I don't want to step on your. Not finished yet. Rogers' plane crashed into the iceberg, following the sound of huge amounts of explosions next to my ears. Rogers suffered a severe blow to the head. Immediately after, the eyes went black and consciousness was interrupted. That's right, it's the interruption of consciousness, not the cessation of consciousness. Rogers' consciousness still exists. I do not know how long it has been. It was getting blurry for Jace. Rogers seems to have experienced hundreds of years of quiet time, and it seems like everything happened in the last second. Because, at this second, he opened his eyes. What caught his eyes was a room. More precisely, a ward. Rogers was lying on a hospital bed in casual clothes. His senses are also normal. There was also a voice on the radio, which was explaining a baseball game. Rogers stood up and looked around, looking at everything that was familiar and strange in front of him. At this time, a woman opened the door and came in, saw him and said, Good morning. Oh no, I'm used to opening my eyes and saying morning. Now it should be good afternoon. The woman's dress is also very normal. It is the outfit Rogers has seen before, and everything should be very familiar. Steve Rogers looked at the woman in front of him warily and asked, Where am I? This is the recovery room of the New York City hospital. The woman replied unhurriedly. But Steve Rogers, who heard the answer, still looked around, and then asked again, Where the hell am I? Tell the truth. An imperceptible panic flashed across the woman's eyes, but she still smiled and said, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Ball game on the radio. Rogers stared at the woman intently. It was the game in May 1941, I went to see it. Hearing this, the woman put away her smile instantly, slightly took a few steps back. I still don't know what you're talking about, Captain Rogers. Faced with this scene, Rogers also stood up directly from the hospital bed, getting closer and closer to the woman, and said coldly, Now let me ask you again, where the hell am I? Come down first, Captain Rogers. The woman took a few steps back, and then pressed the rescue device hidden in her hand. A red light flashed, and 4 fully armed agents immediately opened the door and rushed in. Conquer him. Rogers froze for a moment. But in the next second, the 2 agents were directly sent flying by Captain America Rogers. 2 miscellaneous soldiers hit the wall and smashed 2 holes in their tin box. It really is fake. Immediately afterwards, Rogers ran out regardless, out of the simulation room, and into the hall where people come and go. At this time, the female agent also directly called the police, and the sound of the alarm sounded in the hall. Attention all, alert no 13. When people in the hall heard the news, they all stepped forward to arrest Rogers. But all of them are wishful thinking. because of Captain America Rogers injected with super serum. They are too fast to keep up. Under the hunt of the agents, Captain America Rogers just ran to the busy street. Seeing the people coming and going in New York, he was completely dumbfounded. At this time, a black man wearing a blindfold came over. "Hi Rogers, my name is Nick Fury." Captain America Rogers still looked at Nick Fury warily. "I never heard your name. What do you do?" "What you saw just now were my men. Sorry for the setup, Captain Rogers. But I still think that instead of letting you accept all of this at once, it's better to let you accept it slowly." Captain America was still in a daze, and said, "Tell me what. You've been asleep, Mr. Rogers." Nick Fury replied, "Sleeping for almost 70 years. After hearing this, Rogers was even more at a loss, and Nick continued, "You may not be able to adapt to the current situation for a while, but I want to say that now is a special period. The United States, no, the whole Earth needs you now, needs you. The ability is outstanding. Captain America is here." After a few days, the United States, Mexico State, Ponte Vecchio. On the sunken ground, around Mjolnir, countless workers made various survey areas around the hammer. And the astronomer Jane, with Thor who was relegated to the mortal world, lay on the hillside not far away and watched all this, saying, "That is not the satellite crash announced by the local government at all, otherwise they would just drag the wreckage away instead of building such a facility in that place and arranging security." Thor watched all this with a smile on his face, then took off his coat and put it on Jane. "There will be lightning and thunder later, you will need this." "What? Wait a minute, what do you want to do?" Jian Meng circled. "I want to take back what's mine." 3.9 Thor glanced at Jane, not forgetting his promise, and said, "When I get Mjolnir back, I will help you return what they took away from you, okay?" Jane looked at this seriously handsome man without borders, and said calmly, "No, can you take a look at the situation below? Are you going to break in under the conditions of this security facility, and are you going to come out unscathed?" "No," Thor said as he stood up. "I'll fly when I get back." After speaking, Thor went straight to Mjolnir's location alone and unarmed. Jane nervously observes Thor's every move through the telescope. Watching him tear up the iron railings and knock down guards one after another, Jane's heart is extremely anxious and admires Thor again. But there are too many guards over there, and Thor, who has a mortal body, has a pair of fighting skills, but his physical strength is only slightly stronger than ordinary people. So when Thor knocked down the last enemy, he was exhausted, but he still walked up to Mjolnir's side, and reached out to hold the handle of the hammer. However, neither Thor nor the astronomer Jane discovered that on the second floor directly above Mjolnir's hammer, a figure was silently observing all this. The man was wearing a uniform of the United States flag and a round 5-pointed star shield on his hand. Captain America stood aloft and watched silently as Thor came to the hammer. And Captain America just observed the whole time, muttering to himself, "Come, Thor, let me see if you are worthy enough to be one of us." Thor, who defeated all the guards, looked at his own Mjolnir and smiled. He thinks he's done his father's experiment, and he's come to where the hammer is, and as long as he picks up the hammer he's Thor. Thor was so excited that he even felt that his father Odin and the people of Asgard were waving to him. Thor slightly attached himself, then reached out and held the handle of the hammer, preparing to pull the hammer out of the ground, and then regained his divine power and returned to the heaven. "Father, Loki, I'm coming back. Get ready to meet me, Heimdall." After Thor finished speaking, he grabbed the handle of the hammer with both hands and exerted force. But after a while he realized something was wrong, because he still couldn't pick up the hammer. No matter how much strength he used, Mjolnir was still unmovable, as if he had merged with the earth. Thor is confused, and even begins to grow manic. But he still could only helplessly and furiously raise his head and shout to the night sky of lightning and thunder. "Why can't I pick up Mjolnir yet? Do you still think I'm not qualified? Answer me." No one responded to him. The sky was still full of lightning and thunder. Thor finally gave up this idea and let go of his hands, kneeling on the ground. Captain America on the second floor looked at this scene, and vaguely remembered what he used to look like in his mind. "I remembered the skinny boy who hadn't been injected with super soldier serum many years ago, and was not recognized by the whole 23rd world in the same way." Captain America Rogers just stared at Thor for a long time, and then he put his hand to his ear, and said to Phil Coulson through the intercom, "Okay, Phil Coulson, the show is over, send ground troops to get him." "I see," Phil Coulson responded. Then Phil Coulson gave an order to his subordinates, and the people of S.H.I.D.L.D stepped forward to pick up Thor who had lost his divine power. The loveless Thor didn't resist, his eyes still stayed on the hammer, but he let the people of S.H.I.D.L.D grab him. Originally Phil Coulson wanted to keep Thor in the state of Mexico for interrogation, but Pierce told him to bring Thor directly to New York. After taking Thor back to New York, S.H.I.D.L.D locked Thor in the interrogation room. Captain America then entered the interrogation room instead of Phil Coulson to meet with Thor. Because the two have opposite temperaments, Captain America volunteered to come to Thor and talk to him. But no matter what Captain America said to Thor, the depressed Thor chose not to say a word. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Captain America walked out of the interrogation room and replaced Phil Coulson on stage, and then he secretly said, "If you want to deal with such a person, maybe this is not the best choice, you have to find a place where you can drink." However, the moment Captain America left, Loki came to Thor in front of Thor under the projection of Loki in the world. Loki, Thor said with bright eyes after seeing Loki. Are you here to pick me up? Father promised to let me go back, right? No, my big brother. Loki looked at Thor with teasing eyes. You can't go back, don't wishful thinking. What did you say? What does this mean? Father won't let me go back. Thor looked dazed, obviously not understanding the situation. Thor, you still don't know what's going on, the son's mouth is thick. Loki looked at Thor and said coldly, he has fallen asleep, and now I am the king of all Asgard. As for you, I will send you a present in 2 days. You are in New York, right? After Loki finished speaking, the figure disappeared immediately, leaving only Thor shouting, stop. What you want to do, you must not do it. As soon as Loki walked away, Phil Coulson walked over with a dazed look on his back and said, stop? Didn't I do nothing? The other side. Liu Feng continued to live a comfortable and ordinary life in the calm New York. Although Jinbing promised Liu Feng that the 1-month period will come, Jinbing's forces will also start to return to New York. But after what happened last time, Jinbin also learned to be smart and began to teach his subordinates not to go out and make troubles, so New York was very peaceful during this period. As long as these forces do nothing, nothing will happen to New York's hospitals, courts, and police stations. When the police station is idle, Liu Feng can take a break, and occasionally find a gentle town in the address book. Since Wanda and Polaris performed a combined attack on Liu Feng last time, Polaris has naturally stayed at Liu Feng's house. This is different from the ones outside. This Polaris stayed at Liu Feng's house under Wanda's eyes openly. However, Wanda also has 3 chapters with her sister Polaris and her husband Liu Feng. Without my permission, you are absolutely not allowed to duel privately. I agree, and after the combination attack is finished, you have to return to normal state. When you are living normally at home, don't carry on the thinking and doing things like you did when you slaughtered the dragon. Do you understand? Hearing this, Liu Feng and Polaris could only nod their heads. But after getting along slowly, Liu Feng found that this Polaris girl is really quite rebellious. He promised her sister that she would not fight, but as soon as Wanda turned his head, he sent his sword and entered the fighting state. And Liu Feng is a big boss, so naturally he won't refuse, so the two can only take advantage of Wanda's turning around or doing things to fight without telling Wanda. Occasionally they will fight in team battles, but most of the time they are singled out. Definitely mixing it up against Liu Feng won't do any harm, he is a baron after all. Liu Feng spent almost 3 days in the gentle village at home like this. On the 4th day early in the morning, Liu Feng received a call from the police station. Liu Feng picked up the phone, and the police officer Chen Long on the other end said anxiously, "Something happened, Brother Feng? Something really happened this time." Liu Feng could hear something wrong in the policeman's tone. It seemed that something serious happened, so Liu Feng said, "Don't worry, speak slowly, what happened?" There was only a loud noise in New York City this morning, and then a strange light came down from the sky. Under the light, an extremely huge and strange robot stood in New York City like this. Police officer Chen Long said more and more excitedly, "That robot with huge amounts of lasers from its head is also ridiculously strong for defense. None of the weapons that our police squads are equipped with can do damage to it at all." Hearing this, Liu Feng slightly supported his forehead. Reminiscent of what the police officer said earlier, Thor's origin timeline has arrived. And now this phone call describes such a huge amounts of robot. It seems to be the Destroyer, the humanoid weapon set as Odin in the Marvel comics. It also appeared in the movie Thor 1. It was Loki who summoned it in order to kill Thor, and it should be more or less the case now. But what Liu Feng is confused about is that the humanoid weapon destroyer in the background of the movie should not be in New York. Thor was thrown in Mexico when he was thrown into the mortal world, and Thor's hammer Mjolnir was also thrown in Mexico. How could this guy come to New York out of nowhere? Could it be that Loki is an idiot? Thinking of this, Liu Feng was too lazy to continue thinking. He still wanted to deal with this guy and stop messing up New York. So Liu Feng said to the police, "Go to the bureau and let them leave only one team, and the rest of the people will all be dispatched to evacuate the crowd, and I will deal with it later." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he called the guards in the secret prison again. "Send Deadpool and X-23 and send them to New York to take down a hunk who's wreaking havoc, and say it's my order." After dealing with these matters, Liu Feng got up and was about to leave, but Wanda and Polaris quickly put on their clothes with anxious faces. Seeing this scene, Liu Feng asked, "What are you doing? You two have something to go out." "No, isn't there a big monster in New York? We need to help you." Wanda responded. Even Polaris, who has never been nosy, said, "Don't worry brother-in-law, I won't let that monster ruin the reputation of your police department." The two sisters thought that he would agree after talking to Liu Feng, but unexpectedly Liu Feng said directly, "No, it's so dangerous, what are you women messing around with? Don't lose both of them." Wanda thought it was Liu Feng who disliked her, and hurriedly said, "Husband, don't worry that we will drag you back, our ability 620 is very powerful." "That's right, let me tell your brother-in-law, my sister's magic is one of the best in the entire super ability world." Polaris chimed in, "And as Magneto's daughter, I inherited my father's controlling magnetic field ability. Didn't the phone say that the monster is a robot? Let me go, I can easily control him to explode or die." Even if it's not made of metal, I can fix it in other ways. Anyway, trust me, brother-in-law. The two sisters are frantically proving their abilities, and they also promise that they will never hold Liu Feng back. But when Liu Feng heard the words, he still said categorically, "No, I'm still alive. How can I let you women go to the battlefield?" Liu Feng said forcefully. Only a waste will let his own woman solve the crisis, and I, Liu Feng, will never allow such a thing to happen. Wanda heard the words and had no choice but to stop insisting. Because he knows his husband well. If Liu Feng spoke so absolutely, basically no one in this world can shake him. Polaris only focused on the first half of Liu Feng's last sentence. He said his woman. Liu Feng has already regarded me as his woman. In short, under Liu Feng's repeated request, the two sisters Polaris and Wanda gave up the idea of going to the battlefield. After Liu Feng dealt with the matter of the two sisters, he drove directly to the most chaotic place in New York. After about 10 minutes, Liu Feng arrived at the scene. Sure enough, as the police officer Chen Long said, huge amounts of robots are wreaking havoc. Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl are trying various ways to break through the robot, but they still can't find a loophole. Damn it, why is this ghost robot so hard to hit? No matter how hard you chop it, it won't explode, but he shot me, blasting me many times. Deadpool complained while fighting, the shell is hard, and the head can release lasers. Isn't this a low-profile version of Superman? I can't hack it. Not only can't it be hacked, but even the traces can't appear on its iron shell. This guy's shell is just too tough. The Little Wolf Girl replied to Deadpool like this. It can be said to be harder than any metal on the earth. Little Wolf Girl can definitely say this, because no matter from which direction he stabs into the destroyer's body, the adamantium in her hand bones can't hurt the iron robot at all. During the battle between the two, they realized that the destroyer was about to use the laser, and the two quickly turned over to avoid it, and saw that wherever the destroyer laser went, all objects were instantly shattered. Passers-by said that this guy fell from the sky suddenly. Could it be the product of some god? Deadpool, an atheist, started talking nonsense upon seeing this. Who knows, now I only know that even if it is a weapon of the gods, the two of us can only bite the bullet and fight it. Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool are almost in doubt about fighting the destroyer, but in order to complete Liu Feng's task, the two are still fighting, trying to find a weakness in the destroyer. Seeing this, Liu Feng also realized that Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool couldn't beat him at all. Just as he was about to make the next move, something like a fighter jet flew in the sky, which was Iron Man. When Iron Man reached the sky above the destroyer, he released countless missiles to bombard it, and the flames produced by the explosion of the 12 missiles just swallowed the entire upper body of the destroyer. Not satisfied after seeing the destroyer being hit by the missile bombing, Iron Man Tony directly raised his hands and fired another laser burst at the destroyer's forehead. The laser in Tony's hand continued to shoot like this for 5 minutes before it stopped, and the destroyer's forehead was also wrapped in smoke, like a machine that had lost power due to overheating. Seeing this scene, Tony turned around and looked at the police officers led by Liu Feng, then raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay, police uncles, the matter is completely under my Iron Man's hands. Everyone can go back to wash and sleep." All the police officers breathed out a sigh of relief when they heard what Tony said. After all, Tony's performance after he transformed into Iron Man during this period is obvious to all. Although New York is relatively peaceful, Tony has no chance to punish evil and promote good in New York, but Tony also went to other cities to show his fighting ability and won the support of 10 supporters. And when the police officers were all cheering, Liu Feng looked at the position surrounded by the smoke of the destroyer, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then spit out a sentence from his mouth. "You underestimated him, Tony." Confident Tony was still a little dazed, but hearing that these words were spoken by Liu Feng, who had slapped him in the face countless times, Tony, who was flying in the air, still turned to take a look at the situation of the destroyer. As a result, just glanced at it, and the destroyer shot laser directly at Tony's burst. Tony let J.A.R.V.I.S maintain all the power on the power system, and just escaped the destroyer's laser. After dodging the laser, looking at the destroyer, Tony couldn't help complaining. What is the structure of this thing? Where does the energy come from? The rotation of this limb does not conform to mechanics. The existence of this thing, is there any science left? Hey, tin-skinned rich brother over there, you have a lot of weapons, so please hold on for a while, our secret weapon will debut soon. Deadpool said to Tony in the distance. Iron Man is still a little confused at the moment, but now he can only choose to believe in these two guys. After all, his battle armor can fly. Then Tony started to circle the destroyer, circling around the destroyer like a mosquito, attracting firepower. And just 10 minutes after Iron Man attracted the firepower, huge amounts of vibrations were heard not far away. Listening carefully, it was actually similar to the sound of footsteps. Everyone looked up, but they didn't expect that the visitor almost frightened them to death, because it was another huge and muscular monster. Hulk came on stage, Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool were overjoyed. Iron Man understood that this was the secret weapon, Deadpool said, and left the battlefield. And the Green Titan Hulk went straight to the destroyer robot with a punch. After the destroyer was punched flying by Hulk, Hulk continued to pursue the victory, and stepped forward to attack the judge's head violently with left and right punches. The strength of the attack made the whole ground vibrate with Hulk's frequency. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Even Tony, who was never easy to praise, stood beside Liu Feng and said silently, "This thing is too fierce, cousin, you still know this kind of capable person. He is not from the boy next door, Japan, is he? Hulk is indeed fierce. If Hulk can kill this thing, he will save himself from risking his identity and become Superman," Liu Feng said secretly. However, Liu Feng still underestimated the ability of the destroyer. He saw that the destroyer held Hulk dozens of punches. Hulk was tired, but the shell of the destroyer was still intact. Not only that, the destroyer seized the gap and counter-suppressed directly, shooting Hulk indiscriminately, abruptly shooting Hulk back to the banner form, directly killing Hulk. At this time, Liu Feng had no choice but to take out the loudspeaker, and said to the destroyer, "The Iron Titan over there is doing trouble in New York. Have you asked me? New York is not a place where cats and dogs can come and make trouble. Get the hell out, or you'll be blown away by then." Hearing this, the destroyer stopped as if he could understand human speech. Loki, who was far away in the heavenly world Asgard, heard Liu Feng's threat, sneered disdainfully, and then continued to control the destroyer's actions. The destroyer received the command from Loki, and immediately charged laser energy in his head, ready to release it to Liu Feng. Seeing this, Tony immediately suppressed it with firepower. Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool also stepped forward to organize the destroyer. The latter was even more anxious because he didn't know Liu Feng's identity. The destroyer ignored the obstruction of these people, because Loki still wanted the destroyer to kill Liu Feng. At this moment, Thor's voice came. "Loki, stop it! Don't you just want me to die? Here I am, let ordinary people go." When Loki in the sky heard the words, he really stopped the destroyer, and then manipulated the destroyer to come to Thor. The destroyer looked down at Thor, and then stretched out his hand and slapped Thor, who was still immortal, into the air. In front of everyone, Loki beat his own big brother Thor to the ground, dying on the ground. After Thor was maimed, the awakened Banner once again turned into a green titan and wrestled with the destroyer. It's not that Banner wants to avenge Thor or anything, it's just that the belligerent Hulk simply wants to smash the Tin Woodman. So Hulk went on to single out the destroyer. One-on-one due to Odin's spell on Mjolnir. When Thor is eligible, he will regain his divine powers and be able to use Mjolnir. So at this moment, Thor, who is willing to sacrifice himself for mankind, is qualified. At the same moment Mjolnir in Ponte Vecchio, Mexico was shaking. Immediately afterwards, Mjolnir himself floated up, and immediately flew towards New York with a sound of searching. In less than half a minute, along with lightning and thunder, Mjolnir came to Thor's hands. So Thor successfully regained his divine power and became Thor, and his injuries were fully recovered at this moment. "I'm back? Ha ha ha, I'm back? Loki, you can't beat me, go to my turn." Shouting excitedly, Thor jumped straight at the destroyer with his hammer in hand, and began attacking with Mjolnir and the Hulk. Thor and Hulk went 2-on-1, and then Iron Man in the support position joined in and fought the destroyer. Seeing this scene, Deadpool and Little Wolf Lady knew themselves and retreated to the outside line. The three unformed Avengers output crazily against the destroyer, but the destroyer can obviously fight them for hundreds of rounds. Liu Feng looked impatient. This girl is really so resistant to beating? So many people went up to beat up? New York is about to be torn down. Liu Feng couldn't bear it anymore, turned his head and said to the police officers, "You stay on guard, I'll make a call." After speaking, Liu Feng left, and when he came to a hidden location, Liu Feng violently tore off the casual clothes on his chest, revealing the S symbol under the clothes. In the next second, Liu Feng turned into Superman and soared into the sky, wearing a red and blue tights, with a red cloak fluttering in the wind behind him, and he came to the destroyer just like that. The moment Superman appeared, Hulk's eyes were slightly wrong, because Hulk was scared of being beaten by Superman, but Hulk refused to admit defeat, so he could only avoid Liu Feng's eyes. People in Asgard haven't read the Superman comics. Loki in the sky and Thor in the battle looked at the sudden appearance of Superman Liu Feng, and felt a little weird. Of the two, Loki looked down on Liu Feng the most, and ordered directly to the destroyer. "Cripple the Joker in the ridiculous costume first." The destroyer received the command, and directly condensed the laser on his head to shoot at Superman. Hulk and Iron Man are worried about Liu Feng, although they know that Superman is very strong, but the laser is really strong. So Hulk and Tony, Delijao, were about to step forward to stop the destroyer, but unexpectedly, the destroyer's laser shot towards Superman Liu Feng's chest. The energy hit Liu Feng's chest just like that. The heat blurred the surrounding air, and everyone started to panic, but a scene that made them dumbfounded appeared. Superman, unscathed. Although everyone knows that Superman is very powerful, but after experiencing the laser beating of the destroyer first, and then seeing Superman resist the laser without pain, everyone was confused. But Superman's strength is not only that. After resisting the destroyer's laser forcefully, Liu Feng continued to walk in front of the destroyer, and then raised his hand and punched the destroyer's head with an uppercut. The destroyer also took Hulk's punch, but Hulk could only knock it 1,000 meters away at best. Superman Liu Feng was different. He sent the destroyer flying 100 meters with one punch, and he still punched him vertically with an uppercut. The destroyer was sent flying with a single punch, and Superman Liu Feng also took off directly on the spot. When the destroyer's body was about to touch the ground, Liu Feng rushed down again with an acceleration. The pair of fists directly hit the destroyer's abdomen with unimaginable strength, directly cracking the destroyer's abdomen. That's right, Hulk, Iron Man, Thor, these three have been fighting for so long, but they couldn't break out the shell of the destroyer. Superman, he pierced the destroyer's abdomen? How fierce is this TM? Order. Superman Liu Feng pierced the destroyer's abdomen directly in front of everyone, and then his hands pierced into the destroyer's chest like the sharpest sword blades in the world, and then suddenly tore it to the left and right. After simply disemboweling the destroyer, the core of the destroyer was exposed in front of Superman Liu Feng, and everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this thing is the Achilles heel of the destroyer, but the problem is that they haven't been able to wipe any traces on the shell of the destroyer after fighting for a long time. However, in less than 3 minutes after the Superman came up and started playing, he easily hit the destroyer out of its weak point. Seeing this, the destroyer wanted to launch a laser to resist, but Liu Feng directly reached out to grab the laser it fired, and then pushed the laser back. The next moment, the destroyer's head exploded. Disemboweling, and headshot. Liu Feng then stretched out his hand to pinch the core of the destroyer, like squeezing a pimple, pinching and exploding the destroyer's body effortlessly. Close. In this way, the destroyer, who everyone tried their best to repel, was easily dealt with by Superman. Not only these Earthlings, but even Thor and Loki, who controls the destroyer, are confused, thinking to himself, isn't this human too strong? How could there be such a guy in the small Earth? Loki couldn't help mumbling to himself. After all, in Loki's worldview, the strongest in the 9 realms are the gods of Asgard. Another point is Jotunheim's Frost Titan. But how can there be such a level of existence on this Earth? Thor was also stunned, approached Liu Feng in Superman form, and asked, I am Thor, Prince of Asgard, and I ask you now, who are you? Where are you from? Superman Liu Feng fell from the sky, walked slowly in front of Sol 310, and stopped when he reached the opposite side of Thor. But Liu Feng didn't answer Thor's intention at all, but directly stretched out his hand and snatched the hammer Mjolnir from him. What? Mjolnir. It is said that only Thor and qualified people can pick up the artifact, air. At this moment, it was easily held by Liu Feng in his hand. Thor raised his hand, trying to call back his hammer. But it was useless. Mjolnir held in Liu Feng's hand did not waver at all. Bold mortal, dare to take away the arms of the Prince of Asgard? How dare you take them? Give it back to me. Thor was angry, and turned to Liu Feng's face directly. Liu Feng took a look, and then kicked Thor directly in the stomach, falling down 50 meters with one kick. Thor was kicked by Liu Feng until he couldn't get up again. Thor cursed. The strength of human beings is so ridiculously strong? How is this possible? But what left Thor in the loop was still behind. Liu Feng held the hammer and raised his hand, and then threw it in the direction of Thor. Only a crisp sound sounded. Mjolnir hit Thor's forehead, and the latter fainted. After the hammer stunned Thor, Superman Liu Feng beckoned, and Mjolnir returned to Liu Feng's hands again. After finishing Thor, Superman Liu Feng, holding Mjolnir, turned slightly, looked at the police officers, and said, Detain him, this is Liu Feng's order. After finishing speaking, Superman Liu Feng flew straight into the sky, leaving everyone stunned, because they didn't know the cause and effect at all. But the police officers could only follow suit, because Superman said that this was an order from Liu Feng, and the police officers stepped forward to tie up Thor. Tony in armor asked J.A.R.V.I.S to scan Thor, but J.A.R.V.I.S replied that it could not recognize. Thor was imprisoned by the police, and the others did what they should do. Little Wolf Girl and Deadpool returned to prison, and Hulk returned his body to Banner. Tony went back to study Thor and Asgard. Neither of them said a word about Thor's imprisonment, because they know that imprisoning Thor is Liu Feng's meaning. What Liu Feng wants to do, even God cannot stop him. Far beyond Asgard, Loki is already in the loop. His original plan was for the destroyer to open the entrance to Jotunheim after killing his big brother Thor. Then let the Frost Titans invade Asgard, and then attack the King of Frost Titans to secure his status as the heir to the king. Now Thor was not killed, but was imprisoned by the people on Earth, and there is still such a powerful creature as Superman on the Earth? Loki was in shock. What surprised Loki even more, however, was yet to come. Because when Loki was about to implement the next plan, he turned his head and found the king of God Odin stood in front of him. What? Father? Didn't you already? God King Odin gave Loki a cold look with a solemn air. Already unconscious. Hearing this, Loki was trembling all over, and Odin continued. I'm not unconscious, I've been watching you, Loki, you've let me down. Loki wanted to quibble again, but Odin directly lifted the scepter and swung Loki unconscious. After Loki fainted, Odin ordered his men to put Loki into the dungeon. Afterwards, Odin walked slowly to the crystal ball monitoring the earth, and said, What kind of human beings are so bold, dare to imprison my people of Asgard? Odin narrowed his eyes slightly, and then came to Heimdall, saying, Turn on Bifrost, go to earth. Heimdall obeyed and turned on Bifrost directly. When the beam of Bifrost hit the earth, Lee, holding the gun of eternity, came to the earth. Odin came to earth and was about to teleport directly to New York, when he saw a yellow figure slowly approaching not far away. When the visitor approached, Odin saw the other person's face and said, Asgardian of Earth, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Ancient One took off his hat, bowed to Odin, and then said, Dear God King Odin, I am sorry for what happened to your son Thor, but allow me to make a suggestion to you. Ancient One said seriously. I hope you don't go to New York, otherwise the consequences, CDBH, will be disastrous. Hearing this, Odin narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, Don't worry, I'm here to take my son, not to level New York. Odin passed Ancient One's body and continued to walk forward, but within a few steps, Ancient One said, I'm not worried that you're going to raise New York, I'm worried that you're going to get stuck with that guy and it's going to get out of hand. Odin heard the words, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world, turned around and said, Are you worried that I'm getting in trouble with a human? Ancient One, have you changed? I am the father of God, king of Asgard. What do you think a tiny human being can do to me? Ridiculous. After Odin finished speaking, he directly opened the portal to New York. Seeing that he couldn't convince Odin, Ancient One had no choice but to stand where he was, and said silently, I have warned you, great Odin, there is nothing I can do if I insist on going. After speaking, the figure of Ancient One disappeared in place. Odin was silent for a few seconds, and was still teleported to New York. After a tearing air sound, Odin came to the cell where Thor was being held. The moment he saw his father Odin, the light in Thor's eyes recovered, and he said, Father? You are fine, great, Loki told me that you are already unconscious. Odin stepped forward to comfort his child, and said, I'll talk about Loki after I return to the heavens, and now I'll take you back to Asgard. All the shackles on Thor's body were untied by Odin, but Thor looked distressed and said, Father, the Mjolnir you gave me was taken away by a guy. The king of God Odin heard the words, thinking that guy can afford Mjolnir? Odin stretched out his hand when it was strange. At this time, Odin really felt that Mjolnir was being controlled by a strange and powerful biological force field. But Mjolnir belonged to Odin after all, so after about 3 minutes, Mjolnir returned to Odin's hands. Since you have obtained divine power, it means that you have obtained Mjolnir's qualifications, and it will remain yours from now on. Then Odin returned Mjolnir to Thor, and Odin called out, Heimdall, turn on Bifrost and send us back. Then another beam of light came down, enveloping Odin and Thor. The next moment, they disappeared into the prison. On Liu Feng's side, he was chatting with his family members. After all, Liu Feng just solved the giant robot, and the two sisters said they would reward him. During the intermission, Liu Feng found that Mjolnir in the living room was missing. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, then put on his clothes and came to the prison, only to find that Thor had already disappeared. At this time, Deadpool next door quickly clarified, Brother Feng, Master Feng, I swear I don't know what's going on. When I came to awakening this morning, the person disappeared. I was still having sex dreams, and I was scared to pee. It's okay, I know who it is. Liu Feng said flatly. Seeing this, the little wolf girl next door to Deadpool asked, Do you need to send us to capture him? No, you don't have to worry about anything, just stay. Liu Feng said so, then turned and left here. Heaven, Asgard. Thor narrates the ins and outs around his comrades. Humans can't beat the destroyer controlled by Loki, not even my Mjolnir. And at this moment, the man I just mentioned has a 5-string in his chest. 2 punches to the stomach, 1 punch to open the chest, and another punch to blow the destroyer's head, barehanded. Some of the comrades were amazed, and some felt that Thor was exaggerating the facts. But after seeing that Odin had to bring Thor back himself, the gods still understood. It seems that such a fierce man really exists on the earth. It's just that they haven't met before, so they can't imagine what kind of existence it is. On Odin's side, even the Queen Frigga couldn't help asking, There is such a strong person on the earth, do you really need to ignore it? Odin responded, No matter how strong he is only on the earth, and no matter how troublesome the world is, it will not trouble our Asgard. However, after saying this sentence, Li Ding suddenly raised his head. That one I made him see something. Then, Odin murmured, How is this possible? Queen Frigga quickly asked, What's the matter, what happened? Odin replied, He came. At the end of Bifrost, Himanyug Palace. Heimdall, the patroness who turns Bifrost on and off, is watching the 9 realms. Heimdall has the ability to see anything in the 9 worlds at the same time. All the butterflies in the 9 worlds flap their wings at the same time, and Heimdall can perceive it. But today, Heimdall was blinded because he sensed a flight from Earth. And that object is speeding through outer space at a speed exceeding any spaceship and warship, getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer to Asgard. Why can't I see what that flight object looks like? I can't even see what it is. Heimdall is blinded. For millions of years, his Heimdall's eye can see any creature and thing. But today, his eyes failed, or in other words, he simply couldn't see the figure that was approaching so fast. It doesn't matter, anyway, there is no way for any creature to come to Asgard without me turning on Bifrost. Heimdall said in this way, and then he was about to turn his sight to another world to continue observing. At this moment, the sound reverberated. Heimdall was about to turn his gaze back. But at this moment, Hymanyug's wall cracked open, because an object directly penetrated Hymanyug at a superluminal speed. Hymanyug directly broke a third, and the man who created everything was floating in midair. Behind the red and blue tights is a red cape fluttering in the wind. Bold? Who came? He broke into my Asgard. As an Asgardian, Heimdall looked at this scene, no longer put his sword on the floor as a model, but held Liu Feng pointing at the Superman form, ready to enter the fighting state at any time. Heimdall is still very confident in his combat ability. Although he is the patron saint of the gate, he is one of the 12 righteous gods of the Aesir Protoss, stronger and more durable than most Asgardians. There is no way this guy in front of me will be my Heimdall's opponent, Heimdall said secretly. As a result, Superman Liu Feng swept over with a hot gaze. Burn Heimdall's eyes blind, and cut off his arm by the way. Eyes? My eyes? You poor man, do you know how wrong you are? Heimdall was still whining, but Superman Liu Feng walked over and kicked his head directly, and Heimdall couldn't get back up. After Heimdall fell into a coma, the alarm generated by Heimenjog spread throughout Asgard. The soldiers of Asgard have been dispatched one after another, and the soldiers near Bifrost have formed a battle formation. But looking at Superman Liu Feng's attire from a distance, the soldiers were confused again, looking at each other, not knowing who this person was. It's just that they just looked at Superman Liu Feng, and their hearts trembled involuntarily. This is the fear from biological instinct? What the hell is that guy? Could it be Frost Titan? But he's wearing that attire. The soldiers discussed in low voices, and they were only in a defensive state and did not dare to attack Superman directly. They could only guard the border of Bifrost. And Liu Feng floated in place like a god, and then accelerated suddenly. Submerged into the king of Asgard soldiers? The soldiers didn't dare to make a move at first, but Liu Feng broke into it directly, so the soldiers had no choice but to bite the bullet. Immediately afterwards, the soldiers were surrounded. Because they discovered that Asgard's weapons could not cause any damage to the man in tights in front of him? How can that be? In the cognition of soldiers, only the father of God Odin can ignore damage from Asgard weapons? Could it be that the real strength of this man in front of him is as strong as the god King Odin of Asgard? Time didn't give the soldiers much room to think, because Superman Liu Feng could kill most of the soldiers with one punch. Not to mention that Superman is ridiculously fast, just between punches and kicks. Countless Asgard soldiers fell on Bifrost one by one. 3,000 elite soldiers, in front of Superman Liu Feng, couldn't even hold out for just 3 minutes. The soldiers finally understood the horror of Superman Liu Feng. This man is simply not someone of their level who can beat him. At this time, Thor and his comrade-in-arms gods arrived here. Thor saw that Superman Liu Feng was massacring the soldiers of Asgard. He couldn't help being shocked, and said, "It's him? It's the guy on Earth I mentioned? He came to Asgard." Thor looked at Superman Liu Feng, and thinking of this guy's performance, he couldn't help feeling scared. But the comrades beside Thor finally found out when they saw the scene of Superman Liu Feng's big kill. Thor's story is a little too tactful. This is no longer a strong man, he can already be called a king? He came to Asgard without the help of Bifrost? How is it possible? Thor was surprised, because this was the first time he had seen people other than Asgard come here in his life. No matter where he came from, or how he came, he is an invader who broke into Asgard, and we will fight. The comrades beside Thor encouraged him, and in fact these words encouraged themselves. As the powerful general of Asgard who fought with Odin in the 9 realms, Thor's comrades were born for war and defense. They are trained to charge with sword and shield no matter how powerful the enemy is. But the Superman in front of them stopped them, because the pressure of Superman was more terrifying than Jotunheim's Frost Titan. But in order to protect Asgard, they still chose to fight, and the passionate Thor took the lead in raising his hammer and shouting, "People of Asgard, fight for Asgard and defeat the invaders, go." Encouraged by Thor's cry, the comrades rushed towards Superman Liu Feng with howls. When they came to Liu Feng, everyone jumped up high, ready to give Superman Liu Feng a heavy blow on the head. However, Liu Feng just glanced at his comrades, and then sent them flying tens of meters with one punch, and hundreds of meters with the other kick. The two comrades-in-arms were violently attacked by Liu Feng just like that, lying on the ground unable to get up again. And Thor's had a hammer in his hand and hit Superman Liu Feng in the head. Not only that, the moment the hammer hit Superman, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck him. The hammer's attack plus the lightning's damage, these two powers combined, can kill both Jotunheim's Frost Titans. Seeing this, Thor was overjoyed. However, the smile froze before it lasted long, because Superman Liu Feng was unscathed, and even looked at him with the corner of his mouth raised. Thor was stunned, completely stunned, because the man in front of him was stronger than he could have imagined. Superman looked at Thor jokingly, then raised the corners of his mouth, and said, "Thanks to the old iron for sending the weapon." Before Thor understood what Superman Liu Feng meant, the next second, his face was hit hard by Mjolnir, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Mjolnir fell into Liu Feng's hands after smashing Thor. And Liu Feng took Mjolnir and continued to massacre the soldiers of Asgard. Superman Liu Feng slaughtered madly with Mjolnir, and 3,000, 30,000, 50,000, countless Asgardians died in his hands. Asking for flowers. This Mjolnir is really easy to use, killing people is as easy as cutting leeks. Liu Feng secretly said. While killing, he approached Asgard's palace, so that he could meet the gods and kill the gods in the true sense. Asgard's corpses are increasing. Finally, the father of God Odin couldn't sit still, and shouted, "Stop." Before the people arrived, the sound came first, and the word stop, like a thunderbolt bombarded down. Liu Feng was also struck by the lightning from the father of God Odin. A steady stream of lightning engulfed Liu Feng's entire body. This lightning is not the same as that summoned by Thor. Thor's lightning has at most 1/5 of Odin's energy, and Odin's minute-long lightning energy can easily destroy anything on this earth. Unfortunately, Liu Feng was excluded. Because he held on. Superman Liu Feng held on against Odin's lightning in front of the entire Asgard people. After the thunder and lightning ended, Liu Feng, who was smoking all over but didn't feel any discomfort, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Not bad, more comfortable than sauna." Odin, who was riding an 8-legged Pegasus and holding the Eternal Spear, couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. "No way." Liu Feng folded his hands on his chest, still arrogantly said, "Impossible, just count how many people died in Asgard." Odin clenched the gun of eternity, furious. He definitely knows how many people Liu Feng killed. But when these words come from the mouth of a disciple like Liu Feng, he looks even worse. Odin was furious, but the calmness of being the father of God still made him calm down. Then he asked, "What do you want, Earthlings?" "That's right, if you negotiate well, you'll be done." Hearing this, Superman Liu Feng found the corpses of 2 Asgard soldiers as stools and sat down. "I insisted on running to the earth to save people, so I accidentally killed so many people." "Accidentally? Did you mean that by accident? You almost brought the whole of Asgard down." Odin held back the insults to Liu Feng, and then continued to talk to Liu Feng in a negotiating tone. "So what exactly do you want?" Hearing this, Superman Liu Feng slightly turned his head to look at Thor over there, and said, "Your son Thor, he is guilty of disorderly conduct in New York, the United States of Earth." Odin found it strange and ridiculous, and said, So he got a life sentence and was assigned to be in a New York prison in the United States." Superman Liu Feng said, "So, you mean you want me, Prince of Asgard, future successor Thor, to go to prison in your human society?" At this moment, God King Odin finally got angry. He thrust the Eternal Spear into the ground, and the powerful divine power shot out in all directions. Everyone in Asgard was too scared to speak out because of this divine power. Only Superman Liu Feng continued to speak. "That's right, go to jail, and it will take a full 20 years. Otherwise, your entire Asgard, today, will be completely destroyed." Odin was furious, and it was the first time in his life that he had negotiated so furiously. He even raised his Eternal Spear, saying, "If you dare to touch Asgard, I will raise my hand and destroy the entire earth. Everyone you care about must die." Odin thought that this would scare Liu Feng. Unexpectedly, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth rose, and said, "Okay, you destroy it." Odin was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't think about it. After Liu Feng, he added, "If you destroy the earth, I will kill your son Gong. You dare to threaten me with my son." Odin's face was ashen, and the moment he was angry, the temperature of the air 10 meters around him soared instantly. Then, Odin spat out word by word, "Little human, you are too bold. Do you know what I can do? Do you know who I am? I am Odin, God of War, Grim, Raider, Father Almighty, God of Scepter. I have countless names, just as the wind has countless names, and death has countless forms. But everyone in the world, seeing me, must be in awe of my name. Do you think you have the ability to fight against me?" Odin raised the eternal gun in his hand angrily. The moment it was raised, the tip of Kungunir, the spear of eternity, shone. The runic characters engraved on the tip of the gun were like flames burning. This is the ultimate weapon of the god King Odin in Norse mythology. Made from the branches of the world tree, it is the hardest object in the world. The tip of the spear is engraved with magic. If you throw it, you must hit it, and if you hit it, you must penetrate it. Odin warned Liu Feng with a solemn voice. "No matter where you go in any corner of the 9 realms, as long as you are selected by me, Kungunir will definitely run through it. There has been no exception for millions of years. If the negotiation fails, I will definitely throw Kungunir out, and you will also pass through Kungunir." Odin said, "Now I ask you 900, do you still have the capital to be arrogant?" Unexpectedly, Liu Feng raised the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and said, "Then what are you waiting for? What are you afraid of?" Odin was so provoked by Liu Feng, an ordinary person would have already started to do it. But Odin held his gun up. "You also don't know how much I'm capable of, do you, Odin? You don't understand how I could come to Asgard without going through Bifrost. You don't even know if you have the ability to kill your son Thor while you took off your gun and shot me." Odin, hearing this, finally put down the glowing Kungunir, and the tip of the gun dimmed anytime, said, "Okay, let's go back to the starting point of the negotiation." Odin did not fight after being angry for a long time, but said so calmly, "Let's take a step back. What do you want? You can promise me that you won't put my son in the Earth's prison." The dignified father of God Odin, at this moment, actually asked what a human being wants. The gods are all confused at this moment. What happened on this day? Odin is the majestic supreme being of the 9 realms. However, what no one expected was that after Odin asked Liu Feng what he wanted, Liu Feng still said, "No way, you must shut down your son Thor. This is the bottom line. It doesn't matter whether you want to destroy the planet or what. I don't care about human life or death, but Thor must be imprisoned." Odin fell silent. No, at this moment, all Asgard fell silent. Listen to what people say. Even Odin, who is well informed, feels confused towards Liu Feng now. Even he can't count how many times he has been confused today. This guy in front of him looks quite righteous, like a superhero who is similar to a god in the world. But at this moment, he behaved as if he didn't care about human beings at all, as if the life and death of human beings had nothing to do with him. Odin has seen countless people in his life, and he can judge the behavior pattern of the other party based on the first impression. As for the guy in front of him, Odin is completely sure that this guy is a man who walks the talk. He said he didn't care, maybe he really didn't care if the earth was destroyed. And he just said again, if the earth is destroyed, Thor must die. Hearing this, Odin sighed softly, and said to Tianho, take the guest to the palace and let me talk to him alone. Tianho hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and then arranged for a few maids to take Superman Liu Feng to Odin's palace. When he arrived at the palace, Odin poured a cup of tea for Liu Feng for the first time, and he was still China's Taiguanyin, and then said, about Thor's detention, since your excellency insists, it's okay to be detained, but 20 years is too long. Norse mythology does not have the concept of 1 day in the sky and 1 year in the ground. These 20 years are really 20 years for Asgard. He, Odin, is looking forward to Thor growing up, following him to fight the enemy and inheriting his Asgard throne. Now that Thor has just been approved by Mjolnir, Liu Feng came out and planned to imprison him for 20 years, no one can wait for this. Hearing this, Liu Feng picked up Taiguanyin and took a sip, saying, yes, 20 years is indeed a long time, but I just want to imprison him for 20 years. Wanting now, this is the key word in Liu Feng's answer, and it is also hinting at Odin, so that he has a little insight. Odin understood and then asked, I, Odin, have fought in the 9 realms for many years, and Treasure Curry's treasures are pushing like mountains, and any item is priceless. If you'd like to reduce my son Thor's sentence, Curry's darling, it's your choice. Hearing this, Liu Feng smacked his lips and said, I can't think of anything good about your babies. Hearing this, Odin began to introduce what was in his treasure house. From Asgard to Jotunheim, the treasures of the 9 realms are among them. Odin talked about his collection one after another, while definitely Liu Feng on the other side still shook his head, expressing his lack of interest. Liu Feng didn't get interested until Odin mentioned the Casket of Ancient Winters, an artifact of Jotunheim's Frost Titan family. Seeing that Liu Feng was more interested, Odin immediately summoned him and took out the Casket of Ancient Winters from the treasury. The Casket of Ancient Winters was placed in front of Liu Feng, and then Odin continued to explain. The magic in the Casket of Ancient Winters can freeze an entire army in an instant. The Frost Titans relied on this treasure to wipe out most of the races in the 9 realms. Without this thing, the Frost Titans are nothing, and I got this after killing countless enemies. Seeing Odin's passionate explanation, Liu Feng glanced at it for a while, then smacked his lips and said, okay, I'll take this. Thor's sentence will be reduced by 10 years, don't bargain with me about the sentence. Odin really wanted to talk to Liu Feng about the sentence. But seeing what Liu Feng added later, Odin didn't intend to continue the discussion. So the negotiation ended. Liu Feng took the Casket of Ancient Winters, and put the stunned Thor in special handcuffs. Liu Feng went to Bifrost with the handcuffed Thor, and Mjolnir was left in Asgard. The elevator crew over there, driving Bifrost, teleported us back to Earth, and right into the prison in New York, the United States. When Superman Liu Feng brought Thor to Heimdall, the latter was completely confused. Although Heimdall lost his eyes, he could still perceive the presence of the other party. Good guy, isn't this the bastard who beat himself up early this morning and burned his eyes? Dude, you blinded me and asked me to drive you home in Bifrost? Heimdall was very unwilling in his heart, but Thor beside Liu Feng said, listen to him, he has already made an agreement with the father. Did he talk to Odin? Odin would actually agree to let an earthling capture the Prince of Asgard. Heimdall was caught again. But there is no way, the matter has come to this point. Heimdall had to turn on Bifrost, and sent the two to their destination. Bifrost's speed was very fast, and in less than 3 seconds, Liu Feng and Thor came to the prison together. Regarding this, Liu Feng couldn't help but said, the transmission speed of this Bifrost is pretty good, almost 10 times faster than my own speed. Thor heard the words, with a black line on his face. Brother, your flight speed can be close to 1/10 of Bifrost's teleportation speed, which is the most outrageous, okay? Afterwards, Liu Feng still imprisoned Thor as before, and Deadpool said beside him, damn it, you two are like ghosts, appearing in the blink of an eye. This buddy failed to escape from prison. Brother, I advise you not to escape the prison. The owner of this prison, Liu Feng, is very perverted. He will catch the escaped person and cut him. Liu Feng in Superman form next to him couldn't help but smile bitterly, and even wanted to rush over and punch Deadpool's shit out. But in order to hide his identity, Superman Liu Feng left the prison without saying anything. After going out of the prison, Liu Feng found an empty corner and returned from Superman form to normal. Then Liu Feng took out his mobile phone, called the director of the General Administration, and said, look up 4 days ago in Old Bridge City, Mexico City, which faction set up a base in the suburbs without permission. After finding that force, we will also find out the area where they captured the criminals and brought them to New York. Arthur from the Washington Bureau on the other side of the phone, although he was still a little confused, why did Liu Feng suddenly check this? But since Liu Feng asked him to help, he would never refuse, so he responded to Liu Feng that this matter was on his shoulders. After making the phone call, Liu Feng found his police car and returned to his home. On the other side of the prison, after Superman Liu Feng left, Thor silently clenched his fists. Thor did not know how many Frost Titans he killed in his lifetime. He is the bravest warrior in Asgard and the strongest god. I have never been so frustrated in my life. 3.9 And today, what the man in the tights came to Asgard did. Superman Liu Feng not only makes Thor aggrieved, but also makes his father, Odin, embarrassed. These practices directly caused the worship of Odin by the people of Asgard to fall to the bottom in an instant. So Thor swears here, he swears to regain his dignity and the dignity of all Asgard. Superman, just wait, I'll make you pay. Angry Thor so secretly swears. At this time, Deadpool next to him smiled and approached Thor, and then said, "Brother, where is your hammer? Where is the hammer hidden? Could it be hidden in the chrysanthemum? Get it out and play with your brother. I never saw a hammer that came back by itself. Hey, brother, don't worry about being locked up here. It's very cool to live here. You have everything. You're welcome. Just treat it like your own home." Thor silently covered his ears when he heard the words, thinking that he would not stay here with this guy for 10 years, would he? Damn it, this is no place for people. Thinking of this, Thor hated Superman even more. Definitely besides Superman and the guy Liu Feng, both of them made Thor extremely angry, and secretly vowed to take revenge one day. It has been 3 days since Liu Feng turned into Superman and wreaked havoc on Asgard. In the past 3 days, nothing major happened in New York, the police station was very relaxed, and Liu Feng was also happy in the gentle hometown at home. Thor is obediently staying in the New York prison. God King Odin is also a relatively trustworthy person, and he has no choice to come again to rob Thor. However, the casket of ancient winters that Liu Feng brought back from Odin's treasure house in Asgard was useless. Liu Feng puts the casket of ancient winters under the refrigerator on weekdays, and uses it to freeze ice cream when the box is not opened. And on one of these mornings, Liu Feng received a call from the director of the Washington Bureau, and he said, "One day you asked me to check the organization, Feng." General Director Arthur continued, "It's someone from SHIELD. It really is SHIELD. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, he had already guessed that it was people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who did it. Compared with the original plot of the Marvel movie, they discovered the hammer. It's just that Liu Feng is more puzzled. The director Nick Fury is dead, and Hawkeye Clint is locked up. How can someone come to take care of Thor and the group of Avenger candidates?" So Liu Feng continued to ask the director of the General Administration, "Can you find out who escorted that unknown prisoner? Is it black or white?" "It's a white man." The director of the General Administration responded in this way, and then said in a very subtle tone, "But the guy was dressed in a weird way. He wasn't wearing modern clothes. He was wearing a tights with the flag of the United States. The tights I wear represent the United States, and the shield I hold in my hand also shows the flag of the United States. 23 looks like the hero my grandfather chased after. That hero seems to be called the Captain of the United States." Hearing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it seems that Captain America has already been fished out from under the iceberg by Nick Fury. It's just that Nick Fury has been dead for almost 2 months. Could it be that Captain America was kept hidden for 2 months before he released it? So Liu Feng continued to ask, "Can you find the trace of that Captain America, and see which city in the United States he has gone to?" "It can't be found. The last trace of the so-called Captain America was only 4 days ago in New York, and we will be close after that?" Hearing this, Liu Feng replied, "I see." Liu Feng then turned off the phone and drove away from home to the police station. When he came to the police station, Liu Feng personally used the system in the station to find Captain America. The figure of Captain America is easy to find, even if he is not wearing a uniform. His figure is quite eye-catching. However, Liu Feng was busy in front of the system for most of the day, but he couldn't find Captain America in New York. What's the situation? Can this Captain America just disappear from the world? Liu Feng was so puzzled. But it was useless. Liu Feng just couldn't find the figure of Captain America no matter how hard he searched. He gave up after working for a while. It appears that he either left the United States, or was taken to a hidden safe house by S.H.I.E.L.D. and has been lost. The figure of Captain America could not be found. Liu Feng was about to leave, and before leaving, he told the person in the monitoring room about the characteristics of Captain America. Let them pay attention to this person at all times, and if they find this person in New York, they must report to Liu Feng in time. Just like that, Liu Feng left the monitoring room. But just as he stepped out of the monitoring room, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking up the phone and looking at it, the caller's name was displayed on it, Tony Stark, thinking to himself, "What is this kid looking for?" Liu Feng picked up the phone and asked Tony what's the matter. Tony responded excitedly, "Cousin, since I failed to attack that big robot last time, I spent a lot of time developing a brand new Zanli. The structure of this battle armor is simply unprecedented, and the energy it carries can destroy a block in an instant." Tony talked endlessly about how good his battle armor is, but Liu Feng said directly without bothering to pay attention, "Not interested, your current armor is very low level." The confident Tony on the other end of the phone was dissatisfied. He thought that the failure of the previous test might be because he didn't think carefully at the time. But this time Tony learned his lesson and carefully created this new version of the armor, named it Anti-Destroyer War Box. He firmly believed that his battle armor this time was absolutely invincible, but Liu Feng still said that he was not interested. Tony's brain became hot, and he said directly, "You said my battle armor is not good, bet us $1 million. If you can penetrate my armor with a sniper rifle like last time, you will get $1 million. Hearing this, Liu Feng raised his eyebrows, and then said, 1 million is too little, increase the price, 10 million, help you test. Tony, who was provoked on the other end of the phone, also became interested, and said directly, okay, $10 million? If you can destroy my armor without using a sniper rifle, I will add it up to $30 million. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately burst into laughter. Okay, let's go, I'll go over and get yours right away. No, I'll test it for you. Tony didn't expect Liu Feng to answer so quickly, and even felt Liu Feng's confidence from it, so he panicked. But that guy has never even seen his own battle armor, so he arrogantly said that he wanted to break it without seeing the battle armor. This is too outrageous. Tony then said earnestly, I hope you think about it carefully, cousin. After all, I can give you 30 million yuan, but you can't break it. Can you give it? But Liu Feng replied pretending to be mature, it's okay, Tony, if my cousin's 30 million. It can further improve your battle armor, so the money, cousin, is worth it. After speaking, Liu Feng hung up the phone directly, obviously on the way to drive to his own villa. And what about him? 10 million? In other words, Liu Feng intends not to use a sniper rifle, explode his armor. It's too much to deceive. Tony, will take away your 30 million today, so I'll give you a good boost, Liu Feng. Tony swears so secretly. Then his battle armor was blown up by Liu Feng with a pistol. No bells and whistles. Liu Feng came over directly, parked the car, pulled out his pistol, and asked Tony to walk around in the armor twice, and then shot twice with the pistol to end the test. Tony, who lost the energy provided by the battle armor, fell to the ground in a big shape, looked at the starry sky, and said to himself suspiciously, how could this be? My battle armor is so useless. Liu Feng came over, touched the forehead of Tony's armor, and said, it's not like that, it's just that your current innovative thinking is not developed enough. Please work harder, Tony. Brother Wei believes that you can do it. And thank you for your 30 million yuan, thank you for your contribution to the police department. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Tony stopped him. Liu Feng stopped in his tracks and asked, what? Is there a new armor to test? Cousin, it's cheaper to recycle you, 8 million. No, there is no armor test. Tony waved his hand quickly, and then said, tomorrow the reporter will have a press conference, and we need to give an explanation to the public about the big robot making trouble in New York last time. I came out as Iron Man, and I didn't hide my identity, so they asked me to chat. You know, cousin, I'm a person who doesn't bother to say these things. It just so happens that you have done a lot as the sheriff, so. Liu Feng understood, Tony was planning to use himself as his nonsense machine so that he could fool the reporters. Hearing this, Liu Feng nodded and said, it's possible, but you need to pay more, otherwise who will help you take advantage of this? Tony held his forehead slightly, wondering if he accidentally turned on some new switch of Liu Feng, and then said helplessly, okay, add the 30 million just now, and I'll give you another 5 million. Then Liu Feng received Tony's check, and the two went to the press conference together. Liu Feng, who is the police chief, has participated in such press conferences no one knows how many times. Being able to say the words to prevaricate the reporter, Liu Feng can say 100 sentences a day without repeating the same. When Liu Feng faced the reporter's questions, no matter how tricky the questions were, Liu Gang answered them calmly. I know that one of the reporters asked a question. May I ask Sergeant Liu Feng, is it possible that the huge amounts of robots that suddenly came to New York have something to do with the city of Old Bridge in Mexico? Ponte Vecchio, Mexico? Isn't that where Thor's hammer fell? No reporter should be asking that. Liu Feng was slightly puzzled, then raised his head to look in the direction of reporter 547, and he understood immediately when he saw the reporter. Because this reporter, who appeared in the Thor movie, is Thor's girlfriend, astronomer Jane Foster. She should be in Old Bridge City, and she is not a reporter. But judging from his appearance, he should have come to investigate for Thor. Maybe he found out that his boyfriend disappeared too inexplicably. Liu Feng then said, what happened in Jukiao City has nothing to do with us here in New York. If you have any questions, you can ask the police over there. After answering Jane Foster's question, the press conference was dismissed, and Liu Feng turned around and prepared to leave. After the reporters dismissed, Jane Foster ran after Liu Feng and said, wait a minute, Mr. Liu Feng. Miss, the New York police have nothing to do with the affairs of Mexico, you should ask them. Liu Feng directly refused. No, Mr. Liu Feng, I don't just want to ask about Mexico, since you don't know about it, forget it. But I have one more important matter, this matter, I need to ask Mr. Superman, I know you know him. Liu Feng was a little confused, and asked Superman to solve it? Thor's little lover was obsessed with love and Liu Feng didn't plan to pay attention to it, but Jane's words aroused Liu Feng's interest. So Liu Feng directly opened the clairvoyant eyes from the Superman bloodline. As a result, I really saw something novel in Jane Foster. Ether energy. That is, among infinite gems. Reality gems. According to the plot of Thor 2, reality gem has existed on Earth since Odin's father's generation. Legend has it that the Dark Elves in the Nine Realms planned to use reality gem to rule the world. Later, the Dark Elves were defeated by Odin's father and buried their gems in the depths of the earth. And this Thor's daughter Jane Foster came by accident, became the depths of the construction site, and touched the energy of reality gem. Now the ether energy is infecting Jane Foster's body. It seems that when she is hurt, the ether energy will be released. Seeing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Liu Feng saw through everything, but he didn't say anything, but pretended. Listen, lady reporter, I don't know, where did you find out that I knew Superman? But even if I knew Superman, Superman wouldn't let him appear because of some out-of-the-ordinary request from an unknown reporter. You have to have a good enough reason, don't you? Seeing this, Jane Foster hurriedly said, I know, Mr. Liu Feng, I really have enough reasons, but I don't know if you believe it or not. Hearing this, Liu Feng crossed his arms and said to Jane Foster, but it doesn't matter, I'm not someone who hasn't seen the world. Jane Foster glanced left and right at the pedestrians around, and then said softly, there are too many people here, let's chat in another place. Liu Feng didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but Liu Feng is really interested in things like reality gem, so it doesn't hurt to have a look. Then Liu Feng and Jane Foster went to the cafe. The two sat down, thinking about having a good chat, and then Jane Foster began to talk. I was doing research and equipment with my friend recently, and found that there is a very special substance under our feet. At the time we didn't know what it was, but the research instrument worked. And this situation is almost the same as what I encountered when I was in Mexico. It's almost the same as when it was in Mexico. This little girl might think that Thor ran around there, and she seems to be quite affectionate with this woman. After thinking about it, Liu Feng felt that the story of Thor might be a reprint of the Huaxia cowherd and weaver girl, but with the roles reversed. But Liu Feng, the Queen Mother, didn't lock Thor in the sky, he locked him in his own New York prison. Jane Foster went on to talk about her encounter with TIE particles. Then my brain got hot and I walked towards the position pointed by the instrument. I saw a strange black and red object, and I touched it. Liu Feng sipped his tea, then that substance was absorbed by you. How did you know? Jane Foster was slightly surprised, and then said, actually, I'm not sure whether that substance has entered my body, and I don't even know the characteristics of that substance. It's just that I touched that substance at the time, and then I fainted and couldn't remember anything. But I feel weird right now. I heard from my friends, you know Superman, you don't know Superman. Hearing this, Liu Feng took a sip of coffee, calmly explained to Jane Foster. Superman mentioned to me before that the kind of thing you encounter is called TIE particles. Liu Feng put down his teacup, then started his fabricated ability, and said to Jane Foster, TIE particles are one of the most primitive substances in the universe, but also one of the most dangerous substances. Superman saw it on his home planet, and this thing destroyed his planet. So Superman has been looking for it in the universe for a long time. Superman said that this thing must be destroyed, and even if it cannot be destroyed, it must be left to him for safekeeping. Jane Foster was stunned by what Liu Feng said, but adhering to the spirit of seeking truth from facts as a scientist, she still asked, I think it's better to ask Mr. Superman face to face. Liu Feng shrugged, feeling indifferent. Anyway, Liu Feng wanted to meet Jane Foster as a Superman, so he agreed. After the two left, Liu Feng said that instead of Superman, he arranged for the two to meet in an abandoned factory in New York, and then they could talk casually. Jane Foster agreed, and the next day she arrived at the destination Liu Feng had agreed upon on time. Not long after stepping into the abandoned factory, Jane Foster saw a man in bright clothes. Superman? Jane Foster saw the appearance of Superman, stared at him blankly, and couldn't walk for no reason. Seeing this, Liu Feng smiled slightly and said, Miss Jane, I heard that you are looking for me about TIE particles. You stand there so far away, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to communicate. When Jane Foster heard this, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. Shaking her head, after returning to normal, she said, Excuse me, Mr. Superman, please forgive my gaffe. Although your reputation has long spread across the country, this is the first time I have seen your true face in reality. Your unique attire, and a face that is vaguely familiar but can't be remembered, your figure, your chest muscles, and more. As Jane Foster spoke, she felt that she had lost her composure. She has a boyfriend, so why do she still pay attention to other people's figures? Superman Liu Feng doesn't care. Anyway, it's not the first time he has attracted the opposite sex only by his Superman appearance. But Jane Foster would waste a lot of time like this. He came today to see if he could get the reality gem in Foster's body. So Liu Feng flew in front of Foster, and continued. Miss Jane, let's get to the point. About the strange substance you encountered, release it and let me have a look. Release. Jane Foster was a little dazed, and said, Sorry, Mr. Superman, I actually don't know how to release this substance. Superman Liu Feng nodded, and then began to think about how the heroine in the Thor 2 movie released TIE particles. Yes, Liu Feng remembered, it is damage. When the host of TIE particles is hurt, TIE particles will release energy. So Liu Feng in Superman form reached out and grabbed Jane Foster's arm, and then said softly, I'm sorry, Miss Jane. After speaking, when Jane Foster was still in a daze, Liu Feng slowly exerted force, and the pain also added to Jane's body weight in an increasing manner. Jane felt the pain, and when she was about to cry out, a powerful energy was released around him in an instant. The black and red TIE particles directly knocked Superman Liu Feng back a few meters away, and even Jane was confused at this moment. Jane Foster hurried over to check how Superman Liu Feng was playing, but she was dumbfounded again. Superman was unscathed, but the dark particles that had just erupted from Jane's body somehow remained on Liu Feng's palm. What's the situation? Mr. Superman, you won't be infected by this substance and induce poisoning, right? We have to find a way. Unlike Jane Foster's panic, the corners of Superman Liu Feng's mouth raised slightly when he saw this scene. He himself has the most intimate experience. These TIE particles did not poison him as Jane Foster said. On the contrary, TIE particles entered Liu Feng's own body, and also have a strong compatibility with the Superman bloodline. There is an unavoidable compatibility, and there is even a hint of addiction, which makes Liu Feng vaguely feel that his strength has improved a bit. Mr. Superman, can you say something? Jane Foster asked anxiously. Although she enjoys touching Superman's figure now, she is worried that something will happen to the idol of the United States because of her. Liu Feng did not respond to Jane Foster, but raised the corners of his mouth and said, "I'm going to be rude again, Miss Jane." After finishing speaking, Superman Liu Feng's eyes glowed, and then he shot directly behind Jane. His hot gaze went straight away. Liu Feng's heat vision did not aim at Jane Foster's body, but it still triggered the emergency mechanism of TIE particles in his body. TIE particles released even greater energy at this moment, while Superman Liu Feng stood still and resisted forcefully. The energy of TIE particles spreads constantly in this way, from the energy generated in the body from the beginning. In the end, the TIE particles' energy slowly entered into Liu Feng's body, and Liu Feng absorbed all the ether like smoking. Speaking of TIE particles, it is also one of the 6 most powerful infinite gems in the Marvel Universe, Reality Gem. If let Thanos Odin these, people who know a thing or two about infinite gems, see Superman Liu Feng. After inhaling all the TIE particles like inhaling second-hand smoke, I'm afraid I have to be circled on the spot. After Superman Liu Feng absorbed all the TIE particles, Jane realized that Superman was helping him take away the substances in his body. Mr. Superman, you. Jane Foster, just about to step up to touch Superman Liu Feng. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Superman's body flashed. Superman, who was surrounded by red particles, disappeared in an instant. Jane Foster was stunned. Could it be that after Superman absorbs TIE particles, he teleports to another world in an instant? Does the substance still have this effect? Just as Jane Foster finished talking to himself, Liu Feng in casual clothes suddenly appeared behind Jane Foster. Startled by Liu Feng's sudden appearance, Foster staggered and nearly fell, but fortunately he fell into Liu Feng's arms. Foster has just been fascinated by the handsome and tall Superman, and now he falls into Liu Feng's arms, feeling the muscles hidden under his casual clothes. She was shocked. Foster had never imagined that there was such a physique hidden under Liu Feng's mixed-race face. Damn it, this Liu Feng seems to be more handsome than Thor. Did Ma Zhao? Foster looked at Liu Feng, and couldn't help but secretly agree with him. And Liu Feng didn't think about these things at the moment. He was thinking about the changes brought about by his body just after absorbing TIE particles. Liu Feng didn't teleport just now, he just felt the speed of his body and the body of steel have soared in an instant. His instantaneous movement speed completely exceeded the speed of light, which is why Liu Feng switched from Superman to ordinary person so quickly. Absorbed a lot of TIE particles, but I always feel that I haven't finished it. Liu Feng thought so, then lowered his head, and saw Jane Foster, whose eyes were about to burst out with love. At the same time, I also saw some TIE particles remaining in Jane Foster's body with the clairvoyant eye. These TIE particles absorbed by Liu Feng without the Superman form may require 2 people to be in close contact to absorb them. So the corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up. Since this Foster is so active, then he doesn't have to go against this woman's wishes. So, the next day, Liu Feng and Jane Foster woke up in a certain hotel. They were definitely in a very different state. Foster's back hurts all over her body, and now she is most qualified to feel that Thor is nothing compared to Liu Feng. Liu Feng felt relaxed, because he devoured the TIE particles again, and in a few days, he would be able to even out the synthesis reality gem. And Jane didn't know, if it wasn't for the less TIE particles, the more difficult it is to expel, Liu Feng might have sucked up her ether long ago. Liu Feng was just by Jane's side, absorbing the TIE particles in her body. As the days went by, the concentration of substances in his body also gradually increased, and Liu Feng also clearly felt the changes in his body in the past few days. The upper limit of the Man of Steel's speed and stamina is soaring crazily, let alone Jane Foster. Even the Wanda sisters are admiring that Liu Feng has become stronger and stronger recently. He used to have up to 6 tubes of blood, but now he has 9 tubes. The ability to absorb this thing has been enhanced, but the calories to be supplemented are really amazing. I have been eating more and more recently. One day after dinner, Liu Feng sighed like this. But Liu Feng soon discovered that besides the appetite, there are other needs in his body, and they gradually expanded. Liu Feng's ability is growing day by day, and everything becomes more and more powerful. Fortunately, Liu Feng's address book does not lack objects. Liu Feng lived a comfortable life like this. The other side. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D base, Nick Fury is standing in the secret department laboratory of the S.H.I.E.L.D base, and beside him are Captain America Rogers and Phil Coulson. That's right, Nick Fury isn't dead. What Superman Liu Feng killed was just a stand-in, and the real Nick Fury was remotely controlling all this from outer space. This incident fooled everyone, including Superman Liu Feng at the time, and maybe Liu Feng just didn't bother to pay attention to it. Now, Captain America, led by Phil Coulson, came to Nick Fury. He said, "Now that Thor has been arrested by Liu Feng of the New York Police Department, you have one less member of your plan. The reason for saying again is because a long time ago, S.H.I.E.L.D's Hawkeye and Black Widow were also imprisoned by Liu Feng, and the Green Titan Hulk was recruited by Liu Feng of the New York Police Department through inexplicable means. In other words, of the 6 Avengers originally planned by Nick Fury, there are now only 2 left, Captain America and Iron Man. And the most fucking thing, Iron Man is Liu Feng's cousin. How the hell is he going to recruit people to form a team? Let Liu Feng form it? Nick Fury is annoying now too. He didn't expect that the Avengers plan he had planned for so long would lose so completely for no reason. Nick Fury stood with his hands behind his back, was silent for a while, and then asked, "What about Tony Stark? What's going on with Phil Coulson?" Something went wrong. Phil Coulson next to Captain America scratched his head and said to Nick Fury a little embarrassedly, "Before this, Tony Stark was excited about us forming a superhero team. At that time, he said enthusiastically that he would definitely join and become the greatest superhero on Earth. But these days, Tony doesn't know why. He's crazy about making armor. He doesn't come out, and his secretary ignores him." When Captain America heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched up with sarcasm, and said, "It seems that I was being euphemistic. It's not that the Alliance has lost another Avenger, it's that I'm the only one left." Nick Fury couldn't refute, so he had to use the mental victory method. "Don't worry, we haven't reached the point of crisis yet. When the crisis comes, I will form a new Avenger." I don't know if it was the crow's mouth or what, just after Nick Fury finished speaking, the machine next to Phil Coulson's ear suddenly rang. Phil Coulson put his hand to his ear, accepting the message from the other party. After listening to the notification, Phil Coulson hurriedly said to Nick Fury, "Something happened, Nick. Tesseract has become weird. An accident happened to cosmic magic?" At this juncture, hearing this, Nick Fury wanted to slap himself. But Nick Fury had no choice but to say, "Go, take a group of people and go with me to CDBH, to have a look, quickly." Captain America heard the news and wanted to follow, but was stopped by Nick Fury, saying, "I don't know what happened yet, you stay here first, don't let me lose another general." Nick Fury then went to where S.H.I.E.L.D stored the Tesseract. It has just been discovered that the Rubik's Cube is producing strange energy, and researchers are also working hard to calculate it. What's going on? How did the Tesseract release energy by itself? Nick Fury was puzzled, and said, "Isn't Tesseract releasing strange energy only when the portal is opened?" The scientific researcher next to him heard the words and said, "Yes sir, but the door goes both ways. Tesseract received other signals. We're dealing with signal analysis over there, but the source of that signal is really weird. If this continues, Tesseract will open the portal by itself." "What did you say?" Nick Fury was shocked. As he looked over, the Tesseract really emitted a strange light. The light condenses into a mass of elliptical matter energy, and directly forms a teleportation gate. "Meet me, Earthlings." In the next second, Loki with the scepter in his hand appeared in front of everyone, and started fighting without saying a word. The energy released by the scepter's mind gem in Loki's hand is like a laser cannon, aimed at the target, and fired one after another. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents who are attacked by the energy of mind gem will fall to the ground instantly. This is the power of mind gem. Seeing this, Nick wanted to take Tesseract away, but was discovered by Loki just a few steps away. Loki immediately raised the scepter, pointed it at Nick, and shot energy, directly limping one of Nick Fury's legs. But Loki didn't intend to kill Nick, but directly stepped forward and took the space gem from Nick Fury's hand, saying, "Successful, effortless, the world is full of waste." Taking away the infinite gems, Loki then used the mind gem to give hypnotic ability to a large number of people in S.H.I.E.L.D and became his subordinates. And then Loki just, in front of Nick Fury, took the space gem away, leaving Nick silently clenching his fist. And the third infinite gem, reality gem, also known as TIE particles, has already been synthesized in Liu Feng's body. Liu Feng absorbed the power of the reality gem, and still lived a stronger life. But he also sometimes has annoyance. "Although I know that I have become stronger, but because I am already very strong, I can't compare how much stronger I have become now." Liu Feng was so puzzled, so he began to work hard to train his various physical fitness. Liu Feng has tested various projects, and even tried to see how long it takes for him to get from the Earth to outer space. Liu Feng had probably figured this out before. In the previous heyday, it took Liu Feng 30 seconds to fly out of the atmosphere, but after absorbing TIE particles, he flew faster and faster, from 20 seconds to 10 seconds, and now, the TIE particles absorbed by Liu Feng can synthesize a reality gem in his heart. Liu Feng can fly out of the atmosphere from the Earth in just 3 seconds. In order to test his own strength, Liu Feng even ran to the moon and used 10% of his strength to smash the surface of the moon. The moment Liu Feng's fist hit the moon's surface, huge amounts of sound vibrated and exploded soundlessly in the sky. A huge crater with a radius of 500 meters was punched out directly, but it doesn't matter if there are so many holes on the surface of the moon. Liu Feng's Superman lineage is getting stronger and stronger, and the police station on Liu Feng's side has always had nothing to do. After all, New York is peaceful enough now, and the only gang force in New York City is Jinbing's subordinates. After Jinbin was panicked by Liu Feng last time, his forces in New York also stayed obediently. In this way, Liu Feng continued to live his little life. The thing about him eating the reality gem and getting stronger, Nor can anyone know from Liu Feng or Superman. He silently ascended like this, like a sleeping lion. And according to the urine nature of Odin, the supreme conqueror of the 9 realms. Since Liu Feng made a big fuss about Asgard last time, Odin should have been paying attention to everything on Earth. Among them, it is natural to focus on the reality gem that Odin's father had snatched and buried from the Dark Elves. If he wasn't paying attention to the gem, he should be paying attention to the one who nearly made Asgard bleed, Superman. But during this time, Odin has no time to take care of the affairs of the Earth, because he was worrying about his second son Loki. Right now, for example, Odin is standing in front of the prison where Loki was supposed to be held, but the prison is empty. Odin himself, with his eyes slightly closed, is using himself by giving up one eye. With the obtained omniscient ability, he searched for the figure of his son Loki in a large area in the universe. Finally, he saw, in the vast 9 realms, Odin saw his son Loki kneeling to a mysterious person. Then, the mysterious man handed over an item, which was something similar to a scepter. And on the top of the scepter, there is a sparkling gemstone. Odin immediately recognized the cane and the infinite gems inside it, but it is impossible for Odin to observe who has the ability to obtain the infinite gems and hand them over to Loki. Under the shadows, Odin only saw the lips that Loki said to the figure, and saw the meaning from the lips of both parties. The Katorai people are getting impatient. This is what the mysterious man said. Tell them to stand up, and I will lead them to win a battle. Loki replied. Battle? Is it just to deal with the weak forces on the earth? The other party said, we obtained the Tesseract to conquer the stars and the sea. Extremely glorious, I will rule the earth first before ruling the stars and seas, and win the battle quickly. Loki changed the subject again, and said, the premise is that your army is as invincible as you said. How dare you question our strength? How dare you question that, Lord? The mysterious man suddenly said in surprise as if he mentioned some big shot. Don't forget that he gave you the scepter, taught you ancient knowledge, and gave you a new mission. So what? Now that Tesseract is in my hands, it's me who can negotiate terms. Loki looked at the mysterious man evilly, extremely arrogant. In the end, the mysterious man had no choice but to agree, saying, okay, Asgardians, go to war. But if you lose, if the Tesseract falls into other hands, wherever you go, we will bring you back. Now, go, Loki of Asgard. The picture ends here, without any follow-up. Seeing this, Odin's face turned livid, and said, terrible Loki, bad reputation for me in Asgard.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.